LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 USD prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Lunny picks up one, Septic will fall as well. And with 4 seconds left, Lunny is desperately trying to get in touch with that flag. 3 players fall towards him and Quad deals with the ball!
A triple kill to end it. There he is, standing up on the stage.
Really defending B, but for now, it looks like the move is coming to C. And here's Nurix. Hey, we talked about SOG, we talked about Jig. How about Nurix?
No! Court here from Nurix here. Game number 3. The man's not done yet.
The lack of contesting that's been going down. Wow. What a grapple play this is from Cristóla! My word, the killing spree!
The connection with body, and then the head of Quadios.
Information out for him. Rock stays alive. But now, that'll be nice, that'll be good.
Should that be on me? Jim's B1 as well.
Tika wisely pre-nades the flag, but oh my god, Septic, this is a huge kill! If he gets it on some extra shots in the body as well.
The respawner's very happy, he's not going to make him comfortable, he's going to apply pressure. Finds 2, he's behind enemy lines. I've seen this movie, it's an overkill! Jim, let him know!
Series number 6 when Ascend beat Na'Vi 250 to 20 as they take over to 130.
And I tell you what, we were having a discussion. This Sentinel beam hits so hard on land.
That kill time, watch this thing, it's just gonna shred. It's just gonna melt the kill on garbage before pushing in. Now stays alive, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. It's a late game triple kill for Nurix.
Could he possibly get the win here? But he's dropped the ball, Quadrant have the hands on it. They're desperate in it. And Quadrant tie up this non-ball game.
It's Ram, and now Jimbo kind of looks like out of place.
Wow, Mighty decided to drop the ball. He ends the round himself on the back of Mighty. He's hitting some incredible shots, winning a 1v2.
And Hilltime, the long flank does come in and is effective here for Septic. They get all 4 dead. Those players coming off respawn. Glory's going to be 1, and it's a triple.
It's the only player alive that he can go.
It is a sweep here on the main stage.
They're looking a little bit scared. Rockets are up.
These next set of rockets are huge, but Shad's gone down, and Chick could be there to join them. The trade comes, but Ascend win game 7, and they secure the championship.
Months of domination online. Questions were asked, can they do it on land? They were pushed to the very brink, but they get the job done. A fantastic effort from Quadrant. But it's the same old story. Ascend, dominate Europe.
Splendid lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then Activated to use. Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. So this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just he misses the beat down. It's snapped off. Oh my God! One with them wings. It's an overkill.
Normal gets the sword now as a reward.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
folks, and welcome to the Halo Championship Series. My name is Lottie Van Prague, and this is the NA Super. And yes, we are back in North America, and actually, we're live from Columbus, Ohio, in the stunning studio of Esports Engine. I'm not alone up here on this gorgeous desk, though. I do have gorgeous gentlemen joining me who are the experts of Halo Infinite, and will be taking us through all the analytical action. I've got Onset and Gaskin joining me. Lads, I'm so excited because we get to talk about North American Halo again. And my goodness, we've had a couple of switch-ups happening. We've had roster mania, things have been kicking off, so many huge team changes ahead of Orlando coming up soon. And Onsa, I want to know what you make of it all.
I mean, this is one of the biggest moments of the year, isn't it? We've had biggest team changes we've seen. We've had huge names going to different rosters, a complete shake-up and a complete mix-up, and only 2 teams actually staying with that kind of original 4 that we've seen back in KC. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these teams perform for the first time outside of scrims, when there's money on the line, in a big tournament. It's going to be an amazing weekend of action.
It certainly is. You're going to see how the kind of pieces fit together here for the teams. Do you think some of these team changes, Gaskin, are going to make or break some of these rosters?
It's tough, isn't it? Because some of the team changes have made teams better, and I would argue some of the team changes may have made teams worse. So we're really going to find out a lot this weekend. It's been so difficult to try and predict. I've been getting a lot of people saying, why are you predicting this team for top 4 and not this team? Because it's too blooming difficult. We've not been able to see that many scrims been happening. Everyone's been keeping things under wraps. People have been keeping things so private coming into this tournament. There is so much to play for, so much on the line, and I'm so excited for it.
You know, it has been very hush-hush, but right now, that'll be settled because it will be streamed. And where can you guys watch? Well, we have a couple of streams to cover, you guys. We do have A and B both casted, so you can catch all of the action this weekend on twitch.tv/Halo and YouTube Halo Esports as well. So really, the options are endless here, but we also do have an epic schedule for you guys. Some action-packed pool play today. Optic versus Fnatic to kick things off in Pool C. E United versus Complexity. Pioneers take on G2 Esports. Sentinels face up against E United. Optic will be facing off with G1. And finally, to round off the night, we've got Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan. That big roster change that everybody is looking at right now. And you guys will be looking at some fantastic in-game items if you do actually manage to catch all of the streams. We do have epic Twitch drops available for you. Watch for 2 hours. You get that Holy Flare weapon charm. The grand finals, you'll get that Primal Glory Mark 7 armor coating. And if you do catch our co-streamers also streaming the epic action all weekend for 2 hours, you get that planetary emblem and nameplate. I know you guys love them Twitch drops. I know I'm going to be having some tabs open for sure up here on the desk to make sure I do get those in-game rewards myself. Now, let's talk about the stakes that we have here at the Super, because we have a lot on the line, and I think leading up to Orlando, it's all about the teams. Do they work? Are these team changes going to be, what makes these teams heading into Orlando? If things don't work out here on set, do you see teams making further changes? Or at this point in time, with a couple of events left until the World Championships, are you looking at teams to just kind of make it work and trying to figure things out?
Well, they have to. I don't think there's enough time to make more team changes. I think this is the moment that the teams have been waiting for to make those little bits of a shuffle. We've had some brand new rosters coming together, but like you say, we've got the Super in front of us, which we're going to get through in the next few days, but then you have the Major and Orlando, and then we're at the Halo World Championships. So there isn't time, quite simply, to make any more changes. I think if you've invested in players, if you've made some swaps, you've kind of had new players added to rosters, you've got to make it work, because that World Championship is what everyone is looking for at the end of the season. That's where the biggest money of the year is. That's where you need to perform. So if you want to practice and you want to get enough time under your belt, the changes have got to stick at this point.
Yeah, they certainly do. And obviously we do have Orlando to look forward to. And with this NA Super, there's those qualifying spots that we're going to talk about in just a second. But there's a lot on the line here and the stakes are pretty high. So are you looking right now, Gaskin, for teams to really give it their all, to show their competitive advantage, their edge over one another, and really start to make things interesting?
Of course, you get the bragging rights going into Orlando. You can become the favourites going into Orlando as well, regardless if it's online competition, whether it's on LAN. We've seen a lot of teams have moved to, well, pretty much Texas to play in this one. They want to get the best ping possible in these online tournaments, and you can understand why, because there is so much on the line when you're going up against the best players in the world. You have to give yourself the best opportunity to do so. With Orlando just kind of looming and waiting in the wings, this will give us the best idea of like who's going to be kind of placing where with these new team changes. Maybe we'll see 1 or 2 spots change a little bit once Orlando comes around, but I think this really is going to tell us a big story.
It certainly is indeed, and I'll tell you what, the story for today, folks, is pool play. Let's take a look at the format, because we do have 16 teams participating here. We have 4 different pools. It's going to be a round robin, and of course we do need to figure out where these guys are going to head into the champ bracket tomorrow. We have the winners bracket, the elimination elimination bracket. Top 2 will head into that former, and we have the latter there for the last 2 in the pools as well. But big note here, 8 teams here will gain entry to pool play in the HCS Orlando Major. And really, apart from the rest of the kind of prize that comes with this NA Super, that's the big one, right? We want that qualification heading into Orlando. This is going to be absolutely huge. Otherwise, they're going to have to fight their way through and try and ping back up into the kind of serious bracket that's going to be heading into Orlando as well as day 2. But we do have an epic prize pool up for grabs as well. $125,000 on the line. We have $45K in first place, and on set. That's a lot of money to play for. No wonder people have kind of traveled to Texas.
I was about to say, yeah.
You know, no wonder team changes have been made. You know, these guys are going to make it work because that is a wonderful, handsome-looking bag.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and like you say, that's why we're seeing a lot of the teams make sure that they're in the best environment for online competition, whether that means moving, temporarily over to Texas, where they're all going to be on as low a ping as possible. It also means with teams doing this, we're going to have the best competitive games possible, which is a great thing, right? We're not going to be having the asterisks of, well, this guy lives on the West Coast, so maybe he's not, in the game as much as a player who's in Central, or whatever it might be. Now we have a lot of our best teams moving their stations to this central location to make sure that this competition is as close as it can be, as realistic as it can be, as close to LAN as it can be. And the reason for that, $125,000 on the line.
Yes.
It doesn't get more kind of clear than that. The money is everything.
Money is everything, that's for sure, as well as the qualification places in Orlando. We talk about that, look, even playing field, that's what these guys are trying to get when it comes to this NA Super. And let's take a look at the pools, because we do have 4 very competitive pools right now that all of our teams have been split up to. And I want to know, Gaskin, right now we do kind of talk about the pool of death, which is the pool that nobody really wants to be in or have to fight through. Is there one that's really standing out to you?
It's really tough to call because I think that your top 4 teams are pretty secure when you look at those pools, and I would say that the second place teams in each of those pools is fairly secure as well. So it's really those 3rd and 4th teams who can disrupt that top 2 the most, who can make a big difference. Space Station being the 4th seed in Pool D is a question mark for me. They only lost to Lions in a 50-49 in a best of 5 in that 5th game. They could quite easily take down Lions and take that 3rd spot and maybe even challenge G2 as well, because we don't know what G2 is going to look like with Barcode being on that roster. So for me, I'm looking at Pool D as the biggest question mark. Do I think it's the pool of death? Maybe not, but certainly that's going to be where my focus is going to be attention to.
Onza, do you feel like any one of these pools is kind of self-written? Is there one that you're like, you know what, I kind of see how this one's going to go?
I think Pool C is probably going to be as the seeds would predict, as you can see there. I think that G1 certainly will give Optic a run for their money, but Optic are going to be very, very strong online as well, and they're a very strong team. And I think coming into this event for the first time, I really felt that Optic could be a potential winner of this event. I think that they've got everything they need to become a champion here at the NA Super. But I do look at Pool D, and I'm very interested in Pool D because Space Station is such a wild card team. Like we saw them in the Pro Series, just like make that crazy run where Collect was going off, and then the next week they're losing in the Open for qualification. So it's such a whirlwind of a team. It's fun to watch Space Station. That's the good thing about it. You don't know what you're going to get, but it's going to be fun.
It's unpredictable, and I think that's going to be a huge story for us, right? Going forward in this NA Super is the consistency level. That's also going to be questioned just because of these roster changes. Roster Mania does bring that level of questioning. Consistency, we'll definitely see that as we head through the rest of the weekend, as well as obviously heading into Orlando, and hopefully some of those boxes that we're asking will be ticked off in terms of some of those answers as well. A roster I have to talk about before we get into the action for today is FaZe.
Yeah.
This is the team I think that is on everyone's minds. Will it work? Such individually talented roster. But the question is, does it come together? Are we seeing just a team filled with very, very good Halo players and not great teamwork? What do you think, Gaskin?
I mean, on paper, this team looks incredible. You've got players who statistically were the standout players on their teams before, but then when you put those players together, is it necessarily going to have that chemistry? I guess that we will learn that throughout this tournament, and maybe even today throughout pool play we're going to get a really good example. There has been some highs, some lows during the kind of scrims leading up to it. I think you've seen tweets from like Spartan, for example, saying, hey, we've got a lot to work on, and that's not necessarily the Spartan we're used to seeing. Spartan's usually very confident, for example. So that has me worried a little bit. If one of the most confident players is maybe not so confident, how is this team really performing at the moment? Are they gelling? Is that chemistry necessarily going to be there? But it is going to be exciting to watch, because if they do kind of pop off, and all 4 of them have the potential to do so, then this team could really match up against anyone.
That's why I put them as my wild card, because they really are that kind of wild choice. Because if they do manage to get it together, if they do click, how dangerous that team can be is very, very scary for every single opponent out there. On set, I think another kind of big talking point here was everybody was wondering, where is Renegade gonna go? But my question about Renegade is, can we see a Renegade with this roster? Will he start to perform? Is he given the room to do so? What do you think?
I mean, it's crazy. Speaking about Renegade, you're asking questions of Renegade, right? And rightly so, because this guy on Cloud9, you go back to Raleigh, you go back to the North American Regional in Anaheim, and everyone was saying this guy's the best in the game. He's looked unbelievable. He has been the player to watch in Halo Infinite. But now all of a sudden, there's been this whirlwind, and it was started off by Renegade. The theories, the rumors going around where he was going to end up, but he has ended up on this roster. My question is, like you say, has he got the support to do what he did on Cloud9? You're looking at that Cloud9 lineup. You had the likes of Eco backing him up in those battles. You had Penguin putting shots down for him, keeping him alive in situations where he could be hyper aggressive and the entry fragger that we know he can be. Are those players on phase? That's my question. Is anyone going to take that role, take that risk to back him up, or is he going to be left out on a little bit of an island? We'll have to wait and see, but I mean, doubting Renegade is a very, very silly thing to do. We've seen what the man can do, and I'm not going to be one to doubt him.
It certainly is. We certainly know what he can do, and it's whether he can do that, you know, with ease on this new roster, on this new team. Will it work? We're certainly going to find out very shortly. Let's move, though, to our first match of the day. We're heading on over to Pool C. We have Optic versus Fnatic first up, and I'm really excited about this. I'm excited to see the green wall. We all know how well they have been performing of recent online. Honestly, for the entire season online, they've been pretty lights out, and in scrims, they've been doing so well. The big question is, though, in a competitive situation where teams have moved to try and get that kind of edge, that even playing field online, can they do it again, Gaskin?
You know, I thought about not putting them in my predictions because I thought it'd be really funny after I've been Optic's kind of biggest fan. I've been their biggest plaudit saying, yeah, I think they're going to win this event, this event, this event. Surely they have to win this event, right? This is everything that's leading up to it. Their scrims have been incredible. They've been dominating the teams that they've been playing against, but it's going to be the same old question. Can they get it done when it comes to crunch time? When you get into those kind of winners finals, the grand finals, like those are really tough games against teams that are going to be in the same region as you now. You're going to be in the same area as you, going to have the same network, going to have the same connection.
Yeah.
And they've been putting in some big practice, some of these squads. It is not going to be easy for Optic Gaming, but I do think they are the favourites.
I want to see Optic in a Game 5 against one of the Big Four. If they win the Game 5, I believe they can win the event. Until then, I'm still waiting. And I've got to be honest, I think that Optic have everything in place to win this event. As you say, build up to this event, scrims, doesn't matter who they've been playing. They've not just won the scrims, it's been a dominant way that they've won the scrims, which is always a great thing to see, right? Your preparation is on point. You know what you want to do on every single game type. They're well versed in every single game type, including the newer ones that we have in the rotation, but it's Game 5 pressure. That's where Optic have struggled, whether it's Sentinels, Cloud9, whoever it is. You look at two teams, right? And the reason that I picked Sentinels as my first place team is because when it comes to Game 5s, Sentinels win them. Optic struggle against the big teams in those Game 5s, but that could all change this weekend.
Because it was almost the same story coming into Kansas City. Optic were dominating the online scrims. I was saying they're the favourites, and then they get into those Game 5s and they lose Game 5s. They lose games they should have been winning, and they get punished for it. They end up finishing third, and that's not really where they should have been finishing at that tournament, considering how well scrims were going. We need to see a different Optic Gaming at this tournament.
Yeah, and you are totally right there, Gaskin. It has been that same story for such a long time. Honestly, for the majority of this season, they are yet to win anything major, and this is their time now coming up with Orlando. But why? Why is it that when it comes to online, they're so damn good? And it's not just in terms of the online versus LAN. I think it comes down to the pressure they feel being in that LAN environment. There's no other way about it or to think about it. You know, these are very individually skilled players, dropping 2.0s when it comes to online playing competition. When it comes to LAN, they start to kind of unwind a little bit. Teams can start to unravel and pull that string, and suddenly they are losing those close moments. How do they combat that pressure, do you think, on set?
I think it's a time thing. I think you're looking at this lineup, and if you take APG away, and I'm going to take kind of Formal out of this conversation a little bit as well, because he's just come back to Halo Infinite this season. He's only got a couple of events under his belt. I think as a team and as players, you need to kind of gain some battle scars over time, right? And that means losing Game 5s. That means losing close series. And Optic have done that now to a point where they've been in the situations against the best in the world, and they've come out on the wrong side of it. But now they know what they've done wrong. Now they know what they have to adjust, and now they know how the pressure has to be handled in those big moments. This is why I feel like Optic could win this, because they've been through the ringer. They've been in those tough situations where we've seen them looking dejected and having to walk off the stage in third place, fourth place, whatever it might be. But now they've learned from that. Well, you would hope they've learned from that. And if they get in those situations again, they should have the knowledge and the capability and the experience to deal with those big moments.
They just need that nasty situation, that kind of disgusting clip that everyone's wowing about, right? Look what happened against Optic Gaming Sentinels. Royal 2 hits that shot onto Formal when he had the camouflage, and we've heard from Formal. He was checked, is what he said after that.
Yeah.
He did not play the same. He completely lost all his confidence. They need to be the team hitting those clips. They need to be bringing down the confidence of their opposition, and then they should be able to find success. They can't afford to let their heads drop like they did at Kansas City.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and it is very situational like that, and it's happened too many times. Unfortunately, to Optic, excited to see what this squad come out with. But in order to be the favourites, in order to ride that storyline out, they need to take down Fnatic first, and Fnatic, they want an upset. They're here to play. This squad right now have made some changes. Obviously, Rami coming in for Envor. Can Rami help this Fnatic squad to be more consistent? That's the big storyline with this team. Consistency, 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 hopefully turning it into regular wins. Can they do it?
I'm not sure. This is with all due respect to Rami. He's been around the scene for a long time, great guy, and sometimes you have to take the personal opinion and respect for a player aside from the professional, right? And I feel like Envor on this team, Rami on this team, I see it as somewhat of a sideways move. However, maybe there's a little bit of a personality that is going to be there. Happier with, right? That they're going to feel a little bit more comfortable in game. And Rami is going to be that player. He's going to do anything to win the game, right? He's going to make everyone, he's going to enable the rest of his teammates to play how they want to play. So there's always that with Rami. But when you're looking at roster changes, I'm looking at it and going, is this enough to improve Fnatic? Is this going to push them up to the next level? I struggle to see it, but I'd love to be proved wrong.
Yeah, true. And when it comes to that composition of a team, look, Envor was that space maker, right? He made the difference. We saw him popping off on Anaheim. He really was such a mainstay and a big X factor for this team. Taking that X factor away, you have Rami, but is Rami the space maker of this team? Does somebody else have to step up on the plate?
Yeah, I think you have to look at someone else to do that job. Rami is not a like-for-like player with Envor, in my opinion, even though Rami is fantastic, and I think that he is going to offer something a little bit different, and he might be that kind of that dirty player who gets the job done and will be putting himself in those areas. He'll put his body on the line a little bit to ensure that the team actually gets some objective work done. Is he going to be able to create that space? Is he going to be able to get those kills? No. So someone else does have to step up, and maybe I'm looking at Septify to perhaps do that job. And it's so tough that they have to go up against Optic Gaming to begin with, right? Because we've seen how good Optic are. Even though Fnatic have had those love story moments where in the opening stages of a tournament they've been able to go to Game 5 with certain teams and take down Cloud9 in a couple of maps. I'm not sure this is going to be the same situation here for them. This is going to be a big lesson learned. They've got to make sure they can take whatever they can away from it, just hold on to a little bit of chemistry as their squad, and then push on and maybe try and take down some of the other teams in the pool.
You're totally right. I think when it comes down to Fnatic, obviously we're talking about consistency and wanting to see that consistency. You need to see what kind of team this is. You need to play together in competition to figure out how you want to handle teams. You're looking at the top 3 right now, pretty much. Top 4, top 3. I mean, Optic looking absolutely amazing. Some of the best teamwork we do have in Halo Infinite. How do you take down such a solid, well-practiced, and honestly achieved a lot in terms of experience roster like that?
It's going to be tough for Fnatic. I'm not going to pull any punches here. I expect this to be a very comfortable win for Optic Gaming. But to take them down, I think you've just got to catch them off guard. The only thing you can do is maybe they're not warm, maybe they're not on their P's and Q's, and maybe you win that game number 1 and then you can sneak out a game 2 Slayer and maybe you've got an opportunity. But I think Optic are going to be as focused as anyone here in the NA Super to win this, because as we mentioned previously, keep in the back of your mind that there's only 2 events left for these North American teams this year. So you want to be winning this Super to go on to Orlando and then go on to Worlds with the confidence that you need. If Optic win this and then go on to Orlando and get into that grand final and potentially win that, all of a sudden everyone starts believing they can win Worlds. But for now, Optic have got to get the job done in front of them. For Fnatic, this is going to be a tough ask. I think Optic are super focused, and I think they want to win this more than anyone.
Yeah, I think they certainly do, and I think there was a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I think they understand that Optic, they're coming in as the favourites of this tournament. They have been the online kings. They're planning on winning this and then showing everybody they can do it at LAN. They can do it live in Orlando. Fnatic is this first hurdle here. If this goes a map in favour of Fnatic, where are your thoughts going to be at for Optic? Because we've got a little bit of time to kill while we're waiting for players to get in the lobby. What would you say, Gaskin?
Then it'll be a 3-1. I think if we see Fnatic get a game, it'll be a Slayer, it'll be Optic, as Mark said, maybe a little bit slow out of the blocks, maybe it's a game type they're a little bit weaker on. But honestly, when you look at the maps that they played and the scrims that they've played, there isn't really a weakness for this Optic roster when it comes to game types. Even when we talk about new maps being added, like Catalyst, are they going to be weak on Catalyst? No. King of the Hill? No. They seem to have strengths in every area, so that is always going to be the downside for Fnatic. So I don't think Fnatic look at this game and say, hey, we know we need to try and make it upset, we need to try and show what we're made of. You need to put yourself in good footing so that other teams believe that you are difficult to beat. If you can have good games here against Optic, people will be like, oh, okay, so Fnatic got 45 kills in that Slayer, but they still lost. That means they're still good enough and that we should be worried about them. You need to scare the rest of the pool by having solid games against this Optic roster.
Couldn't agree more. I'm very excited to see how the results will pan out for this first match of the day. And we're just about ready to go, folks. We're going to head on over to our two wonderful casters, starting off your morning, Clutch and Walshy.
Thank you, Lott. Thank you, Desk. And Dave, it's been a while. We've been waiting for the NA Super for what feels like months, and it has been months. We haven't seen these guys really compete with the new roster changes coming in. Optic Gaming has remained the same. They've chosen to stick together. They've chosen to see what they are capable of the rest of the year. This Fnatic roster, the change of onboard for Rami, that's one that kind of scares me. How are you feeling about these two?
Yeah, highlighting that change, I think when you look at someone like Rami, he's always been such a solid player within the Halo scene, but he's never been like that player that like drastically brings a team up or weighs a team down. Like, I think you kind of know what you get with Rami. Like, you can fill him in an ace or a roster, and I would guess they place 1 or 2 slots better or 1 or 2 slots worse.
Yeah, on the conversation of Fnatic, what I actually want to focus on is throughout your experience, as we took a look at the series layout, as we look back at your experience, Dave, when you remove like a main Slayer like we think Onboard is, a big playmaker, you sub him in for maybe like that overall balanced player that can pretty much plug and play every situation. He's kind of more of a do-it-all. Can that sometimes work in your benefit, or are you thinking this Fnatic roster is going to really need that level of slaying power that Onboard brought?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that players know how to step up in those cases. Like, by no means do you get to the level where Fnatic is at just by having one person carrying that roster and being that main Slayer. In fact, all these other players are so capable of doing that slaying when necessary. And so now we're going to have to see these other players step it up. And Rami, like you said, is that all-around player. He's going to be in the right spot at the right time, laying down shots, doing everything. So it really is going to be up to just Zero, Super CC, and crew to step it up.
Yeah, you're hoping for a little bit more teamwork, I guess, out of the Fnatic roster. But as we take a look at the series layout, you see Catalyst CTF, it's up first. And something that the desk talked briefly about was how practice Optic Gaming come into this tournament, right? They don't take breaks after tournaments. They kept the grind going. With the new map mode combination of Catalyst CTF, they have more reps than anybody on this map mode combination. Do you think that they're going to have an advantage all weekend long? And to see that as game one to kick off your tournament, is that a great thing for them to see?
That is good for them. I also think that Optic has a couple things. One, every single time we've been talking about Optic and Infinite, they've always been ahead of the curve.
Yes.
When it comes to movement, when it comes to understanding the gameplay mechanics, dropping, meta. So when it comes here to Catalyst, they're going to be ahead of the competition. The only downside I can say for Optic here is they're one of the few teams that have been streaming scrims.
Yeah.
And so all these teams are like, all right, well, like, let's watch Optic. Let's see what they're doing. They're going to be prepared and potentially have little counters to what Optic have been revealing.
Right. Everybody's kind of understanding how Optic has set this meta bar, maybe not so much kept under the tab or under the secret, right? That's the exciting thing for other top teams we're going to be able to see this weekend. But as map one is going to be loading up, it is going to be Catalyst CTF, and we have seen Optic Gaming do very well on this game type so far through their scrims. They're going to kick it off with Lucid already picking up a kill on Deceptify. The battle for Overshield, it's an important one, Dave, and what a momentum swing it can bring you in Infinite.
Yeah, and look at that. Lucid just looking so comfortable in the center of the map, creating all that space for his teammates to push on over and try to get the Overshield. Unfortunately, back down a little bit, so not able to get that OS. And we're going to see who that's going to fall in the hands of. It's going to be actually Rami who grabs that OS, and somehow they flip this around. 3 down for Optic Gaming.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how Optic doesn't get that Overshield secured, but in the meantime, it was all 4 dead for Optic. This is a phenomenal opportunity for Fnatic. They got the flag on the move. They got a couple more slays in their favor. All 4 dead again for Optic, and Fnatic looking to take an early lead.
Yeah, and if Optic still get spawns out of the base, they have another small opportunity to get a fight and stop this at the opposite side. But there was just too much slaying there that I would say it's not going to play like a normal flag here on Catalyst. And that's going to be the first flag going in there for Fnatic.
So anybody that wanted Fnatic to start off hot, you're up out of your seat. You're chanting the Fnatic way. It's a killing spree already for Jazero. And I mean, so much going right. The second flag even on the move for Jazero here, and this is phenomenal for them to start off this way. And Dave, I'll have to tell you, we talked about it before this series started. If Fnatic was going to create this upset, it had to be the first series of the pool play, and they got Optic Gaming as their drawing for that first match of the day. They're catching Optic Gaming sleeping.
Yeah, they're doing fine. And then right here, I like this play from Jazero. I think Sword is so difficult to use here on this map here on Catalyst. And so in a situation like that, just realizing here's one of the rare corners you can use and force people to funnel through. But even with that, you saw how those two players just around that corner realizing like any moment Sword player can come around. So I think that's one thing that we'll see either develop or get shut down more as Catalyst, as we see Catalyst goes later into these series. Is how these players know how to effectively use this weapon. What are they doing to secure those kills?
2 overshields have been on the map, 2 overshields in Ramey's chest. He's got the flag on the move after picking up that kill as well. So although he only has 2 kills, guess what, Dave? The most important piece to this puzzle, moving the flag, getting it to your base. Ramey's doing a phenomenal job picking up a kill while on the run. And this, with a couple more kills, could be Fnatic taking a significant 2-0 lead.
And also an interesting heads-up play there to rotate the flag around. Such a big swing, and you have to wonder if it's the right play because he has teammates there, or at some point, do you just need to get that flag back to the center of the map?
Yeah, this is going to be a flag stalemate opportunity here. It's a standoff situation where Optic Gaming was able to move the flag from Fnatic's base all the way to theirs. But now, Fnatic trying to compete for this flag in the middle of the map. You're going to have to see which way the kills go and look at the kill feed. Dave, it's all Optic Gaming here. All they have to do is hop this return. They're going to be able to tie this one up. And now all the momentum that we were talking about Fnatic having early in this game, it's removed. You're able to reset the map, and Optic Gaming are going to look to be aggressive.
And just like calling out your ex's name, we'll talk about that later, Wes, when others aren't around here to hear our conversation. The name is Dave. But you are correct there. During that recovery, we did see that flag going in for Optic. We are seeing these players all get on the board. However, you have to wonder, like, Formal, just a little bit of a slow start. You know, we've always talked about him being such a strong slayer and just not really able to get those answers. And one reason for that, though, is this Fnatic roster, if you're getting any individual fights against them, you're in trouble. These guys, you know, grew up through playing top free-for-alls, especially someone like Jazero. They would love to have a 1v1. They'd love to even have a 1v1 when they're down a bully or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Making mistakes if you're finding yourself in 1v1s with Optic Gaming. But for Fnatic, Septify, he's off to a good start. Jazero as well in the kill feed. Unfortunately, as they go 3 down, I'm going to go into an Astro listening with Fnatic and see how they're able to potentially stop this flag run and see how their comms are going.
Yeah, he might be.
Watch out behind.
Gold. I spawned gold.
Okay, the window. Yeah, they're on green window.
Okay. I'm on gold.
He shot, right?
Yo, they're vines. One's going to vines to you.
I think I just heard one main ramp.
Nice, Randy. Two dead.
OS is on ramp. OS has repulsor and sword.
I got nades. He's always out. He's weak. Watch out the window. Watch out the window. He's sword. He pulls onto you. He's one shot behind you.
Okay, that's fine.
I got him.
I see you. Can we see? Okay. I'm playing sword side then.
Let's get slice. Okay.
They're sword weak. One it, dude. Trippy, one it, dude. They're bottom sword.
I don't know.
He's still down there?
I moved up that cam.
I don't know. He's okay, they're carrying. Now I'm back in.
I'm gonna go through top mid. Could we? Okay.
Might be here. Yeah, he is.
Short side, I think. Yeah, the
Joey. Yeah, I'm coming to you, Joey.
Yeah, there's no names from sword.
Top skewer, our side.
Two are vines, two are sword off.
I'm below.
I tried.
They're giving me a cat or something.
One's a butt. Should be Lucid, our top skewer, our on grapple one hit Lucid.
Okay, pretty good communication from the Fnatic roster, if I don't say so myself. Unfortunately, in the meantime, they've fallen down a cap here on the scoreboard. It's 2-1 in favor of Optic. Dave, what's sticking out to you as far as statistics are concerned?
Well, I think the slow start from Formal is sticking out early on. Other than that, I mean, business as usual. Someone like Lucid, we're consistently seeing putting out the most damage. Now, does that always translate to having the most kills? Not always, but I would say on average, if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say Lucid's going to have the most damage.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just an absolute turret on the map. Obviously focuses a lot of power weapons as well, which just gives them so much opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, Optic Gaming with 2 dead, they're going to be able to pull this flag. And we talk about Formal being a main slayer, also willing to do the objective. He gets taken down as he tries to wrap around the corner, and that's a massive kill from Fnatic. Are they able to get a couple of slays behind it in order to get this return? The answer, Dave, it's no. Trippy's still got it on the move.
Yeah, Trippy's got it far along, but one thing they're going to have to realize is even though they feel safe getting back to their base, generally here in Catalyst, you have to do a little bit of round of slaying back at your side. You notice all these members here from Optic that spawned, realizing we need to stay back, get these slays here in base, and secure this cap. And look at this, even though flag was back for so long, it took them an extra 5 or 7 seconds to actually put it in the capture point.
There's a bit of a desperation play from Fnatic. They tried to push across top middle. Although they didn't give up the lives, they had to give up the cap eventually. It's a 3-1 lead for Optic Gaming now here in game 1.
And look at this, just the pressure still on from this Fnatic roster, just slaying the base. And Trippy makes the wise play. He says, why go back and fight them in a 1v2 or 1v3 scenario when I can get across the map and cause them disruption, force them to hunt him down. And that's going to give players from Optic an opportunity when they spawn to have some freedom to push across the map, and instead of stopping the flag back at their own base, they're going to stop the flag over on the Fnatic half of the map.
Yeah, it's one of those Halo 5 strategies we continuously saw in the meta start to evolve. It's those overextending immediately when you don't have the numbers advantage. Why try and stand your ground and fight against uneven odds like you're saying? And look at this, it's benefited Optic so far with a couple of kills. They got the flag halfway as well, and they're looking to take a 4-1 lead.
Yep, and the way that that strategy works too, Clutch, is it works on maps where that single person can stay alive, they can be a disruption, and they have a chance to conjoin back with their teammates. If there's different arena-style maps, you know, like an old midship or something like that, like push all the way across, they're just gonna be able to turn around and crush you as a roster. And so this map, you know, even though it is large and open in certain areas, there are so many times where you can, like we said, flank across the map, and then go back in the center, and you have that crossfire with your teammates once they've spawned.
Absolutely. As all of this is taking place, it was a flag on the move momentarily for Fnatic. It was all 4 dead just after that, and APG is able to hop that return, seeing it on screen. Trippy trying to be aggressive front to base, and this is a very powerful position if he's not snipped out, Dave. With those brew grenades on hand, you can do so much damage to the respawners.
Yeah, and one thing I'm also noticing is, although it seems like he's in a pretty exposed spot, Trippy is kind of playing out from the space. The fact that no one from Fnatic has crossed that 50-yard line makes it so he can essentially stay in front of their base, and people have to go in such exposed areas. They have to jump out from that top side of bricks. They either have to go around towards those spike grenades, and in any situation like that, Optic have the advantage. Yeah. Anyone that pokes out is just going to get cross-fired across the map. So although it feels like Trippy's exposed, he's actually in such a safe spot.
It's all about the positioning from the enemy respawners. Trippy knowing exactly what he's doing by positioning himself there. And look at that. It's benefited Optic Gaming. Another flag on the move. They punch it in. 4-1 now. Optic Gaming take the lead, just 1 cap to go, 3 minutes on the clock, and now if you're Fnatic, down 3 caps with 3 minutes left, you're almost wondering, this game 1 is probably over. What can you do to kind of salvage mentality and confidence going into game 2?
Yeah, I mean, this also, yeah, like you said, it pretty much is over, but that's such a sick return to sender there from Lucid with that repulse. But I was going to say, this map is one you can start to rally flags back, but, you know, the writing's on the wall. If you're down 4-1, you're not having all these slays across the map in your favor, you start to look towards game 2.
Whenever someone uses that repulsor to hit somebody back like that with their own grenade, it's like a stop hitting yourself. Stop hitting yourself moment. I always think of that as Lucid, we talked about his damage output. Well, he's even allowing the enemy to do damage to themselves. Trying to punch this 5th flag in, knows he needs to get a couple of kills in order to do so, but APG is here doing what APG does best. That's picking up 2 of them. It's a killing spree for Lucid. He doesn't care about the cap. The kill came through. The cap as well, and that's going to do it for game 1. Optic Gaming will take a convincing game 1 performance here into the NA pool play. We're in just the start of the Super, but Optic Gaming looking as strong as ever. 5-1 over Fnatic, Catalyst CTF.
Yeah, and if anything, they only looked a little shaky for, what, the first couple minutes where, you know, you start to give a lot of credit to their team. Fnatic playing well, getting all those slays, getting the flag across the map. I mean, that's no easy feat against such a strong roster like Optic Gaming.
A big thing for me is 2 overshields in a row. They go into Fnatic's hands. They're able to kind of use that as the power upgrades, the curves that they need in order to compete with Optic. But the second you see some of that power go into the Optic's hands, they're able to just make all the difference in that score. For Fnatic to stay in this one, Dave, what are they going to have to do in game 2 in order to kind of offset some of the individual skill that the advantage is obviously in Optic Gaming's favor?
Well, on one hand, I felt like there was a little bit of some disjoint flag pulls at points where you noticed, all right, at the very beginning when Rami pulled that flag, was trying to go towards the left side, instead went towards right side, towards pink side to match up with teammates, and it's like, all right, if they went directly in the right direction at that time, that would help. Similar time, too, I want to say it may have been Jazero who was running the flag, and someone's coming up that ramp, and there's times where they're a little too pressured to push that flag out instantly outside the Optic base. And so I'd say take that little breather. Make sure you secure that quick kill and then push on out. It feels like they're just kind of on go, go, go mentality. And let's take a quick look at the stats here. And was I correct? Do we have the most damage? And yes, I was correct. And by a decent margin too, we have 6,360 damage dealt from Lucid. 1,000 more than any other person in the game.
Yeah, it's just the level of consistency he's able to put performances like that on the board that give this Optic Gaming roster the superstar slayer that he is, right? That's the presence Lucid can bring to your team when he's playing at his highest level. If Optic Gaming want to win this weekend, we have to see that superstar Lucid often and always.
Yeah, and one last point I want to bring to that too is it's not that he just has the most damage dealt. He also had the most damage taken for his team. He is very active, so it's not like Lucid just sitting back there laying down shots and let his teammates do all the work. He is a very active player. He knows how to get inside those tumultuous situations and get out.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that separates the greats, right? Is the Olas of the world that can be such a nuisance, can require so much focus on them at times, but also stay alive, also do damage. When you bring that to a team, Dave, I mean, what a headache of a player that is to play against. Let me tell you, I know I had to play against so many of them through my past. I know you were right there competing in grand finals against those guys, and they make all the difference. You either get that kill quickly and get them out of the way, or they end up changing the outcome of the game very, very often.
Absolutely. But yeah, looking here into game number 2, it's going to be Slayer on the streets. And I talked about before, if Fnatic can slow down any sort of Slayer, you could argue at streets, you know, when you get some of those neutral scenarios, but also Optic, they know once they get the snowball rolling, they can get Slays over subway side, push it over towards PD, back and forth and back and forth.
So when you talk about a street Slayer, as we take a look at some of the highlights of game 1, Dave, what are some things that Fnatic are going to be forced to do in order to try and control the pace, in order to try and slow it down, potentially play at their own pace in order to have some more success here against Optic Gaming?
Yeah, and I guess when I say slow it down for Fnatic, it's more of making sure you're not skipping necessary steps towards a push. You know, obviously as soon as they have 3 or so down, go flying, go towards those spawn kills and whatnot. But during some of those, you know, questionable times, take that moment and like understand, all right, do I actually need to push out here? Is someone rounding the corner in one shot that I can just finish off on my own? So I would say it's just gonna be a bit more overall awareness there from the Fnatic players instead of just calling out and tunnel visioning on your own screen and game types and, you know, just worried about hitting your shots. You need to have the bigger picture in mind the entire time.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with information for me. If they can continue to have the level of information they need to know where players are coming from consistently, the game's going to be much easier. Against a team like Optic Gaming, that is so difficult to do, but we'll see if Fnatic have it in their bag of tricks in order to try and push this series at least to a game 4. Or are Optic Gaming going to try and hit that final form here on Friday in pool play in the first series? Because, you know, they're pretty ticked off about all the rumblings and having to wait so long since the last tournament in order to kind of redeem themselves here in the HCS scene. So, game 2, it's going to be a crucial one for Fnatic. We talked about it on the desk, but I think it's something to bring up. You got Optic Gaming as the number 1 seed in your pool. You play them in the first matchup of the day. You are the 3rd seed in your pool if you're Fnatic. From this lens, you're trying to see where you stack up against the rest of the teams in your pool. You're trying to build at least some confidence going up against that 2nd team, that 4th team, to make sure that you set yourself up for success throughout the rest of the weekend. The end goal in this series may not just be beat Optic Gaming, because that is a tall task and a tall order for just about any team in this tournament, let alone Fnatic.
Yeah, and you can't, like you said, can't let yourself get down there. Of course, you want to go in with the mentality that you can win the tournament, and you definitely have an opportunity to still do so. However, you cannot go on this ride of a tournament and have like one little dip on this roller coaster, like, I'm out, this doesn't work.
Yeah, get me off the ship.
Exactly. So they have to realize, like, you know, they're going to try come out swinging here against Optic. If it doesn't work out, match number 2, I believe they have G1 also in their pool that they're going to be trying to go after and try to take them down for that second slot.
A much more winnable series, we would say, in the future. But for now, you got to figure out ways to have success, build some confidence for the boys. And a Street Slayer is the name of the game that they're going to try to do that on. If you're Optic Gaming, you're looking to gain momentum throughout this tournament. You want to make statements here in pool play. And the man himself, Lucid, made a statement in game 1 with the most damage by far, already dealing some great damage, denying Super CC some control.
Such a smart start there from Lucid. You see how much he's played this map. He understands the timings. He looks all the way to bottom tram and says, no one else is here. I know exactly where they're going. They're not just going to not get an eye on rockets. And he knew the exact second spot that they would go and was just shooting there instantly. So just overall awareness, you know. I was watching, it's so funny, I was watching Lucid's stream the other day, and he was just complaining about it. He was like, no one else here is watching rockets or helping the rockets, but, you know, when he's playing with his Optic roster, that's going to be a lot different.
Yeah, it sounds like me in matchmaking where I'm like, what did you guys do with this time? Because I don't want to get blown up by rockets later on. Needless to say, I get blown up by rockets often at the start of Streets. Here we go, though. 6-2, Optic Gaming have secured the rockets, put them to use. APG with 3 to his name as well as we hop on board with him. One of my favorite players to watch. And just as I say that, we're going to switch it over to Trippy, Bulldog in hand. He's in that tires position, and this is such a crucial, pivotal area to try and use that Bulldog in. He gets taken down. That's a big kill from Fnatic.
Yeah, those were a bunch of great stops from Fnatic. I thought that I was gonna, you know, praise Optic there in just a moment where I saw, you know, they were just poking and prodding, doing such a good job having someone over at Cafe like APG just laying down shots, you know, poking in and out and laying shots across the map. But just sometimes those kills don't go in your favor. Just those shot or two difference, that melee difference from these top players here from Fnatic were able to turn that around.
Yeah, the more impressive feat was Trippy gets taken down, you get the weapons out of his hand, but then all of a sudden the rest of Optic Gaming you got to deal with, right? They take down the entire Fnatic roster, they flip the map on them, and now look, Fnatic are in a very tough position. Lucid not feeling too aggressive right now after losing Trippy again, but as rockets are coming up, they are going to have an advantage. But as I say that, Lucid giving up his life just there could be exactly what the doctor ordered for Fnatic to secure some of these power weapons.
Yeah, so they're able to get those rockets, but at what cost? A few deaths traded here and there. One thing I'm just noticing thematically across this match so far is it feels like you see these Fnatic members a bit more passive, kind of like cornered into a quadrant of the map, and then these members of Optic are being more of the aggressors. So it does feel like Optic feel very comfortable laying down some shots and flying in, not hesitating. They have no fear. Look at that, Trippy just flying in. You saw Lucid flying in towards back A. Just every single player here from Optic know those moments to fly and those moments to kind of set up that pounce and set up that charge together.
Yeah, and this is a very dangerous position right now for Fnatic to be in. It was all 4 dead momentarily for Fnatic. They're all going to spawn in the back of Tram here. They got to figure out a way to fight out of this one. It's not an easy one, Dave, because APG, he's locking down this Bulldog side of the map. You know the push wants to come from Arcade, but you got multiple members of Optic on that side to deal with as well.
And just again, we see all these members here from Fnatic just stuck over at Tram, just trying to find some escape out, but little by little, they find every single member here from Fnatic. They lay down the damage, and then they charge in when the opportunity comes about. Look at Formal just running to that Stalker Rifle. So even though it feels like sometimes Fnatic are on the back foot as far as positions go, they're skilled enough to still turn those into kills against some of the best players in the world.
Over series. You had to show up and wake up early today, being ready, because Fnatic are no joke of individuals. It's just a matter of the teamwork, the strategy that Optic have in order to push their individual skills so much further, and we're seeing the success from Optic Gaming once again. Dave, the score is up to a 12-kill lead, 28-16.
That's also a really good point, Clutch, is most of these players, when they're playing at home online, usually they're probably booting up their Xboxes a little bit later.
Yeah,
PC,
you know, waking up with crusted
they're used to more of the evening gaming. So, you know, some of these early series from their online or home setups, it's just a little bit different. Not the exact same.
Yeah, you knew you were playing Optic first, so you knew you probably set that alarm a little bit earlier.
Yeah, you're like, all right, we getting on to warm up at 6 p.m. or what time are we talking here? It's like, no, 6 a.m. We're gonna get up and warm up. Like, are you kidding me? No.
Some of these guys probably haven't seen 6 a.m. in a few months, I would say, unless they stayed up that late gaming. But a little bit different when the schedule has to revolve around a broadcast. Viewers at home want to watch this go down, and so You got to get on that correct schedule for the tournament time, and it looks like Optic Gaming have no problem doing so. Fnatic, they've had a solid performance so far. Individually, I would say we haven't seen anybody really have any massive blunders. It's just really the Optic Gaming, when they get numbers, when they get that first kill, how they use their advantages, how they use their numbers in order to push those advantages. For Fnatic, you got to start getting some of these first picks. Rami in a lot of responsibility there. Stalker and Bulldog in hand gets taken down, and just like that, you blink and 3 go down for Fnatic again.
Yeah, and that was a tough spot for Rami. Rami clearly had a good flank, was unseen over there, but also as soon as you start hearing your teammates calling out 3 members over here, charging me, like, you feel like as a flanker, you need to be involved in the fight. You need to be doing some damage, and so right there, he kind of half committed the flank. He started to, like, look a little bit earlier, didn't get that first kill how you normally should as a flanker, so just a little tough when you got your teammates, you know, begging for help.
And we touched on it. Space on the map information so important for Fnatic. They don't know Trippy is bottom middle flanking Tyre's position. He ends up getting a triple immediately off that. Flips the map once again. And now look at Fnatic trying to fight out of Tram. It's a split spawn situation as Rami spawns towards the tower. And this is such a difficult cycle to get out of if you're Fnatic. Optic Gaming playing Street Slayer to a perfect T.
Yeah, they're doing so well. Even though some of their pushes are getting shut down, every single push I see Optic making, they have the advantage. They're generally at a strong advantage. They have some damage across the map. They have some sort of numbers advantage. They have positional advantage, and they're making a solid push. And then, you know, there's sometimes, like I said, that doesn't go in their favor, but by no means is this near stake scoreline clutch come from spawn slay after spawn slay after spawn slay. It's not like they're just snowballing this lead. These are all like nearly neutral pushes, which is unheard of.
I will say that Optic has gotten all 3 sets, maybe all 4 sets of rockets to this point. That's going to do it. The 50th kill goes on the board. It's not a stake, but like you said, Dave, it's a near stake situation, 50-31, and
we're starting to get afternoon too. I mean, maybe if it's steak and eggs or something like that a little bit earlier, but you know, save that for later tonight.
Absolutely. Optic Gaming hitting stride, hitting momentum as well, and these boys, there's something serious when they hit the server, and I love the fact that we're seeing some great play out of Optic Gaming because I have high hopes from this weekend, Dave. I personally think this is their tournament to lose. They've been putting in way too much work in order to slip up, and I think these guys are very aware that in order to build some momentum for Worlds, we got to start having some success, especially when it gets closer to that championship Sunday.
Yeah, I feel like they want to get that win under their belt, that significant win as this full roster, as a team, before they get to Worlds. You know, they don't want to, they know they're capable of it, but if they go into Worlds realizing, all right, we lost the last 5 major events, like what's different about this one? How is this one the event?
Exactly. Experience is the name of the game, and maybe just a little bit more experience is all Optic Gaming needed right now. Experience really paying off for these guys. Everybody's slaying out for the roster of Optic Gaming, and it really is a full individual, it's a full course meal when you're talking about how well this team is well-rounded, right? APG dropping 14. We saw Trippy with the triple kill. He gets a bunch as well. Taking a look at the damage, it's pretty much even across the board as well.
Yeah, pretty even, but I do have to highlight, you know, I gave Lucid the credit last time. This time he is least damage on his team. Just goes to show that all these members can fill in that role and step up where they need to. So it's surprising there, but he was the 2nd most damage taken. So even those times where maybe he's not outputting as much damage or he's not securing as many kills, he's still playing that same role. And that's one thing that you need in a player is consistently knowing what your teammates are going to do. There's some times where you see these superstars that generally have the most kills on your team, and as soon as they start to falter a little bit, they might change their playstyle. Like, oh, well, maybe I just won't give them as many deaths. Maybe I just need to slow it down a bit. It's like, no, your team's been practicing with you that whole way for months on end, for years on end. You need to keep a consistent playstyle that your teammates know what's going on.
Yeah, you know the guys on Optic, they don't care about the numbers anymore. They put up the stats throughout their careers. Each one of these guys have had phenomenal in tournaments and weekend-long events. It's all about finding consistency in the play style like you're talking about. And with consistency in play style, you will have consistency in results as far as winning games, right? And you off spawn in order to get out of situations. It's all about the strategy, and Optic Gaming is starting to perfect that strategy. They look damn good so far throughout this first series of the day. 5-1 in game 1, 50-34, and we got a oddball recharge coming up, and this is one of Optic Gaming's strongest game types, Dave. this one could get ugly quickly for Fnatic.
This is, yeah. And I was going to say one thing you're looking at during this pool play as well is, all right, yes, we don't exactly expect Fnatic to upset Optic, but you want to see what the scorelines look like. You know, if it's like a 5-4 or a 5-3 in CTF or a 50-45-ish on Team Slayer, you start to say, okay, yeah, that's a 3-0, but not quite as not quite as much of a statement. So in a case like this, when I'm seeing those score lines, if I'm one of the opposing teams, or if I'm G1, I'm looking at Optic, I'm like, uh-oh, they're looking scary today already.
And on the side of Fnatic, you want those score lines to be a little bit closer as far as building some confidence going into the rest of the tournament. Like, you know, not every series is going to be against Optic Gaming. You got to find a way to have success here this weekend. This is a very important tournament for Fnatic as well to show, hey, we have the addition of Rami. We got better from that. We can create upsets, and we're looking to get our highest placing as well. You want those score lines to be a little bit closer if you're Fnatic, because later on you're going to play against G1. You're going to play against the Forbidden Fruit, and you're going to want to make sure that you set yourself up for a successful weekend. Pool play is very important. Maybe not this series as far as Fnatic is concerned, but you want confidence going into the rest, and I'm not quite sure they've been able to build much confidence so far throughout this series.
Yeah, I mean, they had a couple moments here and there, but for the most part, I'm seeing them playing a bit more passive. It feels like they're always kind of on the back foot compared to this Optic roster, and so we're gonna have to see, like you said, they need to step it up, and this game number 3 is not looking so good. One other thing I also was just reconsidering here as they're in this online event is we're going to be in a unique spot where teams can make some adjustments from day to day, especially if they're able to go through their theater games.
Yeah.
They could potentially lose the series or get done with the series and be like, all right, well, what happened during this one play? Rather than them speculating over and over and beating a play to death and being like, we could have done X, Y, or Z. Instead, it's like, all right, like, let's look at it. Yeah. Where was everyone at in this game?
You're not kicked off the station anymore.
Exactly.
You get your own theater, you get your own opportunity to kind of rebound and regroup at night. A little bit different of a dynamic with the online tournaments, like you're saying. We'll see how Fnatic can rebound. Not a lot of time, though. They got game 3 ahead of them. They had a very early start with a lot of success. Rami finding himself the camo of the shock rifle, made a bit of a play, got a 19-point lead to play around as well. So Fnatic, this is the best start we've seen them have as of yet. What can it transition to?
They have to absolutely find these situations like this neutral game. Every single time they've been going against Optic, it feels like Optic was coming out ahead on Catalyst or on Street Slayer. They need to find their times where we get a slight advantage. How and where do we push? And so we're going to have to see if they have that, because at the moment they have 2 members down here for Optic Gaming. It was a 3v2 for a short period in time, but Optic has quite a bit of a stronghold there over the elevator, and that's such a tough position to break.
Yeah, Jazero trying to play his life here. The ball is neutralized momentarily, so nothing to rush. Too much pressure around Inceptify, in control of pipes and the shock rifle. A very large responsibility to try and stay alive here, because this part of the map's so crucial. The ball does reset as 3 kills come through for Fnatic. They're right on top of it to pick up that new play ball. And Dave, they're going to be able to build on this lead now.
Yeah, they're in a great position. They have to know, just based on their positioning, that they're going to be spawning over towards C or towards long haul. And so they predict the spawns just right. Now they just have to secure the kill. There's a one-on-one, gets the perfect against Formal. That's going to be huge. And now he's going to grab some ball time, because at this moment, you know, even though you have the weapons, you got to take advantage of those times, or at least get those rotations. I like that rotation, though, to start, because they realize more reinforcements over at C or long haul.
Somebody needs to get an angle and help Septify out there. He tried to rotate the ball, tried to also pick up a kill with the shock rifle. Does actually get one, and you're wondering, where's the rest of Fnatic? Well, in the meantime, Jazero has been able to rotate that ball all the way to blue. In a phenomenal position now to be able to play the ball when enemy players are coming at him, and as he's losing players left and right on his team, he's going to be forced to play that ball. But I like this by him. He drops the ball. He has sword in hand. This should be an easy kill or 2. Can he find the second? That would be massive. Unfortunately, no. And unfortunate is the name of the game. The ball does not get played, Dave, and Optic Gaming now have a blue setup of their own.
Yeah, series of unfortunate events or misexecutions there. I feel like you said, it's a situation you have the ball in the play ball position. The number one thing you gotta do is get that play ball during those times, even if you play it a couple seconds early.
What a play by Ramy to slide in, pick up the repulsor that was on the ground, immediately knows that there's a sword player in this room somewhere, hits the repulsor onto him, gets the kill onto the sword player, and now he has broken Optic Gaming setup by himself pretty much, Dave. And the ball not in a position to get played, so we may be looking at Fnatic with an opportunity. Ramy with the triple. Can't quite get the over, but the damage is done. This setup is going to be one of Fnatic's, and with players spawning all the way in pipes, they're going to be able to build a significant lead here, Dave. They're already up 62-24.
Yeah, Ramy is saying, I don't know. And make their play to keep his team in the game and ahead.
Difficult situation for Septipie to deal with now. The last player alive for Optic Gaming. He's behind enemy lines. He's disrupting the entire setup. And as Camo came up, it's Lucid that goes down to Repulsor, gets the kill onto the player that activates Camo. That was an unbelievable single-handed play. He was the last guy alive for Optic. He at least gets the power up out of the situation for his respawning teammates. Fnatic, a little bit of a blunder there to allow Lucid to impact that play, but in the meantime, the 50-point lead, not a bad trade-off.
Yeah, and just so many great individual executions we're seeing here from the Fnatic roster. Now, that is all fine and dandy, but ultimately it's going to be chipped away in the long run by Optic. You know, if they're relying on these people to go on sick double kills, getting these repulsor slays, getting these awesome reads, like, yes, that works in the short run, but ultimately we're going to have to see Fnatic sticking together a little bit more and doing some higher percentage plays if they want to continue this streak against Optic.
Finally, someone decides to play the ball. It's Trippy. He's the last guy alive for Optic. Back blue. He's able to hit the slide in order to get to the ball. Throws it off the map, resets it, but I mean, Dave, we talked about we wanted some closer score lines to make us feel confident about Fnatic's future in this tournament. In Game 3, they seem to have woken up, at least here in Round 1. Jazero has been popping off. That shock rifle being put to use, and he's got 12 kills. Ramy's got 12. They're starting to slay as well, and we could be looking at Fnatic taking a 1-0 lead here on Game 3.
Yeah, they're outslaying heavily against this Optic roster. I mean, they're outslaying by 12 kills when I last calculated that. So it is just a massive amount of outslaying. Now you have to wonder, all right, like, what's the exact amount of outslaying you need to get for objective time? But when you have a lead like this, you know, you don't need to get in those minute of details. It's, you have a 60-point lead and you're outslaying. Just keep that up.
Yeah, and time's starting to become a factor as well. A minute 15 starting to dwindle down. Every second that ball is neutralized is a second in Fnatic's favor. As of now, with a minute and 5 left, Fnatic just want to focus on slaying. They get a few kills. They're staying alive in blue. They're doing the dipsy doodle. The teamwork comes through. APG gets taken down, and all of a sudden, Fnatic's starting to find a groove.
Those are the sort of plays that I've been looking for and not seeing from Fnatic earlier in the series, where someone's staying alive, buying the extra time, and that was Ramy, the one-shot player there, just dipping around and waiting for help. And right there, that is one of the most frustrating situations you can be in Halo. You don't have the grenade to finish them off, and you get killed when you are full shield.
And look at that. Ramy throws the ball, or CC throws the ball up to Ramy and pipes, and now with moments away from taking round 1, it's going to be a forced push from Optic Gaming. They got to recklessly push across top middle. 98 points is all Fnatic are going to get, but damage has been done, and it's going to have to be a perfect round for the rest of the game from Optic in order to stop Fnatic from taking round 1. And we are starting to see more teamwork out of this Fnatic roster. We're starting to see more slays as well. And it's funny how those always coincide, Dave. When you start staying alive, you start creating more opportunity, not only for yourself, but for your team.
Yeah, it's kind of that little contradiction there in OBJ. It's like, well, we need to outslay him. And it's like, well, someone needs to be grabbing the ball now. It's like, all right, at what time do you flip the switch of getting more slays versus focusing more on the objective? But it's really one of those things you have to do hand in hand. You have to be getting those slays as you get that across the map. So, at the same time, though, I wouldn't count Optic out just this moment. They started to have a strong setup, even though Fnatic has so many win conditions. You know, they can get that kill on the ball guy and just grab 2 seconds. Yeah. They can just get, if they can just get the slay advantage, they have the rest of this game.
It really is
probably as simple as that.
It really is just one more round of slays for me, right? You're just focused on, hey, if they're holding onto the ball, they are a man gunned down. We need to take advantage of that situation. Unfortunately, Optics continuing to get that first pick. That's benefiting them. It's now all of a sudden just a 20-point game. Time's starting to tick for Fnatic. They know the push is important. This is going to be the one. 3 dead now for Optic Gaming. APG does play the ball, but right into a Fnatic member's hands, and he catches it. Bottom middle allows him to get those last final 2 points, and all of a sudden Fnatic have woken up when they needed to. Game 3 is a little bit more interesting this time around.
Yep, going here into round 2. And one thing I was going to say was, Optic, it felt like they only really played well for about a minute or so. And during that time, they had a near full set. Yeah, it got scared. They started to do great rotations across the map. Even though Septify was able to grab those couple points, I wouldn't even consider them having broken that setup fully just yet. Like, Optic really have shown they know how to rotate the ball around the map, and I feel like that's the most effective way to play oddball here in Halo Infinite.
Much different start to round 2 as we see Camo in control of Optic. It's Lucid with the shock rifle, grapple, and Andy's got all the power on the map to play around and already making his presence felt. Knows that there's multiple players over in the BR tower. Can he find one Jazero? Why'd you peek that direction? Lucid finds the first easy kill, sniffs out Ramy, flanking by the middle, and now Lucid's starting to take over.
Look at that, just wisely backing down for that short period in time for Septify to take a little bit extra time to finish him off. That's one of those moments that don't really show on the stat screen, but the fact that you're taking up a couple more moments of attention there from the opponent gives your teammate that chance to get the first shot, to get in a better position, to not just get damaged instantly.
Okay, so in round 1, we saw how well Fnatic was able to jump off to an early lead. It was like a 19-0 lead when they got their control broken. It's a different story. 35 points is what Optic Gaming got, but now Fnatic with ball in hand need to get a couple of kills, and if they can do so, they'd be able to get a little bit more ball time. But Lucid staying alive on those batteries, Dave, tell me about it.
Taking so much damage, being a nuisance, and Jazero just even having to give up and realize, all right, I can't get this finish. I either need a grenade or I need a second teammate with a new angle to get this kill on Lucid.
So difficult when players can play their lives around geography in this game, right? You got to figure out, is this even worth my time? I'm taking way too much damage. I'm wasting too much time. And that's all Optic Gaming needed in order to break the setup and get one of their own. And the score is up to 50, Dave, 65-17.
Look at that. They're just, and it almost feels like we're watching the beginning of this game again. Lucid, again, has the shock rifle, has camo, and just doing work all the way over. And that's going to be a triple kill off screen there from Lucid. Is he going to get over? He's getting support from APG. So, although we saw a triple kill, we were seeing that too from Fnatic. But when Fnatic were getting triple kills, were they putting 60 points back-to-back uncontested? No, they were doing it more to break an Optic setup and get the ball back in their hands.
Much more difficult time for Fnatic to try and hold a setup. You know, as soon as Lucid gets that shock rifle in hand, that time in that oddball is going to rack up significantly in Optic Gaming's favor. And already, round 2, it's over. Optic Gaming tie game 3 up. And this round, Dave, a little bit different of a storyline. It was all Lucid the entire time, and Optic Gaming cruised to a victory there. We're going to a round 3, and let's kick it off with the man of round 2. It's Lucid.
Yeah, we're just seeing so much more objective efficiency there from Optic. If you look at the slays across the board, Optic have been outslayed across the first 2 rounds combined. But as far as time goes, they have way more time total than those first 2 rounds combined compared to Fnatic. So just all comes down to that objective efficiency. Yes, you need to generally get more slays than another team to win that OBJ in the end, or at least win that round. But it's how big of an advantage are you getting? How much time are you getting when you get that double or triple kill? How are you rotating that ball? Where, when, and why?
Starting to continue the dominance now. Lucid hitting the rhythm, hitting the flow. Finds himself a double. Teammates have the ball in hand. Trippy's got the shock. You know, he's been making a name for himself in Infinite. Can he hit a couple of shots here? He's got so much pressure. And what a phenomenal push from Fnatic to not only take down Trippy, but to remove the shock rifle from the setup equation. And now they have to break this one quickly because we saw how fast Optic were able to make round 2 theirs.
And look at this, they now have the ball over here towards the Hydro side. We're gonna have to see if someone actually gets to play ball for once, because I feel like we saw this over here for such an extended period of time in round 1, and nobody was, everyone I would say was getting greedy. They didn't want to play the ball. They felt like, all right, we're kind of half in slays. I don't want to toss this ball off the map in case. And once again, here's another situation where no play ball. Septify getting that double kill, make that triple kill with 3 headshots from that shock rifle to get control of that oddball. And no play ball again, Clutch.
No play ball.
Tell me about that.
Septify didn't. All right, Dave, that's just too far. Where's Golden Boy at? I did not sign up for this at all. Anyways, Septify continuing to just land shock rifle after shock rifle. A double kill on screen. After the triple to break the setup, he ends up holding the setup on his own. And now somebody from Optic has to take this kid down. He's starting to heat up when his team needs him most. Can he hit another to continue this setup to give his team an advantage?
I really like that play there from Jazero as well, to rotate that ball away from Hydro. It's a situation where they got the kills. You know, you saw Septify get literally 5 back-to-back headshots there with a shock rifle. And once you have that slaying advantage, if you know the opposing team spawning over at Elevator, get that ball all the way across the map. Put it in the opposite corner away from them. Make them have to spend so much more time. Love to see that Insta. But make them spend so much more time to traverse the map and get a stop on the ball.
Oh man, I wish that Insta would have gotten a kill. I know Dave would have just been out of his seat. But for now, even though we saw the disgusting shots from Septify, it's still a deficit for Fnatic here in round 3, 55-38, almost up to 20 points. It's like, what do you have to do if you're on the Fnatic side? How many individual plays do I have to make? What can I do to get my team back into this one? And someone's got to match the energy of Lucid right now. He's got 31 kills, 31, 10, and 20. That's a hell of a stat line from him.
Yeah, he is really catching his stride here. And, you know, we're going to see Lucid like the very first game. It's probably going to be a situation where he has most damage dealt, most damage taken for his team, as we've just seen every single angle of that, whether it's him just putting up the killing spree and amazing kills, or whether we see him dodging and diving over at the batteries to stay alive.
It's an important setup break here for Fnatic. They get the kills, they get the oddball in hand. More importantly, they get the shock rifle back into Septify's hands, and he's starting to build himself a name here with this shock rifle. It's another double. Can he hit the triple? Do it to him. Get the over. No! Septify almost takes down the entire Optic Gaming team by himself, but what he has done is he has gotten Fnatic right back into this one.
And I love the trippy challenge. There's some players out there like, they have a triple, don't give it to them. It's like, give me the call out where this person's at so we can shut down. Like, this is no longer a play where you worry about not giving them the clip. Shut that player down. I honestly remember this time back in the day when I was landing, and someone was like, I forget, it was Cypher, and he had like a Killtrocity or something like that, and like, don't give it to him. I'm like, where is he? Quick to saying don't give it to him. Call out where this person is so I can shoot back. And of course he gets like first shot or two on me, and then I get killed, and he gets like the whatever Kilimanjaro on me.
Yeah, absolutely. It's more important, where's the information I need, not the don't give it to him call outs. We've all been there. I'm like, you know, I'll decide what the play is, but as we went on that rant, it was Optic Gaming putting an end to that storyline. Septify did everything he could do, but it just wasn't enough. Optic Gaming take game 3, take round 3, take the series 3-0 over Fnatic, and it was a very impressive performance from everybody on the green wall.
Yeah, from the green wall, but I would say individual performance-wise, Fnatic were more impressive there in so many different individual plays, you know, from Rami to Septify and crew, just getting so many double or multi-kills, but it didn't amount to the overall team win. You know what I mean? It's just like interesting in one of those situations. You basically only had Lucid, the only one with a positive KD ratio from Optic, kills and deaths, not counting the assists there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lucid, the only one going positive team, and they have more than 100 points of time over the course of those 3 rounds.
Well, it's just about strategy, right? It's about when you gain an advantage, can you push your advantage? Optic Gaming has shown you that once they get that first kill, they can turn it into a 4-day. They can turn that into a flag cap. They can turn that into a setup that turns into 50 seconds of off-ball time. Efficiency is the name of the game, but there's another name, and it's damage dealt, and it's always got Lucid's name on it. Tell me about it, Dave.
Yeah, called it once again. I mean, not too much of a surprise. Lucid, most damage dealt, most damage taken. And that's even in a situation where we saw Lucid being the main person on his team that's grabbing camo. In many cases, when you have camo, you're like the one like, all right, who's gonna first, you know, lay down little shots, and I can go through, clean up, get the flank, and get the damage put down. But Lucid just doing it all.
Yeah, my thing for Lucid is whenever we hop on board with his screen, he's always being proactive. He's never on his back feet. He's never sitting, waiting for the enemy team. He's always trying to bring the fight to the enemy team, trying to put pressure on them. With that pressure comes that amount of damage, comes that damage receiving. And if you can stay alive, you create so many opportunities. And we saw opportunities for Lucid across the board.
Yep. Absolutely, Lucid doing well. Now, we are looking at the scoreline. We did see it was 3-0 in favor of Optic. That game number 3, do you feel like that breathes a little bit of life into Fnatic for the rest of this event?
Absolutely, I think it does. I think if you're talking about that being just a best of 3 and you look at just games 1 and 2, if you're Fnatic, you're like pretty concerned about yourselves. That game 3, that gives you a lot of promise because oddball, it's not an easy game type to try and compete with some of the better teams in the HCS. Fnatic trying to compete with the world's best in Optic Gaming, right? They did a great job. They pushed it to a round 3, but more importantly, they held setups, they made individual plays, and when you can make individual plays like we saw from the likes of Septify, from the likes of Rami throughout that game 3, that gives you hope that when maybe the competition is a little bit less dominant like Optic Gaming, you're going to have a lot more success resulting score-wise.
That makes sense, yeah. Because now Fnatic go from saying, we got stomped to saying, honestly, if we just took one of those first couple games and had the series extend, we could have done more.
Yeah, you got to figure out a way to control a little bit more of the power, but it's going to be much easier when you're not playing against as dominant of a roster that applies so much pressure as Optic Gaming. But that's just how it goes when you go against the Green Wall. And here in Halo Infinite, looking forward to seeing the Green Wall compete throughout not just pool play, but against some of the top 4 teams like Dan on the desk said. Their true test will come towards the end of Saturday, come towards Sunday when they do start to play against those better teams. Can they perform at that high level we know they're capable of? What stuck out to you the most as far as the Green Wall is concerned, as far as like, do you think they have what it takes to take all the entire weekend based off this performance?
Based off the performance, that performance alone, I would say no. They impressed me that they won a lot of neutral scenarios and their score lines in the end were fine, but I didn't see some of those spectacular individual plays outside of, Lucid pulling off some maneuvers.
Right.
And the fact that they're getting outslayed during some of these games, like they need that slaying power to take off those other top teams. But, I could talk forever about Greenwall. Let's actually hear about our analysts and hear what they think as how that series went.
Thank you so much, fellas. I just want to say a fantastic way to start the day, hearing a Clutch and Walshy cast. Absolutely amazing as per usual. And lads on the desk, watching obviously the first win for Optic Gaming coming across the board here was pretty awesome. I do have a couple of questions when it comes to this roster though. Heading out of that one, obviously got the win, got the 3-0. But at times, it wasn't exactly the easiest. It wasn't exactly the cleanest. We, as Walshy said, did see some cool things coming across the board from some individual players. But overall, it was kind of just like, okay, yeah, that's all right, business as usual, nothing super special. And I think coming out of that, we saw a few jitters at the beginning of a couple of different maps, one obviously, and in Oddball and Round 1 as well. Looking at that onset, Optic, a couple of slow starts, but is it first game jitters, do you think? Or honestly, is it going to be a little bit more worrying for you and how you think of this team coming up against some of the boss fights?
I mean, I'm not too worried about that performance from Optic. I thought it was pretty clean across the board, to be honest with you. The first game, 5-1. Yeah, they let one flag cap go, but this is Fnatic they're playing against. It's still a very talented lineup. Almost steak dinner in the second map. Very impressive performance. Looks completely and utterly in control on Street Slayer. And in that last game, sometimes you just have a round where someone pops off with the shock rifle, and what else can you do? You know what I mean? Like, it's very difficult with the shock rifle and how it can be such a dominant force on the map. If you've got someone hitting shots, there's not really a way to kind of play around that. So I think Optic, it was a very, very good performance from them. A very clinical performance, a very professional performance from them in that series. I think that Fnatic had some moments of brilliance. They've showed us again that they've got some individual talent on the team which can turn games and turn rounds. I mean, this triple, by the way, from Septify, almost there was absolutely disgusting. But that's the kind of thing they're going to come up against Optic when they're playing against the likes of Sentinels, Cloud9. They're going to be more players that can do those kind of things, and it's just taking advantage of the advantages you have. And I think that Optic did a pretty good job there.
I think they did too, and I think you also have to take into consideration this is the first match they're playing in pool play. It is versus Fnatic, a brand new roster. I really feel like Optic might have taken that one as like, look, I don't want to give too much away. We know teams are going to be watching this gameplay because we are the guys that they want to take down at the end of the day. Not giving too much away, and it was promising, I think, as well in Oddball, and in that first Oddball round that they did lose, that they were able to bounce back. It kind of tells me that when they need to turn things on, and maybe they do need to start playing a little bit more kind of aggressive in that Optic gameplay style, they can. So do you feel like it was a little bit of like a step back and like, okay, let's chill out, it is against Fnatic, this is a team we feel comfortable against?
Yeah, I think Optic are very good at reacting to what their opposition are doing. They can play in various different ways. They noticed that there was a lot of playball situations coming from Fnatic, so they said, right, we're not matching them in terms of being speedy with our rotations. They then managed to hit a massive kind of setup at the end of the game, but unfortunately they were too far behind. So they said, okay, well, round 2 and 3, let's make sure we do not fall that far behind. Let's match them with their scrappiness. Let's match them with the intensity and the rotations. wins, and they did just that, and they were rewarded for it by winning the entire game.
I would also say very quickly, it's very difficult sometimes to focus on an objective game like ball after you've just won 5-1 and 50-30, whatever it was. You know, sometimes you can get a little bit sloppy in that first round and you start hunting a few extra kills. I mean, we've all been there, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes you just have to be reminded to tighten up a little bit. And
definitely me as well.
That was it.
I've been there quite a few times.
You've got the shock rifle. You're just destroying people.
Not one bit. But on the other side of things, I do want to talk about Fnatic. You know, we did have our eye on this team. You know, what are they capable of? What are they going to actually achieve with this new roster, with Rami coming in, taking out kind of the X Factor player on board as well? I was really impressed. You know, I did feel like at the beginning Ju0 might be that space maker for them, but honestly, I did feel like a lot of them stepped up to the plate at times. We saw Septify really popping off there in that final map. We also saw Rami popping off, a few triple kills going up against Optic Gaming. You know, that's not to be taken lightly. So we are seeing a couple of the, you know, individuals on this roster step up to the plate. Is that going to be enough? Do we need to see a little bit more of a concise role alignment for these guys? Are you wondering whether that flexibility will carry them through?
In that series had to show that they can at least match these players individually, and I think that box was ticked. Right, we saw that with some of Shock Rifle plays, we saw that with some of the individual ability that these guys are offering. I do think they can disrupt this group. They were never really going to beat Optic Gaming. I think they knew that, I think we knew that, but all you've got to do is put your best foot forward so that the rest of the group is intimidated by you. And if they were watching that game, and I'm sure they'll go back and watch it maybe a little bit later or throughout today, they will realise this Fnatic roster is not going to be a pushover, right? Even though there was a lot of questions, is Rami going to fit the style? Is he going to be able to replace Envoy like for like? I don't think that matters at the end of the day. It's about what they do as a 4, how they play now as a 4 in terms of chemistry, and they seem to be clicking. It's not quite there yet for map wins against arguably the best team in the tournament, but when they start to play against the rest of the group, maybe there could be some results there.
Yeah, it's a tough start to get thrown into, isn't it, right? The first match of the day, pool play, can be difficult, but I liked what I was seeing from Fnatic, so hopefully big things to come there. I also have had word from my wonderful producer that G1 versus Forbidden Fruits is 1-1. So that's a bit of a story in itself. I think G1 obviously had our eyes on this roster to kind of make some noise in pool play, to make some noise this weekend. So an interesting one. We will update the pools a little bit later on. We're going to head to a break right now, but when we come back, we do have another series coming your way, and it's going to be United versus Complexity. We have plenty more Halo Infinite as we push through pool play to find out who's going to head into that champ bracket looking pretty good. We'll catch you right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. Massive 50,000 USD prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Crown the champions of ANZ.
The lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Down happy with it to use. Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps off. Oh my God! Wobbling them wings into the overkill. Normal gets the sword now as a reward. We've trying to battle top.
Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball taken.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. We're live from Columbus, Ohio in the gorgeous EE studio, and joining me I have Clutch and Walshy. Guys, coming off the back of that epic cast, Optic versus Fnatic, and Optic, nice clean sweep, 3-0 result for them. Job done, move on, off they go through the rest of their pool. So really excited about the roster. Obviously everyone's got their eyes on the green wall. I'm excited to see where they end up. I'll tell you what, we've got another series to talk about, fellas. We've got United versus Complexity coming up. I'm excited about this one because I think there's been a lot of talk about this United roster, where they stand, the changes that have kind of come through, the loss of Spartan as well, what that means to the team. So many questions to ask here. And I'm excited to see where they kind of end up in this versus here against Complexity. Will we see kind of a true test for both of these rosters?
Yeah, I think we will. I think Complexity has looked really strong online. They're going to be a true test for E United here in pool play. And we haven't seen a lot of E United with this new roster. But one thing I can always promise you is that Ryan, they're going to get their team right. They're going to have this team prepared in order to go to battle this weekend. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they have in store.
Yeah, me too. I tell you what, though, we'll focus on Complexity first. We'll get them kind of done and dusted here. And Walshy, we do have a team change coming through for them. Cycle is in. Look, they haven't had the best scrim results thus far heading into this NA Super. What does this team have to do right now in your mind to step up to the plate?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Complexity's gone through so many kind of roster swaps that's like you have to realize like, all right, what point do we stick with this roster and need to go with it for months? I mean, at some point they're going to kind of be forced to do that right before we go into Orlando and Worlds, but they haven't seemed to get that gelling or whatever that happens to be, whatever that little X factor is to make their roster be that cohesive unit. So at this point, you can't really point to exact players. You have to start to say, all right, who's going to step up, who's going to be the leader on this team, and who's going to get us all on the same page.
I've been watching this Complexity roster playing maybe some side tournaments online for a little bit less money, a little bit stakes on the line, but they look good. They look dominant. They are a very fast-paced team. A lot of individual success there, and I love every bit of it from this team. If they can consistently play at that level against some of the best teams in the HCS, I can't wait to see what they're capable of. They need to find that consistency in order for me to be able to project them to place in much higher caliber tournaments like the one this weekend, but they've showed me that they have the potential to create upsets like here and now.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously with what you have been watching in terms of Complexity, and with United having 2 new additions to have to get used to and also find their own consistency to a level, do you feel like right here, right now, is the time to upset? Is this their biggest chance they have in their pool?
It's a good one, I think, for sure. Beating the second seed in your pool is massive. And Complexity have what it takes to beat this E United roster, especially if E United don't come out swinging and ready for Complexity. I think E United are just one of those teams that are so practiced and always ready for their opponent that this is actually going to be a really tough matchup for both these two teams.
It is indeed. Now, talking about E United, Walshy, this has been a team that has honestly dominantly been the most practiced team that we've had in the whole of Halo Infinite. These guys have not basically taken a day off since the game came out, and that has shown to a degree until they started backpedaling. Obviously, changes have come through here, but there's lack of practice now. Coming forward in this NA super competitive, Orlando also kind of looming over them. Is that honestly going to be a little bit of a downfall for this team, do you think, who does kind of build things on habits?
Yeah, I don't know. I would actually argue that someone like United, they kind of have the game figured out of what's a United style of play. Now, the things that are going good and bad for them, good. You have someone like Suspector who gets a chance to really shine on a roster like this. Now, the bad part is when I looked at United before, they kind of played a bit around Spartan. If any rosters really had like that main slayer that was like, all right, they play around this person, it's probably United and Cloud9 when it comes to playing around someone like Spartan and Renegade. If the game slowed down, they deliberately would give him the sniper rifle and say, all right, we're going to let him go off, get picks, then we'll charge when that opportunity comes about. So we're going to have to see who really steps up in that role here. But as a cohesive unit, E United was looking really good before. They're well practiced. They know their play style. And now they just have to kind of teach these 2 new players, Manny and Suspector, exactly what the United way to play is.
And it's interesting you kind of say that, because one of my big questions looking at this roster and figuring out how they're going to perform here is about playstyle itself. You've got Manny coming in from KCP with these changes coming through. Really fast playstyle KCP are known for. Then we've got United, which are more tactical, and they have that habit and they have that structure, or that's the way that Ryan, Noob and Rain want to play. How is that going to work? Are we going to see a hybrid with Manny coming in, or is Manny going to have to get in line and kind of get to work under the likes of Ryan, Noob and Rain?
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see a hybrid at all. I think when you join E United, you sign up. It's like in the waiver. You are signing up to play our strategy, our style of Halo. It's a lot of structure. It's a lot of reason. They tend to do everything with a purpose. Ryan and Rain are 2 people that will break down every single situation and say, here, this is what we need to do. In this situation, this is what we need to do. If you're not falling in line, you're going to have a lot of disorientation. And with that disorientation, everyone's going to be on a different page. But if they can catch them up to speed, if they can get that structure, Suspector and Manny are going to love this team, because there's very few other teams that play with this level of structure, and I promise that this team will have success if they're able to all get on the same page.
Yeah, very much so. And I think also with the changes coming through as well, it's interesting to kind of see players that we haven't previously highlighted or looked at individually now being highlighted, right? You look at KCP as a whole, just because they have been, not really too consistent, right? But you're looking at 2 new individuals here that, Walshy, they're going to have a bit of pressure because there's a lot of eyeballs on them to make this roster work. There's a lot of people who love Ryan, there's a lot of people who love Rain and believed in that previous United roster. Do you think that the 2 new additions, the 2 new roster changes have what it takes to take that pressure and run with it?
Absolutely. Like I was saying before, some someone like Suspector. I think he's been looking for this opportunity. He wants to get on one of these top rosters. United's been placing so well throughout this whole series thus far. And then, as you said, May, that's more of like the kind of wild card where it's like he was on a really strong roster. I don't know exactly, dynamic happened between their change and whatnot, whether it's grass is greener, whether they pulled a Nick to their side. But ultimately, someone like Manny joined here, he's got to prove himself. He has a chance to say, all right, my old roster was really strong. How do I make that magic happen once again? As Lottie was saying, we kind of looked at KCP as this one cohesive unit, and now that they've been piecing off a little bit, like with someone like Manny going to this new roster, we're going to have to see who's the recipe or who's the ingredient for their success.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm not trying to turn this into Spill the Tea or one of those kind of channels, but we've got to talk about a bit of drama. And look, drama comes along with Spartan, and it has come along with Ryan. We've seen it kind of go down on the timeline. And that was a big question as well. A lot of people looked at Spartan leaving this roster and thinking, oh my gosh, what are they going to do? He was so huge, he was so present on this team. But do you think that's actually going to benefit them? Now we have, the lack of kind of banging heads together on this roster, Spartan wanting to play a certain way, Ryan wanting to play another. Do you think that's all now going to come together and we'll see a gel dynamic?
In all honesty, I'm inclined to think otherwise for both the two situations. I think that they were a phenomenal team, United, back in the day with Spartan and Ryan Noob on the same team. I think for them to have broken up to create these team changes with all the work that they have put in, mistakes have been made, but damage has been done, relationships unreconcilable, and because of that, they're both going to have to move on. Which is going to get the better of which is the big question for me, and I always tend to lean in Ryan Noob's favor when it comes to getting vengeance on a teammate. I feel like he's had so much success in the past, but Spartan is an absolute incredible player, so he's got a roster that can compete for championships as well. So I like that both have found their footing and both of them have solid opportunities to kind of compete against each other in the future. But for me, I think United's previous roster was so significantly stronger. I'm going to have to get proven wrong this weekend to say that United got better from these team changes and that Spartan's situation has gotten better with FaZe.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, Clutch. I do feel like both Ryan Noob's play style and Spartan's play style, you can kind of plug them into any roster or into some sort of all-star game, and they're going to be successful. And so the fact that they're now split up, we're going to have to see if they both see success, they both see worse footing. I would tend to say that Spartan's team on paper is such a scarier roster, but as you said, Ryan Noob really breaks down those game types, that play style is going to really help that team gel compared to the other roster kind of just on paper being good. Yeah,
and I think, look, if we're talking about Ryan Noob and Spartan right now, we're going to compare the two. Ryan Noob's been frying recently.
He's been dominating.
Absolutely lights out. You've seen him in 8s, and Clutch, you've talked about him, and you've convinced me that this guy is really going to be a big game changer. Maybe it's going to be him that steps into this Spartan role, that steps into that main slayer, the space maker. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think Ryan has continuously just somehow gone under the radar as far as his ability and individual skill throughout his career, right? I think that he's one of the most incredible players when he is feeling himself. It is absolutely insane to watch the level of Halo he's playing at, because not only is he hitting incredible shots, the decision making is perfect. And that's what I love to see about Ryan Noob's gameplay. It's unlike just about any other player that we have on the circuit. When he finds his flow, when he hits that demon mode in Ryan Noob form, it's almost impossible to stop. And I can't wait to see if he can kind of bring that level of Halo, because now he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's got something to prove, because Spartan brought so much to this team as far as flame power, so much presence, so much space that he was creating with the kills that he was getting. Other people are going to have to pick up those kills. I'm looking at Ryan, I'm looking at Rain to pick up their statistical kill category in order to help this United roster get the same level of success that they previously had.
Yeah, and I think honestly with watching Ryan Noob recently, I think he's been to that training camp, right? He's like, look, I got to get ready for this. There's a lot of weight on my shoulders right now. I'm going to have to pick up, a lot of the pieces of this team to try and make this one work. And I think in such a short amount of time for a team that is built on habits, and I think he's doing the right kind of job right now, currently off, online, but offline, off competition. So hopefully that can actually transition into this NA Super as well. When it comes to Complexity versus the United, though, Walshy, do Complexity have a chance here against the United? Obviously, based on stats on paper and what we can kind of see in front of us, which is not a lot right now until we get into the game. Do Complexity stand a chance?
I mean, yes, they stand a chance. I don't think it's a great chance. I view E United still kind of a step above. Like, I really do look at someone like I said, specifically Suspector, getting his first great opportunity here in Halo Infinite on being like a top roster. And so I think we could see him shine to a whole new level that we haven't seen before.
I'm excited about it. And talking about shining, I can see a reticle right now shining in our future. We're going to jump into another game while we are waiting for the complexity roster to get into the lobby. We actually do right now have Pioneers versus Lions on the screen for you. It's game 5, fellas.
What?
So this is actually coming down to the wire against Pioneers and Lions. So an interesting one. Were you expecting that one, Clutch?
I was definitely not expecting a game 5 for these. I expected King Nick to actually be a massive pickup for Pioneers, but obviously here in their first match of full play, they're starting off a little bit slower than they would expect. But the Lions, I've been watching them across a couple of the online tournaments in the HCS scene, and they've been having some success as well. These guys, Hotshot, Ghost, Burton, they've been popping off, making some very good individual plays. And more importantly, this Lions roster, they've been putting a lot of work in as a team. That work is starting to pay off. I mean, already in the game 5 with Pioneers, that bodes well for your tournament future.
Yeah, not just that, but a hot start here. I mean, looking like they're up by 6 kills here at the beginning of the game here in game 5. And you know, at some point, these members of Pioneers, they're in one of two thoughts. One, just saying, all right, well, I don't want to push out and make the mistake, so I'm going to hope my teammate steps it up. Or two, they start to feel more individualistic and saying, well, I need to just start pushing out and stepping it up. And so sometimes when you have too many changes going on with your roster, especially in game 5 like that, it's not a good idea, or it's a really difficult spot to be in. So we're going to have to see if they're able to turn this around right now. But all I'm seeing on the kill feed is over and over again, Lions taking down these Bucks. I was going to say Broncos and Pioneers, but man, I'll work on my analogies later. You take it away, Clutch.
Absolutely. 15-6, the Lions starting off hot. And Dave, when you're the underdog and you get to game 5, that's all you ask for, right? All you ask is for an opportunity to get 50 kills over the other team in order to create the upset, because in the Slayers, it can be done. 18-8 now, an incredible couple of kills from Mortally now. The pressure being felt by Pioneers, the pace being set by the Lions. And when the Lions get on the hunt, what do? They prowl, they kill. And that's exactly what we're seeing here on Aquarius Team Slayer.
I should have went with prowl and killing. That's so much better than me calling the Broncos a Bucks.
Yeah, I don't know where you were.
I don't know where I was at either. But looking back at this game, a little bitter about that, but I was super impressed by Mortally's play there when he was over at that side base, one shot, just busting out the heat wave, taking out that player. Like, those are those individual plays you start to expect from those top emerging AM squads and those top emerging teams where they say, all right, we got the individual skill. We might not have everyone playing on the exact same page and playing perfectly together, but when it comes to individual fights, they're getting those down. And now taking a look here over at whose screen we got here? Talik going over into the blue base, just trying to oscillate back and forth, seeing where players are at and where they're going.
What can he do as the game is starting to get a little bit closer, Dave? Pioneers rearing for a comeback. 3 go down for Lions, and what was once a significant lead for the Lions, all of a sudden the Pioneers have woken up here in game 5. Make it a 2-kill game, make it a 1-kill game. Parzelli gets deleted off the Dynamo spawn, and Talik starting to pick up the pace. The Pioneers doing what the Pioneers do best, and that's when they get map control, when they get numbers advantage. They push the pace on teams, and it's a killing spree from the main Slayer on this Pioneers roster. It's Talik picking up his sticks as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to call it over, but like you said, there was such a significant lead there for Lions that to see them start to lose that lead and get back to a tie game, Pioneers have to like be breathing easy now, saying, all right, we're back in this. We got to figure it out. Let's stop losing these individual fights where we have an advantage. Like, just slow it down, use our teamwork, and whittle them down over the course of this game.
Yeah, to be able to make up that deficit so quickly was such an impressive feat from the Pioneers, but as Camo's on the respawn, there's a couple dead for Pioneers, maybe not in the position to pick it up, as we see a member from Lions. Actually, Parzelli picks up that camo for free, able to hit the drop shot with the commando. Beautifully done. He takes down Talik, stops his reign of terror, who was on a 6 spree, and now all of a sudden the Lions may be able to weather the storm that Pioneers threw back at them, and we're looking at a nearly tied-up game going past the 30-kill mark, and this is where the pressure really starts to build, Dave.
I love that play from Parzelli, but I wish he would just taken that first shot immediately after he dodged that grenade, so I thought there was an initial great play with the camo, but then ultimately just kind of got taken down with not being as much an effect as it could have been. But as I say that, we do have Lions securing a 3-kill lead for the time being. How are Pioneers going to answer?
Yeah, that's the big question. Can they answer again? Can they respond? Because they did such a good job there in the 20-kill mark area where they were down 10. They were able to make up that deficit immediately. So you know they're capable of it, but they need a little bit of momentum and a little bit of space. They don't really have the space, but with a couple of kills, they're going to look to advance on the map. What can Mortally say and do about that as he's on the pink side of the map? Maybe not the strongest position for him to be in, but is able to try and create space for his teammates coming off respawn. As they're going to have both sides of pink controlled, he's going to be able to drop down bottom middle, finish up a kill, create a numbers advantage for Lions, and now what was once an opportunity for Pioneers to see control is now turned into the Mortally show as he takes down another in the closet, finds a kill, extends the lead back to 3.
And look at that, absolutely no hesitation or no fear for these members of the Lions, just like charge in when someone's weak or drop down and finish their own kill. That's a blessing and a curse. One, it's great to have that confidence from an individual standpoint that they can go in those close range fights and finish off a kill on their own. But also, you start to wonder, why give up those stronger positions? Shouldn't you be able to rely on a teammate to finish off a kill towards pink 1 and not give up those top spots on the map?
This is the fight. This is the fight that matters. King Nick, he's going to swoop in. He's going to pick up camo as multiple members from the Lions go down. So this camo control with a couple of kills will now trap the Lions in the back of blue. You're seeing them try to move across towards pink side of the map, trying to extend some space. That's exactly where King Nick is going to take this camo. He doesn't want to be the blunt of the push here as he tries to sneak around pink. He's able to find one, but a great job by the Lions to remove that camo from the equation. They trade the kill out, and Nick's going to want that life back.
Yeah, that is not what you want from that camo. You want more than 1 for 1. You want a lot more people focused on you. And it feels like at some points these players are trying to do so much with the camo. They want to get so much value out of it. And in the end, by being a little too greedy there, they don't get much value out of it. They need to sometimes just take that first shot. Take that first shot with the camo, get the damage, get the kill, and move on.
Even though they lose their camo player though, Dave, they're able to capitalize on the space that they created while getting that camo, while trapping Lions in the back of blue. Look at this. They've taken the lead that's up to 2 as the kills are traded back and forth. 45-44. Now we're in the late game. Pressure starting to build. The moment is going to be felt by everyone in the lobby. Who's going to make the play? And it looks like Talek looking to be aggressive to red. Going to try and push in, but wisely backs down, knowing that he may not have the best teamwork involved with the angles they're given, but they're going to double back. They're going to try and push in. They're starting to drop like flies, however, and this game all of a sudden is tied up.
And look at that. They get the damage in, push in, but there comes the push from Lions, just pushing in, taking them all out at red base, and now we're at a 49-48 game. One more kill for Lions to potentially secure that number 2 spot in this pool if they keep this up.
And look at this. I love this by them. They're going to go for the dynamo grenades. They're going to take this space. They're going to get so much damage with these nades. So much information that multiple members in the closet, but 2 push from the base. They both get hit by nades. They both get knocked to no shield. They have to stay alive. They relocate back to bottom. Dyno's not the best positioning, but Druk, he gets caught out in the closet. And it's a what are you doing moment all over again. As the upset comes through, the Lions have done it. 50-49. They take down the Pioneers, and in what a fashion.
What a fashion indeed.
What is that? I mean, can I change my predictions to the wildcard team going to Lions? Because after seeing that, taking out someone like KC Pioneers, that is unreal.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. I'm not going to lie. Someone let the Lions out of the cage. That is for damn sure, because I mean, I would
you
never
have way better
expected
analogies
that.
than me. Lions out of the cage, the pride pouncing, the holding up the dynamo grenade like Simba. Like, you guys all have the good ones.
Walshy, look, all that matters is when you stand up there in the caster booth that you deliver, and you certainly do, sir.
Thank you, Lottie.
It's all right.
That
might not be true, but it might not be true.
But it was con words.
I bring the silly puns, you bring the expert analysis and casting. You're good. Don't worry about it. You're absolutely fine. But I tell you what, we are pretty much ready to go with United versus Complexity. I'm really excited to see where these two go, you know, how this series is going to look. Are we going to get a crazy upset like we just saw before with Pioneers and Lions? Many questions to be had, and I tell you what, we're going to hand off over to an incredible duo. I like to call them Bravset. It is Onset and Bravo on the mics.
I mean, how do we follow that one up?
Wow.
Right? How do we follow that up?
Yeah.
Game 5, 50-49, something like that. Can't remember exactly what the final score was. I think it was the 1 kill difference, but I mean, upsets already happening.
Yeah.
We've only seen one series and kind of a few games of another. Already upsets. And maybe we're about to see another one here, Andy. What a story we have between these two teams. You have Complexity, you have E-United, both rosters swapping out 2 players coming into this event. A massive moment for these players as we take a quick look at the series.
Yeah, very, very clear story between these 2 squads. If we take a look at how they're faring, we'll be really focusing on those 2 new members on each side. As you said, series layout here, things are going to start off on Catalyst CTF.
Now, Catalyst capture the flag. I'm sure that if you're on Complexity and you're trying to pick out a few game types, this might be one that you want to see early on in a series, especially as an objective game type, one of the most difficult to predict, as we've seen through some of the higher seeded teams going up against lower seeded teams and the way that this game type does work. But I mean, E-United, what a turbulent time it's been for them. They've ended up with this roster that we find in front of us. Suspector coming in, Manny coming in. What do you make of these changes?
I mean, you talked about on the desk, right? There's a lot of questions to be asked about the team changes that have been made on both sides, right? And which will fare the best at the end of this weekend. As we said, 2 players coming in for each side. If we look at the specific changes on E-United, you have to wonder, playstyle-wise, just how different will this team look? But on the side of Complexity, you also got to think Cycle and Neurotical coming in, the young gun. Cycle only 17 years old coming onto this team. Great to see such young talent here for Complexity, but we're starting things off with Reign of E-United.
Yes, we are. One of the stalwarts of E-United so far in Halo Infinite is going to be the first player that we watch. And the E-United story is one that I'm sure everybody at home is kind of keeping their eyes on, because we're not really quite sure what to expect, Andy. We haven't seen a huge amount of scrims. We have seen that this is a team which has been built off of such a huge practice regime throughout the season. This time it's up to the new players to come in, try and fit into that style and produce results almost immediately.
Right, that is the question you heard being talked about on the desk as well, right? We know what Rain and Ryan bring to this team. We know what they demand. Can Manny and Suspector fill those shoes? First flag, though, coming out with 2 dead for E-United will be Neurotical running the flag Ivy side.
And it's going to be interesting to see how Complexity play as well. You do see the flag being grabbed by that grapple, and Monster has already got it back towards Cycle. He's going to be able to rally this one back. So Rhino kind of trapped in a little bit of a difficult situation at the moment, and Complexity, like we saw earlier, the underdogs get the first cap on the board, and it was a clean one as well.
Wow, 67 seconds on that cap. A very, very fast flag, especially on this map. And ooh, that's a battle Cycle will want back. Manny wins that to keep the base punishment coming. More wins do come in. 2 dead on the other side now for Complexity, so maybe an opportunity for E-United to put one on the board as well.
Let's see if they can capitalize on this counter cap opportunity. Suspector's going to be the player who is running it, but as you can see, a little bit of a flag trade has gone down, and in the kill feed, the trades haven't quite gone the way of E-United. As you see, a couple of players have fallen, so Suspector is going to get taken down, but at least gets that flag back towards his base. But you can already see where the respawns are coming in here. Manny and Rhino having to work their way back towards this flag. They're going to have to deal with a push coming in from Complexity.
Yeah, Neurotical and Monitor, great push there on the Ivy side, but Neurotical has to stay alive. Only has Cycle on the map as well. They should get this kill. This flag should go home.
We'll be able to get it back to the base. The return comes in as well, but Rhinoob's got to just clench a little bit, and he's going to go down, but teammate's going to be there to tie things up at 1-1. But what a pace we've already had at the start of this first game, Andy. Back and forth between the 2 teams. We've had a flag standoff, and we've only had 2 flags going in.
Yeah, this has been really fast-paced, as you say, off of the opening. Anyone joining us here, if you haven't caught up with the season, E-United, of course, the favorite in this series, the favorite in the group as well. But let's not forget, this is still the 8th versus the 9th seed. Complexity is your first team to qualify in through those opens.
Monster. Oh, thank goodness he had another grapple there, because that looked like a little bit of a scary death dive for a few moments. However, he does survive, and now he's going to use it to try and locate these players. Sneak in behind Suspector, who's got that sword, and Monster might be in for a surprise here. Unfortunately, oh no, come on Monster, you got to finish this one off, my friend. Suspector's still there, and Monster just about gets the job done, but that time wasted is now going to put him under pressure as 2 players come off the respawn. Monster gets taken down. A little bit of a ropey run for Monster there.
Yeah, what a great display from Suspector as well, right? That's what this guy can bring to this team. He knows exactly how high that half cover is. Just such a nuisance, such a pain to stay alive that long, and you have to think E-United hoping we're going to see even more like that from Suspector throughout not just the series, but also the weekend as a whole.
And if you're wondering what the 2 players who have joined E-United are going to bring to the table, you're kind of looking at like-for-like players, right? You've got Suspector, who has been a very statistically strong player in the kills death department all season long on whatever roster he's been on. He's going to be trying to slot into that role that Spartan was doing. And then you've got Manny, who is a little bit of a wild card pick for me, replacing Nick, who at the start of the year you could probably say was the same kind of situation. A wild card player coming in, a newer player to the scene, and Manny's got a huge opportunity here to prove himself.
He absolutely does, but 3 dead again for United off of that. The flag run will continue for Complexity. Cycle, by the way, the young gun leading the game right now at 8-7. Flag does not round the corner, though.
Monster's able to grab it right away, but they do have one dead. They need to slay likely again a little bit before they bring this flag in.
Rhinoob's trying to run in here. Rhinoob's doing it all at the moment. He manages to pick up 2. One was with the skewer, but there is going to be a rally back here. It is going to be 2-1, and they do manage to once again put the pieces together in that jigsaw to get that flag on the board. A little bit of funny things going on there. Well, that sword, pretty sure that should have killed him, but as we know, this is the NA Super. We are online. These things sometimes happen.
That's absolutely right. Taking a look here, Rhinoob's actually going to tie that leading amount of kills. 8, 9, and 6 now for Rhinooob. He'll actually take the lead in the game in terms of kills, and Suspector are going to help with this overshield run. Manny's going to run that across gold. Lots of cover going to be offered here. 1 dead for each side.
I like this from Suspector as well, recognizing that with players falling, he has to rotate back. He's got a little bit of overshield, just a slither. A little bit of cheese on top of the burger, so to speak, to do the damage required to maybe force this one home. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but now Rhino finds himself as the final player alive here for E United. Complexity with a goal line stand. The return comes in, and now there's a counter cap as E United still have 2 players in that death screen.
Stop at the doorstep. Even though they had the overshield escorting flag, like you said, everything was played perfectly, but in the end, it falls apart from a great counter from Complexity. Now with only 2 alive, they're still running what could be the 3rd flag as well.
Look at this, it's Cycle, one of the young guns, the new guys stepping up to the plate. He should be able to put this one home. Monster's there as well, but maybe Monster's got to grab the flag.
Oh my God, and we see it happen on the other side and does not get the touch. Monster unable to get the grab. He thought he had it because he went all the way past the flag stand, and now E United's about to tie the game up.
Oh, they've got to be careful of the overextension. You can see that Vetra is there. It's 4v4 on the map. Shots are already coming in, and E United trying to force this one home, but now Neuronical is going to slow things down, but E United do get the job done, and Rhinooob closes the door on the counter cap opportunity as well.
And on the side of Complexity, is this something they're going to be thinking about later in the game, later in the series, where this really should be a 3-1 game? Neuronical says get off the map, sends them off the back. Rhinooob has a long time to think about that. You didn't, like, kill ceiling is really low on this map. If you get repulsed off, you have to wait a very long time. Ooh! Suspector tries to get the grapple on the overshield. Nice little crafty angle there, but Vetra's going to sneak it before the grapple can hit.
It's the first time we've ever seen a 25-second respawn in Halo. Well, Vetra's going to be moving in now. With that overshield, he's got support. Suspector's going to get absolutely melted. And I tell you what, Manny's got a sword, but he's not going to get to use it. 4 dead for E United. Rhinoob's going to be the first off spawn, and you have to feel this is going to be a desperate overextension coming in from E United if they want to stop this flag.
And what a big grab that was from Vetra. He still has just about a quarter overshield left. Hasn't really taken any damage. Just put it to use so well, but they're going to need kills here on the way back.
They are going to need kills, but they've also got Neuronical there, who's just being a nuisance. They get the flag home. They take the lead once more. And my word, Andy, boy, have I been impressed by Complexity so far.
What a start from them. Take a look at their kills here. Everyone already in double digits. Very nice. Rain, though, with a triple on screen. That's going to change things just a bit. They're down by 1 flag, and he's going to look to tie here.
Feels a little bit staggered, though, which means that Complexity should be able to re-establish themselves as a 4 on the map. Rain's going to take this one down low on the Ivy side, give himself as much cover from those cross-map shots that are coming in, but now Neuronical with the double is going to stop that flag. Manny's going to get the touch, but now he's down to no shield. Monster should be there to finish this one off, and Complexity flood forward for the return.
One thing you might notice, Rain did not hit the slide jump that he went for. He did not hit the Ivy side slide jump. If he did, he would have gotten the flag in so much faster, and that's why your movement in this game is so key. That likely cost them the cap there. Now Cycle's running what could be the 4th cap.
He hits the slide, but
forgets the flag.
Forgets the flag. So everybody trying to do the right thing at the moment, but maybe a little bit of nerves and a little bit of a lack of confidence in those moves. It's funny how the game can suddenly change when you've got a competition on the line with $125,000. But for now, Rhinooob has got that flag moving. Also does big damage. There's going to be an overshield popping at the same time now. The flag will be returned to their base by E United. Now they can continue this run, but Complexity finding themselves 2 dead means that Rhino should have a pretty comfortable time of running this one back. E United doing a much better job this time of slaying their way back. They tie up the game at 3-3.
Yeah, Rhino also hit some really nice movement there to bring the flag back, as we said, even faster as well. Tied 3-3, 3:35 left on the clock as well. Top mid move here from Vetra. So back and forth between these two teams. It's been a fantastic game number 1. We hope you've been enjoying things from Pool A. Let's not forget, also in this pool is Sentinels, and they're, of course, watching this with a keen eye as well.
Oh, they certainly will be, and I'm sure they're watching E United as well. Very closely, but after this game, and maybe after this series, they might be watching Complexity pretty closely as well. It's 3-3. Suspector still has a little bit of overshield to play with.
And now we're going to have to see if he can put something together on the aggressive side of the map, inside of the complexity base, to try and get a pull going. A stick comes in for that trade, and at the moment you can see with 3 minutes left on the clock, Andy, I think both teams recognize that 3-3, the next flag cap could be absolutely massive here.
Yeah, they're playing a little bit more careful. You can tell just by the way these teams are moving around, they're not holding forward as much, making sure that they're not the first one to make the mistake. Of course, if you do, that really could cost you the game at this stage.
Rhino being aggressive onto Monster. Monster just playing his life. Neuronical's going to pick up one onto Suspector, which should mean that a little bit of aggression could start coming in now. But here's Manny teaming up with Ryanoob. Ryanoob still alive in this situation, still putting pressure onto the base. And with 2 complexity players now falling in that kill feed. And another! As Ryanoob puts some perfect shots down onto Cycle, this could be the flag opportunity here for E-United to take the lead.
Beautiful play from Ryanoob right now. He's 19 and 12. He doesn't just go down the stairs. Instead, he hits that slide to get the angle while still progressing towards the flag.
Also throws it off to a teammate, knowing he didn't have the shields to make that cross. His teammate does. That means he can get it back to the base. Ryanoob takes the time to get the shields back, and now they can focus on the slaying. The overshield has popped up as well, but you can also see that they're not too sure where their own flag is. The E-United flag is away from home. Complexity have it somewhere on the map.
Yeah, right now, a little bit of base trade, and look at that cycle grab again. It's been Complexity with the power-up control in this game. So far, it's paid off, and we'll see what Cycle could do here. Just under half of an overshield left.
Range just trying to run it back to respawners now. He knows that Cycle is going to be coming towards him. He's got the repulsor, but he's got a little bit of help from a teammate. And that's going to be Cycle, maybe a little bit of an experience there, thinking, I've got the overshield, I can make the hero play. Even with the extra layer of shields, Andy, you're still going to wait for a little bit of help.
I'm surprised there, because with the overshield, you're guaranteed to get the trade as well, right? Surprising to see him go for the repulsor. It doesn't pay off. He gets 2v1 there, and it's a great play by E-United to answer back against the overshield.
Just over a minute left in this game, 70 seconds to be precise. And Ryanoob has the skewer in his hands. Monster's going to pick up the first kill, though, so now Ryannoob's hand is kind of going to be forced here. He has to try and be aggressive. He has to try and make some moves. Neuronical gets one. Monster gets another. And E-United lose 3. The flag return comes in as well. And Complexity, with 50 seconds left on the clock, go into the lead. What have you got, E-United? You got 45 seconds to tie this up.
Oh my God, and what a turning of the tables there. You thought that E-United had that for sure. Suspector's pushing in. Ryannoob's got the skewer, but he actually takes a lot of damage from Neuronical. It's a great response. Somehow they get 2 dead. And just like that, 30 seconds left on the clock, Complexity leading by 1.
You're just going to hold on at this point. A couple of kills going your way, and you will win game number 1. 2 for 2 across the board with kills, though. Suspector, though, not even halfway across the map at this point. Complexity can just burn the time off this clock. Neuronical's just crouching in a corner. If he picks up 1, then he's going to cause all sorts of problems. They're going to fall apart here, United, if they're not careful, but Complexity lose 2. 7 seconds left on the clock. Rain desperately trying to get towards that flag. Cycle's going to pick up 1 inside of the base as well, and there's not going to be enough time. There is. Ryanoob gets a touch, and Suspector gets a kill, and Suspector keeps it going.
Who else but Ryanoob? Ryanoob knew what he had to do, but that flag is going to be down in the courtyard. That really should be it here.
It should be it. They should get this return. The overtime should be over, but here's Manny with an overshield and an overtime play. He gets that flag moving and keeps the game alive. Ryanoob on the flank, he gets taken down. This should be the return. Wow. It will be the return, but my word, what a game number 1, and Complexity go 1-0 up in the series.
You and I talked about this series a lot. As soon as we found out that we'd be casting this one, we said this is going to be not only E-United's first test, but also the first time we're going to see Complexity with this roster at a tournament of this size. And my God, are they going to be happy with their performance in that game number 1? They will take Catalyst CT. Yeah.
We're behind here.
It's getting warm, yeah.
It's certainly a good way to start things off today, but I mean, the 2 new players, I was keeping my eyes on them on both sides of the score and on the stat screens. And speaking of which, we'll take a look at those statistics, but I mean, there's a couple of players you'll notice on the Complexity side, Andy. I mean, you're looking at Cycle, 18 and 18 for him, but Neuronical, a little positive 3 for him, and the KD looking pretty good across the board, to be fair, for Complexity. But I mean, the thing that impressed me most in that game from Complexity was just the teamwork.
Yeah.
The teamwork for a team that's been together not too long here, replacing half the roster. Very, very impressive.
And how about the power-up control? It was huge in that game, and I think it's safe to say power-ups won Complexity that game, right? Of course, there's a lot that comes before that, a lot of map control that leads to those power-up grabs. taking a look at the damage as well for any standouts. Neuronicals 6,700, 6,000 for Monster as well. On the other side, it's Rain, who also dropped over 6,300.
And then you're kind of looking at that one stat that stands out to me, and there's a lack of damage coming in from Suspector, a player who is going to have to be a damage dealer on this E United lineup. We'll have to see if that's just a map that didn't go his way, or if that is a story that's going to kind of progress and grow as we head our way through this series. We'll take a look at some of the replays in this game, but it was back and forth, Andy. Really was a hot start from Complexity getting that first flag on the board, but how many goal line stands did we see as well? The team's just not being able to cut off that overextension.
Really unbelievable stuff. I mean, back and forth, like you said, and we saw back-to-back flags not being captured. It's a little toss from Cyclo as well. Here's the cap that doesn't come in from Monster.
I shouldn't laugh, but it looked funny. I'm sorry.
We got to talk about it, because how easy would it have been for Complexity to completely lose their composure right then and there? That should have been 3-1, and it goes 2-2. And even though this is a less experienced team, they dig deep and they find the resilience to still win this game.
It's true. I mean, you can't fault the pathing from Monster. The way that he cycled round, he just didn't pick the flag up. Everything was right, but apart from the fact he didn't have a flag in his hands. But at the end here, you saw E United doing what they do best, right? Just looking like there might be an opportunity. They time the overshield, they get the overshield, they get the touch. But they cannot force that flag through. A little flank coming in, and it wasn't enough for them to send that flag home and send us to potentially an overtime situation or a next flag win situation. But for now, this is the facts. Complexity up by 1 in the series, and now we head over to Streets for Slayer.
And what a great start to this series. To be honest, if you wanted this thing to become exciting, it has become exciting. We are here 1-0 Complexity, the heavy underdog here, despite only being 1 seed away in the number 9 seed. If we look at the season, if we look at this group, this is, of course, the lower-seeded underdog. Complexity now up 1-0 over E United, who is undoubtedly the favorite to place second in this group, no matter who you ask. But Complexity already putting up a great show. 4-3, can they do it again? Maybe get a 2-0 lead here in Slayer Streets.
Scary thing is as well, I mean, one thing that was a strength of E United, right, all the way through the season that we kind of highlighted all the time, they had this ridiculous Slayer record.
Yeah.
Now you've replaced half the roster. Now you've replaced a player in Spartan who was the reason for a lot of that. And now you start to think, can they rely on that? Was that the secret to them having such good placements with 2 Slayers being in best of 5s and being able to force their way through series? They're going to have to prove that now if that wasn't just a one-trick thing, and if they're just as strong with this new lineup as they were previously.
Yeah, that's his question, right? Even when you look at someone like Nick, who's maybe a little bit less consistent, but still in a lot of Slayers, so strong. Without him on the roster, how are they going to look here? I think the one good thing, Ryan, Noob, and Rain right now, you know in comms right now, you know on Discord, they're going to be telling each other, hey, let's slow everything down. We know what we need to do here. I think a Slayer's going to give them an opportunity to really gain a little bit more composure, because that was an absolutely chaotic, frantic game number 1 where they had to work way too hard. They still lost the game by 1 flag. Slayer may be a chance for them to bounce back here.
I think the difficult thing for them, though, and it's going to be jumping off the back of 2 words you used there, frantic and hectic. I think Complexity are going to want to play like that.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're going to want to play fast. I think they're going to want to put the pressure back onto them, and that's what they will need to do if they want to take this game, because you need to knock United off their perch. So you need to make them feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You need to make Ryan Noob and Rain think, well, these are right players for us to pick up to have the same kind of success. So massive, massive moment in this series. We're going over to my favorite map to look at. I wish I lived here. There's loads of bars, there's loads of restaurants, and of course there's the police station to hold Andy Dadinsky in place after he's had one too many. But for now, it's going to be up to Complexity to see if they can put themselves up 2-0 in the series and really, really ask some questions here of E United.
Welcome along. If you're just joining us here, this is Pool A at the NA Super. We're day 1, and pool play is already getting spicy. The lower-seeded Complexity takes game number 1 off of E United. Lots of questions being asked about both these rosters. Both teams picking up 2 new players. It's a 3-1 start here for E United as they will control driveway.
Looks like they're backed all the way up to Tram as well, so they're letting respawns happen. Now they're just holding a little bit of map control. This is something that we saw E United do previously on Streets, right? They're not afraid to just force mistakes from Complexity. Say, come to us. Let us hold the angles. Let us do the damage. But Cycle with that first pick onto Manny is maybe going to create a little bit of space here for Complexity to collapse.
And what a debut here. Nice little shots from Rain. Onto the rail, working together here with Ryan Noob. They're going to pick up a few more, but like you said, they're playing the slow play style now. This is exactly what we expected from E United. Like we said, they want to play a slower, more controlled game. So far, it's only resulted, though, in a 2-kill lead.
2-kill lead. Complexity keep trying to force the pace. You have to wonder if they're just going to fall into the E United trap a little bit here, though. And I think an important thing for E United with just a 1-kill game at this point is
They can't afford to go 3-4 dead with the way that Complexity look like they want to approach this game, because then you can see those spawn cycles, then you can see that lead maybe get a little bit out of hand.
What a strange start. One of the strangest and most unorthodox starts we've ever seen to a Street Slayer here. It's only 6-5 with E United simply wanting to hold Tram, Driveway, and B, and like we said, play a very slow-paced game until the next Rockets come up. And now they're losing the game.
I was going to say, it's 6-6 at this point, 8-7 make that, and the Rockets are coming up in about 10 seconds time. There's barely been enough action in this game to break double digits for either team in the kill feed, and we're about to hit our second power weapon.
I have so much faith in this E United team, regardless of what happens, but this is not how Halo Infinite's played, right? If we look at the way that this game needs to be played, it's 10-7, Rockets are about to pop. The opening strategy worked for a moment for E United, but they didn't play off of any of the advantages.
Yeah, they just took their time. They tried to hold some angles, almost like a search and destroy feel to it, to be honest with you. But Ryan is going to move him to grab the rockets, but not get to fire any in angle whatsoever. Rain's trying to clean up this kill onto Monster and should be able to do so. That pillar is extremely bulletproof, and to be fair to Monster, somehow he's alive, and there's Vetra to help him out.
That finally Ryan Noob comes in, 14-12 now. Ryan Noob somehow gets his rockets back in Laundry. And in the end, the kills will go over here to Complexity. Once again, it's 15-12, and I gotta say, E United wanting to play a certain way, and this is a very difficult way to play any Slayer in Halo Infinite.
Well, let's see if the comms are backing up the play style that we're seeing on our screens right now. It's time for us to jump into an E United. Listen in.
Watch out, bottom mid of me.
I'm getting spawn nade run. Big yes, tell me.
3, we...
One guy PD as well. PD dead.
Top tower, a little weak.
Yep, I'm dead.
We'll see you.
I have red, it's back PD.
Yep.
It's 2 PD. One's going heaven right now.
Here, in.
Yeah, purple.
I have shots on him. Another here.
2 and B.
One shot. I want to go on.
He's front ATM. I got spiked on one.
I got it.
Nice,
Nice.
two. Last two are B.
Yep.
Probably some PD already here.
Spawn in there. Yep.
Heady right now, not hurt.
You're alone, Aiden. You're alone. Play stop. Just live.
Try rush jump on me, one shot. One shot driver in.
Yeah,
Two here. Cycle.
I didn't get them. They're both going heady.
I hear Heady. Live.
They're gonna be one shot heady. I got one shot.
One shot.
He's pillars to tires. Tires and PD last two.
Live.
Bottom C.
Living C.
One shot, hollow.
Another one.
Coming.
The GC stairs.
Red gun a max.
C weak. And nest.
Hey, Rocks and 10, guys. Rocks and 10. We gotta take space here.
Yep, I'm up.
Purple on me. He's weak. Purple. He might kill me. He's one shot purple.
I'm trying to look in 1 second.
Needing a team.
Rocks and 5.
He's benches, one shot, gonna die. Bench is dead. I'm gonna get pushed driveway.
Ivy.
Heady right now. Jumping. He's tires.
Back right.
Tires, man with the thrust.
I got the rockets.
Tires on.
Fired it. Use one.
Nice.
One rocket down. In front. NC. Two guys. Just give rocket.
Two front C.
I got the soccer.
Yeah, 3 front C. One guy purple, I think.
And what a great listen in there from the United side, and I was super critical of their opening here, but my God, great comms, great composure, not letting any of them. They're down by about 6 or 7 earlier. Now they're only here down by about 3 a moment ago. Now they're down by 5 once again, but E United certainly choosing to play their game and really bringing it back in a big way. Great stuff in the communication there.
Yeah, great stuff in the communication, not being flustered by the situation, right? Rhino seems to just be able to recollect rockets every single time we see him, but now the push is coming in back from Complexity. They are not happy to let one-shots get away here. They are making sure they get into a position to at least trade out kills every single time. They're up by 4 at this point, Complexity. Now the pressure starts to turn, though. Vetra gets taken down, but there's that trade once again.
4-kill game now, 30-26. And even though United has kept this really close and went on a big run there, Complexity certainly still applying the pressure and playing a great game as well. Cycle is 10-5, the young gun once again, leading here in terms of KD. Monster also 11-9.
Now you're seeing the game just completely come to a standstill. Cycle's the furthest up on this pink streak. Gotta be careful because that Stalker rifle, as it's affectionately known, the red gun by E United, a 3-shot is all it takes if you can hit that headshot at the end of it, and that is the difference maker. Trying to make a play. I don't mind it too much on that pink streak, but just unfortunately getting sandboxed in that occasion by the Stalker rifle.
And even though Complexity has been the aggressor in this game, and they still do lead here by 4 kills, you have to think E United has made this very uncomfortable for them, and E United has really bounced back in this game now, holding it down. You have to think E United is 1 double, triple kill away from running away with this game, and Complexity knows that.
This is a massive moment in this game. Whoever dies in this situation is probably not going to be able to get their hands on that rocket launcher. If it's Complexity, you could see a swing which becomes a much more comfortable looking game. Up by 3 or 4. It's going to be the Rockets who are going to be grabbed, and it's going to go to the side of E United. Manny makes the play, and now the new boy, he's got some pressure on his shoulders. He's also got some shots in the back. And speaking of new boys, it's Cycle who will put him on his back, but Suspector is there to pick up the pieces.
That's a good push there, and Suspector's able to get that rocket. There's one left there as well, 35 to 29, 3 dead, and it's another good push. Look at the damage that came in there, all the way onto rail to take down Manny on the rockets. That was huge. Now Monster's gonna burn the last rocket. 5-kill game.
Absolutely love this at the moment from Complexity. They're just not letting E United feel comfortable in any situation. You saw it even when Ryan was set up with the Stalker Rifle, right, on the top of the tram stairs. You saw just 2 players pressuring him, poking, saying, I'm forcing you to hit these shots. I want to make a play off the back of this. And that is why you are seeing this lead in the situation we find ourselves in. It's an 8-kill difference between the two. That is full squad wipes twice over to try and get on the board here for E United. And with the way the Complexity are just collapsing at the moment, this is looking like it could be 2-0 in the series.
This was just 31-27. Now it's 42-33. Make it 43-33. Veteran will pick up another kill in the back of PD. And Complexity once again running away with this. A 10-kill lead. Only 7 kills to go before they close out game number 2.
Now Complexity, you can't afford to lose this game. It sounds crazy, but this is a game you need to close out, and you need to close it out quickly. Monster with 1 is going to be able to create a little bit more space for his team. The drop shield pops up at just the opportune moment for Vetra, and now it wouldn't surprise me to see trying to make a play off the back of it. Neuronical again in the feed, one of the new pickups, starting to influence this game once more. Suspector going to be forced to hit some shots, and he does so. Monster now last alive.
Complexity's lucky they grabbed a few there, because 46-36 still with the lead here now. Should be able to close this one out. Rockets popping right now. They're going to try to combat evolve those if they can.
Rockets pop up. Just pop off that weapon pad. Neuronical's going to move forward to try and create the space. But now you're going to see Complexity lose 2. They only need 3. But where have those rockets ended up? 2 more. Cycle with yet another kill. He's got 14 to his name now. Suspector trades 1 out, but you feel like at this point it's too far to go. It's going to be Cycle who gets the 49th, excuse me, almost gets the 50th as well. But Complexity, Andy, we were asking to be impressed. They are doing nothing short of that.
15-10 here from Cycle. Neuronical looking for that last kill as well. As you say, only 1 more to go with a 9-kill lead. Just a matter of time before they find this last one.
Who's going to be the player to pick it up? Who's going to run through that red tape at the finish line? Cycle's going to be that man once again. He ends up 16, 9 and 10 as Complexity go up 2-0 in the series. E United are reeling.
What a start for Complexity. We knew this would be a great series. Or I should say we hoped. We didn't necessarily know. We hoped Complexity would bring it, but maybe they brought it in a way that E United, as you say, was not ready for. 2-0 lead over a team that has consistently placed top 4 all season.
Yeah, consistently placed top 4 all season, but as you say, this is half a different team now. This is a completely new looking lineup. And at the moment, Complexity are taking advantage of that. And I've got to keep talking about him because Cycle, what an impressive performance it was from him. It wasn't just the stats at the end of it. Think about some of those pivotal kills. We saw E United get away. Manny get away with the Rockets. Who was the man shooting him in the back to chase him down? It was Cycle. He puts him on his back and then the flood comes in. And Complexity, I'm telling you, they're a team to watch it.
They really are. This is undoubtedly the best they've looked all season. They've had rosters that have danced around the top 12, the top 16 all year long, supporting a wide variety of players here. We'll take a look at the damage as well in that game. And really it was Cycle just below 5k damage there, topping the board without a doubt.
Very, very impressive game coming in. And again, I'm looking at damage dealt from Suspector. Hate to call a player out who's trying his best in the series, but those numbers, they don't look good on that screen, and it doesn't translate into a good performance coming in from E United. Again, we'll take a look at some of these replays, Andy. It was close up until about that 30 kill mark, and then you just saw the game really swing on its head as Complexity got that 4-5 kill lead and never looked back.
A little bit of a similar story to our game 1, right? E United has so far, in the first 80% of these games, played a pretty good series, right? It's those final 20%, the very end of these games that Complexity has found the composure that we're used to seeing the E United side have and find in games. And in the end, just Complexity closing out the end of that game so strong. 50-40, your final score. Like we said, the game was right around a 2-kill difference. I think it was right around 26-24 or so, then 31-27. And even when we went to the E United listen-in, they were down by about 8. They brought the game back, and E United sounding like their normal selves at the midpoint of the game. But it's been very, very strong finishes for Complexity. 4-3 in game number 1, 50-40 in game number 2, and my God, it's crazy to say they have a chance to 3-0 E United here in game number 3.
They certainly do. It's going to be oddball on recharge where we find ourselves as well, and maybe just a little chance for E United to at least find their footing in this game with the round-based style that we have in front of us. But the worrying thing for me here for E United is that Slayer loss. We do not see them, well, we previously, on the previous lineup, Slayers were so strong for them. A 10-kill difference in a Slayer for E United to lose by that much, that's a big margin for them.
Huge difference, right? We don't really consider at this level a 50-40 a close Slayer at all. And really, E United let that game run away. But let's not forget, they did it several times, I think to themselves, right? They could have easily kept that game close, but Complexity, you got to give credit to them because they continued to apply the pressure even when the game slowed down. Even when we saw Ryan Noob at top C with the Stalker Rifle laying down the damage, they bring the game within just 2 or 3 kills. Complexity continues to apply the pressure, and one thing we got to say is you can never count E United out, and they could certainly bring this series back, and it would not be crazy to see them reverse sweep, but they need to find the composure. They need to find it now.
They need to find something. They need to get going, and I think eyes are going to be on Suspector in this game as well. Struggle a little bit in those first 2. Want to see those damage stats getting bumped up for sure, getting some better positions, and maybe just look to lay down some fire for his teammates here. Oddball, a perfect opportunity for him to do that.
Yeah.
Find some of those power positions, get involved in one of those setups, find yourself a shock rifle, a couple of headshots, and all of a sudden Suspector's back in this series.
Yeah.
But he's going to have to do that. We've already seen that, you know, if the shock rifle could be a difference maker, and if you're looking with how Complexity are playing at the moment, Andy, you wonder if anyone on that team gets that shock in their hands, that could be 20, 30, 40 seconds.
Right.
If they can hit a couple of laners as well.
It feels like they're really just being the aggressors and making the first choices on the map, right? They're the ones getting the opening damage, and E United's being forced to react. And E United is that good that they're still keeping these games close. However, it's very rare that we've seen E United get opening damage that they can then push off. I'm going to say it again. That start to that Street Slayer was a very specific decision. That was very specific play calling. And I think Rain and Ryan Noob specifically are some of the best play callers in Halo history, right? So I'm not questioning the decision making. In the end, though, we just have to look at the result. It didn't pay off. Normally, you see this game is simply about, it's a mathematical equation. Get the damage, push off of that damage, do it again. And interestingly, they went for that tram driveway B hold, tried to do it until rockets popped, and they did it just until about 20 seconds until rockets, and then they started to fall apart. And from there, they had to play catch-up. Can E United in this game be the aggressors, the decision makers, the one with the opening damage? I'm wondering if we see a little bit of a shift in the playstyle in Game 3.
It's going to be interesting for sure. And I think one of my concerns about E United coming into this tournament, into the NA Super, was a team who are built on such good practice, such good habits, where it almost becomes, you know, a rinse repeat for what each player's role is in certain situations. You look at how they slowed that game down, it was almost as if, oh, we've seen this before from E United. Everybody knows what angles to hold, how to play off of each other. The difference is there's 2 new players here who are having to learn that play style, having to learn their spaces to fill in those kind of setups. And you could see who was the first pick. It was Manny, one of the new guys, and just little things like that. Takes a little bit of time to get those reps under the belt. That was my one worry about this E United lineup coming into this. Practice hasn't been there, which was their kind of secret to success previously.
It was also a really interesting angle. We saw Manny die at rail with the rockets, which means someone had to be challenging from Bulldog, from bottom Neons, and that angle had traditionally, for the past minutes prior to that, been watched by the players on Tram, by the players on front C. So it was also some really good team shotting and angle watching from the side of Complexity to open up that angle to the rail. But as we said, things will now shift over to Oddball on recharge. And in Complexity's favor, this is a fast-paced game type, but they're going to be able to start flying right away.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be very interesting because we've already seen that Complexity can punch holes in the E United setups.
Yeah.
So if E United get one of those setups around Pipes Blue, wherever it might be, around the elevator, there is an opportunity for Complexity to get that first pick, that damage that you quite rightly highlight so often, and break that setup. If they can do that, then maybe if they can get a hold on their own, they're going to pressure back onto E United here. But I got the feeling this series isn't done. I got a feeling that E United might be back into this one in just a few moments' time, Andy, as we zoom into not only the screen, but just my shoulder for a few seconds as well. I think this one's going to go 3 rounds. I think E United could take this.
Would love to see it. There's nothing we want more than a Game 5 in pool play. We don't get to see it all the time, but we'd love to see it here. E United, of course, a team without a doubt that could bring this series back. That's exactly what they're going to look to do here, starting things off with Rain on E United.
Very, very rarely in a tournament will I will say in pool play This is a huge game for a team, but this is a massive game for E United right now because it's the style in which they have found themselves being beaten in this series. It's complexity. It's a lower seed. I mean this with all due respect to them. E United cannot afford to lose a series in this style. If it's 3-2, it's a different story. But off the break here, E United already got that ball back to Pipes.
Couldn't agree more. It's very rare that we have a game with this much riding on it in pool play on Friday. This feels like we're late into Saturday afternoon with the amount of tension in this series. You can really feel it. 3 dead already for E United, and Ronicle playing off that camo. And then we'll get the ball in hand. They will continue scoring. Just about a tie game here.
Full setup here for Complexity. They broke the setup from E United too easily once again. See E United trying to cross at the moment. Vetra's going to be there trying to take advantage of that damage. Neuronical once again just picking his targets at the moment. And look at this, no fear whatsoever. Maybe a little bit reckless here. Flying in onto Manny, and that is the little mistake maybe you can't afford to make. Monster trying to rotate this to blue to get a play ball. And manages to scoot through as well. So Monster with a great rotation, but the ball does not go off the map.
What's going to happen here? The ball's going to stay. We'll see Rain likely going to hold this because 2 are dead. And you have to think he did the work for the play ball and got maybe a little bit greedy, right? We've all been there. You get there and you're like, maybe I can get an extra second here. It's not worth it. But there must not have been the calls coming in from the team on the comms that he needed to play at that second. It's going to cost him because United is going to get a hold off of this.
Very, very tight start to the game, though. 24-26. We're going to have a tie game now as the United managed to scrape up a little bit more time. The difficulty on this push back blue as well is I always find, even if you get the kills, if you Complexity here, you force the ball out of the hands, you're kind of sucked into blue, right? Which means that when the ball's reset and you kill these players, they spawn on gold, they have a vision on the ball. So it's kind of like, how many plays do you send in to break this? Do you try and just get a forced play ball? Do you try and kind of stagger those spawns and make sure you're in position for that ball not to get yoinked back to gold? It's such a difficult decision to make.
Ooh, nice kill by Rain there. Neuronical will burn the camo, but Rain was so aware of that camo popping. He stays alive at control just long enough for that defensive camo burn. Nice play.
Well, Vetra's got the shock rifle. We've already seen how this is becoming a complete swing weapon in any game on recharge, whether it be Slayer, whether it be Oddball, Hill, whatever it might be. The shock rifle takes over games if you've got a player who knows how to use it. For now, Vetra has the opportunity to be that player. Hits a little body shot to singe the backside there of Rain, but also spots out 3 players and has to back up.
Nice little bait and switch here. See if they can get both. They do. Nice little 2-for-1 trade. Suspector's going to have to try to run away with the ball. Likely will try to rotate Pipes here.
Looks like Suspector's just running this ball back towards his teammates that are spawning an elevator as well. So Suspector with some really good understanding of where his teammates are coming in. That simple communication from E United, but you can see how important that is.
Ryan Noob does get taken down. 2 dead there. One's going to be a spawner, so still a good push from Complexity, but they need to keep going forward.
Up into the skies. There's a little bit thinner up there, but is there any kills to be grabbed? It looks like Suspector will be taken down as well, and now E United find themselves 2 dead with Ryan trying to put some pressure onto these players. They've got the odd ball in hand though, and it looks like once again a simple break. But not an easy hold. A little bit easier with Vetra hitting those shots.
Look at this play from Vetra. How about him hitting from the repulsor to stay alive into Whirlpool to another repulsor in the back of elevator to 3 dead? What a blessing to watch that from Vetra's point of view, just staying alive that entire time. Like you said, being a nuisance, taking great routes, taking great angles, and they will now take the lead.
Take the lead. That's the most important thing. What a play that was from Vetra. Now he's just watching Turbine and that Pipes push. That's your responsibility right now, Vetra. And with his teammates picking up kills and moving towards blue, the rotation now is coming in, but there's Manny. He gets a pick, and now it's going to be 3 falling for Complexity, and the ball stolen away by E United.
Yeah, really nice job there. Also, Ryan, take a look at where he was that entire time. He was bottom hydro, making sure to pinch as they pushed from elevator into control. Great positioning from him. We will see a lead change once again as E United will take the lead in round number 1.
I think E United have looked the more clinical in moments with their holds. The issue is there's been big plays from Complexity that have just kind of disrupted things. You saw that play from Vetra. Not often you're going to see a player get away with that.
Yeah.
But he got away with it, and he did the damage he needed to, and that was the difference maker in that hole. But now you're seeing E United, that kind of composure start to come to the fore. A little bit of composure being shown, but also you're also going to see in the kill feed Monster with 2 kills with that shock rifle. Also Neuronical now. Ooh, this is a scary moment because E United cannot afford to lose these kills. If they do, there could be another lead change here. That camera is going to be extinguished.
Oh boy, right at the wrong time that Camel runs out, so Neuronical's gonna have to go here fast. He's able to pick up one. Finally, Ryan Noob gets taken down, by the way. He'd been alive for so long, but it's already 80 to 58 here. And really only one solid hold for E United to take the first round.
One solid hold, but at the same time, one kill could be the difference maker between that ball getting back into pipes. Monster with that shock rifle is hitting some big shots at the moment, but he's gonna be traded out. 2-4 for E United. You've got to hope here, if you're a fan of complexity and you like the upset idea, they get this ball back to pipes. That's what's going to happen as Neuronical goes on the flank now with that sword.
If he can stay alive here, this is massive. Doesn't even take any damage from these nades. That's pretty big as well. Almost does it with the sword here on the B ledge, but 2 dead once again. It'll be a good trade for complexity.
Suspect is in a 2v1 as well. He gets eliminated. That was 3 in quick succession. E United on the back foot. Manny trying to put pressure on, but that is more time on the board here, and you would imagine at least enough time to guarantee this game will be tied up here. A big push coming through the tower, though, from E United, and a play ball coming in without that lead being gained for complexity. It's only 2 points, but with 1 minute 50 left on the clock, you have to wonder if that's going to be enough for E United.
Shots here from Cycle, get some help on that as well. Got a few repulsors left. And the play there comes in, Cycle decides to play it. I like that because it's a lot riskier. If they lose that ball back seat, you'd see a lot more points on the board. So now they have about 90 seconds left to play with here, only down by 2.
Camo in the hands of Neuronical. Oh boy. He knows this player's on pipes. He knows that he is the player to watch, and it looks like E United are trying to hold angles as well. Rhino's going to spot him out, but now he needs the rest of his team to go off that information to try and collapse. There's a beatdown, and you're going to see him trying to stay alive now, but the distraction is enough here. Monster gets one. Rain's trying to close him down, and Rain picks up another. Vetra gets the trade, though. 3 dead here for E United. Cycle gets the ball back in his hands with around 62 seconds left on the clock.
It was a 2v1 momentarily. They take that opportunity to pinch and grab the ball. They will now tie the game, gain the lead here with less than a minute left. They're gonna need to make sure they play the ball here. If they do lose control, ball gets played immediately.
Ball gets played, Suspector gets one, or at least gets the damage for Ryan, but managing to move in. 2 dead here for complexity. Make it 3. Vetra last alive. E United with the ball in their hands as well. Vetra's trying to chase down Raid. He gets taken down by Ryan, and with a few moments left in this game, 10 seconds, 10 points is all that E United needed. They will be able to get this hold. They should be able to win this round, and they will find themselves at least with something to smile about in this series.
That's right. Is that what they needed? Maybe just a little bit of confidence boost, maybe just a little bit of fresh air for them to breathe. They will take that first round, and like you said, they were the team that overall, in terms of the holds, they looked a little bit more clinical, they more textbook style of gameplay. It will pay off for them. They will take the first round as they look to start the reverse sweep.
And let's just talk about why we have a few seconds before this opening strategy gets completed. The play call from E United, knowing they didn't have the camo. Yep. Everyone stand still. Everyone zoom in on your screens. See if you can sniff it out. Who is it? Rhino gets the information, and they manage to eliminate that player.
How about Rain getting the kill from Needles on the camo player? That camo player, I believe it was Neuronical, needed to stay alive if he could on batteries, but Rain forces the camo burn, which was absolutely huge in the end game. Now we will go into a second round. You got to think on the side of complexity. They're thinking we need to win this next round. We need to close this series out. They don't want to go to a game 4 or a game 5. That's where E United will continue to look better and better.
Can't afford to give E United a chance in this series. You got to shut them down early. You got to shut them down now. Camo in the hands of Suspector, though. Suspector currently sat at 7, 7, and 9 as we see him disappear back into the death screen for a few seconds. But nobody in position to grab this off ball as yet. Neuronical should be in a position to grab a kill for himself with that beatdown, will do so. And now you're seeing the pushing from pipes from Cycle and Vetra. They're trying to take control of the gold side of the map to bring that ball back into pipes.
They need to make sure that they get rid of this player in pipes, so it was still behind them here. It's going to be 3 players on long haul side, as you saw. And it's going to be Ryan Noob already picking up kills on glass. Got to also talk about Monster. 17 kills in the game already. Big numbers for him. Make that 18.
Neuronical now going to have a trade battle and somehow gets away with that one. Rain finds himself having to think about what just occurred and now calling out to his teammates desperately to try and clean up that one shot, but Neuronical's still escaping. Manny with that grenade and that cleanup is going to be able to clean out the pipes, which is always a solid thing to do. Ryan though with another win. Very, very touchy-feely game at the moment between the two. Nobody able to get control of that oddball.
Manny, the newcomer here, young gun also on this team. 16 kills for him on the side of E United. And how different is this round compared to this entire series, right? These two teams really starting to show each other a lot of respect. Finally, we have points on the board.
Ryan putting pressure on though. Picks up one onto Cycle. Should be able to clean up another as well. But Euronical escapes after picking up a double kill. And now the Flood comes in. A little bit of a windmill from Ryan Noob on the final shot, but that's going to be 4 dead here for E United. Monster gets the camo as well, but nobody on the ball yet. It looks like E United have managed to spawn, and that ball not being able to be scooped away immediately. However, now Cycle has it back on pipes, and Monster has the combo everybody dreams of.
Let's see, they know it because they saw him from C-Plat, so they know that he has camo shock, and they're maybe going to think he still has... Oh my... Wait a second. Monster just flies out the Whirlpool door and runs into 2 E United players and will lose the shock immediately.
That is known as a charitable donation from Monster, just throwing that shock rifle.
You do get the tax money back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm sure it's going to be, the tax money he's going to get back is going to be in the form of headshots, though, from someone else using that shock rifle to full effect. And now E United find themselves being able to take a slender lead here. They are only up by 1 point or so, but they do have Monster in that death screen still. So, I mean, that play was questionable, to say the least.
I mean, what a swing. And also, let's talk about Ryan Noob. This is the 3rd game in a row where we've seen him with the most kills for E United at one point in the game. Now he's 20-14, and they lead in this game 29-14. And once again, it's a Ryan Noob spree that starts to spark this team up, and it feels like anytime that guy starts to put together any sort of killing spree, actually right on your screen here, right on time, Ryan Noob, he picks that one up. 21-14 with 13 assists. This man is leading in all sorts of categories, making 14 assists. And unsurprisingly, E United is leading. This is, like I said, the 3rd time we've seen this in this series. If Ryan Noob is putting up the numbers, the team is generally doing really well.
They certainly are indeed, and just tiny things that Ryan Noob does so well, right? It's almost as if you don't question what he's going to do next. Picks up 2 kills, immediately moves the ball back into the safest possible position. Little things like that. He just knows every situation to play and how to play it perfectly. Wes was saying, one of the best decision makers in Halo Infinite ever. Yeah, ever throughout Halo history, and just little things like that on display once more. But 46-14, you feel like Complexity may be starting to feel the pressure a little bit. You're seeing a few individuals being lost that maybe are not being lost in that game 1 and 2.
And let's be honest, if you only watch this game, this is probably what you expected to see, right? If you haven't watched the first 2 games, you're probably wondering how on earth is Complexity up 2-0 in the series, because this is the E United that we expected all along. About 90 seconds left to play, 46-14 in favor of E United.
Well, once again, Complexity finding themselves down numbers on the map as well. Cycle has the camo. Not for the first time we've seen Complexity with the camouflage, and they've just not been able to do enough with it at the moment. Not creating enough distraction, not creating kills, whatever it might be. It seems like the camos are kind of dissipating before they have a big effect on the game. However, that'll be a better way to use it, and there could be another trade coming in from Cycle. Now we need to see Complexity moving on that objective. They've been a little bit slow off the mark when it comes to getting those kills and getting the ball back to pipes.
And one thing we got to highlight, I think you and I were talking about how E United needs to be the aggressor, the decision maker, the one really dictating the pace of the game. They've done that in this game number 3. It's been a totally different game from them. I think this is the play style and really the progress they were expecting to see with this new line.
And now they can afford to slow the game down, which is exactly what you're seeing right now. E and I have no interest in the oddball. They just want to slay out. They know they've got 40 seconds or so to do that, and suspecting now on the flank with Complexity finding themselves 3 dead. Finally, Ryan decides, okay, it's safe enough for me to take this ball back to my teammate without taking any kind of damage. A little alley-oop up to Manny, who's going to be on the battle edge, but it wouldn't surprise me to see them just hold this for a few moments, throw it out when they need to, and then just continue this slaying Rain. And speaking of Rain, he's in this kill with that shock rifle again.
Also, not just that, Ryan Noob's 23-17 with 17 assists. Look at his assists relative to the rest of the lobby. Unbelievable numbers from him. Like you said, no interest in going out this early. Only about 30 seconds left in the round, and this looks like we will be going to a game number 4.
Only 30 seconds here, excuse me, for E United to hold on to pick up a couple of kills, and then they will be taking this game 2-0. Once again, Complexity, yet another camouflage, which maybe is something to be a slight cause for concern for E United. The fact that so many power-ups have not gone their way, you have to think about how much easier this game potentially could have been if they managed to pick up a couple of them. But as we know in Halo Infinite, never say never. Never say never in oddball, because Vetcher with his camouflage and the ball being back at blue in the hands of Complexity, we know that that clock will stop at the bottom of your screen. Even though it's a long way to go here, a solid hold, and all of a sudden, they could be back in this game, Complexity.
Ball is forced to play, though. 3 still dead. 10 seconds left, they need to grab right now.
But this is the problem, right? Spawning across the map. You can see Neuronical is trying to make a play as well. He throws it up towards the elevator. Suspector gets taken down, and this is a really good play coming in from Complexity, but it's not done in time. Unfortunately, the sands just slipped through their finger in the hourglass, and it will be E United who take the game and make the series 2-1. Send us into a game 4, which is going to be live fire, King of the Hill.
Here we go. And maybe just a little bit of a slow start for E-United, because when we look at that game number 3, that's a totally different game from this team. And as we said, maybe the start that they were hoping and expecting to see. Ryan Noob, Spectre, Manny, and Rain will take that game pretty comfortably, 168-118 in terms of total score elapsed over the 2 rounds. Take a look at some of the stats as well. As we said, Ryan Noob, 25 kills on the board there, but we'll take a look at a few numbers across the screen. Neuronical on the other side,
assists.
also 25 and 19. I mean, 17 assists, that's wild. We'll take a look at the damage as well, because you know the damage is also going to follow based on those numbers. Really great stuff here from E-United all game.
43 kills, am I right with that he was involved with? Is that right?
You know me, I know better than to do math live on broadcast.
Yeah, that's
Here's the damage, though. I can tell you exactly what
I should have learned by now not to do that.
You really shouldn't do that. 8,400 damage from Ryan Noob. That is one thing I can count, because it's presented to me in plain text. And on the other side, take a look at the damage. Nobody even close to that 8,400.
No one close to that at all. And Ryan Noob really doing it all for his team in that game. You know, assists, kills, ball time. Every single time that we saw him on our screen, the man was making plays that counted for E-United. And he was the catalyst, as many times we've said before, for this team to all of a sudden find form and find a way back into a series. And now we go over to another objective game type where control is the name of the game. And I feel like King of the Hill, Oddball, the more kind of static game types, if you know what I mean, playing around a static objective, are going to be in the hands of United, like we've just seen with the setups they were able to hold here on Recharge Oddball. So game 5 might be on the horizon here for Complexity. They need to show a little bit more discipline than what we saw in that last game.
I was going to say, if you wanted a script for a pool play match, you would write it this way. You would have Complexity win the first 2 in a dominating way, maybe start to get under the skin of E-United just a bit and wake them up, because they are here in a big way in this series now, as they have a very convincing and comfortable Game 3 win on Oddball Recharge. That will get us primed and ready for King of the Hill live fire. And as you say, as we look at the game type in terms of the way it's played, you got to think E-United's thinking, we're sending this the distance.
I tell you what, though, Complexity were only about 1 second away from maybe sending that to round 3, if that Oddball, as crazy as it sounds, because if they would have, I think one play was sliding towards it. They made such a good play to throw it towards Turbine and back themselves to get the kills as that ball was going down. It could have been a little bit closer than maybe we're giving them credit for, so we'll have to see if they can kind of take a little bit of a positive spin on those final moments of that game to see if they can continue it onto what could be the final game of this series. But as well as that, E-United are looking to send us to Aquarius Slayer. King of the Hill live fire is where we find ourselves now, Andy. Looking at the newer game types, we always kind of group them together, so to speak, and we can see already in this series we've had one of them. Catalyst CTF did go the way of Complexity. We'll have to see if another one of the newer game types falls in their favor once more.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about King of the Hill live fire brings us a little bit of both, right? During those hills, you can really hold time on setups, but it really is all about how fast can you get back. When you only have a few seconds left to get into a hill, can you fly across the map and really time those really tightly coordinated team pushes, which so far has been on the side of Complexity, especially in those first 2 game types. We'll get a little bit of everything here in this game type.
Another thing we should highlight as well for people who are watching and wondering, is there any rule changes? Where everything changed? King of the Hill, we've had a little bit of overtime change for you, just to update you on the ruling. If it is a draw after the time has been allotted in the original game, we have a full replay of the game. Then, if it's a draw, which honestly, you'd hope not at that point.
Shouldn't be, but could be.
We go to first to 2 hills to be capped. So no more kind of sudden death first hill wins, which it's a great decision. It's great to see.
It is. It used to be a little bit too similar to the NFL overtime rules. Now you get a little bit more of a full replay.
No frame of context for that whatsoever.
Some viewers will. And I think a lot of people were wondering, how on earth can we just play to 1 hill, right? It feels like we just played an entire hill game. So that rule change coming in pretty quick, a mid-season rule change there. Of course, like you said, a full reset if we see a tie, which we've seen quite a few of so far in HCS play, and we'll have to see if that's what it comes down to. Based on these teams so far, it's not crazy to think that they could tie in this.
I was going to say, now that we've kind of, it does feel like we're kind of going off script at the moment. It's like, we might have. By the way, this will be coming to overtime, but we'll have to see if that does happen. But it's going to be an interesting game for sure. I think Aquarius Slayer, I look at that at the end, and it's a very, very. I can come up with a lot of reasons that both teams would like that game type.
Yeah.
We've seen historically that E-United and Ryan have put up monster games on Aquarius Slayer. We've also seen the speed at which Complexity have been playing might lend themselves to a Game 5 win, but we've got to get there first. We've got to go through live fire King of the Hill, and as you can see on your screens at home, it looks like the game is ready to get going.
What a series so far. It's very rare that we get a series this tightly contested between two teams in pool play. We're used to seeing a lot of 3-0s, especially the way these pools are seeded. But this series has been a treat. We thank you for hanging out with us here at the HCS NA Super. 2-1 in favor of Complexity here in game number 4. It's going to be King of the Hill live fire.
It's only pool play. This is the first game that we've casted. Having the best time already. We could be going to a game 5 with Complexity coming out swinging in this series. And we're also going to see them pick up the first 2 kills. Vetra's got the snipe in his hands. He's having to deal with the heat wave, which, shotgun by the way, just did damage from that distance away. Suspector does get taken down though. So Vetra trying to still locate Manny and still do damage at the moment. It's kind of flashy looking shots, but nothing quite connecting.
Manny and Suspector doing really well to buy a lot of time here. Look how long Manny's just stayed alive this entire time, just trying to buy his team a little bit extra if he can, and now his whole team has respawned once again. So even though they were 2 dead, stayed alive a very long time to make sure no points go on the board.
We talk about just such a small play that Ryanoob made there that was such a difference maker that only Ryanoob would do. Just the angle that he took up that ramp, knowing that is the angle that gets held so many times by players with sniper rifle, and he just kind of walked past that aim, made sure that he was close to where that record would not be, as we do see Complexity with a lead on this hill. Also, Neuronical with the sniper rifle in his hands once more. Rain putting pressure on, but that's just a little distraction for Suspector to sneak behind enemy lines.
It's a little bit greedy. It's a great, I mean, we call that dirt sniping, a little bit of dirty sniping from the dirt there. But to be honest, to get spotted by the big door is a little bit unlucky because you're getting a little greedy at that point. You're kind of nest box jumping, and really you should just be holding that angle for anyone coming nest bridge and C plat. He gets spotted out. That will be a trade, but not before Complexity puts half the time on the board on the first hill.
Well, Suspector, he's holding down the hill at the moment. You can see the rest of the attention on the map is going towards the overshield. It looks like Complexity are happy to give up this time as long as they can bank on this overshield going into their hands. However, Suspector doesn't connect. And he also finds the death screen very, very quickly. And look how quickly the collapse is now coming in from Complexity. They realize from that pick that they can change their attention towards that hill. They're going to give the overshield to E United. You can see Ryanoob with it in his hands, and this man now once again has to be the player to make a play to break it.
Yeah, he late pops out of Rat Tunnel there, make sure he does it in time, and now going to make a very nice push. Takes a lot of damage though from the nest bridge, and that overshield is gone.
And it's done and dusted. Complexity only really we need 1 break to claim this first hill as their own and got 1-0 in this game. However, Ryanoob still alive, even though he got absolutely schmelted by numerous Complexity players. He drew the attention away for just long enough, and now seeing in this hill, his teammates are doing enough work, and just at the last second, Complexity make a desperate push into the hill, but the timing was off, and once again, Ryanoob was the player to make the play for E United to give them a lead.
Timing was a bit off indeed. They will get 3 dead in the end, but it will cost them the first hill, and as a result, though, off that great damage, they get 3 dead, then they get 2 dead, and now they're going to get quite a bit of time here on this C-plat as well. And they're going to look for that opening damage yet again. E United gets that first hill, and they're going to be very thankful they did because you already have Complexity halfway done on hill number 2.
Ryanoob with the spike grenades as well. Rain is going to be throwing them towards that hill once more. Look at this, just the damage that he's done is enough from those spike grenades to now make that push. Manny's going to pick up another. Vetra is last alive. A clean wipe of the Complexity lineup. Even though it's a great hold coming in from Complexity to put so much time on the board. They're about 2/3 of the way there to converting this. It's the same story as that first hill. E United make a big break at just the right moment.
It is, and I stand corrected. Might have spoken too soon as well, because even though E United let about 70% of the time go, it's E United who perfectly times their push, and they get a perfect 4 dead as well. And now they find themselves just about halfway of the same progress, reaching the 50% point on hill number 2 as well. Oh boy! Manny taking out the head glitch there. He'll get another one. 3 dead again. This should be another E United hill at this pace. Another one. They'll deny the overshield. It's 4 dead. E United looking better than ever in this series.
Manny is playing the Halo Infinite equivalent of whack-a-mole right now. Heads popping up everywhere, and heads popping on the kill feed as well. Hitting the big shots that matter, as Manny now shows his worth towards this E United lineup. With those shots and with this hold, it should be E United looking to put that second point on the board.
Love this, love this. This is one of the first times.
But you love this.
This is one of the first times we've seen this here. Waiting and baiting this hill, because guess what? Complexity has to push. It's a late overshield. Finally, they're going to go ahead and push off of the damage.
They're going to push off the damage, but I don't think United want to convert quite yet until they get a kill. So Spectre now has got that kill. Now they know they have the numbers. Now they can flood. They use the overshield perfectly, and United flip the map completely. It is genius from United. It is brilliant from Ryanoob, and now they have a little bit of a 50-50, but what a play that was.
Yeah, what a play. We'll talk about it in a second because we're still about to see the second half of this battle and who's really going to win this tug of war on the first hill points. Ryanoob, oh my God, stays alive. Gets his shields back, will not trade, so it's 2 dead for E United. Now, they really didn't get all of the benefits of what they just did, but while we have a second, we can break it down. To be honest, with King of the Hill being one of the newer game types, globally, we haven't seen enough of that, if you ask me, especially when you have a lead in King of the Hill. You can give those last few points. Don't grab them just yet. Wait till you get key damage on the rotate, because if you go ahead and just finish the hill on regular timing, you throw a lot of things in the air, and you don't take advantage of the way that you can bait the enemy towards you, because time will continue to tick down. That's what E United was looking to do there. In the end, they don't, once again, get the full benefit of that, but I think we're going to see more and more teams doing that for the second half of the year as we get towards the World Championship.
I agree with you. I think the simplest way to sum it up is it's much better to have a 2-0 lead with 2.5 minutes left on the clock than it is with 3 minutes left on the clock. So taking time out for an opponent to make a comeback is, once again...
And especially the damage you'll get with that baiting.
100%. It's just synonymous of Ryanoob. It's synonymous of what E United do. Always looking to push the meta forward and create opportunities. Now we're going to see E United once again in a lead. You can see Monster grabbing the snipe, but he's also under pressure. They don't have an overshield, and now Monster, even though he does a huge amount of damage and removes the overshield, E United are slowly, and I say slowly, it's getting quicker and quicker. It's certainly gaining momentum. Might put that 3rd point on the board, and they do.
They do, and Suspector right now is 11-6. Bouncing back in this series in a huge way, and E United looking to do the difficult, to get the reverse sweep like we said. This is a team that we knew could do it even when they were down 2-0 with a slower start. They find themselves 2 dead, but up 3 in this game, only 1 hill away from sending us to a game number 5.
And now this is where in complexity, you look at this lineup, like individual skill, yes, young guns, yes. Where's the composure, where's the experience? Because in games like this is where you need a voice to come through and say, reset the map a little bit here, boys. Slow it down, play together, play tight. Make sure we're doing the basics right to get back into this game. That seems to have been made. That call has been made. As you're now going to see Manny trying to put pressure onto the hill, but great shots from Monster, perfect ones, so to speak, might have given complexity a way back into this game.
And they would have to go so fast, right? They would need to get these hills with a lot of precision, a lot of great timing here, because there's not a lot of time on the clock for them to try to tie this up before it's over.
It certainly isn't. However, the fact that they're uncontested on this one means that clock isn't really moving too far. However, E United do seem to get the break, but only a momentary one. Overshield popping in around 25 seconds as well, and that's going to be 3 dead here for E United. So Raina's last alive is probably going to get chased down or have to at least scarper away, and Complexity do find that first hill. However, look at the map. It looks like Complexity are going to have to fight through top middle for this hill, as it looks like E United already have control of the tower.
Very good shots from Vetra in the end, though. Like you said, that tower hold is going to give them a lot of control, and the last guy you want back tower, to be honest, is Ryanoob, just staying alive, but they take him down right away. Great work here from Complexity.
Oh, but they forgot about the overshield, and Rain's managed to pick it up. Rain gets the overshield here for E United. So much focus from Complexity on that push, on picking up that final kill, that they let a respawner come in and grab that overshield. That's a little bit of a misplay coming in from Cole.
Yeah, certainly here. Rain is still going to have that overshield. Vetra, though, able to take the overshield off with the green gun, so able to neutralize that, but at great cost. 4 dead for Complexity.
4 dead, and as you know, E United will probably think about just burning time off of the clock. They know they've got a lot of cushion, a lot of wiggle room, so to speak, with 2 minutes still left, but Complexity going to take advantage of that. Maybe E United overthinking things a bit here.
Yeah, we'll see what E United does. I agree. They should just slay here, right? There's no need to keep this close. Just 2 minutes left on the clock. They can continue to just slay out top middle as such a difficult hill to hold.
Ryanoob, Suspector, all picking up a couple of kills. Neuronical's going to be last alive on the cuts as well. He gets swarmed by 3 players dressed in red and dressed in those beautiful E United skins, as Rain now just checks back mud to make sure that anyone is trying to flank through is going to be getting taken down. There is one of those players. Maybe he's thinking about jumping on that hill for a second, but I think the only reason would be because there's a sniper rifle there.
Yeah, E United, as we said, 0 interest here in the hill. They're going to let this time tick down and just continue slaying out and start to just pad those stats even more. It's really great control here from United.
Great control, but they still have to be careful here. There's still enough time. here for Complexity to get back into this game. If they get another point on the board here, it's 3-2, and then we restart that cycle of hills. And that first hill was extremely close between the two teams, and there's enough time for 2 or 3 pushes to come in. So Complexity now, with that push, are back in this game. It's 3-2, and Complexity say we want to take this the distance.
Oh boy, and my God, this series has delivered, and it's doing it yet again here in game number 4 late in the game. Complexity in control of the hill. They're down by 1 with about 90 seconds left to play with.
We've seen both sides of how you can approach this game type, right? You can burn time. Burn time in the hill, great. But you can't put yourself in a position where you're just overthinking things, kind of making the game difficult for yourself. And now you've let Complexity back into the game with enough time for them to tie this up. It does feel like a little bit we wrote the script, though. Let's be real. We was going through the overtime rules, Andy. We could be going to overtime if Complexity take this one.
That's exactly what they want to do. It's going to be difficult, though. Cycle is the last player alive. He knows he needs to wait for his team. Take a look at the angle he takes. He retreats back to C-Plat. It's a great play from him. They know they need to put together a good push. They had 2 dead moments ago, so they should be able to get to Nest here.
Well, United just know they still need to slay out, but they can't afford to lose a slaying battle at this point. If they do, that's going to be the game tied up. Rain stays alive for now.
Wow.
Manages to escape on that small door. Ryan flies in, but the damage being done on this side of the map should mean Complexity have access to that hill. 3 dead for United once more. Neuronical now changes his approach towards C-Plat to cut things off. Oh, there's a spawner behind him, though. That's going to be Ryan, but Ryan with a big win.
My God, spawns right in front of him. Back tower there as he's pushing up the dummy ramp. They're going to continue scoring. 2 dead, though, for Complexity, and E-United answers back very well off the spawn.
Heat wave, though. He's got the heat wave in the hill. No, he doesn't connect with the repulsor, but he manages to pick up 1. However, Complexity find themselves on the back foot, and more importantly, around this hill, you see the heat wave has been turned over. A massive moment here to have this weapon inside the hill in such clutch moments could be the difference maker.
Rain stepping up time and time again. Now, they do not want to be in this hill. They want the time to tick down. We are less than 30 seconds left in the game. We need to see some perfect pushes from Complexity starting now.
It's all or nothing now. I'm not talking about the Amazon documentary. I'm talking about the play that has to come in here for Complexity. Vetra and Neuronical pick up 2. It's 2 for 2 on the map, but Suspector, with arguably his biggest kill of the series so far, is going to give himself a chance to push in. Contesting happening now from E-United. A beatdown, not enough from Neuronical to stop this push. And it looks like with 14 seconds left on the clock, maybe Complexity have 1 more roll of the dice here.
Yeah, 1 more roll of dice, as you say. 10 seconds left now, but big kills coming in from Manny in the back of B.
Cycle gets 1, though. Overshield in the hands of Ryan, who once again, he has timed this perfectly. He has to contest. He gets repulsed out of the hill, though, and Complexity are still challenging, but the time bought again by Ryan means that Complexity find themselves 4 dead.
Wow.
And E-United send us to a game 5.
You had a feeling?
You got the biggest smile on your face.
You had a feeling it was going to a game number 5. E-United, too talented of a team to go down this early in pool play. They might have had a slow start, but they are back, and they are back in a big way. They will take game number 4, and they will send us to a series deciding game number 5.
And I'm telling you what, like, someone needs to get t-shirts made that just say, who else but Ryan?
Yeah.
Because he is the player every single time who just makes the right decision at the right time under the most pressure. Yes, he goes -2, but 18 assists again, and deciding I have enough time to go and get this overshield with my team, then contest, do enough damage, survive, and allow my teammates to get there. It's just right. Who else but Ryan?
Right. Also got to give credit to Suspector. 23 and 14 for him. Rain also 22 and 19. As we said, Suspector stepped up in a big way in that game, and it certainly shows on the leaderboard as well. That's an 11.7 KDA for him. As we take a look at the numbers, great damage across the board for E-United. And they played their game, such a strategic game. The most strategic-minded players in the game. Ryan, of course, captain of that strategy, really, since Halo Reach and even earlier. And it shows off here. I mean, delaying on the hill, right? Slaying only on the top of the hill. You might have been nervous at certain moments.
I was.
But it works out for him in the end.
Yeah, it's all good if it works out in the end, but I'm telling you what, if they have that hill back, they're not playing it that way. I'm just saying, all right? The first one, great. I see the idea behind it. Fantastic. Executed almost to perfection. But the top mid hill got a little bit messy. I think there might have been a little bit of a breakdown in communication, or maybe it was just a lot of credit has to be given to Complexity for that relentless approach to make sure that that wasn't the end of the game. But those shots from Manny there, just nice shots with the sniper rifle to give them that numbers advantage they required. Ryan Noob on the flank once more, but this was a scary moment here because Complexity locked this hill down, and I feel like that hill is one that you really can solidify now, the OS hill.
Big 1v1 in the back. Monster doesn't hit the repulsor here. Imagine if he hits the repulsor in the back of that base. We're about to see it on screen, actually. You're going to see Ryan Noob push in back here, and actually it's moments after this, it's a 2v1 against Neuronical. Take a look. We might have it in the package there. We don't, but one key play that you might have noticed, Neuronical was the last player in the live, and E United had to win the 2v1, which is easier said than done in the back of the base. They win it. That's what closes out the game. Look at your series layout. We are going to a game number 5.
Who you got, Bravo?
Oh, come on.
Who have you got?
Come on, don't do it to me.
That's how we're starting things off this weekend.
Don't do that to me.
CNA Super, baby. Come on.
In this game?
Game 5.
I can't bet against E United on the track that they are on right now. In the past 2 games, they look like a completely different team. I think right now E United's got the composure to take it. What about you?
Oh, I'll let you know in a minute.
That's not. No. Absolutely not. I swear to God, I'll walk off this set right now.
Okay, I don't ever want that to happen. Okay. I'm going to go. I think you're right. I think E United are going to be certainly a little bit more pumped up after that game. But I will say this. Whatever the score is, until we get to that 30 kill mark in this game, it is completely able to swing the other way. We have seen on Slayer Aquarius 10, 15 kill swings when it looks like a team is completely out of things, managing to find their way back into this game. So Complexity have got to keep that in mind. E United have got to keep that in mind as well. But the fact that this is a fast-paced, potentially fast-paced game type, and Complexity can find a way to play the way they want to play. So put it this way. If you're selling tickets, I'm buying.
That's it. I'm buying. I'm glad we're here for game number 5. We're glad you're here, as well as we jump into Slayer Aquarius. What a series it's been. I got to say, one of the best pool play matches you and I have ever casted, ever had the privilege of watching.
We usually get the 3-0s.
We always get the 3-0s, and regardless of what day it is.
Regardless of what day it is.
And here we are now into game number 5. Ladies and gentlemen, this one has a very good chance of being a huge factor in the end of this Pool A deciding match. Game number 5, E United versus Complexity to take the series.
Now I understand why everyone else is so tired after events, because they have to cast all the way to the end of a series. Well, let's see what can happen off the break, and who else but Ryan Noob getting 2 off the break to tie the game up at 2-2 for just a moment. However, you're going to see Vetra falling, and a little bit of a slender lead now goes into the hands of E United. I did just about catch, I think, one of the players who had that heat wave in their hands as well. So E United with a better start than their opponents for sure in this score, but also the sandbox looks like it's being controlled by them too.
And you got to think here, 4-4 now, and what Complexity needs to do is make sure that they do not let E United get these 8, 10 kill leads and just start running away with things. It's a big double from Monster here, 2 dead for the side of E United.
Not just a big double, but kept his teammate alive in that situation. Now you're seeing Complexity push the pace. This is the game type that they want to play at this kind of style. They are collapsing onto spawns. They do not want to let E United get comfortable and set up, because we've seen that's how they want to play. It's 9-4, and Manny, I'm sorry, my friend, but you're going to die as well.
He gets left in the fridge. Great place to be if you're a pot roast, not if you're Manny. He'll get taken down. Just clinical push from Complexity. Everyone just trying to get away. Back-to-back yellow. They leave a teammate there. They try to help him. It costs them 2. Now they find themselves down by 4. It's a 10-6 lead for Complexity early on.
By the way, do you remember we were talking about things in the fridge and I mentioned a beef stroganoff?
Yeah.
Like months ago?
Yeah, oh God.
Still in the fridge.
All right, maybe not. Maybe not the best place to be for months.
True. 11-7 the score though. United slowing things down and managing to just claw back at this little bit of a lead that's been developed by Complexity. Camo coming up in around 10 seconds as well. That's why you're seeing the game slow down. Everybody knows that they can't afford to throw away a couple of kills, but Dynamo Grenades and a Heat Wave is going to give you an advantage in a lot of fights, and E United take advantage of that. Rain now moves up towards top pink, and that should be access to that camo now for E United. It looks like one of them has grabbed it. It might even be Manny who's got it in his hands.
That's a great play. Look at this. It was just 10-6. What a swing. E United answering back. Game is tied, but they will get the camo, and they will get right back in this. So E United, such a tough team to take any advantages on. To try to get an extra inch, it's not going to happen. The game will now be tied. We'll see what Manny makes the play off of here.
I love this positioning from Manny as well. He was in a position where he couldn't get grenaded. So many obvious spots to get bank grenaded.
Yeah.
Trying to look for that camo player. Manny put himself top car, which is a very difficult position to get hold of. However, he was traded out, but Cycle is now found himself as last player alive off respawn, because E United have managed to develop a 2, make it 3, make it 4 kill lead now as Complexity starting to get picked apart a little bit.
They are. United once again. We started to say it moments ago. Complexity had a momentary lead where they were up by 4. Now they find themselves down by 4 after the last 2 series of slays. But Complexity cannot afford to let themselves go down by a big margin, and they keep the game close here.
Suspected trying to capitalize on damage, but just not in a great position to really support the teammates that had made that push. Now it's a 2-kill difference between the two. Suspected takes some damage from that frag grenade, but he still has the heat wave in his hand. So Suspected just trying to play close at the moment, trying to hold the corners behind his team, let them do the damage, and then look to collapse himself. He's that player.
He had to have seen him. Game slowing down just a bit here, though. 19-18, and you have to wonder, is United going to be the aggressor that they need to be to take this game convincingly?
Suspected just hasn't been in a good position to support anyone. He manages to pick up one, but a 3-for-1 trade means that now you're seeing a lead flip once again. 1 kill the difference, though, between the teams, but what a push it was from Complexity.
Great push there. Once again, they found themselves down by 3-4 moments ago here. Great shots, though, from Mana to answer back. It will be 2 dead for United once again. And Complexity slowly starting to inch away here. Now they're up by 3.
Pressure on United. Let's jump into the comms now and see how they're reacting to it.
Yep. One shot, P-Jump. Red P1, red P1.
I'm still one shot on the coil.
Yep, take down.
Okay. Coming.
My vent.
That may be upper.
Alright.
Top card pushing, vent now.
I've got a deep nade.
I think Kim was from base.
Yeah, he fell. Car 1. P2 car 1. Go. Pushing car 1. Yeah, wait.
Camo on me, P. 2 on me, P. Camo here.
Go left. Go. Go forward.
Yeah. One shot, cycle, dead.
Turner.
I'm one shot. I can't.
I'm here.
Chase me, camo guy. I'm on window.
Nice.
Window looking at me.
Yeah, two shots my window.
Behind you.
Yep.
Nice.
He's weak in the corner, he has thrust. No, just
Nice.
3.
Needed.
I've got shrooms.
Yep.
Space here.
Yep, take
Follow
time.
me eventually.
We spawn P1.
They're going blue, it looked like.
Under a gen.
Let's rust at 06.
I'm just staying fridge.
Regen and Dynamis.
Red Thrust is up, one bridge.
Alright, that's him.
He's high. Yeah. Thrust is up.
I'm looking at it. Gen still, close. On your right, yeah, you hit him with that.
One shot, head, he dead.
Nice, P2 trying to nade me.
Danos barely hurt.
There's our guys.
Oh, Northwest, one shot. Our flag's up.
One shot.
Red high, still one shot.
There's 2 there.
And Shroom's coming up. The second guy, Shroom's coming up. We got away.
I might die in the cross, though. I lived.
Peter. You're hiding where Peter.
Can we get out to blue guys? Can we push them out? Fire. 3 here. NP1.
Run.
P1 weak cycle.
Can we get in the base?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Well, the comms sound calm, but they shouldn't sound maybe quite as calm as they are, because you can see Complexity have a lead now, and it is a significant lead at this point in the game. Andy, you said to me just there in the listening, this is almost a repeat of how the second game of the series turned out as well.
I mean, this does not feel exactly like game number 2. Even the timing that we went to the listen in there, we saw United continually climbing back. They're down by 4. They bring it back within 1. Now they find themselves at the 30 mark. Once again, down by not just 7, now make that 8 kills here. And it's Complexity once again with a strong late game presence here as they continue to trade 2 for 1. It's adding up on the board in a big way.
2 players trying to fly towards the pink as well. Rhino flies past 1. A beatdown is going to be good, but it's not going to get the kill. Cycle is there for his 12th of the game, though. He's sat at 12, 5, and 7 in this game, the young gun, and he is performing at a level which I'm sure that his Complexity teammates are hoping he can keep up for this event. The camo was up as well. Euronical looking to make a play off the back of it. Gets that trade. Trades at this point are good enough for the 6-kill lead.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. Really at that 6-kill buffer, you can afford those trades, and they're going to continue forcing that. Camo play now is going to be big. Cycle with another one. He's 13-8, the 17-year-old young gun in his debut with this squad now find themselves with a substantial lead. It's 41-33.
Look at United. They're just all trapped in the back of the base. A trade comes in. This will be a camo surely guaranteed going into the hands of Complexity, but Cycle once again just keeps the pressure on. He wants to finish this game quickly. He wants to finish this game now as he does the damage for Veteran to take advantage of.
As we said, though, not over just yet. There are still more kills to be had. There's still more control and more to play for. 43-37, and United completely capable of bringing this game back.
This is why I said at the start of this game, whatever the score is around now, it doesn't matter too much because you can have those big swings in those final moments. Now you are seeing it's a 5-kill difference between the two teams, and Euronical is thinking, how do I get out of this one? I'm getting flooded now by United.
Grabs thrust there. Risky play, but it pays off for him. Gonna stay alive, and they know they cannot afford to throw this away. It's a 5-kill lead at this moment, but make it 4. United not done just yet.
Game 5 going right to the wire. Cycle, 14 kills to his name. Vetra gets one, Suspector trades it out, but trades are fine for Complexity. Trades are a dream for Complexity at this point in the series. They only need 5, but Rhino keeps Manny alive!
My God, is that the kill they're going to look back on in the VOD knowing they should have gotten it? Now it's a 3-kill game somehow. This was just 41-33, and now it's 45-42. Only a 3-kill lead for Complexity as E-United continues to climb back.
Go back to that listening a few moments ago. Suspector gets one as well to bring it to win in 2. They were timing the thrust. You know they are timing those dynamos. That's why you're seeing that move on the car side of the map now from E-United. You got to think those blue things are going to get thrown soon.
And I had to think if this game came down to the wire, you got to go back to the listening. Like you said, the composure in the mid-game from E-United was remarkable. They'll find another one though. Complexity 46-43 now.
Big kill again from Cycle. Make it another one. It's a double kill for Cycle. Suspector has the camo, but is there enough time for him to put it to use? The shots are looking a little bit shaky. The information is now there for Complexity on where Suspector is. He gets chipped away out. The shields. Big push now coming in. Rain picks up one. Suspector's got to do damage. Manny picks up another as well.
My God.
Complexity are flying in, looking to finish things off, but it's a complete swing, and E&I go into a lead.
A triple kill for Manny in the back of the base. What on earth was that? Suspector gave them all of the info there. 48-47. E-United takes the lead here with only 2 kills to go.
If you needed a illustration of nervous decision making from Complexity, that was exactly it. They bleed 4 kills without response, trying to get the game finished. And now E-United just need 2. Complexity are trapped in the base, and here come the Dynamos.
This is a heart-pounding finish here in game number 5. A 1-kill game between these two. 49-47.
Who else but Ryan Noob? Who else but Ryan Noob?
Oh.
Gets the final 2 kills in the game, and E-United complete the reverse sweep.
Oh my God. You have got to be kidding me here. This series had it all. I am sweating.
I'm drenched.
I am drenched.
We don't usually do more than 3 games.
We're not used to anything going more than 3 games. My God. E-United complete the reverse sweep in the most epic and fantastic of fashions, down by 8 or 9 kills at the end of the game.
Yeah.
And they bring it back to reverse sweep Complexity and send things somehow back to normal. My God, what a series.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look at the stats, but I mean, who cares at this point? It's the one on the left that really matters, right? 50-48, but Complexity will never, ever want to see the end of that game again.
Never.
They threw that game away. They got desperate. A couple of kills didn't go their way. They kept flying in, knowing there was multiple players from E-United in the vicinity.
How about Ryan Noob keeping Manny alive? We knew that one was going to come back to bite. Let's look at the damage. 5,000 for Manny. Nobody else in the 5K club.
Ridiculous stuff. And when you need 2 kills at the end of a game in a game 5.
How about all the info that Suspector had on that push as well? Manny, I think it wasn't an over in the feed. Manny got at least 3 kills, by the way, in the back of the base. There might have been a 4th. We weren't on his POV. There was no over in the feed either, so it didn't look like it was an over in the end.
Wow.
But my God, this is your series layout. 50-48 final game 5 for E-United. Take a look at it, because this was one heck of a match. What a heartbreaking loss for Complexity, and what a confidence-building series for E-United.
A confidence-building series, but also one full of relief, I think, for E-United, to be honest with you. I mean, you look at that first game, very, very close between the two, but Complexity clutch up. The second game, not so close, as Complexity did close that one out and managed to not throw away the lead in the end. And then we saw Oddball recharge. That was where E-United had the time, I think, just to find their footing on the series, start to work things out a little bit. 3-2, King of the Hill live fire. It looked like E-United should have had control of that for the whole time, but they almost blew it. Yeah. And then in the final moments, Complexity did blow it. They had a lead going into those final moments, but just the ice of E-United. I mean, it's difficult to teach that.
We even started to say, right, this was the victory lap. I think it was 41-33. Complexity, it looked like it was going to be the end, but you can never count out E-United. That's the one thing you have to remember, and Complexity's not going to soon forget it.
Hey, they certainly will not be forgetting it. Anyway, that's it for the series. It is done and dusted. We have a reverse sweep as E-United looks strong. We're going to throw it back to these wonderful people on the desk right next to us. Take it away, Lloyd.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness me. Talk about comeback kings, lads. That was just insane. You know, when we were asked to put our talent predictions in, Clutch, you did actually have E-United up there. Is it moments like that, something that you saw in that E United roster, something special that gave you the confidence to put them up there because you knew, look, hey, can't cut them out when they're down. This is what they can provide, and look, they can get the results if they need it.
Yeah, I think a couple times throughout the series we really saw why I expected E United to still remain in the top 4. I hadn't seen this team play as a team yet, but I just have so much confidence in how these guys play and the understanding of how they practice, right? The fact that they do their due diligence when it comes to strategy, when it comes to correcting issues. I'm not quite sure how much this team has really had time to put all of that together, but even in this series alone, they had to show you their veteranship, their ability to waver storms at times, and it was an absolutely incredible Game 5, yes, but there were times in Game 4 where they started to show you that they're going to create meta in King of the Hill, where here and now they don't activate the overshield just yet, they don't cap the hill just yet, they want to make sure that they're prioritizing the min-max situation as maximum as possible as far as outcome is concerned. And that's what gives me hope in this E United roster to compete with some of the best.
Yeah, I love seeing the counter strats coming forward from E United, and Complexity really throwing every kind of strategy they had at E United right from the start. And we saw, as you mentioned there, on live fire, having that kind of delayed pop of the overshield, the push with Ryan, the timing. It was so impressive to see that. Even though Complexity were hoping to kind of bait them out, they weren't taking the hill for a reason. So really impressive stuff coming across from the likes of E United. What was that big switch for you though, Walsh, to have that reverse sweep, to see that completely flip on its head against Complexity, who, let's be honest, we thought a certain amount of times there that they were going to take the entire series?
Yeah, I don't know. Even though they already got that one game under their belt, I felt like it was those live fire plays. I did feel like we saw some more calculated plays and also some of the riskiest plays that I've seen there in live fire. The very first time that they delayed that hill, they wanted to make sure they got some more damage across the map. They popped their overshield late, and then they captured that C-plat hill before traversing the map. Sorry about that. I got so excited about them going across the map, as you can tell.
So they didn't choke as bad as Complexity.
Oh, dang. But yeah, before they traversed the map, and I thought that was brilliant. That's exactly what you want to do when you have a hill that secured and then you have that large of an advantage. Now, the second part of that was when they were over the B hill, we were just like, all right, there's still so much time left in this one. Is this really the right time and place to try to drain the clock?
Yeah.
Or are they just playing with fire at that point? And yes, they executed and got it done in the end, but it was risky and it was scary because you could just tell if they somehow lost that hill, it was going to be a 3-3 game and Complexity would be on fire.
Yeah, that was really difficult. I could see you sweating during that moment. You're like, what are you doing? This is kind of
that was risky.
It was very risky. Do you feel like looking back on that, although it did pay off, kind of taking major risks like that down the line, do you think it's going to pay off in the same way? Or honestly, did they have to rethink kind of major strategies like that?
To us it was risky. To me it was really risky. To them, I think it was part of the plan. And that's the thing with the C United roster. You can kind of always assume that they have some kind of strategy behind the scenes that's going on that they're trying to implement. Whether or not it works out, maybe not always in their favor, but at majority of the time, they seem to create meta. They seem to always have that plan underway, and as long as they can get the slaves behind it and they can implement the strategy correctly, it'll pay off in the long run. That's something you can always trust Ryan and Rain to do. And that's why when they were doing it, I was like, you know what? I don't like it, but these guys know what they're doing. There's a reason that they've had so much success in Infinite, and I have a lot of confidence that even though I might doubt them at times, Walsh might doubt them at times, these guys are going to come out with plays that work a majority of the time.
And look, roasting aside about the choking, etc., Complexity, though, they did really come out of the gates hot.
They're good.
Were very, very impressive, just as you said, Clutch. You had your eye on them for a reason. My goodness, did they not prove to us today that they have what it takes to go up against some of the bigger dogs? Now, Complexity, obviously, bringing on Cycle, that new young gun, really paid off for them. What did you make of the makeup of this team, Walsh, all together, and how they performed against United?
I mean, you don't see those disconnects that we saw with previous Complexity rosters where it feels like two people charging, two people sitting back or whatever. It felt like they're one cohesive unit. And so I know I was very critical at the beginning of this because I didn't watch as much of Complexity, scrimming and playing, but they looked like they were playing as a unit, as a team. And so confidently, based off just that match alone, if we're seeing a strong E United roster, this is the best call roster that we've seen.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that they are playing consistently at a high level. That E United team is no pushover at all. So for them to push E United to the distance, arguably should have won that series in 3 games or whatever it may have been. Those Complexity guys need to keep their heads high and need to stay focused because this pool, it's not over. their tournament, it's not over. They have a lot more in store for us, I can guarantee. And there's a lot of individual skill on that team. I mean, you see Vetra popping off. You see Neuronical making plays. Monster was having a statistical dominant series. So if they can keep that up, I have no doubt that not only can they compete with the United, but some of the best teams in the HCS are going to have their hands full when they run into complexity later on.
Great individuals, great teamwork coming across the board as well. I'm really excited about complexity and going forward, as well as E United. Let's take a look at the pools right now, though. See the updated results on the board, and as you can see, they are filling in. We've got Sentinels already up 1-0 in their pool, taking down Native. It was a 3-0 finish there. Complexity obviously going down, unfortunately, after that epic Game 5 against E United, who will find themselves 1 up in their pool 2. Pool C, Optic Gaming, great start we saw earlier on today. G1 also did manage to close things out against Forbidden Fruit, so although it was 1-1 at the time we checked in, actually ended 3-1 to finish that one out. Pool B, Cloud9 also looking pretty, as well as FaZe Clan, so great stuff there from FaZe already to start out the day. Big confidence boost pushing forward, especially having to face Cloud9 at some point as well. Pool D, though, G2 Esports looking very, very good, as well as Lions taking down Pioneers earlier on in an epic Game 5 as well, and Pioneers are going to find themselves heading up against G2 Esports, which is actually going to be our next series of the day. I'm really excited about this because I think it's really important not only to win as a roster, but also to bounce back. When you have had a bad series, you have gone Game 5, you haven't managed to get it over the line, what do you do next? You need to bin it and you need to win it. That's the next step, right? And having that kind of strategy, that mentality of the roster is really, really important, especially when you go into Orlando on LAN as well. Taking it through the weekend is going to be a big one. So Pioneers, that's the big question next. Do you think they're going to be able to do it, Clutch?
I think it's a must-win for them, and I think if they win this series, they can flip this pool on its head entirely. I think if we're talking about Pool of Deaths, yeah, we could have had a conversation about a lot of different pools, but now that Lions has upset Pioneers, it's Pioneers' responsibility to bounce back strong, like you're saying. After a Game 5 loss, you got to refocus, you got to get your head in the game. G2 is a very winnable series on the side of Pioneers. I think that they expected to win this series at the start of the day, even though they fell to Lions short. I expect to see the best of Pioneers come up in the series against G2.
Very true, and G2 are looking pretty good right now. They're feeling confident, hoping to take down Pioneers. Coming right up after the break, we do have that next series for you guys, and it is pool play. But there is all to play for today as we head into the champ bracket tomorrow. Who is going to take this one versus Pioneers and G2? We'll find out right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
take.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. It's so good to have you guys joining us. We are actually a way through pool play. I'm joined by Bravo and Walshy on the desk. And gentlemen, I want to get straight into this next series because we do have a potential banger on the cards here. We've got Pioneers versus G2. We need Pioneers to really step up to the mark here, show us that they're here to play, show us that we can take them seriously. And G2, they want to continue this victory run so far, going up 1-0, beating Space Station. They're feeling pretty good about themselves right now. Let's kick things off though with G2 and talk about what these guys have to do. And that actually is all about gelling with this brand new teammate that everyone is talking about. That's Barcode. I think it's absolutely incredible coming from the ANZ region, from a team that has been so dominant in that region. Bravo, what does he bring to the table for this squad?
Yeah, I think sometimes it's unfair to look at one player on a team, but I think in this case you really have to, right? It really is all about Barcode. It's all eyes on him all weekend long, and the man brings just simply raw skill, great decision making. We've seen him in the highlight packages time and time again, but now let's get serious, right? I mean, the big test now, he's in North America, right? He was, I think Onset put it best, he was a big fish in a small pond. Right now, he's here in North America. He's got to perform in the world's most challenging region.
Yeah, and we're going to see him not just, rise to this occasion right now with just joining G2. As he gets more acclimated to this Western style of play, he's going to just get better as he gets to practice nonstop against North American players and teams. So I expect him to just continue to get better as a player and as he represents the ANZ region.
Yeah, without a doubt. And Barcode, honestly, known in the ANZ region for these crazy clips. I would literally go to social media and what I would see after a pro series of the ANZ is Barcode clips over and over and over again. This guy's disgusting. We all know that. But is he that kind of renegade player for this G2 roster, do you think? Is he going to be that X factor?
Oh, I think he can be for sure. I think that's the big question is just how much can he slay out, right? Of course, he could do much more than that, but I think they're going to be looking to him to make plays from areas like top tower, right? He's going to be the guy with Shock on the bat ledge popping off. I mean, the rest of the guys can do it too, but I think they're looking for big damage output from Barcode specifically.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be an interesting one to say the least. And G2 Esports looking to continue, that momentum that they've had previously from Space Station going up, of course, in the pools. Now, moving on to Pioneers, a little bit of a different story here. Unfortunately, they've had an upset. A Game 5 against Lions didn't go to plan, and they see themselves now on the back end of a 0-1 in their pool. What do they need to do right now? They have that new addition, of course. We've got Manny that's gone out, and we have King Nick, a direct swap really with the United. Do you think that's going to pay off for them here, Buff?
I mean, that's the question, right? I certainly don't know if it's going to pay off for them. I think, unsurprisingly, right, all eyes on Nick here, what he can bring to this team. I think a lot of people were looking for Nick to bring a little bit more composure, so it's surprising to see that first result early on.
Yeah, it is surprising to see that. In terms of King Nick and what he can kind of produce, I think there was a couple of arguments going out on social media about, Manny versus King Nick. What was the better addition for United? Well, in this respect here, King Nick, what do you think he specifically is going to be bringing to this Pioneers roster and that they can actually utilize?
That's a good question because I feel like these players, they don't just randomly pick up a teammate. They've gone through so many different 8s matches or matchmaking or gameplay and footage, and they're saying, all right, this person, I love how they hold down this area. I love how they sit back when they're the last one alive and wait for where the rest of the team to spawn. So my guess is it's more than just like a vague statement of like slaying power or this. It's, they've looked into like small nuanced details, realized King Nick has what we bring to the table. And I would have to ask those players directly, like, what exactly is it about King Nick that you saw that, bring something more to the table than Manny?
Well, hopefully the gameplay on our screen will actually edge us closer towards the answer to that question as well. I tell you what, we've been talking about King Nick though, but there's another name that I want to talk about, and that is in the form of our USMC service record, and that is Druck from Pioneers. Druck has been on Pioneers for quite some time now, and he has had some experience here, as you can see, in different types of Halo titles. We've had Halo 5 here. What does Druck really bring to this roster here that stands out to you, Brian?
I think he's been so consistent all season long, been so impressed. Anytime we're on Druck's screen, it feels like the man is not only doing damage, but also from the right places, right? He's focused on the right places he needs to be, especially in objective game types. I think you see that from him time and time again. Question is, right, even though we've seen so much of this Pioneers roster so consistent over the course of the year, right, the question is, can King Nick and this new roster, this new composure, can this bring them into the top 4, right? They've been a team that has been top 8 for so long, then they broke top 6, and they've consistently been there.
do they have what it takes this weekend to get top 4? That's really the question for this team.
Yeah, that really is the big question here. And we talk about a lot of the time composition of teams here. And you know, in terms of Druck and what he can bring to the table for this roster, do you see him as more of a main slayer? As Bravo mentioned, he is able to get that objective work, you know, kind of across the line for his team. Where do you see him? Is he a little bit more flexy, or is he kind of that lethal of the team that you kind of recognize?
I mean, it's so funny because it's difficult for me to differentiate a lot of these KCP players. You look at them as like this one cohesive unit where it's like they're all flying together at the same time, and it's, you know, almost a coin flip of who's going to pick up that double kill when they all collapse in and clear out the kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And I think that's kind of been the storyline for KCP, right? Is the question of how far can they go, but nobody's ever really kind of looked at individual players on that roster for a very long time until team changes have kind of occurred. And we've seen Pioneers team players go to different teams and try and create a new kind of makeup and a new dangerous team there. And KCP obviously being a very, very fast-paced roster, does that slow this down now with King Nick here coming from a team that was more tactical, United, knowing that they wanted to play with structure and strategy coming forward? What do you think having King Nick does to the kind of I guess the team's strategy now for KCP? Is it going to change?
For me, I don't think it should. I think they picked up King Nick knowing kind of that he could still apply that same pressure, right? Let's keep in mind King Nick came from a free-for-all background, right? The first time I saw King Nick was 2016-ish, winning kind of smaller free-for-all tournaments, I think. And so he knows exactly what he needs to do to simply hold forward, to slay out, to get the kills that he needs to get. So for me, it's just a question of, right, can he just bring the consistency needed for this roster and continue to play the same play style that Pioneers has done, but maybe just in the mid-game pick up a little bit more solid performances to close out the big games? Because let's not forget, they've been a few game 5s away from even bigger performances, even on land. So I think they're just missing a small piece of the puzzle. They know it, their fans know it, and that's what they're looking for with Nick.
Hey, look, you never know. This could be the time where they take the leash off King Nick from that structured style and just let him fly. I'm hoping to see a bit of that in this series, but I'll tell you what, it is time right now to throw it on over to our wonderful duo, our lovely casters in the booth with the big screen and the big guy, Clutch versus Gaskin.
He is a very big guy.
I said versus Gaskin.
Yeah, we're
look,
not
they're
fighting.
about to show down.
We're definitely not fighting. I don't want that to happen.
we can go at it if you want.
Go very badly. But, you know, this is a series, Lottie, that we knew was going to be kind of for first place in this group, but we did not, Wes, expect to come into this with the Pioneers already having a loss. What an opportunity this is for G2 to potentially top this group, and that really would go against anyone's predictions, anyone's expectations. Surely the Pioneers have to bounce back here.
Yeah, you think that the Pioneers with the pickup of Nick have to bounce back here in order to have a strong performance in pool play. They can flip this entire Pool D on its head with the win in this series, but this G2 Esports roster, they made the change of their own. They got Barcode, and you know they want to make something special happen this weekend. They want momentum going into Orlando, and I feel like they have so much talent when you go down the individuals. It's just a matter of putting the pieces of the puzzle together, so it's a phenomenal opportunity to see what this G2 roster will look like with the addition of Barcode as well.
And as we move further into these pools, we get some new game types. We get a new series layout. Of course, we saw the same series layout throughout the games we've been watching so far today. But we start here on Stronghold Street, Slayer Livefire, King of Hill Recharge, and then if we need them, Capture the Flag, Aquarius, and Slayer Catalyst. Any kind of inklings, any kind of things you're thinking, just looking at that series layout, Wes? Do you think we're going all the way to a game 5?
I think it's definitely possible, and if you get there, Catalyst Slayer is such a coin flip style of a game that can really go with just the momentum of how the break goes. So if we can get to game 5, it's all about how you start game 5 for me. But taking a look at 2 out of the first 3, we got the S7 and the shock rifle featured in at least the guaranteed maps here. And when you're saying that, I'm thinking Gilkey is in this series. You know how well of a sniper he is. You know on the other side, Talik and Soul Snipe, they're going to want snipes in their hands as well. This has the opportunity for a series layout to create a lot of highlight reels for these players. And these are very capable players when it comes to picking up those power weapons and making plays with them.
I'm really excited for this series. I'm excited to see what Barcode can do on the main stream. I know he's already played on the Bravo stream, and I was speaking to some of the guys that are casting over on the Bravo stream. They said that Barcode didn't look out of place. He didn't look like the pressure is getting to him. He looked like he's very comfortable, and I think that is the perfect way for G2 to start this tournament. They 3-0'd Space Station. They put themselves in such a good spot for this series.
I don't expect for Barcode to look out of place against Space Station. I expect Barcode to potentially look out of place when they play against some of the stronger teams in North America. Well, guess what? The Pioneers are a next level step for them, a top 6 team, and we'll see very quickly if Barcode can keep up with the pace. But another player I want to watch, Dan, it's King Nick. this addition to this roster, I honestly think the Pioneers could have improved with this pickup. He's got so much individual skill. And as we hop on board with Barcode as well, just two of the young players on both of these two teams that have so much opportunity here this weekend to make names for themselves.
The Pioneers have a lot to answer for. After their loss earlier against the Lions, it was 3-2, but it doesn't matter if it's 3-2 or if it's 3-0. It's still a loss. This is a must-win series for them. Talik has got the Rockets, not able to connect with the first, but Elise can position himself to potentially do some damage with the second, and now they can just manage to kind of pinch Barcode, the last remaining player here. This is a brilliant start from the Pioneers. It's total control, it's points scored, it's confidence they most definitely needed.
Confidence they most definitely needed. Control they most definitely needed. And look at this, continuing to press the respawners over here towards the shotgun area. They get the first 2 kills. The trip cap still in effect. They do end up having the ability to stall C, but with the pressure on Barcode here, he goes down again. And now look at how well the Pioneers are able to perform when they have control, when they can set the pace. This is the Pioneers you know and love.
And this is such a deficit to come back from already. I mean, 85 points of a lead, that is such a big gap. Now, Stronghold can very quickly turn on its head. We do see teams get back into games in the latter stages, but what a start it is. Already you can see stats starting to fly up. Druck was highlighted before this series started. He's got 6 kills, and he's got the red gun in his hand.
One of the guys that I didn't see necessarily step up in that Game 5 was Druck. Maybe not the best statistic performance. He had the 50th death to pair with it, and already making up a difference here in this series. 7-0-1 finally goes down, but not without his presence being felt.
Finally some points being scored then on the side of G2, and can they make it count? Can they get total control as well? Rockets coming up shortly, Straight Sick getting the kills on the other side, but Barcode's still finding damage here with the shotgun, and now there are those Rockets. Can anyone position themselves to actually pick them up and do some real damage? Because they haven't been a massive factor in this game so far, and it is Straight Sick on that other side for G2, finding himself with the power weapon and the chance to really increase this score.
Still a 60-point lead here for the Pioneers. These Rockets being played more of a defensive stance here with Straight Sick wanting to rotate over towards B, knowing that the pressure, the callouts are coming towards. It's only Soul Snipe that's alive. He's made slight work up. You're able to play one rocket to the situation as well. So now you're going to have a rocket in your back pocket to play around. The failed push from the Pioneers will allow G2 Esports to get back into this one.
Such an advantageous position when the last remaining player has the rocket launcher, because you, of course, are in such a powerful spot that you can pick up 2 kills quite comfortably on your own, and the other team is going to be reluctant to push as Soul Snipe, as I say, that he pushes in, and he stays alive and gets the kill onto Straight Sick. A kill that should have never been achievable, and maybe now we can see the Pioneers regain control.
The lack of aim assist on the thrust there keeps Soul Snipe alive. It's allowed him to do a little bit more damage. They're able to transfer B over, and now they have a BC setup of their own. In the meantime, though, Barcode is overextended towards C. He's going to jump into it. He's going to be able to transfer it back over. So it is going to be an AC stronghold for G2 Esports for now. And with that, they're right back into this one, Dan. It's only a 20-point game, so it was once a blowout from the Pioneers' perspective. Now, all of a sudden, the Pioneers starting to show their human side, starting to show that they are not going to necessarily run away with this one, and I love this by G2 Esports.
But it was how quickly the Pioneers were able to get a scoreline like that, which would worry me for G2. Yes, they've been able to get back into this and just about tie things up now, as they will tick over to 103 as well. But it's been quite slow. If Pioneers can regain that same control we saw in the early stages, they can score very quickly and get that lead right back in their side. So G2 need to make sure they do not allow said control. They cannot allow the Pioneers to get out of control like that. But at the same time, as long as they're controlling things like the shotgun, the red gun, and of course the Rockets, they're going to be doing well, as there's Barcode doing what he used to do back in ANZ, and he's doing it in North America as well.
And what a perfect time to do it, picking up the Rockets, trying to juggle all 3 power weapons himself. Can't quite hold on to 3 of them, so he's having to opt to drop the shotgun, but with Rockets in hand, he should be able to transfer over A, and he should be able to dominate the shotgun side of the map. It's a killing spree for Barcode. He finds another one, and it's been all control on the side of G2 Esports ever since that run early from Pioneers. They haven't scored a single point since then, and they're starting to run away with it on the side of G2 Esports. They got a trip cap in effect, and they have a 50-point lead.
I mean, seeing snippets of the previous series against SSG, I was very excited to see what G2 can do in this tournament, and now seeing how they've turned this game around, I think it's demonstrating a lot of what this team is capable of. They are not going to let their heads drop. They know how to get back into a game. They know how to reposition themselves on the map so they can get in control of certain areas as well. Just need to be careful they don't get ahead of themselves here. Now that they have a significant lead, just carry on with this slow control. Carry on with the rotations you've been able to find.
Yeah, this game not over yet, right? You know Pioneers are very capable of coming back into this one, but Straight Sick lands a nice kill here in the red room, trying to stay alive as he tries to deny B from being transferred over. Unfortunately, can't do that, but fortunate for G2 Esports fans, Barcode's come off spawn. He's made his way over to B. He's found himself a kill, a Bulldog shotgun. He should be able to find another one before getting taken down. He does just that on the Nick. And these slays are going to go into G2 Esports' favor. And with that, so will be Stronghold here shortly.
Yeah, Soul Snipe was the last remaining player there to really do any damage. Druck's going to try and get aggressive, but maybe too quick off the spawn, because now he's going to leave the other spawners on his side, just maybe in a 2 versus 3 or a 2 versus 4. G2 starts scoring once more. Sap's going to be having some hill control here. The Stalker Rifle has been ruthless, regardless of who's had it in their hands. And now G2 find themselves 50 points away from winning map 1.
Rock's coming up in 3 seconds, and they're almost a must-get, a win condition, I would say, for the side of the Pioneers. Ever since they've given up every single set of rockets since the first set, they've fallen deficit and they've fallen to the death of those rockets. You know they want to set up for them, but unfortunately this Stalker Rifle so influential, like you said. The Sab just popping off, landing himself a double, takes down 2, but he's the last guy alive. He's forced to use them on himself, can't quite find the kill on the Nick, and that could be the momentum swing that Pioneers need.
I think that was the problem. He used the rocket on himself rather than the enemy. Panicked a little bit, just couldn't quite get that reticule up high enough to go for the triple kill, but it will allow at least a little bit of time. The team off spawn can now reconsider where they want to go. Good nades coming out from Gilkey and taking down Soul Snipe very effectively, very quickly. It's how clean G2 are at the moment at responding to callouts, finishing these one-shots. It's so effective that the Pioneers just don't have time to get into the areas of the map that they need to.
I mean, these G2 Esports players have so much individual skill. It's just been a matter of time, it feels like, for them to put it all together. And with the addition of Barcode slaying at the highest level, he's got 15 to his name now, 15, 4, and 7. He's allowed the rest of these players the opportunity, the space to display that individual skill that they have, Dan. And with that, there's 12 points away now from ending game 1 in their favor. The Pioneers, ever since the first break, have looked lost. And with that set of slays, it is going to be the game here momentarily. You have to think going into G2's favor, and what a dominant second half from G2 that was. And this is the G2 Esports I've been waiting to see all year, and it may just be the answer of Barcode they needed in order to get to that pinnacle of opportunity.
And whilst coming into this tournament, I think we have 3 clear favorites. I think from 4th all the way to 8th, it is so unpredictable, and I think that is being demonstrated here in pool play with previous results from the Pioneers losing against Lions, and now for G2 continuing their domination that they had against SSG into this series against Pioneers. This is really shaking up the pool, and I'm very excited to see what is going to happen as we get further into it. Just looking at the stats, Barcode, 15 kills. He's still standing out. He's still standing out against the teams that he should be standing out. As you said, I'm curious to see what happens when he goes up against some of those bigger and better teams, but at the same time, Pioneers were the top seed in this group, Wes. They were 4th seed coming into this tournament. This is arguably a bigger and better team, and Barcode's still performing.
Yeah, Barcode performing at an all-time level, but it's because he's put in such successful opportunities and situations, right? He had so many opportunities with the Stalker, the Bulldog, and the Rockets throughout that game. Things like achieving those weapons you can't do alone. So what Sav was able to do with the most assists, what Gilk and Straight Sick are able to do in order to help create space. I mean, look at the damage from Straight Sick. Barcode has the 3rd most damage on his team, had the most kills. I love seeing that because distribution across the way for the entire G2 Esports roster, that tells you everyone on this team is clicking on all cylinders to create that win.
Well, the amount of times in my kill feed I saw Straight Sick picking up very important kills at very important times, I think says and speaks volumes about how well he was performing off screen, even though we didn't see his POV necessarily as much as others. But as we look back at the highlights, what a start it was from the Pioneers. They were up by 100 points, but then suddenly G2 woke up again. What was the real game changer, Wes, that we saw from the difference at the start of the game?
To me, it comes to weapon control, right? I know so often do we say the sandbox influences the game, but with Rockets, with Stalker, we're seeing it on screen. Just the DPS output for these players becomes so high. Being able to get that set of rockets, find the first kill, gain numbers, that's all you need on a map like Street Strongholds. And because they were consistently able to do so after the opening break, they were able to have success ever since.
a lot of success, and they controlled the game. And I think it was only 37 points we saw the Pioneers score after that initial 100 they were able to achieve. Really an incredible comeback, and definitely a game we'll have to look back on, analyze, and just work out how good and how well G2 played to put themselves in that position. Game 2 is going to be Slayer on Live Fire. Now, I know we always say, well, can we take anything from Game 1 going into Game number 2? I think that answer is already there. We know that G2 now are going to have all the confidence in the world here. Pioneers, their heads may begin to drop. Wes, are we going to be looking like this could be a dominant performance from G2? Could we even potentially see a 3-0 in this series?
We could absolutely see a 3-0. The way G2 is playing, the way this team is built, these players have so much individual skill. When I'm telling you, like, when I watch Sab's point of view, when I watch Gilkey's point of view, when I watch Barcode's point of view, these guys don't miss shots, right? These guys make plays. And for them to all have found each other on the same team, for them to start gelling like they did just there in Game 1, I haven't been able to watch this team practice, but what I can tell you is if they can hit their flow, if all 4 of these players can feel comfortable, they're going to be a very dangerous team this weekend to play against. And on a map like Live Fire with the S7, if it finds the hands of any one of those players, you're in trouble on the side of Pioneers. Pioneers have to control the power weapons and the overshield if they want to come back in this series and tie it 1-up.
Well, I know who I want to see have the sniper rifle in their hands, and that's Barcode. He has been the sniper god from the ANZ region, and now he's got to do it in the North American region as well. And from what I've seen so far in this tournament, I think he will put on a show for us if he is able to get that sniper. And really, G2, if they can carry this momentum into the rest of this series, then there's no reason why they cannot dominate this. There's no reason why they cannot top their group. There is no reason why they couldn't finish top 4 in this tournament from what we've seen so far. There's still a long way to go as we jump into game number 2.
Good job by Barcode to create some space, get green control early on. Druck's forced it back up. Druck relocates, he runs right back to Barcode. Barcode finds that kill, and it's an early lead for G2, I believe, as they gain control of this green side of the map. Unfortunately, with power up coming up, it is going to be the Pioneers that are over on that side of the map respawning, so they're going to have the advantage here to secure this overshield, and that's usually where the early game goes.
Well, Straight Six going to be there first, though. Can he pop it? He can pop it. Sneaks in, runs away with it. Indiana Jones style, manages to just get it through the doorway, and somehow G2 now have control. They have the overshield, and I think that's a little bit of a fumble by the Pioneers. Druck left the overshield, perhaps was a little bit worried by the spawners over towards the dummies, and now Straight Six can start putting it to use.
Yeah, you can tell Nick was honestly in a position to try and help that overshield combat as well, but both kind of position themselves to slay and let someone else pick it up. Because of it, Straight Six swoops in. And look what they've been able to do ever since. 7-4 now, and the push on the tower is going to be a successful one. Barco, Heat Wave, overshield in hand. He's been able to get, I'm sorry, Straight Sick, Heat Wave, overshield in hand. He's been able to pick up a couple of kills, and now all of a sudden, G2 Esports looking like they're going to be the early benefactors of the power-up.
10-6, it's a 4-kill lead. It could be more as well. Straight Six just not able to stay alive, but he has got support from Barcode, but Barcode should fall at the same time, just unaware of the player pushing from behind. But as long as you can hold a 4 to 5 kill lead as you carry on through this game, you're going to be more than comfortable. You're going to force the Pioneers to have to do something a little bit different to try and break setups. Maybe Torluk here with the sniper rifle can be the real difference maker for the Pioneers.
They get this player front tower to try and deal with Talks under heavy fire from elbow, top, middle, tower. He just gets surrounded, teammates in nowhere to defend him, and because of it, he loses that S7, and unfortunately, just not in a great position. As the second overshield already coming up, you're seeing the Pioneers try to defend it, but once again, it's Straight Sick that's on top of it. He can't punch it in, but Gilkey's right there with the drop wall behind in order to secure that one, and even though it looked like once again the Pioneers were in a solid place to defend, maybe compete for that overshield, it still goes in the hands of G2 Esports.
It's an alley-oop. Straight Sick tosses up. Gilkey smashes it into his chest, and it went down quicker than the basketball net in Valencia. But 17-11 means that this is still going to be a 6-kill lead. It's still going to be an advantageous position for G2, but the Pioneers are staying close enough. And as long as they can keep things like the Heat Wave in their hands, if they can keep within the vicinity of this G2 roster, no reason why they can't come back into the game.
I mean, the big story is G2 has had 2 overshields. They've had a lot of power-ups and power weapons to play around. Only a 3-kill, make it a 4-kill lead here. So everything Pioneers is doing to stay in this game is a credit to their performance so far. But if they're able to, if they want to be able to flip the score and actually gain the lead, they're going to have to eventually get that kind of map control and that presence with the power-up story.
Just need to see more confidence from Pioneers when it comes to the power-up. I think we've seen Druck kind of run away from it. We've seen the Pioneers back off and just try and nade it and hope that they can get those kills. put yourself on it. Be the team that's going to grab it. Okay, it might go the wrong way and you might get taken down and you lose it, but at least you've attempted to pick it up. Really got to try and put some pressure on it. Otherwise, G2 are going to slowly walk away with this one if they can consistently keep getting it as Druck loses out on that 1v1. Straight Sick still alive. Doesn't kill Nick, though. What an important kill that was from Nick. All 4 dead on G2.
All 4 dead, and this is the moment where the Pioneers gain map control. They have an idea of where the enemy is spawning. Can they trap them in-house and deny some space from the enemy team, right? G2 is going to try and get out of this situation, and he's going to have a lot of help because Barcode picks up the first kill on the Druck, and that kill opens up the map for G2 Esports.
Perfect time to open up the map as well when the overshield's going to be popping in 10 seconds. Where are the Pioneers? Are they going to put themselves in a better spot to grab this OV? They have just picked up 2 kills. They do have sniper.
You have to rotate.
And they've got a sniper. I think the sniper is going to be watching over the overshield right now, and Soul Snipe should be able to take an angle. Surely you grab this OV. Surely this should be the Pioneers.
Don't take your eyes off of it, and Soul Snipe a little late to the party. G2, they're set up for it once again. Oh. A beautiful nade from Barcode is going to secure them the overshield. You have to think, but Talik hits the snipe as well. So as the combat devolves for this overshield, Dan, I want to hop into a listen-in with G2 Esports and see how they're able to just have so much presence on the map.
Yeah, watch out, he's flanking.
Just go.
Yeah, he's flanking, dude.
Ovi's
still down on Oval.
He has it. He has the
He's melted.
No more. I'll watch on Noah's one. And Keto pushing. Scoreboard.
Scoreboard, one shot. Watch out, 2 sandbags right now, 1 shot. Oh my god. Let's go.
I'm in green.
I'm holding A.
Spawn tower, Liz. Spawn them tower. Okay, I'm checking.
I'm holding A.
C-ply right now, Nick. Coming to guys, I'm not touching. There's like 3 of them tower, guys. We're good.
Yeah, I'm getting
Place up. They're gonna push me out. Can someone watch over me? Can someone watch over me, Cuts? Can someone watch over me?
No, I can't. I'm weak. Top mid, Chris.
Nest box right now, Nick.
Hear that, Corey?
I got one. Pushing Chris.
Got top nest as well. And there's guy on my pillars.
Let's drop. He's mine.
I'm flying at him. He's 1 shot. Killed him.
Tell me to run me. I'm living.
I'm flying.
C-ply, Alex. C-ply, 1 shot, Alex. Thank you guys.
I'm looking, Corey.
Watch out, Top tower, Alex. Top tower, Alex.
Top down.
Watch out, bottom mid. Dead. Top tower still.
Yeah, he's 1 shot flying out. Dead.
Nice. Dead, good one.
I'm moving tower.
Hold this up. Okay. IP wave, listen.
I'm holding tower, guys. I am holding tower.
Okay. I'm under you, Alex.
Yeah, hear that. Yeah, he spawned on Oval right now.
I hear you. Guys, listen, IP wave. I hear that. I'm holding C boxes for him. I'm holding nest for Chris.
Sab, I'm looking over you, right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm trying to watch you push, Chris.
Yeah, there's guy in OB.
Quite chaotic communication, but at the same time, passion, pure passion. G2 loving every second of it, and during that passage of play, they were able to take a 9-kill lead. It was very clear comms, even though it was very kind of hectic. They knew what they wanted to do, they knew where they wanted to spawn the other team, and they had an effective setup because of it. So much damage being done by this G2 roster, and now the overshield's popping once more.
Yeah, the overshield is a must-get for the side of the Pioneers. I believe they're going to be able to get that, but just talking about that, listen, and just briefly, you could hear, like you said, Dan, the passion, especially from Barcode. He's been doubted. They've said he may not be able to change regions nearly as quickly as people would want. Barcode proving the haters wrong. He's got 16 kills to his name. 16 make it 17, 5, and 9 already. But with this overshield, Talik looking to make a difference, making it a 6-kill deficit now for his team. But unfortunately, they get trapped back green. As I say that, they go 2 down. The lead is back up to 8 for G2 Esports.
To be fair, without Talik and his sniper rifle earlier, I think this game could already be over. G2 would have had another overshield, and this game would have just run out of control. It still maybe is out of control. It's an 8-kill lead.
Yeah.
Sniper rifle now in the hands of Straight Sick, and all they need is 5, but he does go down, and G2 need to be careful that they don't just get too carried away here. They carry on playing the way they were, carry on controlling the same areas they were previously, and they should be able to secure those 5. Great shot from Nick, but at what cost? He loses his life, he loses the sniper rifle, and now G2 can try and push up on this advantage.
Yeah, a trade there is no good, and you actually trade the sniper rifle back to Sab's hands, and he's one of the most lethal players on this G2 Esports roster's team. He's able to get one before getting taken down, and 48-43, although the Pioneers get the better end of the trades in that situation. If you're a G2 Esports fan, you'll take that every day of the week. You just need 2 more to punch this to a 2-0 lead.
Oh my god, the grenades from Gilkey. He's doing so much damage, gets the assist because a player swoops in. It's Sab. The 49th and the 50th kill come in. G2 go 2-0 up in this series. And I tell you what, the more we see of this G2 roster, the more I see of Barcode, the more I'm starting to believe that G2 can start to once more better themselves. Tournament after tournament, they keep kind of being just there, but not quite getting over that finish line, not quite breaking into that kind of top 4 position that maybe they are truly capable of. 18 kills from Barcode, 17 kills from Sab. An amazing performance from G2.
Yeah, I've been hyping up Sab all season long. He's been putting up some great numbers, just needs somebody alongside him. And now he's got Barcode dropping some big numbers so far throughout this series. And yeah, there were questions coming in about this G2 esports roster, and we knew the questions were going to be answered here today as far as the weekend, as far as Orlando and the future is concerned. And these questions all having positive results, just like Barcode's stat line so far, 18, 12, and 6. And the biggest thing for me is we go to the listen in and you just hear him getting hype in an online series, like in a super that's online and maybe doesn't mean as much to the boys on Sentinels or Optic Gaming. They may not be getting nearly as loud, but this tournament, it means a lot to G2 Esports. It means a lot to Barcode, and you can tell just even in pool play, they want this one bad.
I mean, this is arguably one of the biggest tournaments of Barcode's career, right? Yeah. Not the biggest tournament of his career. Yes, okay, it might not be a regional final, but it is going to be in a new region where there was a lot of pressure. 4.5k damage for Barcode, 4.9k though for Sab.
Sab is so good, dude.
For the side of Pioneers though, Wes, I mean, 2-0 down in the series. You lost 3-2 earlier against a team that arguably you should have beaten comfortably. I'm not saying it's all doom and gloom. I'm not saying the Pioneers, we're going to write them off just yet because it is just pool play. We do see teams sometimes suffer in pool play but then come right back into it once the championship bracket begins. But in this series, being 2-0 down, going into now another objective, do you see any hope for this Pioneers roster?
It's tough, especially even, I'll talk about the listening again that we got from G2 Esports. When a team is riding that kind of passion, that kind of momentum, that energy, it's contagious. That team is feeling themselves, and for the Pioneers to have lost to Game 5 to a team you had no business being in Game 5 with, and then now to fall down 2-0 short here, yeah, you don't want to be all doom and gloom. Well, it could just be a doom and gloom Friday for Pioneers. For them to be able to turn it around, it's a must-needed win and a recharge King of the Hill, which is a new map, new mode for these guys. And although I think the Pioneers were not seeing the best of them by any means, I think we may have to wait a different day to see the best of them, because right now it's a tough mental reset, especially against a team coming in so hot like G2 Esports is.
And considering how setup heavy King of the Hill Recharge can be and how good G2 have been with their setups once they do have control, if the Pioneers fall behind in this game type, I feel like we could see a sweep and G2 may just march on in this group as the #1 team, which some people did expect. I've got to say that I did see people online saying, hey, we can't sleep on G2. G2 are going to be a team that can really impress everyone. Barcode's going to be the real deal, and I'm happy to say at the moment he has been the real deal, but still one more map to get it done.
I'll say this though, Pioneers, they were known in Halo 5 for their CTF gameplay. If they can get to Game 4, if you can win Game 3, get to Game 4, they have a good shot of winning it. And pushing this series to a Game 5 is all you can have if you're a Pioneers player or a fan right now. So you have to figure out a way to get to that Catalyst Slayer. I think it will benefit you immensely to win this Game 3, because obviously you're struggling right now. You need to shut down the momentum of G2, but you need to get to a CTF in this series, and that's Game 4 Aquarius. I promise you, if you can get to Game 4, they have a great chance to push this the distance.
So it's not over yet for the Pioneers. Wes believes that they can get back into it if they can get to Game 4, but it is a pretty big if at this point, considering how well G2 have been playing. And one of the strengths G2 we've seen is their control of the power-ups, their control of the power weapons. And going into Recharge, we've got the camouflage, we've got the shock rifle. What do Pioneers have to do differently? Like, is it their setups? Is it their prioritization? Something's going wrong there when it comes to them getting these power-ups.
Well, they're not positioned well enough to get any of those, especially on Livefire. They were near the overshield, but not on the overshield, and they allowed Straight Sick to be there in the place to potentially just secure an overshield that he had no business getting. You need numbers as well, so those desks right before those power weapons or power-ups are coming up, those cannot happen. You need to be able to swing numbers into your advantage. But as we jump into gameplay, who better than to kick this one off in Game 3 than Barcode, the man of the series so far, the man of the tournament perhaps, making himself a national name here in the States. He hadn't been here for too long, but you can best believe his stats, they're going to be known so far. Not maybe having the greatest impact so far throughout this Game 3, but doing everything his team needs him to get mid-map control as of yet.
I was about to say, at least he's alive, but as soon as I think that, he goes down. The caster curse even happens in my brain. But one thing that we need to see is someone from Pioneers step up. Someone needs to answer this call and be the difference maker in this game to bring them back into the series. The first hill, always a very difficult one to manage. Are you going to try and prioritize going over towards that next hill and holding that ramp, or are you going to try and prioritize holding elevator so you get the constant precision drops into the hill, the banks of the grenades, and you can really do a lot of damage. It looks like at the moment, the Pioneers have got hill control, and they've got a lot of control over towards this next hill.
Yeah, you want to control that C-flat area like you're talking about, where that hill moves towards long haul is massive. Druk won a big 1v1 on the straight stick moments ago. We switched to his screen. He's able to get a trade that should allow his team to have a little bit of an advantage as far as damage is concerned. They've jumped out to an early lead in hill time for hill 1, but Talik has a lot of responsibility back blue with the shock rifle to maintain this ground, because this is where you want to respawn your teammates.
Well, Talik was hitting shots with a sniper rifle in the previous game and can't quite connect with them with the shock rifle just yet, so has to reposition, has to wait so he can reassess how he wants to push in and see if he can hit some shots once more. Should have the jump on straight sick, and there you go. That's what you need to hit. Almost gets the second, but now Barco gets the responsibility, and we know full well what he can do with this weapon in his hands.
Would have been a nice shot if he had just a moment left, but a good job by Barco to get that shock rifle out of his hand. Does get the kill on the Druk, but Druk stays alive long enough to secure the kill on the Barco from his team, and that was a massive job by Druk to just play his life a little bit longer. Minor things like that can make a major difference. The game almost tied up here in the first hill. Neither team really creating the separation, but this is where it could get ugly, Dan. Camo is in the hands of Sab. He's gotten behind enemy lines. He's found the first pick, and now with a numbers advantage, let's see what G2 Esports can do from here.
It's again power-up control. It's positioning to ensure that you have that camouflage in your hand so you can be the difference makers for it. It's been a very slow first hill because both teams have been competing for that positioning to get towards that next one. Wham! There's the first, doesn't connect. Unfortunately, only does a little bit of damage, and now it means that KCP find themselves all 4 up against an all 4 dead, and they can really rack up some time here.
We don't have to talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. We all know what happened there. 4 dead now for G2 Esports. The hills going to move to long haul, and already you can see the prioritization of C-Plat in favor of the Pioneers as well. So they're doing a phenomenal job of not only trying to set up for these last few minor points to try and secure this hill, but more importantly to get this long haul control, because this long haul hill, it goes by quickly with the full setup. However, they did momentarily get stopped in the bottom mid hill. They're going to have to do one more round of slays if they want to secure it, and Barcode shuts down Talik in order to potentially swing momentum in his team's favor. As I say that, the last player alive in Soul Snipe is able to secure that final few seconds of the first hill.
Yeah, G2 unfortunately just falling victim there to a situation where maybe they couldn't have done much about. Could have been a back smack, could have not been one, but now they just have to make up for it here in this next hill. And they're already scoring, they've already got the position. Barcode has also got all the toys he could possibly want as he takes down Nick. And now he can really do some damage here because Soul Snipe's the last remaining player. G2 can position themselves where they can start to watch spawns. And Barcode, as long as he gets that information and hits the shots, he can be the difference maker, but he doesn't connect with either. And now that's the opening that KCP needed.
Rookie mistake to advance that far without the information needed. And look at this, here goes the setup of G2 Esports with it. Talik finds a kill on the straight stick, although Nick gets traded out. These last 2 players for G2 Esports are stuck in BR, not where you want to be to try and deny some hill time, but in the meantime, they are going to be able to potentially pick up a camo. I don't know if they're going to be able to take down Barcode. You see them desperating bottom middle. Barcode does get taken down, so that's camo burned. A good job by the Pioneers to swarm onto that. If you're not going to get the camos, at least make them burn the camo, at least secure that kill. And in the meantime, Soul Snipe has racked up some significant hill time as well.
Yeah, Soul Snipe's been doing really well at prioritizing that hill control and making sure he's scoring for his team. And now the Pioneers are very close to gaining this point and going 2-0 up here in King of the Hill. Straight Stick can do a lot of damage from across the map as the last player, but he is not going to stop these 2 players scoring this point. It is going to be 2-0, and the Pioneers finally starting to put things into effect here. They are starting to play like a unit. The chemistry is starting to look a lot better, and that is great news for them, because as you say, going into game 4 is capture the flag. They are historically quite good at capture the flag game types, so the first piece of the puzzle is winning this one. Still a long ways to go though, only 2-0 at the moment.
I will give credit to Soul Snipe where credit is due. Whatever he did in that long haul hill by himself to be able to force the blue spawns for his team, that was everything they needed to take this 2-0 lead. And now that the hill is over towards the elevator, somehow they've won the battle for rotations as well. So a little bit of a blunder there by G2 Esports to not be set up for this one. And if this hill goes into the Pioneers' favor, this game can pretty much be handed into their favor as well.
Yeah, especially when the clock starts to become a factor as well. But Talik really has been a standout player. He's got the shock rifle in hands as well. Just doesn't connect with that one, but he keeps going. Sab keeps challenging it. Somehow he keeps staying alive, does Tolik. He gets the help from the team, much better from Pioneers at listening to those callouts and prioritizing who you are shooting at. But all the meanwhile, G2 have been scoring, but here comes Tolik once more to make the difference. It's a double kill. He wants more as well. He knows exactly where Sab is, but eventually does get taken down.
Yeah, he's able to find 2 though, and those were the 2 that the opening that they needed. Solsnipe's able to get into the hill. He's going to have a little bit of pressure from Sab here, but he should have help. Help he has, and with that, the kill comes through. Tolik with 16. The hill back in control of the Pioneers, looking to push this to a 3-0 lead. Gilkey trying to deny that, hits a nice shock rifle shot onto Nick, but needs to land some BR shots that just narrowly miss. And Solsnipe, once again, in the hill, playing his life perfectly, making another play that potentially could give the Pioneers an advantage.
Oh, all 4 were dead, though. Nick, the first person to spawn. Barcode has the camouflage, and he's probably heard the footsteps of Nick here. Yes, he has. Now can try and position himself to ensure he gets this opening pick. And as long as you don't get repulsed off, which he wasn't, then now you're going to put yourself in an advantageous position. The point should go your way. You're back into the game if you are G2 Esports.
Phenomenal job by G2 Esports. After Solsnipe was able to play his life, they're able to get those slays that they need in order to get the last final points. I love the aggressiveness from Barcode as well. The shots to match have created so much space, and he rotated prior to the hill being achieved to be able to give them a very large chunk of time here in this 4th hill, looking to tie this game up. G2 Esports have done everything right to set up for the 4th.
And I think one thing that the Kansas City Pioneers will be well aware of is that game 1, that strongholds where G2 were down by 100, but then they came back into it, and maybe it's going to repeat itself here on King of the Hill. Barcode gets a killing spree, and this second point for G2 is so close to being scored, and the game tied up as a perfect spin hit. And Barcode, if you want a player to step up at any time, now seems to be the perfect time to do so.
And they get the hill in what seems like seconds, Dan. And a perfect hold from G2 Esports to tie this one up. As the hill moves over towards the turbine here, it is going to have to be G2 that's on the ropes once again, needing to get out of it. And they have to find a way to get some slays because it has been all G2 Esports for the last final moments.
And this is such a difficult hill to try and prioritize and hold as well. Grenades can just be banked off walls, and unless you're hiding just by those needles, you're usually hit by the grenades as well. Good shots from Solsnipe, still alive, still doing damage, does get shut down. And now you can start to see panic setting in for some of these players as they realize they've thrown away another lead, the Kansas City Pioneers. Tolik has 21 kills right now. He just needs to keep doing what he's doing. He needs to keep connecting with these shock rifle shots so he can give his teammates the best chance at scoring some hill time.
It's easier said than done when you're playing that well and you don't have a lead behind it. You're wondering, what else do I have to do? How can I consistently keep up this level of slaying? I mean, these guys on G2 Esports are no pushovers. I need some help from the boys, and let's see if the rest of the Pioneers can step up here, help Tolik out for the rest of this game. Good damage onto Gilkey as he pushes across mid-bridge, but no one able to finish him, so it's going to have to be Tolik that does it. Several players are located in the pipe situation. Tolik tries to cut off the push, but Barco with some smooth shots once again creates an opportunity for G2 Esports to get in the hill. Not only that, but they give them elevator spawns as well. So G2 Esports is going to be spawning over towards blue, and it's going to be significant time going into G2 Esports' hands. But it's much needed time, Dan, because if you take a look at the bars, look how close the Pioneers are to soaring this cap. If they get one break, one set of 4 dead, you can almost bet that the Pioneers are going to take this 5th point.
Barcode leaves the hill to go for the shock rifle. He recognized that he was very vulnerable. It's a 1v1, Gilkey versus Solsnipe. But Gilkey is not in a position right now to stop Solsnipe, so they've got to wait, and they're going to have to push very quickly off spawn, because the points are very close now, and it should be a 3rd point. It is going to be a 3rd point, and now we see KCP once again take the lead, and we reset the map. We go back down to bottom middle here for the 6th hill.
I said it would take one round of slays, and Solsnipe's able to position himself in the hill after those slays come through. And it's G2 Esports on the ropes once again here in Game 3. You know they want to end this one before it gets to that Aquarius CTF. They do not want this series to go the distance. And Druck, although he's statistically maybe not having the strongest game, his impact's starting to be felt here in at least Game 3. It's a much different pace we're feeling as the Pioneers are having some success here in the objectives. This bottom mid hill is a mosh pit hill, Dan. We talked about it the first time around, but now with under 2 minutes of time in the game, do you start to think about neutralizing this hill on the side of Pioneers, or do you want to try and score this 4th and final point?
Such a risky style to just go for time and try and hope that that clock dwindles away so you can win 3-2. But Nick did manage to get the camouflage previously, and he got a double kill as well to follow, and that really did set G2 back in their push. Points being scored now on the side of the Kansas City Pioneers, so they are not going to go for time. They just want to secure this hill. They've already done it once in this game, so there's no reason why they can't do it again.
And they've already got a significant amount of time, like you said. 3-2 the score, but the pressure starting to build on G2 Esports here in Game 3. Barcode trying to stay alive towards Elevator, but I mean, you got to deny some hill time. Fortunately, your teammates are winning the battle for the middle of the map, and because you stayed alive, look at this, the bait and switch, it comes through, the 2v2, it's won by G2 Esports, and not only that, but they've acquired some of that hill time that's much needed here. As they not only neutralize the clock, but they have to get this 3rd point and move this hill to long haul.
Barcode not able to connect with any of those shots, and now KCP are scoring in this hill, and you've got to be very quick at trying to stop them. Otherwise, this game is going to be done, and you go into a game number 4. Someone is in position. Yes, okay, they do temporarily stop it. Nip gets the kill. 2 go down on the side of KCP. 3 go down. 4 go down. It's a triple kill for Barcode, and a last-ditch attempt from G2 to keep this game alive.
27 for Barcode here and now, but they got to play perfect. They got to get more slays in their favor, and those are some beautiful commando shots on the Talik to swing numbers in his team's advantage again, but you got to get near the hill. You got to make sure if Zab goes down, he gets some help, but Barcode's shutting down Nick as well. This commando, worth its weight in gold, looking like a power weapon in the hands of Barcode.
Look how aggressive Barcode's being here on these stairs. Gets another kill onto Drop.
Look at the time.
Points still being scored, and this is going to be tied up 3-3, and G2 right back into a send us to a 7th hill, and unfortunately for KCP, they just couldn't get over that final hurdle. It was a big triple kill from Barcode. It was amazing last push from G2, and this game's at everything.
Long haul is such a difficult hill to break, and it's G2 Esports that are going to have to break this one. The Pioneers seem to be set up towards blue as well. So you want those spawns if you're on the side of Pioneers. They have those spawns. We'll see if they're able to hold this. They also have Camo in the hands of Nick. Nick's going to find a kill. It's a 3v3 situation, and with pressure from Glass, you got to find a way to get these kills quickly.
Nick gets a double. Can look for more as well. Should be a triple, will be a triple, and it's going to be hill time.
We're dead.
That camouflage is worth its weight in gold, as you said, and this is going to be such a big amount of time that's scored. G2 have one last push to manage to try and get this hill off of the side of the Kansas City Pioneers. Otherwise, we'll be going to a game 4.
It's going to be a push from blue and bottom middle. Do they expect Barcode to be here? Is the question. You know they expect the blue push. Gilkey trying to force his way in, but he doesn't get there in time, and that's going to do it. The Pioneers are going to stay in this series, and we're at least going to see a game 4. We're going to see a rebound now from the Pioneers. And I said if it gets to Aquarius, CTF didn't have a chance. Well, they've done just that, just enough. The game was as close as it could have been. But the Pioneers aren't thinking about that. They're moved on to game 4, and a chance is all they want, and a chance is what they have.
Well, the Pioneers needed a lifeline, and they've been given just that, but they put themselves in that position. You create your own luck, and even though it came right down to the wire, they were still able to have an excellent hold there on long haul. 30 kills from Barcode were not enough to get G2 that 3-0 victory in this series, and it means we will go to a game 4. Tolic, though, getting 27 kills. He really was the difference maker when it came to actually getting those slays on the board, providing that room for the team to push through. But we have to talk about the objective work that we saw from Soul Snipe, for example. He was really making some big waves down bottom middle, down long haul, not just kills, but also his positioning to make sure he scored some time.
What a performance from Barcode so far throughout this series. Just absolutely phenomenal. Almost 8K to his name. Barcode, welcome. Superstar in the making. Love this kid. I mean, his attitude is everything too, right? He's just so pure when it comes to like joining a team. He's humble. He's got so much skill, but knows that he's like so willing to learn, so like moldable, and I hope that this G2 Esports roster really are able to capitalize everything he brings to the table, because he's a human highlight reel so far. That commando rifle play, the entire life was just absolutely incredible. Brought his team back into it, and on the side of Pioneers to be able to stay in this one, of course it's Tolic. Of course it's the main Slayer that seems like he's always popping off when his team needs him most. That guy's not going to go quietly into the night, but I'm looking at Soul Snipe, I'm looking at Drug. Maybe statistically not having the best series so far, but they've got to step it up, and I feel like CTF is where these guys find their home, right? This is where they find that flow, and for them to get to this game mode, that's all these two need in order to shine. I would not be surprised if we see some big plays being made from Soul Snipe and Drug here in game 4.
And we've mentioned everyone else, but I guess King Nick is the 4th remaining player. He was the one who was getting that camouflage. We did say before this game, Where is the prioritization for the power-ups? Who's going to be getting that camouflage? Who's going to be making a difference? Several occasions, Nick had the camo and was picking up multi-kills. Yeah. It was the difference maker. That's what they needed. They needed someone to just kind of take the game by the scruff of the neck. I'll grab the camo, I'll get those kills, and everyone on the Pioneers played their part, and that's where we're going to a game 4.
Yeah, we didn't talk about it at all, really, but the triple kill at the end, I mean, it's Nick, of course, that makes the play. It's the newcomer. Pioneers needed somebody to make a play. I mean, sheesh, it's been 3 games. Nick does it, and does it just in time to secure the 4th point, and thank God you did it, Nick. And I mean, if we learned anything about King Nick's stay on E United, is that when this guy finds his rhythm, finds his flow, he can be one of the best slayers in the game. He was putting up massive numbers. We haven't necessarily seen massive numbers, not even in that game 3 from him. But I know King Nick is going, he's got that in his bag of tricks. He's going to have some of these games where he drops absolute bombs. Is game 4 going to be one of those games, or is he saving it for a game 5? Well, we're jumping into Aquarius CTF, Dan, and for the Pioneers to push this one the distance, it's going to have to be either the first to 5 caps or you need the lead after 12 minutes of play. And for G2 Esports, we're going to learn a lot about how, hey, when everything's going right, when we have momentum, things are great, we look great. What can we do as far as coming off of a loss? We're going to see here very quickly.
It's a valid point you make, because this is the first map G2 have dropped so far. Remember, they beat SSG 3-0, so they've not faced a defeat. They've not had to deal with a defeat yet in this tournament. So are they going to be a team who bounces back? Are they going to respond well? In the early stages, we're going to see 2-for-2 trades going either way. And just to bring the conversation back to Nick ever so slightly, I always said he was a risk taker on the United roster. And I think that the KCP have always been a squad who like taking risks. So adding him to this roster, they certainly are always going to be able to find those clutch moments, as Barcode and the Commando rifle just seem to go hand in hand at the moment.
Straight Sick picking up the camo, staying alive, top middle as well. Druk trying to hunt him down, but can't quite get into a position, and because he's able to stay alive, you have to think Straight Sick is going to be a problem on this map. So often does Aquarius just get behind you? Does it just create chaos because you're forced to kind of play a little bit slower? Let's see what Straight Sick opts to do. There's 3 currently dead for the Pioneers as they're coming off respawn, and Straight Sick looking to be aggressive.
Is aggressive, secures the kill, knows there's a team and a player behind him, Soul Snipe's going to push in, doesn't see the camo at first. Good shots from Straight Sick. You have to win that engagement when you have the first shot as well. Still alive, gets the double, it's a killing spree, and now he's got support. They just need to find one more kill, and then maybe they can get a flag run here. But with spawns coming up, they need to be patient, they need to be effective, and getting that kill over towards Closet means they now can pull that flag. But job has not been done. 3 are still up on the side of KCP.
A little sloppy, I must say, because look at this. Like the Pioneers did in Halo 5, they're getting a flagpole of their own on the other side of the map, and what has been a massive dominant slaying performance from G2 Esports, in moments they're 3 dead, they got the flag nowhere, and because of it, their flag is actually going to be on the move. Somehow the Pioneers are flipping this situation on its head.
Flag should be returned. No, it's not going to be. Nick gets a touch, even though Sab's in a spot to watch it. Camouflage is going to be popping. 2 are dead on both sides. Should be a return now unless some grenades come through last minute. But Sab prioritizing the return over the camo, maybe hands it off to someone else. But this is a much better strategy from G2. You've got to slay as you're approaching the base rather than slaying out of a base, because otherwise you find yourself in that position where the other team can just overextend and get their flag out themselves.
I mean, it was beautiful slays from Straight Sick in the enemy base, but you got to get the flag on the move at some point. If there's one alive, somebody get the flag into your hands, bait that player out, but G2 Esports was not able to do it. I would say it was a phenomenal counter pull by Pioneers to create chaos in that situation, something they were known for doing on maps like Coliseum back in the day. And this is why I talk about their CTF prowess, why they're such a strong team, is because they understand the story of overextending better than anyone.
Overextending so important, but also knowing when to overextend and when not to overextend. If you have the chance to fight out of your base, then boy, have you got to do it. You prioritize that for sure. But now Nick, can he stay alive? Does get the double kill, and now with 3 dead, this flag is going to start moving. Barcode, the last remaining player. Shields come back up for Nick, but he gets around the corner, does go down to grenades, and that is such an important grenade, but is it going to be enough for the rest of G2 to get a stop?
Very important slays on both sides of the map. The flag is going to be in the middle. It's going to be baited by the side of the Pioneers. They snip out Straight Sick front their base to get 2 more kills. With the touch coming in their favor, you have to think with a 3rd going down, this is going to be the first cap on the board. The Pioneers going to take a lead here in game 4. Punched in by Nick. Beautiful teamwork on the throw up. The alley-oop comes through, and not only that, but slays as well in the favor of the Pioneers to deny any potential counter cap. In fact, Druck is in a position to get a second flag on the move and already has it to his car side.
Pioneers get a cap, and Pioneers are moving another flag. It seems like the perfect time to jump into an Astro, listen in with the Pioneers, and see what exactly is going down in the communications.
Our bridge, Seb, with us.
Yeah, he's gonna try to pull it. He's gonna try to pull it.
Weak running it.
Little drop for the head.
Gamble. I got weak running.
There's two. Yeah, I remember two.
Camo. Yeah. P2 with Rust, guys. Straight sick. Killing spot.
Hey, I'm trying to kill him.
He's our car's off. Our car's off.
Can we shoot the flag? Shoot the flag.
Last guy is flag. Last guy is flag. Last guy is flag.
Watch out right.
Nice.
One just spawned.
They're gonna be fridge, guys.
Yeah.
Peter already, straight sick.
What's at the Peter? What's at the Peter?
Right there.
No,
Two one shots, Peter.
Jack, we're coming.
I got one.
P1 kill me, guys, Seb.
Watch out, got one.
Nice. Last guy. You're good, Mikey. Alright. I spawned her from this.
You said the Peter.
He could be P2 pulse cover.
Hunter's still in there.
Yeah, I think so.
Play off Hunter.
Yeah, Jack, there's a guy in their flag. I'm getting out, bro.
Yeah, L2 in their util.
I'm looking, Jack. L2, Jack, so?
L2.
I got one.
One's L1 or mid, one shot, Seb. They're court.
Got him, Jack.
Nice.
Their window and their court, I guess.
I'm going. Bottom guy, Seb. Yes.
I don't know where he went.
Some shit. He's L1 right here.
I shot him once.
I love when you can just hear them talking to each other. You're good, Mikey. You're good. Like small communication like that, just letting you know you can take the quick route on the flag run, even mess up a jump or two, and still punch it in. I mean, it's small things like that that just go so far. Little communication, so much more important to me rather than where the enemy team is. Tell me what you're doing rather than what they're doing, and we're gonna figure out a way to have success. So far, 2-1 is a successful story for the Pioneers here in Game 4, looking to punch it to a Game 5, and look at the stats. I asked for Soul Snipe and Druck to have a much better performance, and already having a much better statistical KD ratio here in Game 4.
Certainly, when we had a G2 listening earlier on in this series, we were talking about passion, we were talking about how much you could hear in their communication that they believed in themselves. You could argue the same thing from the Pioneers there. They do not feel deflated whatsoever, despite the fact they're down. The fact they won that Game 3 is giving them so much confidence now, and you can certainly tell that here in Game number 4, they are at home on a capture the flag game type. Camouflage is going to pop though. Barcode in a position to assist the team. They should be able to get a camouflage if he can manage to help out, and they will do so. Sab is also running this flag.
Are they going to be able to stop this flag though? This is kind of an interesting situation where the flag gets a little bit further than you would have expected, and because of it, they're able to get slays as it gets to their closet, punch it in, and all of a sudden, it's a 2-2 game. Not only that, but camo on the defense from Sab as he punches that flag in, punches the camo in, and control swinging back to G2's favor. An easy kill on the Nick because you're invisible, and all of a sudden, all the momentum that Pioneers had now kind of is negated. So great response from G2 Esports.
And it's all well and good when you're leading to have that confidence, have that belief, but as soon as you're tying a game, as soon as you're behind in a game, that's when you start to think this could be the last game, and then suddenly we are not going to be topping this group, because we have to remember, if we see Pioneers lose this series, they will be 0-2 in their group. It is impossible for them to win the pool if that is the case. For G2, if they go 2-0 in the group, then they are very likely to be topping their group, unless, of course, Lions are able to beat them in a very commanding fashion. But at the moment, they just have to focus on the task at hand. It's 2-2, still plenty of time left, 5 on the scoreboard, and now for Nick, he just needs to stay alive. It's a great grenade, and he does manage to rejoin the rest of the team.
It's all trying to be aggressive, doesn't spot that player front their base, and because of it gets a couple of unearned, uncontested shots into his chest. He gets taken down, and the push is going to be stalled now from the Pioneers. G2, they're trapped in the back of their base. A majority of this game, we've seen successful pushes from the Pioneers so far. 3 go down. Last player alive is in the closet. They can get this kill. The flag will go across halfway, Dan. That's a big kill from Druck once again. Druck picking it up here in Game 4, 17-7. CTF is his home, and he's found his rhythm here and now. What a better time, because Nick running this third flag in is going to give Pioneers the lead with 4 minutes left.
4 minutes left. And a camouflage is going to be popping, and Nick has already had his fair share of camouflages throughout this series. It looks like he's going to get another one to add to that tally. Just has to get around this corner, which he does so, and now it's about putting it to work. But great recognition there, straight sick, listening to call-outs from Barcode and saying, I have to prioritize killing this camouflage, otherwise this game can very quickly run out of our hands.
Great job to get an angle on that camo player, knowing exactly where he is. Good communication, obviously, by G2 Esports to take him down. That's one you're going to be kicking yourself if you're the Pioneers, but in the meantime, 3 dead. for the side of G2, make it 4 dead, and they're in the base. They're pulling the flag, and unlike when G2 Esports needed to get slays in order to get flags on the move, it's one set of slays for the side of Pioneers, and they get that flag all the way to their base. And because of that, they're going to be able to potentially here take a 4-2 lead. Their efficiency in CTF is something I've been praising since this team is formed, since I watched them play in Halo 5, and we're seeing that efficiency here today.
The Pioneers need this series win, and boy, do they need this map win, of course, to stay alive and take us to a Game 5. And at the moment, everything is pointing towards the Pioneers. What did G2 have left in the tank? Did they blow everything in those first 2 games and in those final moments of the King of the Hill, Game 3, where they full sended to try and break those setups? Barco trying to stay alive against Druck will go down, and if Pioneers can keep outslaying G2 like they have been in these last couple of minutes, there is no reason why we wouldn't go to a Game 5.
You don't start thinking about time yet if you're on the side of Pioneers, but you sure as hell do if you're a G2 esports player. You start to look at that clock and say 2 minutes and 30, we need 2 caps, guys. We got to start being on the aggressive, but Pioneers have not let that happen throughout this game. That we have seen them continuously control the closet of G2 Esports. We have seen them in their face, and G2 Esports continuously having to play defense can't seem to get that objective play on the run.
And I think the further we get into this series, I think the more evident it is that perhaps we saw some weak game types from Pioneers in the start of this series and some stronger game types as we develop further into it. Druck looks like a different player here on Capture the Flag Aquarius. 24 kills for him right now. He looks so comfortable, knows exactly how he wants to approach this game, and the rest of the team are gelling around him as well. 1 minute 52 left. G2 need to get a flag moving soon, otherwise we will be going to a Game 5 very quickly.
Yeah, Druck has had the heat wave in his hands and has been behind enemy lines so often. But now, with the commando in his hands, gets double teamed. But look at that, Pioneer so quickly to get back into the closet, make slight work. A big double kill from Nick. Who else other than the newcomer to this team to clear out the closet, to deny any space, but more importantly, every single kill you get with 1 minute and 30 on the clock are big kills, because you're re-staggering the spawns from the side of G2 Esports, and they have to get across the map with 3 dead. Dan, you can almost guarantee we're going to see a Game 5 now.
You can almost taste Game 5, that's for sure. And I mean, KCP in Game 5s, we've seen it so many times in Halo Infinite's history, and it looks like we're about to see it again, unless we see some sort of masterpiece from G2. Barcode and a double kill might be able to stem some sort of aggression. He gets a 3rd kill onto Tolik. It's not going to be a triple, but it will create an opening here for maybe a pull from G2, and you can get 2 flags across Aquarius very quickly. This is the last-ditch attempt right here, right now.
You got to deal with 3 players in the back of the base. 2 of them are actually going down. One's no shield, but still alive. You got to make slight work of him quickly. Druck doing a massive job to find the kill, and every kill is going to count. Look at Tolik somehow just making his life a little bit more valuable than it should have been, and with that under 30 seconds, the flag finally getting pulled. But you just feel how difficult it's been for this G2 Esports roster to pull these flags. It looks like they're going to be able to get this one. Can they get the second pull, or will the Pioneers be able to flush out their base?
The Pioneers made a decision to leave this flag and to defend for 12 seconds. It's as simple as that. But is Barcode and the rest of G2 going to be in a position? He tosses it out. At least that will keep that pie chart ticking. The pull very important, but 2 have gone down. The return is coming through. Is anyone in a position for G2? 3 go dead. It's a double kill. It's the game, and it's Gus going to a Game 5 here. The Pioneers right back into this series. We look like it was going to be down and out for the Pioneers. That's how it looked. But they have now found their comfort. They found better game types. And if we know anything about the Pioneers, a Game 5 Slayer is usually their bread and butter.
They've already lost 1 today, and statistically, you have to think if they go to 2 of them, they're going to win 1 of them with how much success they've had in these Game 5s. They need to get up for this one, though, and with momentum in their favor, Dan, you have to favor them going into the Game 5, but it is going to be a Catalyst Slayer, and that's where you can just start flipping coins, because honestly, I don't think anybody's really mastered the game type. The meta's still trying to be figured out. But let's talk about the stats from Game 4, and let's recognize the greatness that Druck just performed.
Yeah, 30 kills for Druck. When he's had a couple of questionable games so far in this series, I think he rights all those wrongs, and he makes everyone kind of forget about what just happened, because now it doesn't matter. Now you go into a Game 5, you get a straight shootout in a Slayer to win this series, and to still give yourself the chance to top your group. I think that's what's important here for the Pioneers, is if they win this, they can still potentially top the group, even though it would be difficult. As we look across to their damage, 7.5k for Druck. I mean, an outstanding performance. As you said, was behind enemy lines so much. The Heatwave was doing a lot, but at the same time, it was his positioning that really stood out for me.
To me, it was the teamwork from all of Pioneers. It was the efficiency that once they got forward edge, you could best believe the flag was going to be on the move. On the side of G2, every time it felt like they had to get a couple of rounds of slays in order to get that flag on the move. But Pioneers, they're so efficient with their objective when they're in control that they were able to cap so much easier of flags along the way. That created the difference in the score overall. But the teamwork from the Pioneers, their assists started to add up over time. They all had over double-digit assists. They all showed out. And when that teamwork starts clicking for the Pioneers, that's when they're their most dangerous form.
It's a very dangerous position to be in, but also so is a Game 5. A Game 5 Slayer that, as you said, they've already lost one, have the Pioneers, but if we go back to Kansas City, when we saw them on LAN, they won a few Game 5s there. I remember, of course, the one against Ascend that secured that top 6 finish, which is where the Kansas City Pioneers have kind of been for quite some time, is that top 6 team. And the biggest question we've had coming into this tournament, can they push themselves into the top 4? Is Nick going to be that big difference to allow them to get into the top 4? After Game 1 and 2, I was thinking, well, what on earth is this Pioneers roster doing? They've already lost against Lions, they're now losing against G2. G2 were looking like the team that could potentially take top 4. But I think what's evident is that from kind of top 4 and 4th to top 8, we've got so many teams that are so close, and we are going to see Game 5s happen. We are going to see these clutch moments be the difference. Look at King of Hill Recharge 4-3, Aquarius 4-3, Slayer Live 50-45. This has been such a close series.
Yeah.
If you ignore that Game 1, it's so tough to call now, this Game 5. Where's your head going?
Neck and neck, but give me the Pioneers and their momentum. When they made this team change and they picked up Nick, I thought that this was going to be a better team coming out of that trade. I didn't know if a lot of teams with their team decisions got better. And no disrespect to Manny, I think he's a great player, but what I've seen from Nick and Infinite would give this Pioneers roster a level of slaying that potentially would allow them to compete against the Optics a little bit stronger, would allow them to maybe have footing more in a series against Sentinels. Well, Nick starting to find his form, starting to make plays throughout these last 2 games. That's the Nick that they need to step up. But they have to have it from everybody, and that's usually the Pioneers' way, right? It's usually the entire team contributing to the wins. These last 2 games have been massive from everybody on the team. I expect a massive performance once again in Game 5. But it's Catalyst Slayer, Dan, and I promise you, no matter how many times we try to break it down, it's overshield control. Skewers sometimes make a difference, sometimes it doesn't, and the lack of damage output when you miss skewer shots makes a difference. So we're gonna see a lot of pushes, a lot of failed pushes, and hopefully these teams understand that when you get a clean wipe, it's very difficult on Catalyst Slayer to push your advantages because the enemy team's responding with grenades, and there's a lot of small corridors on Catalyst, and you kind of funnel into these corridors to try and pressure the respawners, and sometimes you don't have grenades to match theirs, and grenade damage is very significant in Infinite, and I hope that we see a lot of resets, a lot of slow it down moments for both these 2 teams, because you can strategically outplay enemy teams very often on Catalyst Slayer, but very little do I feel like we see top level teams do that in scrims. I think come tournament time, come today, come this weekend, we're going to see a much different Catalyst Slayer play.
And an interesting thing is a lot of teams aren't scrimming Slayers at the moment. They're kind of focusing on their objectives, and they're saying, look, Slayers comes down to who's playing better on the day. Well, who's playing better in this series? I mean, right now, it's the Pioneers. The G2 that we saw in Games 1 and 2 are starting to fall off a little bit. Maybe after that Game 3 loss, they are really struggling, and momentum is certainly on the side of Pioneers. But Catalyst Slayer, one thing I do love about it is it is unpredictable, right?
Yeah.
It is very
That's the fun part.
to try and suggest who is going to win this one. Even if you see a team take a 10-kill lead, we've seen comebacks of that magnitude. We've seen 10, 15 kills go in favor of one team. So I would not bank on the team that takes the lead on guaranteeing them winning this series. This is certainly going to be a tough one to call. So I'm looking at the likes of Barco to be the standout player. I want the likes of Torlik to be hitting those shots with the skewer. Who's going to step up? Who's going to be able to potentially top this group? It all comes down to Game 5, Catalyst Slayer.
They all decide to go to the left side on the side of the Pioneers, and a great job by Barco to cut off Nick and then find a kill. There as the battle for Overshield is ensued. It's going to be Barco with the grapple in hand, trying to grapple it to him. Can't quite hit the grapple in real time, and because of that, The overshield's still neutralized. Barcode forced it back down, and we wonder who is going to activate this overshield. King Nick has taken the presence of the map to secure it, and what looks like for sure G2 Esports' overshield is now in the hands of King Nick.
Just as he was doing with the camouflage, he does the same with the overshield. It's confidence, it's having the ability to just say, I'm going to run for this. No matter what happens, I believe I can pick it up before I am taken down. And now he's got a skewer in his back pocket as well. Has to be careful of those grenades. Does avoid them. And now he can just slow this down ever so slightly. Needs to reposition, needs to stay with the team. I think that's very important here on Catalyst, is you push together. You have an idea of where you want to isolate the fights. You push in, you win that fight, you reset, and then you do the same again over and over. As for Nick now, having that skewer, this is where you can make those shots that can really be the difference maker to make those breaks so you can push effectively.
Look at this. This is where the game slows down, Dan. 7-7 control of the skewer. It's in Nick's hands, so the power weapon, I would say, in favor of the Pioneers, but so difficult of a shot. He hits the first on the Gilkey, not expecting him to peak. And a massive extension of the lead, 8-7, as the game once again a stalemate. But look, G2 Esports trying to compete for the middle of the map, maybe a little bit out of position, starting to lose a few members here as one does get traded back. But the positioning you have to think would have favored Pioneers, but the over challenge comes through, and just in time, because already it's been enough time for the second overshield to rear its head.
Both teams fall victim to timing in different scenarios. Gilkey maybe expecting a teammate to be watching that angle and he's caught unaware. But then on the other side, the push comes through from the Pioneers, but then they are the victim of timing. The collapse was so good for G2, but now G2 lose 2 players, and suddenly the Pioneers have the chance to get this overshield. But Tolik with the double kill against Barcode. Nick manages to get another OV, and that is perfect play from the Pioneers.
Unbelievable. What looked like the Pioneers were all stuck in one corridor of the map. Actually, Straight Stick gets caught out front the base, and because of it, it ends up being a favorable situation from the Pioneers. They get that overshield. They get a little bit of space, a few unanswered kills, extend the lead back to 3. And now Druk top middle, raining terror on so many players from G2 Esports over here. He's going to not only find a lot of damage, but information and players over his shoulder. The teamwork coming through. Assists for Druk as Soul Snipe and Tolik both pick up one. And look, Druk's going to be able to keep Soul Snipe alive. 20-13, now all of a sudden a 7-kill lead for the Pioneers.
We always talk about the Pioneers being an aggressive team, a team who likes to push on their advantages, surprise their opponents, and maybe catch them off guard. Well, if you've got a 7-kill lead here, keep this game quick if you're the Pioneers. Don't allow G2 to slow it down and pick you off one by one and get overshields in their hands. If you can make sure you're keeping the pace up, you should keep finding these kills, but some amazing trades go in favor of G2. Gilkey gets on the scoreboard. He had 0 kills previously. He gets 3 very quickly indeed to get him back into the game, but G2 still losing players, and they still find themselves 8 kills down here.
Yeah, they come out on the bottom half of that trade, right? 25-17, it was once a 6-kill game. Now all of a sudden, jumped up to 7, maybe 8. My math's bad in live time. I'm from the south, we don't do math. Tolik with skewer in hand. As overshield's coming up, it'll be interesting to see how the Pioneers try to play for this. It's very obvious where G2 Esports are set up. Pioneers kind of have the rest of the map. Unfortunately, Tolik doesn't expect that angle to be taken. He's knocked to no shield. Nick gets taken down, and now with the numbers advantage for G2 Esports, can they get this overshield? It's gone. It was down because they grappled it to him. So although they lose a player, grappling the overshield, it does just enough. It takes the easy route for Tolik to secure it, and let's see what Tolik can do now.
I mean, hitting the grapple on the overshield is such a difference maker. It could have been an entirely different game if Barcode was able to hit it a little bit earlier on in this game. Still a 6-kill difference, but as I mentioned before this game started, you can very easily get back into a Catalyst game if you get that swing factor, if you get these power weapons on your side, and the momentum starts to flow through you. But at the same time, if Pioneers can snowball out of control here, if they can keep control of Skewer and Sword, it's going to be very difficult for G2 to get back into things.
I love how Pioneers are playing this just slow. I love the rotations from Tolik. He's going to come from an angle that Barcode doesn't expect him. Unfortunate for Tolik, there was another player that spawned back on the flag, and a wise decision to just get out of there, right? You don't have enough information, you don't have teammates with you. He's going to relocate, then he doubles back. But in the meantime, G2 Esports have opted to push out of this base towards the side of the map. But it does feel like the Pioneers have had the advantage as far as map positioning so far, and Tolik doesn't stay in that fight nearly long enough to die, and just a great way to play your life. Several times has Talik been knocked to no shield, but several times has he been able to play his life successfully to not give up any free deaths.
And that sometimes can be the difference maker. As Druck also manages to stay alive on no shields. That's so many times G2 have got Pioneers players down to one shot and not been able to actually get that kill. And because of it, they find themselves 9 kills ahead. Druck still has the sword to work with. Should be able to catch Sab off guard, which actually it wasn't off guard. Sab was very prepared for it. It was almost Druck that was caught off guard. And suddenly this is an 11 kill advantage for the Pioneers. We do see big swings going in favor of some teams, but is 12 kills too much to come back for from G2? Are we going to see the reverse sweep now from the Pioneers? They have very much come back to life, and they look like they have all of the confidence in the world.
It's another overshield in the hands of King Nick. His power-up prioritization so far throughout the series has been everything the Pioneers needed to get back into this one. Not only that, he has a skewer in hand, and King Nick, he can hit some incredible shots, misses the first, but with information where Gilkey is, where Straight Stick is, what does he choose to do? A wise decision to back up. He realizes that he is by himself, and that's something that the Pioneers have done so far throughout this game 5 that has been special to watch. They have not given up any free kills. A beautiful skewer shot to extend the lead to 11.
And even though we do see comebacks, suddenly when it's only 11 kills required for the side of the Pioneers, this is starting to get a little bit dicey as a player is diced up by the sword. It's still a 10-kill lead for the Pioneers. G2 are slowly but surely falling away and falling out of this series and falling victim to what has been a masterclass from not just the Pioneers, but Nick in particular, who really has been the kind of central point of this domination.
What is usually a hyper-aggressive team in the Pioneers, we are seeing methodically break down G2 Esports so far in this game 5. They have not taken any risks, right? They have backed up in situations they don't feel comfortable, and the only time that they have an advantage is when they push. They found that advantage in this damage, and look, trying to be aggressive on these players in this hallway, it may not work out, but as long as you're able to trade some kills along the way, Dan, you're going to be able to come away with the victory. It is a 10-kill lead with only 8 kills to go for the Pioneers.
I mean, if you trade 1 for 2 now, you still win this game, and that is a amazing position to be in for the Kansas City Pioneers, especially one that is usually them just hurtling themselves towards opponents. That's what we've seen previously, but is this a new look of the Pioneers? Is this a more structured one, as you say? Has Nick just added that extra little bit of an element that maybe the Pioneers were missing back in the day?
And that was something I was wondering, is Nick going to be able to take what he learned from Ryan Noob over at United and give that to the Pioneers? Was that going to elevate their game to maybe a higher potential performance? Are we seeing that here and now? Well, G2 Esports is a very good team. This edition of Barcode has been something special to watch so far in this series, but unfortunately, not enough tank in the gas here in Game 5, it seems, as the lead continues to be 10, as the kills continue to get closer to 50 for the side of Pioneers. I love the positioning from Druck. Although he can't quite get the easiest kill on the Straight Stick, the job gets done, and he looks to be aggressive on the Gilk. He can't get the kill quite yet, but 44-36, you'd have to make a lot of mistakes on the side of the Pioneers, but look at this, the first overshield of the game to G2 Esports, and this could be where they come back, if ever.
Are we going to see the Pioneers maybe crumble just as they're so close to tasting victory here, or can they just get over the finish line? 6 kills is all they need, and it sounds very simple, but look at what G2 have. They have positioning, they have the sword, they did have the overshield previously as well. Pioneers just need to make sure they stay together. They're watching the same things, they're pushing the same things, and they should be able to win this one. But Straight Stick gets the opener onto Nick. They're now 6 kills behind. If they can collapse here onto the Pioneers, they can very easily get themselves back into this game. This is not quite over yet. 44-38, and G2 are just flooding at the moment. They're all moving together as a unit, but the Pioneers are retreating. They are playing this very safe.
The Pioneers have rotated so well throughout this game. Barco with the skewer tries to find the opening pick, but it's continuously been the Pioneers finding information and then rotating away from where the majority of the members from G2 Esports are. But Dan, as this game continues to stay slow, 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock, overshield's coming up in 15. At what point does that clock all of a sudden become a factor as far as the kills? You might not be looking to get to 50 kills if you're Pioneers. You might just be looking to continuously out-rotate G2 Esports and force them into a difficult situation where time becomes a factor.
Even if the Pioneers were to lose all 4 members, they still have a 2-kill lead, and they still have that clock, but with that kill, with that entry onto Barcode, that gives them a 6-kill lead once more. Overshield is going to be popping. Sword in control of Sab, he does get one back, and it's still a 6-kill game here, but that clock is going to be a factor. You're completely right. Nick gets a really massive kill onto Straight Sick to give a 7-kill advantage now. And the thing is, the Pioneers can just watch over this overshield. They do not need it. They can just prioritize stopping G2 from getting it.
And the entire time, the clock's starting to tick, starting to feel the pressure on the side of G2 Esports. They know that the comeback is possible. I love that play by Druck. He throws the overshield off. A win condition off the board for G2.
47 to 41, 1 minute and 15. You've got to speed things up if you're G2 and you're going to get back into this and really give yourself a chance of winning it. Otherwise, it's just going to fall away from you very quickly or very slowly. Here comes the push. Oh, it gets one, and now Soul Snipe falls as well. 49 to 43. It's only 1 kill needed for Pioneers. Nick gets taken down, but surely Druck gets it. Druck manages the last kill, and the reverse sweep is completed. The Pioneers, they managed to get back to life. They were down, they were out, but they won the series.
All it took was a Game 3 win to get them some momentum under their belt, and this is the Pioneers we knew had the potential of showing up here today. This pool is not over. It is flipped on its head. Pool D is going to be an absolute roller coaster for the rest of the day with this win. And what a performance by everyone on the Pioneers in games 3, 4, and 5. Everyone had to step up in order to make this dream happen, and that's what everyone gave you, 110%. Soul Snipe, Mr. Game 5 himself, 15, 12, and 6 with a hell of a performance. But the way that the Pioneers played that Game 5, that is something I have yet to see anyone do on Catalyst Slayer. That was almost perfect to a T when they had control.
And suddenly the race for first place in this group kind of gets handed over to the Lions. The Lions have the best opportunity now to top this group, arguably after their performance against the Kansas City Pioneers. If they were to beat G2 later on today, they would somehow come out topping this group. But of course, that still has to happen, and of course we have to see how they do against SSG. SSG can still throw a massive spanner in this group, even though they've lost to G2 3-0 already. We knew this group was going to be difficult to call, and that's exactly what we've seen. Damage on your screens there, 4.5k for Straight Sick, 4.5k for Nick. I mean, I think that...
there's more damage on the side of G2. That's a testament to the playstyle that we saw from Pioneers. How often have you seen a team in Slayer out-damage the other team and lose? That's a testament to how the Pioneers were playing this entire way, right? They received damage, but got information about where G2 was on the map, and they rotated away. At all times, they were like, hey, we don't want this fight. Hey, we don't want this fight. We don't want the smoke over here. Hey, we're going to run over here now. And the second that they found themselves in a favorable position, that's when they get the kills, right? That was so impressive. And the stats to match, that's unbelievable. You love to see the damage dealt stat, but for the fact that they got out-damaged and still won the Slayer, that's unbelievable.
The amount of times we saw the Pioneers get away on one shot, survive, and then re-engage, I think that's why we see those damage stats. And there's confirmation on your screens of just how that series layout went. I was ready to say, G2, they're the real deal, and I still do think they are the real deal.
They're good.
But Pioneers, when they were down, out, they were 2-0 down, they just needed that Game 3. Wes said it. He said if they can get past Game 3, there is no reason why they can't win this series. Capture Flag Aquarius went their way, and then Slayer Catalyst. It was a perfect approach, and a very different approach. Our Pioneers we've never really seen play in that way. We always they're so aggressive, they run at teams. They ran away from teams in that final game, and that was such a difference. I think that Nick really has offered a lot, and has really changed what this roster can do.
Yeah, I think something that we talked briefly about in Game 5 was Nick coming over to this team, these guys that are just getting started in their Halo careers, right? It's basically their first season of professional play on the side of Pioneers. Nick has learned a lot from Rain and Ryan Noob over at E United. If he can bring some of that structure to the Pioneers, some of that veteranship, even though Nick's not a veteran himself, he learned so much over there. What can he bring to the Pioneers roster? Well, in that Game 5, you saw just a glimpse of what Ryan Noob can teach you. I guarantee you if Nick can continue to, elevate this team's gameplay and as far as a structured manner, the Pioneers, the sky's the limit for these guys.
Well, the Pioneers, they come back from the depths and they manage to take the series in a reverse sweep. Let's go over to the LBW. That's not a cricket reference. That is Lottie, Bravo, and Walshy. Guys, take it away.
Love that. We've been given a trio name. You know what? I don't know if it's the smell of a comeback or a reverse sweep or if it's Bravo's pits because he has been so hot.
It's been a
hot day. And boy, if we had some hot matches. But that was just insane. Second reverse sweep of the day. And Pioneers, just when you think it might be over, just when you think, look, G2 looking really hot right now, especially with Barcode on their side. Pioneers, they find a way to claw themselves back into that dub territory and take it across the line. Really, really smart plays coming out of Pioneers. What did you make of that huge swing we saw after map 2?
I mean, first of all, I think this is exactly what Pioneers needed, right? As we take a look at some highlights, I think we talked about, especially if you think about KC, right? Pioneers was the team that could, and they came so close in game 5s and everything. We saw series after series where we kept thinking they had a little bit left, and now it feels like they were able to dig deep and get our second reverse sweep of the day. By the way, I cannot remember another pool play Friday where you've seen two different reverse sweeps in pool play.
Yeah, reverse sweeps, but then also it just puts this pool in a very tricky spot, as we'll find out later. Yeah. Now we're gonna have to see, does G2 hold up against Lions, and then do we have a three-way potential tie? Yeah. We'll have to end up seeing how that ends up all shaken up, and that's even disregarding something like Space Station.
Yeah, I know. It could be some crazy outcomes off the back of today and what we're seeing so far. Somebody who has been so good, we saw him on the screen a moment ago, and that's King Nick, and we kind of talked about it coming into this Walsh. How do you think he was going to fit into the team? How do you think he was going to perform? Gaskin mentioned he honestly at certain times was the big guy to be able to do things, to push things forward for his team, to have the organization or the heads-up plays. What did you make of his performance?
Yeah, I felt like he fit in well. I felt like he brought in this aggression during these neutral rounds. There was times where they had the standoff on Catalyst Slayer and everyone's kind of sticking on one side of the map, and King Nick's like, I'm going to flank on over and get some side shots, and he was getting those trades or getting those entry kills for his team to close that game out.
Yeah, it's interesting because, you look at KCP and we talked about Pioneers being that really fast-paced roster and the tacticalness that can come through from an United player like King Nick. Do you feel like, obviously, flanking, which can be a little bit of a hit or miss with Halo Infinite, comes through on the tactical side of things? Is King Nick bringing just a tiny bit of tactical flair here?
I think he is, and I also think Catalyst is a little bit of an exception in Halo Infinite, right? Catalyst is a map where you can get away with these flanks because the layout of the map is so unique, it's so different, it's built around these 90-degree angles, and flanks where you can maybe sneak a back whack, sneak a few extra shots are going to happen on that map more often than they are on other maps. And that was the big question, right? Question mark about this player is what's he going to bring? And we saw Pioneers so many times. Kansas City is such a good example where they would fall in the game 5s. This time they stick it out and they do it in a big way in the end of the game. So you got to think so far so good for King Nick.
They certainly did indeed. Really impressive stuff from so many of our teams today. I've got to say though, big shout out to Barcode. My goodness me, that man was frying most of the time. And I can't help but ask the question as well, Walshy. Didn't have the greatest stats in that game 5. I believe he was something like 7 and 14 in that game 5. We'd seen him slaying his way through that Pioneers roster the entirety of the series. Do you think that does have a part to play in that game 5 kind of result there?
Yeah, you're hoping that they step up at that game 5 time when you need them the most, but at the same time, help them get that 2-0 lead. We saw such an amazing string of events when he had that commando over on Recharge. We were just all like in awe when we were in the green room. We were just like, he is not missing, just lasering every single shot there. So it was super impressive to see that, but he's going to get better with time with this roster. It's just no question about it.
Yeah, being a real nuisance to say the least there for the opposition, but incredible stuff across the board from both of our teams here. Love to see a game 5, folks. Let's actually take a look at the pools though to see the results coming in after all of the results that have been happening off stream as well as on stream. As you can see here right now, Optic Gaming going up 2-0. We still have Sentinels with 1-0, United with 1-0 playing each other very shortly. A couple of changes here as well. Cloud9 2-0. What are you making of this, bro?
One thing we got to talk about, we saw Oxygen take game 1 off FaZe, by the way. I don't know exactly where that series is, but if you look at the paper, that should not be happening. So that's certainly going to be something to look out for in Pool B as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. I remember you actually mentioning that while we were watching in the green room earlier. The fact that they did take that back one, it's absolutely massive.
We just got an update. I think Oxygen is up 2-0. Is that right? Over FaZe? My God.
Well, that might honestly just be the biggest upset we would have had all day. And I do think FaZe Clan, we have talked about it, the kind of wild card system that potentially they have. I think a few people in their predictions do have them, kind of in the running here of the top 4. But FaZe Clan still looking for that dynamic, still looking to see what they can make as a team rather than just really talented individuals here. And this certainly is going to be knocking their confidence if they can't get that one across the line. Potentially a third reverse sweep of the day. Who knows? We do have G2 Esports though, 1-2, Lions 1-for-1 right now. Pioneers also equally looking pretty good, 2-for-1 there as well. But there's all to play for still. There's a lot going on here, and I'm excited to see where the results are gonna kind of lay as we get through the next series. And speaking of that, we do have another series coming up for you guys, coming up actually right after this break. It's going to be Sentinels versus United to round things off. Who is going to be taking the top of their pool? Who's going to be edging closer towards that winners bracket side of the championship bracket? We're going to be finding out very shortly to see who's paving the way. We'll catch you right after this.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Then Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. And this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets can just he misses the beat down. It's now. What in the flags is an overkill? Against the door, that's a time to back on top.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world, always connected, but somehow alone, trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away that it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
Hello, wonderful Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS NA Super. Joining me, I have Onset and Clutch on the desk.
See that? I got caught on camera, by the way.
What did you do?
Nothing yet.
That was a physical assault.
Do you want to cry? I have a
we
tissue.
We can talk about it off screen.
He's been crying all weekend. I took him to the gym, and it just iron just doesn't mesh well with him.
Huh?
Apparently, they lift rubber weights over in England, I think.
I'll tell you what, though, there's a couple of teams right now that are a little bit broken after 2 reverse sweeps that we've had so far today, and there was one on the cards the last series. Pioneers did manage to reverse sweep G2, and yeah, a couple of tissues will be going up for the G2 lads. I am sure of it after that series. Absolutely gutted for them, but I've got to say, Pioneers, what a way to bounce back. Talking about bouncing into the next series, though, we do have Sentinels versus E-United. Now, this is going to be a big one. E-United, obviously, previously reverse sweeping themselves against Complexity, and Sentinels looking pretty good. Obviously coming off the back of a win at Kansas City, looking to kind of solidify themselves here in this NA Super and hopefully go into Orlando as one of the favourites. What do you make about this matchup, Onset?
It's a very interesting one, for sure. I think Sentinels coming off the back of that KC win just restored a lot of belief, I think. It was a turbulent start to the year, and it's very easy to forget what that start of the year was like for Sentinels. But they answered back, and they showed that they are back as one of the best teams in Halo history, not just in Halo Infinite. And I think this trophy facelift here, just kind of re-established confidence, and also made the rest of the pack realize that this is a Sentinels roster that has not gone anywhere, that can still win tournaments. And even though, you know, we've gone through roster mania, a lot of that was started with some rumors on this Sentinels lineup. I think now they've moved past that, and this lineup is putting in the work, and we'll expect to come into this Super and back it up. I think they want to win this Super, even though it's an online competition. They want to take that confidence forward towards Orlando Worlds, because as we keep highlighting, and we need to keep highlighting, the season is going to finish quicker than players imagine. And before we know it, we're going to be sat at Halo World Championships, and we're going to be crowning that champion.
I think this is going to be a huge point for them right now. This NA Super obviously being online, flying over to Texas with a lot of other teams to try and get the best kind of advantage / edge / fair playing field that they can possibly get. But the bigger picture is Orlando. You see right there on your screens, the LAN events. This is what all of these teams are playing for, the chance to get to Orlando and to produce the best gameplay they possibly can going up against opponents. That's the bigger picture for this team, Clutch. And you know, what do you think that they can learn from this NA Super in particular as one of the top teams here, especially with all the roster changes?
I think it's just a matter of practice for these guys. I don't know if they're continuously able to get up for online tournaments like this, right? Like, because when we see Sentinels on the main stage under the brightest lights with the biggest crowds, with the most money on the line, that's when they play their best Halo. So big question for me is, can they play to their potential here this weekend with kind of the online format, right? They don't necessarily shine. I believed in Sentinels going into the last tournament. The only thing that made a comeback were Royal 2's plaid pants.
Dude, I've got a pair of those in the suitcase.
I know you do. And you couldn't bring those back in style with a championship over your head. But Royal 2 somehow managed to do it. These guys, they're insane. The big question for me in this series, as we transition our thoughts over to E United, is how good is this E United team? Because they didn't look strong, and they're going to go up against probably the best team in the world here very shortly.
That is very true, but before we do transition to E United, Sentinels, obviously one of the big staples, but another staple on this roster is your boy Snakebite, and he's our AMD power performance today. And I gotta say, this guy, he is Mr. Do It All on set. He can do everything, such a huge all-rounder for this team, and at times makes a massive difference to the level of competition they produce.
One of the most valuable players in Halo Esports for numerous reasons. He does it all in game. His decision-making, shot, clutch moments, ability to win games, to make the right decision, play. He doesn't miss a beat. He is one of the best players, and it's very difficult to find a weakness in his game. I think the only weakness that Snakebite has is sometimes a bit of a confidence thing. Sometimes he needs that little bit of belief just to get going, get rolling in a series, but once he finds that, the guy is unstoppable. I mean, even this play here, it's just the small, minute details, right? He wins a big double kill, but then the first thought isn't, oh cool, I'm gonna get my shields back. It's, I've got time to rotate an oddball. It's always that next step. He's always thinking forward, and this man he's one of the best of all time, and it's very difficult to poke holes in his game. And if you are one of those who manages to find a weakness on him, then I want to hear about it, because I'm not so sure.
True. And Clutch, you talk about the players on teams that allow the superstars, slayers, to really shine, and Snakebite calls the shots, IGL, but also really makes a lot of room for kind of Royal 2, Frosty to just pop off and do what they do best.
Yeah, you want to know how good Snakebite is? Ask around. His opponents will tell you. Everybody on Cloud9 will tell you how good this kid is. The kills he gets are the hard ones. They're the ones you have to work for, the ones that are difficult. When you're in a tough position, you got to make a play, and if you don't get this kill, your team may lose the game. Snakebite's known for getting those kills often and every single time. Doesn't take a game off either. I think in 10 years of Halo, I've never looked at Snakebite's point of view and said, he let me down there.
Well, I'll tell you what, they can't take a game off right now, because E United, they're coming for blood. They're definitely feeling bloodthirsty after their reverse sweep. And talking about this E United roster, what changed for you on set? Obviously, this reverse sweep happened for a reason. The first 2 games didn't go their way. Things were looking a bit shaky versus Complexity. What was going wrong?
I just felt like there was a lack of, it's a very strange thing to say. I said my worry about E United coming into this Super was a lack of practice and a lack of the players getting on the same page about how they want to approach the games. I felt like it was pretty clear in some of those games that there were holes in the setup, how they wanted to play, how they wanted to approach different situations, and some players not quite on the same page. Suspector seemed a little bit off the boil from what was being previously provided by Spartan. I was always looking at his damage stats. I hate to call players out, but the damage stats weren't there for a player who you expect to be up there for KDs in a series. So Suspector, I think, has to step it up a bit. I want to see him take some more aggressive positions, being in a position to help out his teammates a little bit more and lay down a bit more damage. If they do that, they're going to have some success. But if you're putting up those damage stats against a team like Sentinels, they're just going to pick you off.
Yeah, they are indeed. And Ryan, in the first 2 maps, Clutch, looked like he knew what he wanted to do there. He was actually putting up some really good stats. We saw some potential kind of moments there that Ryan really created for the team. Didn't quite happen for them. But after that map 2, Ryan calling the shots again, it seemed like execution just got a lot better. Was that the name of the game for you in the final 2 maps?
Yeah, I think the big word for me and the issue here is eventually you're going to need playmakers on this team. And you're going to need people to step up and win a fight they shouldn't have won. Because that's the name of the game in Halo. No matter how textbook you want to play it, no matter how in-depth you are strategically, somewhere down the line, somewhere down the line, someone's going to have to hit a shot that's pretty incredible, right? They had Spartan, they had King Nick. Those guys are known for making those plays. I wondered if this United roster was going to lose some of that playmaking ability to, hey, we're on the fly, we got to make a play, someone step up. Spartan would give you that. I don't know if United has that anymore. Suspector, I heard a lot of rumblings about LA. He's a superstar. He needs a better team. Well, he's got a much better team, and we didn't see superstar numbers out of him the first time around. There's still plenty of time. But I'm not sold on him being the slayer that this team needs.
Well, I do know for a fact that both these teams are filled with incredible shooters, and to partner with that, we have 2 incredible casters for the series. We have Walshy and Gaskin taking the mics. Take it away, gents.
Well, you're going to say incredible shooters. I mean, Dave, obviously, he has a lot of history, a great shooter. Me, of course, not so much history in Europe. But, you know, I'm still up here, and I'm here with a legend that is Walsh. Dave, this is going to be an exciting series. You've got the champions from Kansas City in Sentinels going up against maybe an undervalued E-United roster. They come in 8th seed. We're used to seeing E-United kind of top 4, top 6 in terms of seed. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, it's funny because it felt like the whole beginning of the season, we always talked about like E-United's underrated, and we're like, all right, they took like 2nd and 3rd these first few events. Like, how can we call them underrated anymore? But now that they've had this roster swap, there's question marks surrounding this roster.
Well, as we look at this series layout, I think a good thing for Sentinels fans is you've got 2 of their best game types featuring. Stronghold Streets, I'd argue, is their 2nd best game type, but their first is going to be Capture the Flag Aquarius. So 2 of their best game types featuring in a best of 5 is always going to give them a good opportunity. But on the flip side, Slayer Livefire here, Dave, has always been kind of a hiccup area for Sentinels. So I feel like for E-United, they probably have to focus on that Slayer and have to win it if they are going to take this series. Do you think E-United has what it takes to beat Sentinels here after what we saw them do earlier?
After what we saw in the first round, no. I think that if we saw this first match coming out today and I didn't see them have that loss on the belts earlier, I would say, yeah, potentially. I mean, on paper, the roster looks great, but to see them just falter early on like that, you know, and then to go against the previous tournament's champions, they're going to have to really switch something up here between those 2 matchups.
Well, game number 1 underway. It is Street Strongholds. It is one of Sentinel's better game types. Can we see them carry on that momentum from Kansas City? They've already won 1 series today, but 3 are already dead. Frosty, the last remaining player who is still alive, but is capturing B. That's something you've got to say is very successful. Even though you're the last remaining player, you're still doing the objective work, but they have given up the rockets.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a surprise, though, that you didn't see more pressure coming out from United on the last player remaining. So it seems like these United players must have been more focused on securing those rockets over getting that early hill time.
Not able to secure a kill, though, is Rain. Does do a lot of damage over towards Lethal and will manage to get some damage, but it's not enough splash damage to take down Frosty, and it ends up being a trade. But all the meanwhile, E-United have managed to take B and C. They are scoring. Manny gets aggressive onto Snakebite, and Sentinels are going to be on the back foot now, spawning over towards A, spawning over towards Cafe, but they have flooded round to C. It's clearly Sentinels want to try and take C away from E-United here.
Yeah, Sentinels taking C, and I gotta wonder what the play is here from Manny. Is it still just try to block these spawns and give a little support over there? Does he need to charge over and help? And right there, I feel like there's just a lot of lost time there from Manny. Although it seems to work out in the end for his roster as they secure a few of those kills on Tram, it felt like he was a non-factor for a good 10 to 15 seconds.
Certainly an indecisive nature about them, but they may have gotten away with it as Ryan just about goes down to Lethal. And A will not be secured, and it still means that Sentinels will be scoring, but all they have to do is kind of put their toe in it just for a few seconds, and they will have both A and B. But again, Lethal has done his job alongside Snakebite and Frosty. Even though A was taken, the kills come through. 3 are now dead for the side of E-United, and Sentinels can get aggressive, all 4 down, and they can take all 3 of these hills if they want to.
It looks like we're going to see potentially our first trip cap of the game, but Frosty, rather than going for that trip cap, decides to go help at C and let his teammate finish up over on that B side, hitting that little skillful jump and getting the flank on Rain for that melee and the killing spree.
Right, caught off guard as well. There's going to be a double kill for Frosty. Now, what an experienced player he is, and he's showing it there. The jump, getting behind a player, and also taking the rockets away from E United. There's that trip cap that you were speaking of. It is finally put into effect, and this is where Sentinels are at their best. When they're in control, when they have the structure, when Frosty has weapons like this, it's going to get very difficult for E United to get back into this game.
Such good heads-up play there from Frosty to realize that somebody may have already gotten past B. I would assume most situations there, most players have gotten a little greedy and assumed, all right, they're already over at PD side. There's going to be nobody here over at the cooler, but Frosty checking every little corner on this map.
Has the Bulldog to work with, and is going to be sneaky heading up these stairs. Does run into a couple of players though, and still manages to get a trade. Very easily we could have seen teams and players backing down there, but he knew he could get at least one and give the rest of the team the chance to push up towards Cafe. But now what do E United do? How do they answer back? Now they've finally got a little bit of control here. Good shots coming out from Manny, but Snakebite putting even better shots down as A once more will start to be flipped over towards Sentinels. 3 are dead for E United. Make that 4, and again, Sentinels step up.
Yeah, Sentinels step up, but here's the problem is they're on A and C side. At some point they need to realize which side they want to hold so they can get B. It's kind of tough to hold these two opposite ends of the map, and that's why you notice how Snakebite instantly rotated over through purple and went all the way towards C.
Tough to do, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Sentinels as Snakebite, as you say, rotates to C, gets the kills, has done the damage, gets a double kill, can call out Ryanoob, and now look, the rockets are going to be coming up in 15 seconds as well, so Snakebite looking to try and take advantage of the power weapons he has.
And somehow Sentinels able to make this A/C setup work. I was fully expecting Snakebite at that point to just give up A, go towards B, and hold the 2 strongholds that are near each other, but maybe he felt like he was in a unique spot where he had shotgun and he could get a flank, but you know, ultimately just trading out a kill or so, and that's going to give your team some breathing room across the map.
Speaking of trades, Lethal manages to trade out with the rockets there. So there's only 1 rocket left on the map, I believe, and if someone can grab it, maybe they can make a real difference in these next few moments. But Frosty has been so important in a lot of these Sentinels pushes so far. He manages to get some shots down. Lethal finishes off with a grenade, and now A, B, and C in control. Sure, C's being flipped, but now here comes the collapse from Sentinels. Snakebite and the rest of the squad all facing C, and they get the kill. This is excellent.
And look at that, just understand the situation so well. All the members of E United are stuck in C. They can go out on the bomb side of the map without fear of being shot from the sides or shot in the back, and that's why they're doing those challenges out in front of Tram, because they have them all isolated in one corner of the map.
173 to 46. Sentinels are dominating this game. Let's have a little listen in though with the Sentinels roster and see how the champs are feeling.
Yeah, they just 3, 2, 1. All laundry.
Pushing Matt.
It's laundry 1. I spawn here. Matt, they're coming Matt. They're cuts as well. I got 1, and 1's in B. In B. Is music weak? I got him.
Nice.
I'm gonna fucking no one in B. Another one in B.
Yeah,
I got spikes for B.
Okay. TJ, go to C, go to C, go to C.
Yep. He's 1 hit capping B. Yep. 1 went towards flowers.
Getting up, you on, guys.
Finish up. Yep. I spawned Ivy. Yep. Rust is up if anyone wants to look at this. Yeah, 1's B. Ryan, weak. Ryan, 1 hit in B. Matt, I'm gonna go B steps.
Backing up a little bit, TJ.
Yep, B balcony.
I'm going to B, I'm going to B. Okay, let's come in, top tower.
Two music, Matt. Weak range. B balcony, B steps fine. I'm trying to get deep. He's on me, kill me. He's on me, rain. He's going top tower. Matt, you're gonna play your life out for that, okay? Mid Matt. It was rain.
Rockets in 15, guys.
Are in C as well. Cuts weak on you.
Shot P on.
I spawned A, Brad. I spawned
Rockets in 10. Rockets in 10.
No, he's one of the tires.
TJ, I got him.
Rockets. Shotty's down there. Rockets in 5 as well.
There's one on A. Yo, front C. Oh, he's fine here, okay. On Rockets, trying to have top default, weak rain. The Spectre 1 at C-Balk, the Spectre weak on Ivy. Okay. You got Rockets? He's driveway. He's driveway weak. Okay, I'm looking 2 and C.
TJ, I have your driveway. TJ, help me map.
3 bottom C, 3 bottom C.
Everyone chill out,
I'm going commando. Just be hold. He's still on driveway. Still on the Disruptor. 2 on the Disruptor. I'm gonna be going back commando.
P1 mini, nice, TJ. Yo, TJ, run back.
Ivy.
Yeah, they're really
Manny, 2 C-Balk, Chung out.
And some great small talk being put into effect from the Sentinels. They did look like they were a little bit shaky for a small moment, but just some small calls from Frosty saying, look, let's chill out, let's cut mid, all these important things that have to be put into effect, and Sentinels, they still have the lead here.
Yeah, a couple things to highlight there from communication. When it comes to top teams and callouts, it's not just barking out callouts as to where someone's at in one shot. Yes, knowing where enemies are located is incredibly important. However, it's the small talk and follow-ups in there. You notice callouts such as, Matt, after that, play your life. When they say play your life means you're going to be greedy. You need to expect that you're not going to get help. You're going to be kind of isolated on your own. So that means maybe back off into a corner. Maybe go to a flank. Go to an isolated position. Basically setting up the next position for your teammates so that they don't have to make that decision. They might not have the overall awareness as to what's going on with the big picture, and giving them that little information just makes it so much easier.
Sentinels have always historically been very calm with their communications, and we heard that just there. But 200 to 150, slowly but surely, E United are getting back into this game. They still hold A and B, and now they're looking for the spawns. They're looking to see where Sentinels are. They connect with one, but now they've lost a player. Lethal gets the first onto Ryanoob, and Sentinels are looking like they're trying to make a play over towards A. So Suspector has a decision to make. Do you face it or do you run? Unfortunately, he runs straight into Frosty, who gets a very important kill.
Yeah, and those 1v1s, you gotta be winning. We heard Clutch talking about that earlier, like, yes, you can go into all this game theory and strategy, but ultimately, at the end of the day, there's a lot of points where it's just winning your battle. You need to win battles, hit more shots, put more damage out there. Like, we always highlight the strategy part, but we take it for granted how accurate and how good these players are just shooting and executing.
Frosty trying to put the Sentinel Beam to effect. Royal to the last remaining player. BNC is still being held, but eventually we do see E United get in. They've been a little bit slow, have E United, into stopping these points being scored, but it won't matter if they can still win this game, of course. But they are allowing Sentinels to get closer and closer to that 250 mark. The Stalker Rifle falls, C still in control, and 2 have gone down. So E United doing very well at collapsing. 3 are dead now. Lethal, the last remaining player, and his back is quite literally against the wall at the moment. Rain with some good grenades should be able to take him down. But even if he doesn't, it doesn't matter. The delay factor was huge there.
Yeah, and the damage has also been done there to Lethal. It's almost a spot where they can kind of stagger their kills a little bit. It almost worked out in a sense that Rain didn't kill it right away and that he just left it for another teammate. So right here, E United is doing a good job delaying Sentinels from getting up to full power and having all 4 members alive at the same time.
And despite the fact this being one of Sentinel's stronger game types, certainly when we saw them in Kansas City anyway, E United are showing they can roll with the big dogs despite the changes they've made. 3 are dead at the moment though. Sentinels are scoring once more. Ryanoob, the last remaining player, is he anywhere that can be found? It looks like he's going to be able to get his teammates up. They have B, and it's another A and C split here, Dave, and all they need is 10 more seconds, so we need a big push from E United in these final moments.
And the push is coming from B all the way over towards A. You saw all those members on the outline heading towards one of the final pushes, and not going to be enough as Sentinel's going to close that one out 250 to 198.
We do have to take our hats off to E United. They made it a very close game indeed, and it could have very much gone the other way because the early stages was a lot of control for the Sentinels roster, but they were just about able to kind of get enough points from those A and C splits. I know you were saying, like, I don't know how this is going to go. Are they going to be able to rotate accordingly? They found a way to make it work, and I think that's what's always what Sentinels have been good at, right? Is they've been able to find a way to maybe adjust the meta a little bit to their playstyle and still get the job done. 250 to 198 was the final score. 18 kills for Frosty, 19 for Lethal. I mean, we've given Lethal so much grief over the years for not being the main slayer of this roster, not getting enough kills. He's had such a hard time, but 5.4k for Lethal. He deserves his spot on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just being a key factor to obviously this team's success over its entire history, and right here to winning that game. I mean, a few of those deaths going either way. It could have been the control going in favor of E United, them finally getting to get their own trip cap and whatnot, but Lethal just played that so well.
And maybe he's got a point to prove, does Lethal? And he's certainly showing it here in game number 1 against E United in what was a closer game than maybe I expected considering the history of Sentinels on this game type, but in online competition there is always that chance that maybe some of those kills don't go your way, but E United really were able to prioritize their power weapon control at times. The rockets really went in their favor more times than not, and perhaps that's why they were able to pick up some key points as we look back at some of the highlights. What do you think was the kind of downfall of E United though here? What do you think went wrong for them here, Dave?
For me, it felt like there was a lot of times where E United players were not being active and in the fights. It felt like when they had numbers, Sentinels still were able to isolate fights and make it so, all right, yeah, it might be a 4v3 in favor of E United, but Sentinels just charge the other 2 or 3 members, and even though they have numbers advantage, it doesn't matter if you can isolate just a couple members. So I thought that was very well done by Sentinels, or you could argue could have been done better by E United.
I think that was very evident right at the start of the game as well, when Frosty was the last remaining player and still was able to capture B. Like, that can't happen, and E United do need to be quicker at pushing their advantages. You're completely right, and is that going to be evident the more we get into the series as well? Are we going to see these kind of factors evident in some of these other games? As we look at game number 2 is going to be Slayer Livefire, and I did say, Walshy, this is one of Sentinel's worst game types, or at least it was at Kansas City, but maybe that means they've practiced it. Maybe that means they've put time into it, and perhaps that means that they will be able to go 2-0 up here. But United, surely this has to be a main focus for them. They've got to win this Slayer, otherwise this series starts to get away from them.
Absolutely. I mean, especially if you're highlighting that Strongholds on Streets is one of their top 2 game types for Sentinels, that's not as convincing of a score line to take that game 1. So clearly, game number 2 is a must-win here for United. And we'll see. I don't know if Sentinels are just saying, all right, we need to keep expanding our top game types, or are they saying, like, dude, there's 17 game types and modes combinations. We can't be best at them all.
You can't be good at everything, that's for sure, but one thing that Sentinels do manage to do is they improve week in, week out. They certainly will highlight their weaknesses, and they always manage to focus on some of those weaknesses to make sure they're not as weak. You can have weak game types, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to lose it every single time. We jump into game number 2, and we start things off with Frosty, who is usually a living highlight reel, and especially if he gets the sniper rifle that is going to be on the map. But it looks like E United have prioritized that sniper, but it's
no.
It's a double kill. It's 2 grenades coming out from both players, and Sentinels are 3-0 up.
It was just such easy deduction there from Frosty. So half the time when he pushes out towards that elbow, he's going to see some players there getting a fight towards Nest and back away. In this case, he just says, all right, there's nobody out here near this field or towards Nest. So in that case, that means they have to be top center towards OS. And little by little, their team communicates, gets the information, and by the time he doesn't even have to look around the corner, says, all right, there's got to be a bunch in top center then if we don't see him everywhere else.
Could be an overshield as well, not able to secure it. 8-3 though, and in the early stages, Sentinels have looked on fire here. Royal 2 can't quite get hold of the overshield eventually. No, doesn't pop it. Manny takes him down. Lethal gets the trade though, and the overshield is still there and waiting for someone to grab. We are going to see an absolute barrage of grenades now happen over towards the overshield. It looks like Frosty was able to pop it, and Sentinels do win this battle of the OV.
Yeah, and right again, we're seeing this United roster all kind of be clustered in one little area. It feels like the times that they do have somebody that's out and flanking, they're not being effective immediately. And then the other times it feels like they're all in the same area. So I feel like that's just one small thing we've seen past these couple games. Hard to say if that's a common recurrence without their team, but throughout these last couple games, we're just noticeably seeing them all clustered together or not being able to help from across the map.
Frosty spotted a player. He knows someone's at green. Suspector is certainly in his sights. He's just hiding enough as Frosty tries to get the whip, and if you are a Sentinels fan, you know full well that Frosty, when a sniper rifle is in his hands, he can really be deadly. He will reposition now, try and take a different angle so he can make this sniper count. Suspector wants that repulsor and will get it as well. Great aggression and great confidence to be able to take on a sniper. When you see that Frosty stood there, you know full well you have to put shots in, otherwise your face is going to be ripped off as another overshield is ripped away here from E United, and Suspector, the last remaining player, surely he doesn't get it, but he does get a double, and somehow, some way, but just take it away from him at the last moment.
No easy overshields being acquired here from either team. It's just a battle. You know, such a good rotation there from E United being all the way towards Nest side and rotating over, and here they go once again. They have the overshield. They're leading over towards B or towards green and gonna get these kills, and there's one down against Lethal. Can they get more over towards the A side?
14-14. Certainly United have done very well to get back into this game, considering the start that they had and how they were all just clustered together and quite literally all faced a grenade at the same time and probably all said a prayer at the same time as they fell. But now Rain with the sniper rifle, seeing if he can do some damage, will miss the initial shot, will back off, try and reposition and see if he can maybe take a different angle. And if he can get some shots going here, if E United can get on a flow and get some confidence, there's no reason why they can't take this game and no reason why they can't strip this game away from the Sentinels roster. But it's just how Sentinels are moving at the moment.
Just sniffed out there. That's such a difficult position. I thought Rain had a great flank and the right weapon. You know, only a couple bullets in the sniper rifle, so not as big of a risk if he died or lost it, but just sniffed out. You just had that anchor in the form of Lethal sitting over towards that top tower, doing everything right for his team, watching their backs, laying down shots, being active, and that seems to be the story of this game. Gaskin, it's all 4 players engaged from the Sentinels roster, fighting as actively as they can, and then some of these members from E United getting isolated or out of the fight.
One thing I will say is the sniper rifle has not really been an advantage for either team at the moment. Ryan, who gets a double, should be a triple. doesn't quite connect with it though. Lethal was just able to get shields, I think, before that melee came through. And maybe Ryan will be a little bit frustrated about that one, but the cleanup does come through from Suspector. And now Manny has that sniper. I've said it's not really been put to effect. Maybe Manny can change the fortunes of this sniper rifle at this United roster. Does connect with 2 body shots, but unfortunately is not enough to secure any kills because no one's there to clean it up.
No one there to clean it up, and then that's going to be overshield going in their hands. They obviously have a little bit of sniper ammo left, but this is such a massive advantage for Sentinels. They're going to isolate that first kill, and these players all over at green, they're going to get picked apart. This is going to be so difficult, and look at this collapse. There's 1 weak, there's a double. Here goes Suspector as nearly the triple, and Suspector at least salvaging a kill, but you just knew that boded terribly there for the United roster. They're all stuck in that corner. There's no secured or covered routes to get out. You have to fight your way out.
Again, it's just one of those situations where you hold hands and you hope for the best, but unfortunately Snakebite was running at them with evil in his eyes, and he was able to get a double. Unfortunately not the triple, but the damage perhaps done. 29 to 21. Sentinels roster really are performing well together. They are cleaning up each other's kills. They are effectively pushing as a unit, and where some of the weaknesses may have lied previously in this HCS season, it does seem like things have been cleaned up by the Sentinels roster as Frosty looking to try and initiate some damage here and initiate a push for the team, but 2 have gone down. This is United's chance to try and wrestle back some control.
Yeah, this is their chance, but now we're going to see, do they find a way to collapse, to push, to expand that lead any further? They get 2 down, especially on a map like Live Fire. You should be able to see some more open spawns. You should be able to fly and kill some players or force them down in the tunnels, but it feels like United are a little content with just sitting back. Maybe they just want to set up for this next overshield coming up in 30 seconds.
It's a long time to wait, and it does give Sentinels the chance to take the initiative and maybe position themselves so they can have a better chance of getting that overshield. Snakebite looks like he wants to get a little bit saucy with a flank. Does have a position to fight with Manny, but needs to retreat because Manny spotted him out very early indeed. And now, suddenly that overshield is only 10 seconds away, but where are E-United?
Yeah, that surprises me. It looks like they're all going to fly together once again, going around the same route. The thing that I've been critiquing before is saying it feels like they might be all taking this, going in one same area and getting kind of clustered up. We'll see if it works out, but looks like Ryan Noob gets a double. Suspector going to pick off Lethal. Somehow that play works out here for E-United, all just taking the same route. I don't know how it works out. Sometimes maybe it's just hitting the shots and staying alive, or just committing and not looking back.
It's committing and hoping the grenades don't arrive at your feet, because we saw what happened earlier on in this game, but on this occasion they're able to pick up that overshield, they're able to get the extra bits and bobs they needed, and suddenly this is 30 to 29, and this is maybe a little too close for comfort, considering how far the Sentinels were ahead. Ryanoob doing his best to stay alive at the moment, but they know he's there.
He knows they don't have grenades at this point. He had bought so much time, but how are they not getting punished? That's one thing that we've seen a few times from these members of United is they'll spot where someone's at, get some damage, they'll stay alive, they'll call it out, but there's no follow-up. It feels like even prior to the 6-minute overshield coming up, you saw Snakebite kind of sneak behind enemy lines over dummies, run back towards tunnel, and met no resistance. Nobody jumping down to finish him off, no crossfire coming over from the yard.
And I do think that sometimes is just a team not being together long enough. We've got to remember, United didn't form, they formed not so long ago. It must be said as Ryanoob gets a kill. Sentinels have been a roster for far longer, not just in this team, but anyone else in the HCS scene at the moment. And that can sometimes pay dividends. That can really be something that really swings things in your favor. But still within a shot are United here. 35 to 33 as Ryanoob misses the shot of the sniper rifle, and it will be the last bullet. But now we're going to see what United can do now they have the chance to kind of flank round and collapse. You can see Manny's on one side, Ryanoob and his teammate on the other.
Yeah, but is this kind of the late time to make this flank? We have Overshield popping up soon, and it looks like he's going to catch Lethal off guard, getting a couple shots in the back. Lethal going to roll down towards tunnel where he has his teammate Snakebite down there. But Ryanoob and Suspector are going to win that 2v1 against Lethal.
Yeah, it was a great push. Manny kind of initiated things from the other side, but they very quickly had to collapse. That overshield, as you say, is going to be in the hands of Snakebite, and it maybe is too easy for Sentinels. E-United weren't really able to get in a position, but the shots and the team shot coming out from E-United very quickly shut down the Obi. But Manny, the last remaining player, gets taken down by Lethal, 40 to 37, and Sentinels still are holding on to this lead, despite the fact E-United are trying so hard to get back into things.
Yeah, I mean, E-United's made some great push from time to time, but yeah, you feel like there's some incompleteness during certain setups or different pushes. So the aggression's there when they're flying, things are clicking, but the rest of the time it feels like there's just a little something to be desired.
Still one kill though.
Yeah, with that being said, they're 1 kill away from arguably the best team right now. So, I mean, who am I to critique in this situation?
Exactly. You've got to remember, this is 8th seed versus 1st seed. You've got to argue that maybe E United overperforming with it being this close, but I'll caveat that would be saying Sentinels, this is arguably one of their worst game types. So E United have to win this, you feel, if they are going to take this series. And it's definitely within a shot. Sniper Rifle coming up is going to be spawning, and now we're going to see perhaps E United grab it and try and push with it. Suspector's going to be the player who does get his hands on that Sniper Rifle. Frosty knows it's there. Suspector hits a shot onto Royal 2, and suddenly it's 40-40, and all the tools are there now for Reunited.
40-40, Suspector really going to have to be the player on his team to make this happen. This used to be the position that someone like Spartan was in before. Spartan used to be that player that they would drop that weapon for, let him get pick by pick. And right there, Suspector kind of getting taken out instantly. One thing I did notice from Suspector, though, was we rarely ever see it where somebody drops their main weapon to switch to Sniper to get a faster no-scope. So expect to see that, you know, in Halo Infinite as a very commonplace in a year or so from now, but a little ahead of the curve there on that tech.
Well, United still haven't been able to get the lead, but now they have. 43-42. Snakebite gets ejected off the map, and suddenly it explodes. It's 45-42. 3 are dead on the side of Sentinels, and E United have to take this advantage. They need to be making sure they now look for these spawns, collapse on these players, and try and get this victory here in game number 2.
Yep, and you saw Rain just sitting back, noticing that no one spawned over at green, but one of those question marks is, all right, is Rain kind of out of the picture right now? How are they going to collapse in together? They have the overshield, they have the advantage. Now, how do they secure these final kills?
Sentinels retreat, and they go back into house. They leave bottom middle very vulnerable for a flank at the moment. Manny also has the overshield, so all the tools still in the side of United to win this game, but it's about putting them into effect. Grenades are going to be waited for. Frosty is away from the rest of the team at the moment. You can see how slow both teams are playing this. Only 1 minute and 17 left on the clock as well, Walshy.
Yeah, we're seeing these Slayer games just slow down in general, at least already today. There was never a question of, is this game going to go to 50 kills before the time limit? Like, even the last tournament, there would be an occasional map that took a little bit longer, maybe something like a Bazaar Slayer, but we've never really seen this on live fire.
Well, one thing Sentinels have done is they've negated that overshield. Manny's run out of it, but 54 seconds, Sentinels have to make a push. Otherwise, United are just going to slowly but surely win this game. What do Sentinels have? Manny is taking a position where he gets a kill onto Royal 2.
Such an effective flank. Those were things we were missing before. We'd see someone like Manny in position over on streets, over at the B stronghold, but not able to do the damage. That was such a great flank from Manny, and that could be very well what's going to secure this win here for United. And look at that spike grenade. Finishing off Frosty with Suspector's help.
Frosty gets one. It's 48-44. United have been behind this whole game, but now there's 24 seconds for Sentinels to try and get 4 kills. And it's not going to be easy because United are just running away. They're rotating together. Frosty has spotted them out. Are we going to see a quick enough collapse here? United now 4 kills ahead. 10 seconds left here, Dave. They get 49, and surely it's going to be an easy 50. There is not enough time here for Sentinels to get the kills, and this is going to be United's game. We're tied up 1-1.
Such a brilliant ending there from United, and I guess we saw a very similar thing that was happening when they pushed for those overshield, is they would just kind of fly together. They would say, all right, we can go 2 and 2 in an area, or just 3 and 1 and fly out in one spot, and if they meet any resistance, they're going to melt that player real fast and continue with that charge. I really like that compared to just sitting back at a game time where, you know, maybe they can poke and prod and hunt down all 3 of them or all 4 of you. I mean, the best way I could describe that difference would be earlier when we saw United all stuck over at green. They were, you know, shot from every single angle and then finished off one by one. They got all 3 of them, and I believe Suspector got 1 finish at the end on Snakebite. For the most part, it was like a 3 or 4 for 1. That last period in time, they just all charged one direction, went trade for trade, closed out the game.
All they needed, and you know, after being behind for the entire game, suddenly it was 42-42, and that just explosion of 3 kills going in favor of United, and the time that was left, they were able to just kind of play those final moments perfectly. Maybe a Ryan Noob masterclass. We know Ryan Noob likes to play the game in a certain way, and he seems to be kind of commanding this team in a very effective way as well as they tie up the series 1-1. Snakebite had 17 kills, but it was not enough for Sentinels. But remember, it is statistically Sentinels' worst game type out of all of them when it came to them performing at Kansas City and in online tournaments leading up to this tournament. As we look at the damage, though, we'll see if maybe there was a big standout 4.9k for Manny. I mean, Manny did a lot on his own. I've noticed that Manny sometimes is kind of that flanking player, or that player is left on his own. And as long as he can do damage like that, they're going to be fine.
Exactly, and I think that's going to be the fine balance that United are going to have to solve for them to elevate to that next level, to not drop any series that they shouldn't drop. It's going to be a situation where if they have someone who's flanking or up at a tower, if they realize they don't have the angle or can't lay damage at that point, they need to reposition and get involved with the fight.
Well, it was an excellent start for Sentinels, but E United were just able to chop away at them throughout the entirety of this game. And the overshield, it was kind of scrappy every single time as well. Neither team was really able to get a clean overshield, aside from maybe one, I think, that went in favor of the Sentinels. This was that push that you were talking about that very easily could have been a triple here as well.
Yeah, essentially, like, that was a 4-for-1 in favor of Sentinels as they were all corralled in one area. And then towards the end here, you notice United, they just say, we'll be the aggressors. They're just going to push across the map and get all their kills.
What a play it was from Rain and Rhino there as well, just to eject Snakebite off the map. And at this point, when there was such little time left, for United, it was just about putting those pieces together and making sure that puzzle is complete. And they do find the victory, 50-45 in the end. But I don't think the scoreline tells the whole story. But all that matters is E United will tie up the series as we go into game number 3, which is going to be King of the Hill Recharge. Any thoughts or feelings about this one, Dave, just from what we've seen so far?
From what we've seen so far, we're going to need to see all those members of E United engaged in all those fights. If we see somebody too far away over at Control or over at Elevator in a situation like this and not being effective, that's going to come back to hurt E United. However, King of the Hill is going to be quite different now. You know what I mean? Like, there's not going to be these rotating objectives. It's going to be, they can park down in one area for a while and be in an effective spot. So I feel like that shouldn't come back to bite them as much.
I do think that Sentinels have been better at King of the Hill game types than the Strongholds game types on particular maps. So I would rather see Sentinels play Recharge King of the Hill rather than Recharge Strongholds, for example. So I think that bodes well for Sentinels as we look at the rest of these game types. But that being said, with E United's strategy and how E United have been playing this game, I do worry that actually E United might be able to take this one if they can kind of be as effective as they were in those final moments. Like, the structure that they held in those final moments is going to be very important in a King of the Hill game type where you really have to set up and also break setups.
Yeah, I feel like E United has this clear, like, pause and go signals that they have on their team. It's almost like they all know when they're on the same page, they're all flying together, they're all pushing the same direction together. There's no question that they have a coordinated strategy together. And we'll have to see if, you know, King of the Hill's going to be the same. If they're going to take the little pauses, wait for their whole team to spawn, and then make a push out, or if they know how to, like, poke and prod the hill, back up, stay alive, because both those are effective, but it all depends what the whole team's doing.
It does. It does depend what they're doing. And I've got to say, if Sentinels win this series 3-1, I don't think anyone will bat an eyelid. They'll say, they dropped a Slayer, it was live fire, one of the worst game types. However, if this goes to a game 5, if it goes a little bit further, if the United are able to get an objective off of Sentinels, that begs the question, how good are Sentinels going to be in this tournament? If 8th seed is taking games off them, especially objective games, where do Sentinels kind of lie? In predictions, we've said Optic are kind of favorites, but Sentinels, of course, are the reigning champions coming into this one. Are they going to be good enough if they're dropping games? I think this game 3 is going to tell us a lot about what Sentinels have to offer. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
I agree for the most part. Generally, you see teams that are dominating earlier in pool play, earlier in Saturday, go on to win on late Sunday. But Sentinels tends to be that little anomaly where, you know, they almost lost game 5 to Quadrant at Kansas City, and then they came out as our champions in Kansas City. So it's hard to say, you know, how does a Friday or Saturday Sentinels look compared to the Sunday Sentinels?
A Sunday Sentinels is certainly a different squad, but are we going to see the Friday Sentinels still be able to pull through here in game number 3? It's going to be Recharge King of the Hill. That bottom hill is always so difficult to play, but 3 members have already fallen for Sentinels, and E United are setting up to try and get some time in the early stages. Royalty was last remaining player and gets the trade.
That was so smart from Royal 2. Even that, like, 1v1 engagement, he rounds the corner, and the first thing that Royal 2 does when he goes back to fight the Spectre is closes that gap so he's within melee distance. So as he's trading a couple shots back and forth, he can get that melee trade. That's such a big difference instead of just doubling back and then trying to fight a BR fight down 2 shots. So those are little differences you'll see from those top pros as to how they get some of those trades. They know how and when they can close those gaps and how to output as much damage as possible, even in a disadvantageous position.
That being said, E United have still been able to get a significant amount of time in this first hill as Sentinels are trying to position themselves to set up for the next. But we're going to see Lethal have to hit some shots here if they're going to be able to prioritize this hill and also score the first one. Because at the moment, everything's going towards E United and they should be capping this first one if Lethal doesn't get in a position. And that's going to be 1-0. E United, an amazing first hill for them. And now they've got the numbers advantage to push to the second.
Yeah, you notice how Sentinels, their goal was just to get a kill or two. Hopefully with someone being down in the middle of the pit, being more exposed, get some damage, get a kill, and set themselves up for the next stronghold, or for the next hill. But in that case, it backfired. Somehow they went down a couple members, and E United already trying to put this second hill on the board. Only 19 seconds have passed over the course of these first 2 hills where someone hasn't been in the hill.
It's been an amazing start from E United, and it looks like unless we see a very quick and effective push from Sentinels, it could be a very quick 2-0 as well. Manny using the repulsor to send one player away, says goodbye, now I can get away, now I can get some assistance, and Suspector gets 3, and suddenly Sentinels are going to be 2-0 down here because Lethal, the last remaining player, will not stop this hill.
This is so scary. Now, what I really wonder here from the Sentinels roster, oh my god, so here's what's happening here from United. I haven't heard from them about this yet, but their idea is that they're already up 1 hill. They're pretty much guaranteed to get this second point, so they're going to wait as long as possible, try to drain that clock a little bit, and then they have to decide at what point later on in this game do they decide just to no longer go for the hill at all. Instead, just go for slays and let the clock drain out.
We saw United do it on on live fire King of the Hill, earlier on in this tournament, and it was effective. It was nerve-wracking, but effective. I think what they wanted to do there was maybe get behind enemy lines and stop Sentinels from setting up in elevator, but they were not able to do so. Suspector went down, and now Sentinels do have the chance here with a setup.
What was actually most surprising to me during that long haul hill was I almost thought that they were just going to let Sentinels try to fight for it and let it drain another 30 seconds, 60 seconds, make Sentinels truly commit to that hill in order to get control of it again.
It does seem like they perhaps gave up on that strategy very quickly. Maybe they thought the Suspector was in a good enough position. Who knows? But Sentinels have been able to pick up a point here now, and they could arguably do the same thing. But no, they will secure it. It's 2-1, and it was a far too easy hill, it has to be said, for Sentinels, as maybe E United looking to set up for the next.
We've been seeing a lot of hill games actually end by time, but this is one of the situations where we somehow already have 3 on the board with less than a minute elapsing out of the in-game time. So I also would not be surprised to see this one go all the way to 5 captures if E United decide just to commit to that strategy.
Some big kills coming out from E United. No one in the hill just yet. This hill is equally as difficult, especially if someone sets up towards gold. They can really drill you in that hill. Frosty gets engaged in the fight. Rain will get the trade. 3 members had fallen because it was a triple kill, and Ryanoob looking to try and make it more. Royal 2 has that shock rifle in hand. Ryanoob wants to take it off him and will do so. And now Ryanoob with the chance to really put this weapon to effect. I want to see someone pop off with it. We've already seen it happen once. Septify did it, I think, earlier in a series today, and maybe Ryanoob can be the next to do it in this series.
Yeah, and they're going to need it. And what you're seeing Ryanoob right now do is try to just pick off players, pick off any of these Sentinels reinforcements that are going towards this hill. Look at this reposition, just going all the way towards gold, getting a triple, almost getting the overkill, but Snakebite going to shut that down and also put some pressure on the hill. So somehow not getting more pressure from these E United members, even though he's in the very center of the map.
Very important kill from Snakebite, otherwise this hill probably would have been gone in favor of E United, even though it's got very far as Snakebite goes for a little swim, has goggles on, swim shorts also part of it. But now E United slow things down ever so slightly because this is the effect they have. They have a lead and they can force Sentinels to now go into this hill where they are vulnerable and they will be able to just toss grenades and perhaps get the opening. But it's not always that easy when Sentinels are setting up as well. Ryanoob will be able to push through control here. Does have to take the fight with Snakebite, wins it as well, and Ryanoob has been excellent this tournament.
And they have numbers. What does E United do with numbers now? Are they going to get an isolated 1v1s? Look at this. Royal 2 and Frosty both sitting in that corner. They get the kill on Suspector with a sword. Frosty also gets a repulse on Rain, so somehow we're going to have to find where Ryanoob and Frosty engage, and here's the fight. This is going to decide who has control of this Hydro area. It's going to be Ryanoob.
11 kills for Ryanoob, but hill being gained by Snakebite and the Sentinels roster. 1 down on both sides. Snakebite just back to the wall, knows full well someone could push at any moment, trying to watch as many angles as possible, but of course, you can't watch every angle. He gets shot by a shock rifle in the end, Suspector comes out of nowhere, and now this is the opportunity for E United to try and guarantee this hill and go 3-1 up. And if you go 3-1 up, that's when suddenly time becomes a factor. Frosty comes out from the depths, does manage to get the kill alongside Lethal. Massive kills here for Sentinels.
Yeah, those were huge kills from Lethal. One thing you notice that these players are doing is when they have control of this bottom hill, rather than just separating your power and having somebody go up on top Hydro and somebody down in the hill, they both just go down low and they say you can double team someone in the center at batteries, or they can just turn around and melt anyone that drops from Hydro.
Frosty repositioning with a shock after he gets spotted out by Ryanoob. And Ryan has fallen as well. Suspector, the next player in the targets of Frosty, but not able to do the damage. Manny's also very weak. Probably a one-shot, but still gets away. But it's okay because Sentinels are scoring. They'll be happy. They just need to force these players back. And we're going to be tied up 2-2. So even though United got so much time to begin with, Sentinels still tie us up.
And that's a scary position to be for United. You know, you get that hot start. You want to carry that momentum. You want to carry that lead. And it just gets diminished so quickly. So this could very well be one of the final hills here, depending on how back and forth it goes. These teams and players are going to have to obviously first get this lead, but then secondly, on that next hill, you can absolutely slay out if you need to.
Oh, of course, because it resets, it goes back to bottom middle, and we've already seen that in other games today that it can go for an age with the amount of grenades that can be sent off spawn time and time again. Spectre now in a position with the shock rifle and a sword in the back pocket just to protect him in case anyone gets up close and personal. Lethal does, but what a stick. That's so important to shut down both the shock and the sword, and now it allows Sentinels to push up on this United roster, get some kills, and maybe even get some time here.
And here it is, Sentinels and Frosty, like you said, they're moving in towards Elevator. They get that kill on Rain, and they feel comfortable. They're in a 3v2 scenario for a short bit, and they know they can scrap up a little bit of time. But look at this pressure still coming from the center of the map. Suspector somehow slipping through and flying all the way into the hill.
Suspector's been doing it all game long. He's getting behind enemy lines. He's fantastic at just pushing himself through and penetrating in defense. One is down, and that is Suspector, though. And now Sentinel's looking to try and take advantage. Lethal's still alive, needs assistance from Snakebite, and Snakebite's baiting at the moment. He's waiting, he's hoping that Manny pushes through, but Manny had the plasma pistol, gets the kill, and now suddenly it's a 3 versus 3, but still Lethal in this position has done so much damage. He's just been positioning himself in a way that United have not been able to press.
Yeah, and they've just been really posturing to take over this elevator area. They realize at some point if one of these players has elevator, you can't really do as much against them. Look at the Snakebite going to try to fight for his life here against the Spectre and crew and keep this area down. This 1v1 is going to be so crucial. No trades just yet, and the help comes through by Lethal.
Lethal's done very well at cleaning up those kills. It's the job that he has always found himself throughout Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, is listening to those callouts, picking up on the damage that some of the main Slayers do elsewhere on this Sentinels roster. Snakebite now scoring time. Looking over towards top gold to see if anyone's going to be pressuring and pushing. Does manage to get a lot of damage done on the other side. United effectively using that shock to make sure they can get the damage done onto the hill.
Yep, they got the damage, they got to pick, but they have something to worry about. They know inside those pipes is Frosty with the sword, so they have to decide how they're going to deal with them.
2 are down. Rain pushing it with Manny. Do take down Snakebite as well, so that's 3 dead. Frosty's the last remaining player. He's in no man's land. He will fall very easily. And now with 59 seconds left, if United could take the lead here, this could be massive.
Yeah, they would just go for Slaves on this last hill without a doubt. But one thing that's really troubling here for Sentinels is those spawns got staggered. Frosty died really late there over in batteries. That gives United so much time here to first get a lead on this hill, but now it's going to come down to this next round of slaying. Whoever gets this next round of slaying is almost certainly going to secure this hill, or at least that should happen for United. Let's see Sentinel again.
Lethal goes in, but is anyone else there to pick up the time? 3 are dead for United. Suspector the last remaining player.
Still time.
And there is still time, as now Sentinels have to perfectly hold this hill to stop United from even dipping their toes in it.
Yep, and here's what United have to decide. Do they fly in towards hill and try to get this person out? In fact, Sentinels realize the situation and say, we're just going to step out for a moment, but it can be scary. These members of United can step in for just a moment in time and secure this. It did not happen, though. So here comes the collapse on collapse. That's all 4 down for United. I don't know if they'll have another push on this hill.
You see the pings, you see the areas of the focus. Ryan who tries to do damage. Now in comes Manny as well. It's a big... What? You can't let him get in. He doesn't. He gets taken down. Sentinels still hold the hill. Here comes the Spectre though. It's a big
no.
Sentinels got the point. And now with 48 seconds left, Sentinels find themselves 3-2 up.
You know, United were able to make this hill happen last time, but I don't feel like they're going to have the same luxury here. Sentinels have been able to disperse across the map. They're going to have multiple angles here. They have a camo and a grapple in the hands of Snakebite. This hill is going to be a tall order, especially since Sentinels, they're not going to commit to it at all.
Well, Ryan does get a double kill. That's at least the beginning of the chances for United to get this hill. Ryan gets another one. Sentinels have lost 2, but Snakebite answers back with one of his own. And for Sentinels, it's an easy objective. Keep United out of this hill, outslay them for 20 seconds, and I love this from Snakebite. Grab that sword, put it into effect in some of these close quarter areas, really control this map as we get one last push realistically for United, but Snakebite does shut it down. 3 are dead as Rain is the last remaining player, and as time ticks down, it looks like Sentinels are going to do exactly what United would want to do. They let the time tick away, and they will just about win it with that last slay. Sudden death though, last remaining chance. 2 are still alive. Are we going to be able to see anything from these final pushes? It doesn't look like it. All 4 dead. Sentinels will go 2-1 up in this series.
And that was looking so scary to start it out. It just felt like United had strategy and lockdown. I mean, they weren't even outslaying that heavy. They, you know, at the very beginning, they outslayed by 6 kills, and they got the first 2 hills. After that, it was just Sentinel-sided.
It was Sentinel-sided, and honestly, Sentinels played that in such a risky way as well, that 5th hill, because they backed out of it, they waited for the push to come through, and then they were grenading. And if one of those grenades doesn't connect, if United hold that hill for like half a second, suddenly Sentinels lose that game.
It was a little scary. I mean, they did have that small little wiggle room where somebody has to convert the hill, but it's just a short period of time. I think their fear was, if we die here, if we give up 1 more kill from our free hill person, we're done for. And so what they did is they kind of set a perimeter around it over from the elevator side so that they could have people damage and hurt anyone from United that got desperate and stepped in the hill, and that's exactly what happened. United thought they could slip that one out from under their nose, but did not happen as Sentinels were on guard defending the hill.
It was a great defense for sure, and United knew they had to full send it because otherwise Sentinels take the game, so they were kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. Rynoob with 21 kills, I have to say he had a great game, but unfortunately just not enough to take down Sentinels. On the other side, Frosty with 20. I mean, it was a very back and forth game between these two sides, and we really are starting to see what this United roster can do.
Yeah, and taking a quick look at the damage, the 2 top kill leaders for Sentinels, also the damage leaders, put in 6,200 damage apiece there for Royal 2 and Frosty.
And when we saw Reunited earlier, it was a reverse sweep that they had to achieve to get back into a series, and they find themselves 2-1 down here, which wouldn't be a reverse sweep, but of course it would still be a comeback if they get back into it. But United look far better now than the United we saw earlier, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, if I'd seen this is their first series of the day, I'd be like, all right, United, they're making top 4 without a doubt, you know, disregarding that first series, but they're looking strong. They have their moments, but they also have their slight disconnects, and I think that's the only thing they work on. I mean, that's sometimes great and also sometimes frustrating to be like so close to greatness. To be like, oh man, if we just do these 1 or 2 situations different, or we get on the same page this way or that way. But, you know, they have all the right players. They have a good mix. We're going to have to see if they can piece it all together here throughout this event and this series.
You can see that the strategy's there for United. As we look back at some of the moments that really did make or break this game for both teams, there were so many kind of multi-kills, there was doubles, there was triples that really changed things. The repulsor was such a factor, and of course the sword was as well. But it was just that final moment, those final moments really from Sentinels by taking that risk in that last hill to score a point. This was it. When the desperate moments came in from United, Sentinels were there, they were waiting, the grenades came through, and even though it was a risk, it was executed perfectly.
Yep, and look at that, the Sentinels. They won the last tournament for a reason. They're clutch when they need to. They're now up 2-1 in this series here against United.
And where do we go next? We go to Capture Flag Aquarius. Capture the Flag, excuse me. And I will say that this is Sentinel's best game type, without a shadow of a doubt. When they played it at Kansas City, they played it 8 times, won it 7 times. I think the only time they lost it was against either Cloud9 or Optic, and you're going to lose games to those guys every now and then. So this is not looking good for United when we go into Capture the Flag Aquarius. That being said, with how United have implemented their strategy and their approach to the game of Halo Infinite, there is no reason why they can't win this game full.
Yeah, I mean, this is one that they should have no problem rolling their advantage when they get it, because it's a clear green light to go straight to the flag, go to the opposing base. It's you know, a clear destination. So, and even if someone is sitting back a little bit more, you can be much more of a turret here on Aquarius. You can be over towards top pink or top car and help either isolate where the players are at.
And I think there is 2 very different approaches from these teams when it comes to not just this game, but this well, this game, this Halo Infinite, right? Not just this map, but Halo Infinite in general. Ryan Noob has always said he plays the game in a very different way to Sentinels. I think at one point he said that Sentinels don't know how to play the game, right? That's been the back and forth between these guys. There's been a lot of history between United and Sentinels, and even though it changes with Spartan not being on this roster anymore, there was always going to be that little bit of a back and forth between these guys with Ryan Noob and the Sentinels roster. Well, now you've got to prove it. Now you've got to put it into effect. If you can beat them on their best game type, then suddenly we start to say, okay, United, they are the real deal here. But if this goes to a 3-1, we say, well, Sentinels, they dropped to Slayer. Who cares, right? You drop Slayer sometimes in pool play. It's not the Sunday Sentinels, perhaps. But this is going to be the be-all and end-all, I feel, for this series. If we can see maybe the early stages going in favor of a United, try and disrupt the strategy of this Sentinels roster, there's no reason why they can't get back into the series, take us to another Slayer, and suddenly then things get to be very possible at winning this series. But it has to happen now. Capture the flag, Aquarius, our champions from Kansas City. Can they take the series here and now?
Here we are, Snakebite starting off, getting that thrust, but running into two different players, but I think it's the Sentinel strategy, or obviously a strong strategy here in Halo Infinite. When in doubt, if you're about to die, close that gap and get a melee in.
When in doubt, melee out, or sometimes get a grenade out as well. And certainly we are seeing melees very effective in Halo Infinite, as already Ryan Noob in the base says Frosty takes down Snakebite with his own grenade, and that might be the opening that United desperately needed.
There's an imposter on the team. Lethal, not sure if you take him out as well. But yeah, that is such a difficult spot. You know, just seeing where Ryan Noob's position was. He's in a spot saying, all right, if we get a kill or two, I'm run this flag. And I like this. He brings the flag towards the center and then puts a second angle here on these Sentinels members. This is so difficult for Sentinels to deal with. They can't just look in one direction and clear out Ryan Noob. And look at this back and forth being such a difficult kill. Even though they're able to recover that flag, Sentinels don't feel safe just yet. But even though they don't feel safe, they still are hitting the gas and flying towards the United flag.
Ryan Noob is a slippery player, that's for sure. And now he comes back to his own base and will put damage down to make sure this flag gets returned. That whole passage of play, excellent from Ryan Noob.
Yep, and that was also interesting, just kind of knowing when to still stay and do this charade of running around the base and delaying a player versus coming back and helping your teammates. I think that was, if I'm being critical of my own gameplay, I think I never knew when to like come back to the flag. I'm like, all right, I'm behind enemy lines, I'm staying here. You all going without me, I'll stay.
A deep dive into the history of Walshy. Maybe the reason why you lost some games here. But certainly Ryan Noob, you know, the way he strategizes, the way he plays, he is an effective player at getting behind enemy lines. But as you say, knowing when to come back is the most important thing, because otherwise you leave your teammates for dead, as Ryan Noob will fall.
Yeah, and one thing that was interesting too about Ryan Noob's scoreline right now is all that time he is being so active and doing so much damage and distracting so much. He had 0 kills at that time. By the time he came back, that's where he got his first couple kills on the map, but just goes to show how effective you can be where the stats don't fully show it.
Sometimes just your presence on the map can make a real difference, as the flag moving once more. Lethal trying to do some damage behind enemy lines as well. Did toss out that flag originally. Now the flag out for both sides. Snakebite has fallen, so has Ryan Noob. It's a 3 versus 3 with Manny getting that kill, and Lethal just not really knowing what to focus on at the moment. He's like listening to call outs. He wants to stop this flag. He's in such a good position to do some damage and gets the kill. That's a huge kill for the rest of the team to now push up and try and get this return.
But United has this flag so far. Suspector knows there's some danger though. There's Snakebite on the return. Frosty already back on the flag to get the new pull, and we could see a counter pull and counter cap here coming out of Sentinels.
And it all came from Lethal as well. He was waiting in that base. He was being able to posture himself to really put his presence down. We were literally just talking about how a presence can make an effect. Ryan Noob takes down Snakebite. There is trades that happen elsewhere. 2 have fallen for the Sentinels roster, and this flag might just be a dead one. And because Ryan Noob knows that, he's pushing ahead of it. Lethal will try and take the fight. If Lethal wins it, it could be huge. But with him going down, this flag surely is dead now.
Yeah, that's just being greedy in a good way. It's not taking those extra 5 to 10 seconds to go return the flag and then go get the pull. It says, all right, we can return this on the way back, or somebody else who's reinforcements, who's further behind, can get the recovery. Looks like Ryan was even setting up for a double cap. Now, will this work out? We'll come back to bite him. They get the first cap in, and there's a second pull from Ryan Noob going through the closet.
It was perfect from Ryan Noob. He gets the double kill, and now he can do the objective work. And this could be a quick fire double to really pummel Sentinels into the ground on one of their best game types. Has to avoid the grenades now. Surely this is far enough. No, there's the last minute ditch attempt from Lethal. Manages to get the flag out, and he's trying to return this one. Will eventually fall, but is the damage already done? 2 players have gone down from E United. Royal 2 now in a spot with the Heatwave to do some damage at the same time, and what looked like a guaranteed flag is suddenly ripped away from E United. It's a triple kill from Royal 2. All 4 dead on the side of E United, and now the flag is moving from Snakebite, but they didn't get the return.
Yeah, no recovery yet, so it looks like we're going to go to a flag stalemate here in just a moment, and there's the flag recovered. I did not see who from Sentinels was over in that half. I guess it must have been Lethal getting back over there, and we got ourselves a tie game, Gaskin.
Wow. What could have been a 2-0 lead for E United is suddenly stripped away from them in a matter of seconds, thanks to God plays from both Lethal and Royal 2. Every member of Sentinels really stepping up when they needed to. And now, will Sentinels put this into effect as all 4 have fallen again for E United? Are they going to knock the confidence of this roster? They're spawning over towards Fridge, and they are going to be trapped by Snakebite and the rest. This is a guaranteed cap. Tossed up, bang, it's in, it's 2-1.
And look at that, just methodical run right there. Lethal helping in the fish across the map, but these players just being so effective nonstop. And it's just those little slip-bys, sometimes not watching that one angle that stopped that flag, or trying to understand, all right, do we need to drop this flag in our closet and then get some slays? You know, trying to figure out exactly what went wrong. That team will have to figure it out after this game, because if they take a pause and think about right now, their flag is already out, and this could be a 3rd flag heading across the map here for the Sentinels.
Lethal has been flawless so far here on Aquarius Capture the Flag. Not only is he getting the kills, he's doing the objective. He was the one who was getting the returns and initiating those returns. He might not have put that flag in, but has he got far enough across the map? Surely someone is in the region to do it. It looks like they are, and Snakebite will punch this one in for a 3-1 lead, and you can really see why Sentinels are so good at this mapping mode.
Yeah, even a time where it looks like they start to be down and out, they turn it from a situation where it's going to be 2-0 to a counter cap, and now they have 3 on the board. Just super effective with their slays and caps, though, because as I do math quickly, they're even in slays. Even in slays, but up by 2 caps.
Up by 2 caps. They've just been effective. And that second cap they scored was absolute perfection, and really is one you should watch back with how they were kind of holding the spawns and also the positions they took. And of course the final member just waiting for the toss-up can really make a difference in time of capture, so you avoid the grenades. The Spectre will have the camouflage, and you know, there is still time for E United to get back into this one. It is not over just yet, but with the Sentinels roster and how they've been playing at the moment, it's difficult to believe that E United can get back into it.
Yeah, this is also scary though. A time where Spectre has camo, he's alive in the center of the map, and he feels like he's on the defensive. This flag is moving across the map and couldn't do anything about it. In fact, it felt like Spectre's just pinned down over at Car 2 or Dinos while he has that power-up.
Man, he's the last remaining player. Frosty manages to dipsy doodle his way into the closet here and still will be alive, still running this flag, gets his shield back, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, that's 4-1. Sentinels again find the way to get this flag across the map, even though United had the camo.
Yeah, United had camo. It also felt like even there in that situation where Frosty ran that flag in, he knew he could desperate it in. It wasn't like a chance where it felt like United was taking a chance last time they brought their flag in. But here comes a few members of Sentinels back into a corner, having to fight their way out. They're getting taken out one by one. E United has the kills on the board. Can they get the flagpole? And yes, they do. They get it going over towards Closet side. They find Snakebite in the bottom center, and that's going to be the kill that they need. Now they need to stop someone from slipping by. That's their biggest thing. How did Spectre get taken out, though?
Snakebite took him down. Snakebite. Even though Rhino found Snakebite had already got that kill, and that's what Sentinels have done so well so far this game, is prioritizing those kills and getting the damage done when they need to. Flag is moving, though, and Frosty trying to get on a little bit of an overextension here. Him and Lethal are in a spot where they can get into this base, and Snakebite again gets the opener for them here.
Yeah, and right, just like that, Ryan Noob knows that somebody's behind. I think that nade was intended for Lethal. Finds a little bit of damage on Frosty, but that flag is recovered. We have Sentinels tossing out their 5th and final flag and getting camo in the hands of Royal 2. I don't know what United's answer is to stop this right here.
Well, United, they've overextended all 3 members over towards Fridge. Frosty was on the other side of the base. He needs to make sure he gets back so he can help. Snakebite is going to thrust his way out. Well, actually, he just forces his way out. It's a curb slide rather than a thrust, as the flag will be taken. And this one isn't necessarily a guaranteed one for Sentinels. United have done very well by overextending and delaying this to a point where Sentinels are having to work so hard to get it, and that flag will eventually get returned.
Flag recovered. They get to breathe a little bit, but at the same time, you have to start looking at the clock, Gaskin. 3 minutes and 15 seconds left. That means E United is going to have to put a flag or two on the board soon so they don't put themselves in some impossible endgame scenario.
Ryan trying to force a flag through bottom middle. He's one shot, but he's still alive, but Royal 2 sees him, gets another kill, gets the killing spree, and will stop that flag from being run. 3 are dead on the side of E United, and Sentinels in command once more.
One thing that was great there about Royal 2 as well, as he's laying that damage down, he's on that little ledge so that he can get that slight angle to fight that player towards bomb center, and then it's the second that he starts getting shot in the back, he gets to drop down from that ledge and run to safety. So he just puts himself, it feels like a little bit more open, but he has the flank right then. He's not as worried about exposing himself as much towards the bomb center.
We need to see 3 flags in 2 minutes and 30 seconds from E United, and even though it's not impossible, at the moment it looks improbable because Sentinels have just been holding so strong. But flag is on the move, Rain is going to run it, but if he falls, this is again what's happened to E United is they get the flag out, but the flag runner gets taken down, and it's near impossible to capture a flag when the flag runner gets shut down that early.
Yeah, whether you view it as E United overlooking how to protect their flag or Sentinels getting some good stops, both the times when they're getting the flag first out and by the time they get their flag to the closet, E United run into some issues of getting that flag in those 2 specific scenarios.
And this really has been a lesson from Sentinels in how to play Aquarius capture the flag. 4-1 up, camouflage now in the hands of Royal 2. Are they going to be able to just put that exclamation mark on the end of this game by winning it 5-1? It's a little 360 back smack in the end from Royal 2. There is a flag on the move as well. E United should be 2 down, will be 2 down. Lethal tosses that one out, but he knows it's just delaying at this point. You don't need the capture. The game's already yours.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even bother tossing that flag out unless his flag was already out, as we saw. So he's just playing the smart play, saying, all right, my spot's exposed. It takes me 1 second to toss this out and then create a stalemate where we get to just drain the clock.
I have to say, Lethal has been so impressive, not just in this series, this tournament, but in particular this game, in the effect of how he's been playing. Frosty is running this flag, even though their own flag is out. Again, this is just a delay tactic. It extends the game to a point where E United cannot capture. Ryan may have stopped it, but at what cost, right? Is there going to be the chance he gets the capture? Rain is running it on the other side. Royal 2 is trying to at least stop this return from happening, which he will do so. And slowly but surely, we are looking at a Sentinels 3-1 victory in this series.
About to close this out, but we still got 45 seconds. See if Royal 2 actually can... I like this, actually. Even though this feels like it's a bad play from United, they want to just fully commit to getting all their players across the map because they need like a double or triple cap to bring this game back together. It's almost like not leaving a goalie in hockey or something like that for a moment. They need every single person to push on up to try and put on full offense.
This is quite literally the Hail Mary. That's an NFL reference, I think.
You know, sports games.
Clutch will be happy with that one. He likes the American soccer football thing that it is, that they toss the egg-shaped ball. 3 are dead for E United and Sentinels now. This is just a victory parade at this point. It has been a masterclass here on Aquarius Capture the Flag. The champions of Kansas City are going to carry on dominating in this pool as the time ticks down. It doesn't matter if flag is out. Sentinels win this series 3-1. It was one of their best game types, and you can really see why.
Yeah, I mean, even though it looked a little scary at the start, it looked like United was potentially going to go up 2-0. They stabilized that game real quick. They got the slays. They're really critical and methodical as far as how they pushed across the map, when they pulled the flags. I mean, I actually would love to see even like flag polls when it came out to both teams, and we'd see what sort of capture conversion that they had. So taking a quick look here, first at the slays is Lethal and Royal 2 just putting down so much damage across the map and so many kills. So 23, 17, 11 for Lethal, and Royal 2 going 27, 14, and 8.
And we do have to give credit where it's due. I mean, Lethal's position on this team was questioned, and we don't need to beat around the bush. We know it, they know it, but he has kept his spot on this team, and for good reason. Look at what he's been doing in this series. I think he looks like a Lethal who is more determined after going through what he did previously, and it would not surprise me if we end up seeing Lethal lifting yet another World Championship, because he really has been one of the greats of Halo's history. As we look at the damage, then we can see who really were the kind of leaders there, and Royal 2, 7.2k damage. When you have someone doing that much damage in your team, it's hard not to win a game, right?
Yeah, but even though we highlighted Lethal having second best stats on his roster as far as KDA, it's so Frosty had second most damage. So it just goes to show that stats don't always tell the full picture. One thing I always like to see is who's doing most damage, who's taking most damage. We saw Frosty kind of did second most damage and most damage taken, so he had a very active game. He had himself a very active game.
Yeah, and we get final confirmation of the series there. And Okay, it was a Slayer that went in favor of E United, but I will say E United looked far better in that series than they did previously. And if they can kind of take that momentum, if they can take some of the good things from that series and put it into their future series, then I do think that E United can cause a bit of a ruckus. You know, there's still no reason why they couldn't push top 4, if not further in their eyes. Every team wants to win. But as 8th seed, still being able to perform that well against 1st seed, I will say that E United have at least put on a good performance here to demonstrate that they have what it takes to go up against the biggest and the best sides.
Yep, they can hang with the best of the best, for sure. And still some question marks as to how the rest of their pool play obviously went. You know, they had some shaky moments earlier on, but when I saw a performance like that, I could see them turning around the rest of pool play and on Saturday.
Well, the champions, the reigning champions, Sentinels, still find a victory 3-1. We'll see how the desk feel about that one as they break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Walshy and Gaskin. Yeah, fantastic result coming across the board there for Sentinels. And despite that kind of shaky Slayer, things were a little bit difficult. Very tight, honestly, throughout the entirety of that Slayer game. United pulling away at the end there. A fairly convincing victory across the rest of the series there. I do feel like with Sentinels, though, on set, they seem to just shift gears. They just change the gear up and it just seems to kind of click within a map. And it's very difficult for the opposition to catch up to that or catch on. What does the gear shifting kind of come into for Sentinels, would you say?
I think it's an intensity. As soon as they're in a tournament, as soon as they're playing against a big team in a series, which is a best of 5, best of 7, whatever it might be, it is a completely different intensity for this team compared to when they practice online, when they're scrimming, whatever it might be. They are tournament players, and it's something that's almost an intangible about this lineup, right? You put them into these settings where they might have lost. Let's go back a little bit, right? They lose to E United in a scrim, and it might be 12-3, whatever the result might be. They get hammered, but when it gets to tournament, I look at it and I'm like, Sentinels are one of those teams who, whenever they're scrimming online, whenever they're playing against teams, it's to learn. And it really is about applying it when they get to tournaments. And you've just seen there, like, with all due respect to E United, I never felt they were in that series. The first game was a very convincing win. There was a few good moments for E United. The Slayer, I feel like Sentinels threw away a little bit. They had a really good advantage and probably should have closed that one out, but clutch moments in the King of the Hill, that was a close game. E United really did give as good as they got in that, but that final game there, Aquarius capture the flag, I think it's just synonymous of how good Sentinels can be, and I just want to give a shout out to Lethal as well. Sometimes players need a kick up the arse, right? And there's no bigger one than potentially being dropped from the squad. He's back, he's got that fire, it seems, and he was putting up huge numbers.
I mean, Clutch, Lethal, TJ, he was a huge part to that win. Not only obviously putting up the stats as well individually, but the plays that he was making, especially in Aquarius CTF. And I feel like when we get to Aquarius CTF with Sentinels, it is TJ making those plays. He's pulling those flags, he's being a nuisance, he's running those flags, getting very pivotal kills in the base to clear the space as well. Having a player being so flexible like that, like Lethal, he's really turned up and it's dangerous.
Yeah, I think we talk about it all the time when we look at the Sentinels roster, right? We talk about like how good are these guys going to get, especially with Halo Infinite coming out. Can they reach that Halo 5S legacy style where they ran Halo 5 for the first couple of years, right? I'm starting to see more of Sentinels and starting to believe more of Sentinels is capable of pulling something like that off, but they needed Lethal to step up. They couldn't do it with just a 3, and although they did win KC, Lethal statistically and honestly, like every time I saw a Spartan in game, wasn't necessarily that Lethal you know and love, that top 2 of all time player, right? The guy that is one of the best players to ever do it. Even though he was making good plays in Kansas City, I was like, that's still a shell of what I know he's capable of. Lethal's starting to pick it up. I heard rumblings, like, Lethal's starting to play better in scrims. Like, he's a little bit more motivated now that maybe he realized, hey, I gotta pick it up. And if I do pick it up, what is the ceiling for the Sentinels roster? Well, I think that's the scariest part. Back in the day, they were 11-0. I used to show up to coach practice with these guys, and I'd be like, do you guys really need me today? I mean, you're just going to 11-0 everybody. Like, it's not like I need to be here, right, Paige? And he's like, no, you need to be here.
Hey, look, well, there's clear things that Sentinels still need to work on. That series wasn't perfect, to say the least, but, really great moments there for the Sentinels roster to kind of hold on to. And on the flip side of that, United, is there something that they can hold on to heading out of that series?
I mean, there were some close games. The Slayer, again, I feel like a lot of United's success throughout the year has come from their proficiency in those Slayer Live-Fire games, right? And they seem to once again have a style that is effective, even with the team changes that have occurred. Something that was always standing out to us when they were playing that Live-Fire game was their control of the spike grenades all the time. They were getting 2-3 sets in a row and just waiting on them because you know how easy it is to deny area, to do damage and push off the back of it. So just little things like that. Also, the Rhino repulsor play back tower was disgusting. I don't know how he did it, and I want to see it back. But I think there was certainly some positives to take away. The King of the Hill was extremely close as well.
Very winnable.
But I just still think that they need time. I think the story that I came into with this event is the best United team is the most practiced United team, and I think they're still lacking a month or so of practice to be the best they can be.
It's kind of scary to think that United can make that kind of an impact, I think, in a series, considering their lack of practice and how kind of new it has been for this roster. So really interesting stuff from United. I can't wait to see when they are back into their kind of habits, their practice area, their practice land, because we do know that they love to grind and make sure that they are the best of the best and they know exactly what they want to do. But let's take a look at the pools right now. Let's see some of the results. There is a result I want to talk about right now, and that is FaZe actually going down against Oxygen Esports, and we kind of had it on in the green room on the B stream, and we were looking at that and honestly in disbelief. Clutch, FaZe losing out. I believe it was game 5, but Oxygen Esports, my God, they put up a fight against some of the major names that we have in Halo Infinite.
Yeah, big shout out to the Oxygen Esports guys, right? I kind of underestimated them coming into this tournament. They proved me wrong, and didn't see FaZe was in this one. I didn't think FaZe was I didn't rank FaZe nearly as high as everybody else did, especially with them being as vocal about their struggles in early practices and whatnot. You see Spartan Online saying Rome wasn't built in a day. Well, typically Spartan's the most confident of guys, so you knew something was kind of going on there, but for FaZe to come out and lose this series, that's almost unacceptable. Those guys have championship ambitions, and when you're talking, you go down that roster, everybody on that team expects to be in the grand finals at some point with this roster, so not quite sure what's going on there. They can rewrite the ship, though. They can figure it out. I'm not sure if they're going to do it this weekend, but if you're FaZe, if you need anything more than anything, you need confidence, and you got to figure out a way to create confidence. And it seems like you're not on the right foot there.
Not great, but how much weight does it put into that Cloud9 FaZe match that's coming up? I mean, there's already the story, right? The Renegade versus Cloud9.
It just makes me think it's going to be a slaughter.
I would agree with you, but maybe that's the one thing that can fire FaZe up a little bit, right? Renegade can start to drag the troops forward because he will not want to lose to Cloud9. You know, he will not want to lose to Cloud9, especially in a way that they just lost to Oxygen. He wanted to at least be a close series where they can prove what they can do. But for FaZe, I have to agree with Wes. I think, with all due respect to Oxygen Esports, that result for FaZe is something you don't want to see.
Yeah, it isn't. And I think when it does come to that Cloud9 game, when FaZe do ultimately have to go and face them, you know, if anybody can tell you how Cloud9 ticks, how they work, what they do on a map, it's going to be Renegade. He's been with the likes of this team for such a long time, bar Penguin. He knows how they want to play, right? He knows exactly what makes his team work. The teamwork is so crucial to their success. If Renegade can start picking that apart one little bit at a time, maybe they do stand a chance against Cloud9. However, it's not looking good right now for FaZe. It's going to be very difficult. And to think that they might not finish second in this pool and start in the elimination bracket tomorrow is also one that's going to be a pretty hard night's sleep for that FaZe roster. So it's going to be an interesting one to find out where and exactly they do lie by the end of pool play. And as the results do flow in on that one, we will keep you updated. But coming up next, we do have G1 versus Optic, both sitting 2-0 in their pool, one looking to top it and head into the winners bracket feeling pretty good about themselves. We'll find out which team it's going to be right after this.
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Renegade applying pressure right to the spawners. This is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could just incredible. He misses the beat down. It's this one. Netflix is an overkill. Gets the sword now. He's in the wall.
Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS NA Super, where this weekend we're playing for this mighty fine trophy that actually I have been given the kind of responsibility to guard, which I don't know who gave me that responsibility because they're a bit crazy if you ask me, but I'll keep it safe and warm while all of our teams fight it out for the next 3 days to find out who's going to be lifting that one by the end of the weekend. But joining me to find out that exact fact is Walshy and Gaskin. And fellas, before the break, we actually saw a pretty epic series, Sentinels versus E-United. Sentinels, obviously Walshy, you were casting that one, you know, managed to have a fantastic kind of run here, although E-United fighting back in map 2. Sentinels managed to take the cake and take the series. So really exciting stuff. Sentinels pushing forward, a couple of things that they need to work on, and United, of course, going back to the drawing board, figuring things out, figuring out what they want to work on as a team, and we all know they love a bit of practice, so that shouldn't be too hard for them. But our next series, we're going to be seeing Optic, and Gaskin, I know you love Optic. So
come on.
Big fan, so I know you're excited. And I know you wanted to go on the desk today to speak about Optic, and that's why we've had you up here for pretty much every Optic series, I think.
Yeah,
the
whole
speech typed up there, dude?
I do, yeah. In fact, in my contract, it does say I have to be involved in every episode. Otherwise, I will leave and nothing will happen. But you know, Optic, this is going to be a great series. We've seen how amazing they've been in scrims, but at the same time, G1 have been performing excellently as well. This is really going to be the be-all and end-all of this group. Whoever wins this wins the group. It's going to be as simple as that, and I think this is going to be a real test for this Optic Gaming roster.
It very well could be, for sure, and I think obviously G1 and Optic sitting 2-0 right now. Optic are going to need to really bring out, you know, all of the stops, I think, to make this happen in convincing fashion. When you actually saw them earlier on, Walshy going up against Fnatic, 3-0, fairly easy breeze for them in the park. Could you see anything there that you kind of wanted a little bit more of from Optic, especially bringing it into this G1 series?
Yeah, individual stellar plays. I felt like they were getting outshone individually for those members from Optic, whereas, you know, you saw someone like Septify just going off with that shock rifle. I want to see someone like Lucid, Formal, Trip. You know, they have such superstar players. Yeah, where are the clips? We want to make our replay editor's job easy at the end of this. They need to pull off those sick individual plays, but at the same time, that also does it bodes well for them. When I think of Optic and they're not going off individually, they're not doing these incredible plays, and they're still winning the series in convention fashions, that's also a great statement.
They did enough to get the job done. They just, they didn't want to run out of steam, Walshy, but maybe they're going to bring their real A game to this series here. On the flip side of things, though, G1, right now they've been making such big statements online. This would be the ultimate statement. Day one of the NA Super, taking down the online favorites, Optic. This would be huge for G1, but the biggest question right now that I have is about Boo Boo Doo obviously coming onto this G1 roster and having already previous experience with Predevinator as well, actually previously teaming in Halo 5. They were on Denial together, having placed second, which is the highest placement in H5, with the likes of Hook and Contra, I believe. They have that experience. They know what it takes to win. They know what it takes, like a winning team, to get kind of to that position. My question is, Gaskin, is Boo Boo Doo the missing piece of this puzzle?
I think so. I think that this G1 roster was already kind of making waves in online tournaments and scrims before Boo Boo Doo, and then suddenly you add that extra bit of experience, that extra little bit of class, and I do think that it can make the difference in how far they can push themselves as a team. They go from a team who we considered maybe pushing top 8 at max previously at LAN events to now people are saying these guys can get top 4. Maybe they can even go further. If they beat Optic Gaming, suddenly we say, well, the sky is the limit if they can take down Optic here. So we really are going to learn a lot about where this G1 roster lands and just how much Boo Boo Doo adds to this team.
No, Gaskin, I know you pay a lot of attention to the scrims and you try and watch as many as possible. Optic do, stream a lot of their scrims, so it's great to watch. G1 have previously beaten Optic in scrims, which honestly is pretty crazy to think about because Optic usually win all of them. So how much are you reading into that coming into this series here?
I think not many people have been able to do that. Not many people have been able to beat Optic in scrims or online tournaments. So I think that gives a lot of confidence to G1. Depending on what the game types are, they can look at it and say, hey, we've beaten them before in this scrim. We know how to take them down on this. The downside is the fact you've beaten Optic Gaming means that Optic probably would have practiced those game types a little bit more. And Optic are going to be equally as practiced now going up against G1 as they. So it's a different environment. It's a competitive environment. You'd imagine that you're not going to be as practiced and you're going to be trying different things in scrims, right? But now you're going to be more effective, more focused when it comes to competitive games.
You know what? I love what you two have to say. I love this series. I love you guys at home, but I love the dance moves from our next two casters, Onset and Bravo. They have been really starting to kick things off here and heating things up for you guys on screen. So honestly, it's over to you, fellas.
Thank you very much, Light. Yeah, we've been dancing in the background because we are excited for this series. What a series it's going to be, and two very differing stories coming into this one. We'll start off on the left-hand side. Dan Gaskin t-shirt color, as you can see here, of course, green, and that is going to be Optic Gaming. A great start for them a little bit earlier today with the game against Fnatic. They currently sat 2-0 in the pools, but this is their first real test here against G1, a team that has had a lot of hype in the build-up to this event.
They certainly have, and also they're the only other team in the pools that find themselves 2-0, right? So as you heard on the desk, this will decide the pool, but also G1, the only one to come out unscathed and still be 2-0 here, undefeated as well. No other second-seeded team in a pool has been able to do that. So as we heard earlier as well, this really will be a test for Optic Gaming. And I think, Mark, you and I are talking a lot about this series. This really will tell us a lot about how this Optic team looks, right? What fashion, assuming the higher seed takes it, what fashion do they take it in?
Yeah, it will also tell us a lot about G1, how they're going to perform. If G1 cause an upset here, and I'm sure there's some G1 fans at home who will be saying, hey, we've been amazing coming into this event. Maybe this isn't an upset. I would disagree completely with that statement and that sentiment. Then G1, we will learn a lot about what their potential is, moving not only through the next couple of days of action, but towards Orlando and, of course, the Halo World Championships. But we're underway already. No messing about here. Oddball Streets are game number 1.
Definitely, as we talk about Boo Boo on your screen here, I think you brought up something great as you and I were looking at this G1 roster over the past few weeks. Boo Boo will pick up 2 here, a double kill on Lucid there over towards Tires. He also knows exactly where Trippy is behind the gen. We'll see what he can do here from bottom A. That'll be an early grab, but gotta say, with Boo Boo here, you brought up a great point a few days ago saying this will tell us a lot, right? Boo Boo making a big decision. It speaks a lot, volumes about what he believes in this G1 roster.
Yeah, I mean, Boo Boo would have been caught in different offers from different teams, you would imagine, coming from a FaZe roster, and I think a lot of people would have been surprised, to be fair, about the fact that he did join this G1 lineup, but he believes in them, and the results have been coming as well. There seems to be a lot to be happy about if you're a G1 fan, and of course, if you're a Boo Boo fan as well, for what has been
happening in those results columns. But for now, it's Optic who have the strong start, and we also have Formal with this Stalker rifle. This man with this gun just seems to be able to nail every single shot. The melee not going to quite connect, but the battle rifle will do the job to clean things out. It looks like an A setup here for Optic Gaming. You can see the spawns now coming in for G1. Looks like a pink streak push is coming in.
Yeah, and as you heard on the desk as well, this really should be Optic Gaming's tournament. We've seen them do it online before. You might actually remember the FaZe Clan Invitational. We saw them with a great performance online, unsurprisingly as well. And tournament after tournament, they get closer and closer to taking the title in official HCS play, as there's 2 dead now on the side of Optic.
Yeah, it was momentarily 3 dead as well for Optic. G1 should be able to get control of that ball, and it looks like Squallight's actually going to make a really, really quick transition here towards Tram. APG does a little bit of damage, and Trippy will clear out mid-map, which will make this push a lot more likely to succeed. However, that Stalker rifle here from Devon is going to be enough to slow things down for just a moment, but the pressure here from Optic means that scoring is not going to be easy. Also, Formal coming in to clean things up with us Rockets.
3 dead. Swish, the last player alive for G1. That will result in time, and actually Swish going to be the first spawner all the way in back PD and 8 courtyard, so it will be more time here. Optic Gaming will cross the 40-point mark and continue to put even more points on the board. Formal is already 6-3.
He is 6-3, and he's looking very, very good. Also got the rockets, doesn't get the kill, but the damage is going to be enough once again just to delay the push coming in from G1. And the more time that you're delaying a push, it means there's more opportunity to pick up that oddball. 52-12 is the score at the moment. Optic have been looking extremely strong at the start of this one.
Bubu wants to do a little bit more damage. As you saw that, nice little Guardian Angel coming in on the Formal kill, actually all the way to front tires. Nice little nade coming in for Bubu, and wants to deal some damage with this Stalker rifle all the way on top C-Balk if he can.
Double kill coming in for Squallight. That means the oddball should be able to be thrown back, a little rotate, as you like to call it, back towards Tram, but the pressure already coming in. Formal's going to pick up one. Trippy survives as well with that Bulldog, so now Formal's going to have the opportunity to move in. He picks up 2 on his way forward. Moving now going to have to play the ball and do damage to Lucid. Lucid going to get a little bit of help to keep this one in the open, the oddball. And now you're going to see the scrap down bottom middle, and at the moment, Optic are just keeping G1 off of that oddball.
Yeah, nice shot by Bubu in the end there to jump off of C-Balk because he knew he had Devon coming rail. Devon's able to get the B stairs kill, and little things like that are going to just make sure that Optic doesn't run away with the score. Still will be 52-15, but it could have been much worse if Bubu had played that a little bit differently.
Yeah, it certainly could have been a little bit different, but Bubu did everything he could. It was just those couple of kills that came in just to stagger the push. Nobody really had the lines of sight covered in the way that they needed to there for G1, and now Optic just continually applying pressure, and Formal on the flank cleans up the damage. That's 3 dead, momentary 4 dead for G1. That's going to be another opportunity here for an A setup. Oh, and look at that prediction, the internal timer. You could almost hear Formal going 3, 2, 1. This player's going to come off spawn. Now there's that grenade, and he almost absolutely nailed it.
I mean, that is the Formal brain right there. Like you said, just so much damage coming in with that Stalker rifle. Knew exactly when to nade from B. Trippy's also got the rocks. Rocks Bulldog combo. Lots of power there. 2 dead for each side. 77-15 now, as 3 will fall for G1.
3-4 for G1, who are struggling in this round number 1, it has to be said. Optic are completely and utterly in control and haven't really looked flustered at any point. G1 have had to work so hard for any time whatsoever, but with 2 falling for Optic, maybe there is the opportunity for them to get aggressive here, to try and collapse on these last 2 kills. But again, Lucid just staggers that decision-making because he manages to pick up 1 of the kills to allow his teammates back into the map.
Devon's able to get 1, but so much pressure coming in. Look at me, imagine Lucid and Formal flying at you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. I want no part of that. And they will get 3 dead off of that great push, and it's actually going to be Lucid who's going to rotate back. They've also got PD spawn, so very comfortable hold here. 14 points away from closing out the first round.
Yeah, and that should be it as well, because you can see that Bubu has fallen to Trippy. He got the first kill. Squallight's going to go down. Ball will be played momentarily as Lucid decides that he wants to get a little bit spicy. And he may be able to clear up. Devon goes down, and Lucid closes things out here for Optic Gaming.
Oh boy.
In a way which really does personify this man's confidence.
It really does. 100 points on the board, and leave it to Lucid. Last player alive in the back of A, just going to drop and pick up 2 kills. You might argue had no business doing. Wins the second battle against Devon as well. He'll hold the ball. He will round out the first round, and they will take it pretty comfortably. They now lead 1-0.
1-0 and really not looking flustered. And I think the Optic are up for this series. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, right? Obviously, they're going to be up for every series that they're playing in, but I think they want to assert dominance on this group. I think they want to just assert dominance on every single team that's in this tournament, and no better way to do that than with a dominating performance here against a G1 roster who has so much hype. But there's Swish and Predevinator in the feed. Swish, a player certainly to watch here for G1. A lot of players, a lot of teams, a lot of fans have been calling out his name as someone who's been standing out.
Of course, Formal picks up the rocks somehow off the bottom. Now he's got rocks and Stalker Rifle with 1 rocket left. He got the double kill earlier, still 2 dead for the side of G1. And great plays here by Formal to make sure to get all the scraps. The yard sale that was down. Killing spree for him. And he'll come away with the goodies and not even really taking any damage doing so.
Crazy thing about Formal, right, is there was actually questions after the event saying, Formal, was he at his best at KC? Did he really make the difference that Optic fans were hoping for? I think a lot of people would have said that wasn't the best that we've seen Formal play, for sure. And there was a level that we know that Formal can achieve that maybe he didn't hit. I think starting off here, you know, it's going to be a perfect opportunity for Formal to really reproduce the form that we can expect to see and we have seen in the build-up to this event. And what better time to start to find that level than moving towards Orlando and Worlds.
The thought of Formal reproducing is terrifying because I don't know if we have room for that much skill in the world here. 16-9 in this game. He trades in the back of the base, make it 17-10 in the back of the base as well. I knew I was going to get you with that one. 3 dead for the side of G1.
3 dead for G1, a slender lead for them at the moment. As Lucid now has control of that oddball here in Tram. And now let's see what this setup looks like. Rockets are going to come up in a minute, so a little bit of a split decision across the map for both teams here. Do you want to try and push onto the oddball? Do you want to try and just throw this one out and maybe play for those Rockets and bring it back? It looks like a couple of trades across the board actually fall into the hands of Optic. Boo-Boo should fall, although Boo-Boo managed to just take those extra couple of shots and get away. Swish picks up 1, but the rocket will fall alongside the oddball. And it looks like the play actually from Optic was to throw that oddball out, fight for those rockets. And with the game tied up evens, you would imagine that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, it looks like Rock's empty there. 2 dead for the side of G1. Boo Boo is actually going to get away with the Stalker Rifle, and the Stalker Rifle has really determined the damage and therefore the lead in this game. How many times have we seen Formal or Lucid with that Stalker Rifle? Really only Boo Boo with it once or twice, and it was such a huge factor in that first round.
It's not like as huge as a factor as the Shock Rifle, for example, but it is starting to fall in that kind of category in the sandbox, right? You could do so much damage to so many players. If you're holding it on the balcony, shooting towards that B Street head glitch. Oh, a little bit shaky here. Oh, very shaky. Oh, just about manages to lock on for that final shot as Lucid will fall, but it's something that players play their lives around. They will not over-challenge because you can do things like, oh, Boo-Boo! Killing spree for him. The Doo-Boos are back.
Boo-Boo, take my Doo-Boo. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Great shots there. Very confident coming out of Boo Boo. He's going to continue patrolling here around Laundry, and finally, it will take 3 Optic players to take him down.
This man is a walking turret with that thing in his hands. Beautiful, beautiful damage, and it translates into a lead. This is what we're talking about. Sandbox control is great. If you get that Stalker Rifle in your hands and you put it to use, that is how you clear space. That is how you stagger pushes, and that's exactly what's happened here, for Optic Gaming. A small lead here for G1, but it is a lead. Trippy starts to step up a little bit in the feed, though. You can see a couple of kills going his way. It's Formal wants his hands on another set of rockets.
Nice shot by Swish there to just hold off, see as long as he could. He also destroys the spikes. Good damage at the bottom middle, and they will get all the way to the 37-point mark, but right now it's all about rockets.
It's all about rockets. It's also all about Optic at the moment because they are picking up the kills they need to. Trippy's going to be challenging Boo Boo. Boo Boo doesn't get the melee, and Trippy will win that fight, but looking across the stats at the moment, it is a heavy outslaying performance coming in from Optic. A lot of that carrying over from that first round for sure, but Trippy with the rocket should be able to lock down Tram now, and Optic should have a chance to tie this up.
Look how big it is that Trippy stays alive. He gets away with the thrust, he gets away with the spikers, he gets away with the rockets. Little kills like that can really come back to bite you. Now he's got a Stalker Rifle to play with as well.
Should be able to hold down this push coming in from the driveway. Boo Boo, goodbye. Killing spree now for Trippy off the back of that power weapon control. He's going to get information. The other players are pushing from driveway, and this is where you don't want to be trapped. If you are on G1, Squall out with a thrust will get the kill, and at least get the Stalker Rifle out of the hands of Trippy, but look at the damage, look what it's translated into. The kills mean points, 41-37 the score.
Yeah, just like that was once a healthy G1 lead is now a few point deficit for the side of G1. They will find themselves 2 dead. And where else was the Stalker Rifle going to be, of course, but Formal's hands. And feels like wherever it goes on the Optic side, it's been terrifying and dangerous. We saw Boo Boo with a run, but to be honest, if any player on Optic has this, it's such a threat to G1.
It certainly is, and Formal at the moment sat at 23 and 15 as well. So he's certainly putting up the stats you would expect from Formal. A little bit more of a lead starting to establish here for Optic Gaming as well. It's around 15-20 points or so. Scoreline going to be challenging, and actually winning that fight. A little bit of a surprise there to see Formal miss the headshot.
Nice job there, indeed, from Squall. He will fall. Lots of play still in this round. Just over 60 seconds on the clock, 55-37.
Love that play, though, coming in from Boo Boo Doo Boo and the rest of G1. They're getting aggressive. They're starting to put the pressure back onto Optic. As Trippy manages to pick up one, doesn't quite get the second, and Formal will be traded out. So that should be an opportunity here for G1 to scrape up some ball time. APG is the furthest player forward here. As you can see, the Rockets also going to be coming up in a few moments' time. If G1 can win this next team fight, get those Rockets, this should be a lead change.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. Lucid trying to spike out Cafe, and the spikes do hit. That's going to be a free rocket grab, though, for Optic. Devin's the first to fall. Optic Gaming will likely collapse off this damage. They trade 2-1.
Formal trying to push forward as well and does so. He's got the support now of Trippy, and Swish is just trying to escape, trying to survive, but Trippy's going to be hunting him down, and that's going to be the end of Swish for a few moments' time as Trippy does not let that final play get away.
So well coordinated from Optic. Waited for the Rockets to come up. They got the opening damage. They spike out Cafe. It's textbook stuff. It's a double as well in the back of PD for Trippy. 2 dead for both sides, though. 40 seconds left here.
27 and 18 now for Formal. APG is at 20 and 18 at the moment as well. Slightly positive, does a huge amount of damage, 14 assists. And I think one thing that really is a difference maker so far, Andy, is that assist column. Even though G1 are trying to escape and make a little bit of a cheeky rotation with that oddball, look at the assist column. Every single player on Optic in double digits and really, really shooting together.
This is beautiful from APG, right? It doesn't look that flashy perhaps on your screen, but he's picking up the damage, picking up the kills. Great stuff. That will set him to 22 and 18, and just staying alive in PD and just picking apart the team like that. Great damage. That's going to allow them to push, but look at the score.
Yep, I was going to say, all of this is great from Optic, but the oddball, they've been out-rotating, and Squalleye with a stick onto APG.
Huge.
He gets a double as well. Formal tries to challenge, and Formal gets the kill as well. It's a 1-point game at this point, but it is in the hands of G1. But there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, and the ball is down in Tram. Optic have to make a push.
1-point game. It's a lead change. G1 does leave here. APG all the way in as well. 2 dead for both sides.
2 dead for both sides. APG, huge amount of pressure on his shoulders, but here comes Formal on the flank. APG gets the ball in hand, runs towards Formal, and runs towards a Game 1 victory. Wow. Optic clutch up in the final moments. APG, staying alive on those peak stairs, waiting for the support to come, and then making that flank in to grab that oddball away. A huge, huge play that just does not show up in the kills death category, but certainly shows up in the series overall.
Yeah, what composure there in the late game. As you said, huge pressure on APG. Not only does he get away and stay alive on Commando, he just rotates the ball straight out. Formal as well. 30 and 20 in that game. Fantastic performance. They will take the first game 175-88 in total score and take it in 2 rounds total.
Very close. Round number 2, though. Very, very close round number 2, but I would say overall, a very successful performance for Optic in the way that they controlled the map, in the way that they didn't really seem flustered at any point. Even when they were forced to make that little bit of a play towards the end, right? It seemed like they were always in a position to make that play, and you can look at the damage here, and Formal 8.5k damage. Trippy as well, silently going about his business, breaking 8k. Both players on Optic, the standouts for sure.
And this Optic Gaming roster, this is why they're terrifying, right? Didn't matter who had the Stalker Rifle in hand, didn't matter who was running ball, who was rotating, this team could do it all. And you're going to see a lot of that in the highlights here.
Yeah, it's going to be Formal with that Stalker Rifle in his hands, also the Battle Rifle. And one thing I love about Formal as well,
look at this play.
He's so efficient a lot of the time with, he gets a couple of shots with the Stalker Rifle, knows he's got time to get that guaranteed headshot with the Battle Rifle. He'll drop that thing down. He'll make sure that he gets the kill instead of risking maybe missing one shot with that Stalker Rifle, and little things like that for Formal. He is one of the most efficient Halo players you could ask for.
He is, and of course in little situations like this, right, but maximizing those rockets for the killing spree, rotates, stays alive, takes no damage, and gets away with the Stalker Rifle. He will just do it apart and start to rip your team apart. It was a much closer second round, but in the end, Optic really stepping up in a big way. They'll take it in 2 rounds total.
APG with a little
got a climbing wall action almost there towards to the end of that game, kind of jumping above his opponent and managing to land that beatdown. But even though we saw some impressive stuff coming in from Booby Dooby with that Stalker rifle, it wasn't enough, as Optic Gaming will take home that first game of our series. Now we go over to Slayer Aquarius. Slayer's always interesting, Andy. Always a little bit of a coin flip for some of these teams, but Optic with that slaying performance in game number 1, wouldn't be a surprise to see G1 maybe struggle a little bit here and find themselves on the brink of a 3-0.
Certainly, I think Optics is going to look to play a lot of base play here, right? Anchor down where your team is spawning, and while you're pushing out Pink as well as Gen side, just get shots onto players on the connectors, onto top mid, onto the bottom Pink, and on the bottom Dynamo side, and I think they're going to play off that damage in the same way that they really did in the Oddball Streets.
We'll have to obviously see who's going to be controlling that camouflage as well, because I think that's becoming more and more of an influence to where those first couple of kills go in a team fight, and then you see that snowball effect like we have seen numerous times. Even today on Aquarius Slayer, we've seen a couple of snowballs back and forth, and teams not being able to close things out when maybe they look like they were almost guaranteed to do so. So G1, they've got to keep that in mind if they do go down a little bit in this game. But Optic Gaming, the thing that's been most impressive for me in the most recent weeks and building up to this event is they just seem to be becoming so ruthlessly efficient. We talk about efficiency a lot of the time, but you're never looking at Optic and thinking, maybe they're just not, maybe they're overslaying here. Maybe they're looking for a few too many kills. Maybe they're thinking the series is over. It's kind of like, it's business. Every single game, every single map, every single scrim, Optic just want to get the job done as quickly and as efficiently as possible.
And ever since they had a little bit of a rocky period from launch to really late January into February, ever since then, and ever since the team changes, it feels like they have been on the upward trend, slowly but surely getting better and better. They're looking better each tournament. They're looking better online. When you think of the raw skill of a player like Formal, the brains of Lucid, right, and what APG and Trippy bring to this team in terms of their consistency spawn after spawn, it's no surprise that they're looking better and better. They look great in that game number 1. Going to look to do the same thing and repeat here in game number 2 on Slayer Aquarius.
It's really warm in here, isn't it?
It's getting warm. It's been some spicy series today. That's what it is.
Great series. We had 2 reverse sweeps. Game 5 reverse sweeps.
I don't think it's ever happened. I was talking to Walsh about it. I don't think we've ever had 2 reverse sweeps in pool play on a Friday at a major tournament. Pretty wild.
Yeah, you got Oxygen beating FaZe as well. And we still, of course, the next game after this one, got FaZe versus Cloud9, the potential revenge tour of Renegade, even though that may be slightly derailed at the moment with the way that they're playing, but certainly might fire them up a little bit, FaZe, if they want to get back into their group, and they need to be honest with you. But for now, I mean, G1, what do you make of them in that first game? Because as we said, coming into this event, there was a lot of talk about this lineup. Really, really impressive. A couple of tournament victories, including the likes of Pioneers and FaZe, and they have looked like a team who have kind of announced themselves as okay, we can be a dark horse for an event. We can come in and we can beat maybe a series against the likes of an Optic if we have a performance which is the best of our ability, so to speak.
Yeah.
But at the moment, it looks like Optic are playing at another level. G1, what do you make of them from that game 1? What were your hopes coming for them into this event?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think G1, the hype is real for G1, and I think it's absolutely warranted, right? I think this team looks great. As we said earlier, Boo Boo having this much faith in these players. Now, of course, these players are no stranger to main stages. If you look at the likes of the rest of the G1 roster, they know what they're doing on stage. So I think all the hype is warranted. I think they look great in that game 1, but I think Optic looks some of the best they've ever looked. Yeah, simply better. Yeah. I think Optic looks like Optic Gaming in true Optic form. So I think G1 has a real shot not only this weekend, but also in this series. But they're going to have to try to find a way to tilt Optic off their game, and it's not going to be easy.
And maybe a Slayer is going to be that exact thing that they can use to their advantage, right? Get out to that hot start. We always talk about a hot start opening strategy, whatever it might be. Something just to get a small advantage over your opponents, just to put the pressure back on them for a few moments. Because Optic are going to be sat there right now, chilling, I'm sure, in the Hex quarters right now, thinking, next game when we're ready, we want to get into it. There's no pressure on them right now because they're 1-0 up. They're 2-0 in the pools, and the only way you can do it is all of a sudden, you know, they go four down off the rip, or off a solid opening strategy coming in from G1, and all of a sudden Optic sort of sit forward again. You know what I mean? We've all been there. You kind of like game number 2, and then forward. Okay, all right, here we go. We got to start to lean forward and get into this game a little bit more. Just little things like that to just try and pull a bit of momentum back on your side, but. I mean, Optic looks scary. I mentioned how I feel like their battle scars are there now from some of the tough losses they've had to take this year, and I feel like there's only one way to learn in Halo, and that's to sometimes lose in the worst way, right? In the most heartbreaking way, because that's what makes you a battle-hardened team. I think Optic have got through that now, and it wouldn't surprise me to see right at the end of the year, Optic maybe be lifting a trophy.
Absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of people have been wondering all year long, right, when will this Optic roster start to really catch their final form? They certainly haven't done it yet. I think the 4 players here, Lunchbox as well would totally agree with that their skill ceiling is so high. There's been a lot of high hopes for them. They've fallen a little bit short of that so far, and what a time to do it here at the end of the year, to wait to make sure that you finish this year strong, because there's a lot of cash and a lot of bragging rights on the line in these last 3 events.
I think it's the Optic Gaming story is very, very interesting as well, because there is so much pressure on them from the fans at home, who obviously love this lineup. They love Optic Gaming. They want to see them succeed, and when they don't, they know that there's going to be backlash because of that. But now that they've started to find their form, they've started to reproduce consistently these online performances, I just think it's one series away from them being being the best in the world. I don't mean one tournament, I mean one series. And we always talk about almost the Game 5 curse with Optic, right? You go back, and if you got a little bit of time, go back on, Liquipedia, wherever it might be, and look at the Game 5s that Optic have gone to this year, and how many they have gone against them, and how different all of those tournaments could be if they just managed to clutch up in those final moments. But I always say, like, it's easy to say what coulda, shoulda, woulda. They haven't. We have to wait and see if they can find one of those Game 5 wins, those close 50-49s, whatever it might be, that just pushes them over that edge to think, oh, okay, we finally got that monkey off our back, and now the sky's the limit for us.
It does feel like it weighs heavy on them, right? You think back to the recharge moments, like against Sentinels, right? You think back to the comments that Formal had after that, and it's weird because this is not a team, when you look at it on paper, that you look like would be have any sort of mental weakness, right? Any kind of blocks like that, but it does feel like that is a little bit weighing on them, right? They do need that big series against the top 3, against the top 2 team to take them through and to be the favorites going into Orlando, because they would love nothing more than to, first of all, take this tournament, all the cash prize here this weekend, but also be the favorites on paper heading into Orlando. It'll be a pretty big deal for Optic.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think it is just a case of, as I say, one series, one victory, and one step at a time for Optic. They are still, in my opinion, not the finished article, but boy, are they getting closer and closer every single time we see them. Well, thank you for sticking with us through that little delay as the teams and the players were getting back into the lobby and ready to go. Map 2 looks like it is live now. We're going over to Aquarius Slayer, 1-0. The series score here in the hands of Optic. We'll have to see if G1 can answer back.
And it's that time of year, really that time of the lifespan of the game, where you're starting to see, you heard it during the United comms, right? Teams are timing everything, timing the dynamos, timing the thrusts and things like that. I absolutely expect to see Optic Gaming doing the same here as they look to get closer and closer to perfect gameplay.
Well, 2-1 is going to be the score off the rip here. So G1 with a slight advantage, even though it is extremely slight. Paper thin, but what it does mean is that Squall can jump in and grab that camouflage. 2-2 as the distraction is made across map. Formal's going to also grab that heat wave. So Squall's got some responsibility here. One way to deal with the responsibility is to pick up a kill. He's got the sidekick. He's got 2 as well. So that's the opening G1 needed, and that's the confidence I love to see.
Yeah, very nice job there. Obviously would have loved to have had more. Optic as well to shut it down only on the double kill, but still gets as much as he could out of that camo in that scenario. APG trying to stay alive bottom middle as well. Tied up 5 apiece here off of the opening.
The longer they stay alive, though, the longer the chance there is for a bit of help to come in. Not going to be allowed to do so. That's 4 dead here for Optic Gaming as G1 chase them down. They make sure they run down those final kills. Don't let those one-shots get away, because we know with the talent that is on Optic, you cannot afford to let one of those players live.
Squall trying to stay alive if he can. Tries to make something happen there from the fridge. It's a good push. Finally, he will be taken down, though, in the end, as Boo and team are still here on the Dynamo side of the map.
Yeah, just waiting for those Dynamos as well. Waiting, biding the time, knowing how powerful they can be, knowing how much damage can be done. And then you've got 2 players frying. You can see Boo picks up one onto APG. Unfortunately, he will lose that heat wave, but Swish now has the opportunity to push across the car side. He's managed to pick up the heat wave, so a little bit of an exchange of weapons here.
Swish going for the distance bank shots with that heat wave, and they actually hit a bit. Formal somehow. Superhuman stays alive. On the bottom pig side, 2-kill game, make it a 1-kill game.
Very methodical way that both these teams are approaching this game. Looking forward to your sound effects pack. Halo
it's coming out. I'm working on it.
The shoop as well. Grapple. But Swish now just did a little bit of cross-mat damage. This is what I mean about the discipline being shown by both teams. The methodical approach from both teams. Swish sat right in the back of the base at the moment, just raining down some shots. Camouflage is coming up though, so he needs to make a move. His teammates have fallen, and you can already see Trippy has got eyes on it. Formal's going to manage to pick that one up, but will Formal be able to survive here? Yes!
What? How does
just about. Not a lot of health there.
In my sound pack, when you get camo, it's the J-Grab quota. Shut up, I got camo. Formal stays alive here. 16-12, somehow, like we said, superhuman. Doesn't matter how many grenades you throw at the guy. They're not going to take him down. 4-kill lead here for Optic Gaming.
Formal now on the hunt. Bubu's going to be the first victim. Unfortunately, the second one is going to get stolen away, but maybe Devon's going to be another opportunity for him to do damage. And this is what we love to see from Formal, right? Just damage onto 4 different opponents there. One was a kill. Other shields being broken, just chipped away at, and that allows the rest of Optic to move around the map freely. For now, though, they have a 3-kill advantage, as once again, you see G1 timing those Dynamos, looking to make the most of them.
Look at the APG right now. He's got 8 kills, more than... Well, right now, it'll be tied with just about half of the other team's kills. Amazing numbers from him. What a start, 8 and 5.
APG has been the standout player in Slayers a lot of the time for Optic Gaming, and it doesn't get talked about enough. And he's once again showing here in this Slayer with a 8 and 5 stat line. He should be talked about a little bit more when he has the responsibility of being the Slayer for the team, or being one of the Slayers for the team, when deaths and kills matter the most in these Slayer game types. Lucid's going to be having a little bit of fun here in the closet with the sidekick and manages to take down Swish. Devon's going to trade that one out, but look at the awareness coming in here from Lucid. A little bit of Mike Tyson action, left, right, and the knockout blow being landed.
Man, just full punch-out style there. Wins that battle with the melees. That's going to extend their lead now to 7, 26 to 19.
Big win, though, coming in from Devon. One missed shot was all it took for that battle to be changed and twisted on his head for just a few seconds here as we see a 7-kill advantage now to Optic Gaming. It looks like G1 just struggling a little bit to link up with each other. You can see they're just being picked off one by one. Formal finds a simple battle there against Predevonator. Bubu's going to be trapped as well, even though he manages to pick up one. You almost expect an Optic member to be flying in here, but the camo seems to be the focus of attention instead.
It's really reminiscent of that game 1 as well, right? You can't look. You look at G1's game plan. There's not a lot to pick apart that's going terribly wrong. It's just Optic playing that much better. Formal with the camo grab. Lucid is already 11 and 5 as well at this point, and really just flying away with this game and not looking back whatsoever.
I mean, look at the discipline here, right? APG goes in first. APG's going to go in first. He's going to do damage because he doesn't want Formal to be that player who has to take the initial damage. From the back of that, APG manages to work alongside Formal, now cleans up that second kill. And the great thing about this, Formal still has camo to play with, and now he's going to pick up the heat wave. That is the little details, the minute things that some of the best teams in the world do that maybe your matchmaking teammates don't.
They certainly don't. APG is truly a gentleman there, just holding the door for your camo player. Sir, I'll go ahead and take care of things.
Red carpet treatment.
Red carpet indeed. 2 dead for a moment for Optic Gaming, but not too much to worry about because they still have that 10-kill lead. It's 36 to 26 here. Bubu trying to get some control.
And this is the difference, I think, between Optic and a lot of other teams we may have seen today, right? They have a 10-kill lead, but they're playing like they're down by 5.
Yeah.
That's how they are trying to get into the pattern of the good patterns they're trying to form. And once again, you're just seeing 2 players fly out simultaneously to take down another one. And Trippy now just moving in. Lucid got the sidekick in his hands again, and also looks like Lucid's been watching a little bit of the HCS stream. See that? That's diamond encrusted sidekick.
Ooh, he's got some good shots as well. 2 dead again. And one of the reasons you might think about that, let's not forget, Optic Gaming, one of only 2 teams here in this tournament to not make a change, right? I think that's showing. Some of the teams that have made big changes, their play style's looking a bit inconsistent. It's looking unorthodox. On Optic Gaming, it's anything but. It's 42 to 31. They know exactly what to do, and they're all on the same page.
8 to go here for Optic Gaming. That's going to be reduced in just a few moments as well, as a little bit of a trade comes in, and Squall is now trying to hunt down some of these members of Optic Gaming. Formal's going to take some damage, but once again just positions himself in a way that if anyone's going to try and push him, he's going to have some teammates' assistance. Bubu picks up 1. Now APG going to be caught out. Doesn't get taken down, though, as the heat wave does not connect in the way. But if you're a G1 fan, you're hoping it would have. APG going to collect that now as well as the thrust. It's 5 to go here. For Optic, this is looking like a road towards 2-0.
It certainly is, and Lucid is 14 and 8 with 7 assists. What a game from him, and my God, you cannot give Lucid any room because he will put up numbers like this and start to tear your team apart. 3 more kills for Optic Gaming.
3 to go here for Optic. Make that 2 as Trippy picks up 1 onto Squall with that frag grenade. And this has been, in my opinion, one of the most impressive games we've seen from a team so far today. Bubu will fall. Lucy picks up yet another kill. Formal will pick up the final, and the final score will be 50 to 39. And we are starting to see the class of Optic Gaming in this series. Our question was, how good are Optic going to be against a team with as much hype, with as much potential as G1? I think we're starting to see it right now.
Right, and like we said, assuming the higher seed wins this, what fashion do they do it in? And right now, it's a pretty convincing one. The stats look great from the side of Optic. An 11-kill Slayer win in game number 2. Keep in mind, just on paper, G1 is in theory the best competition to your higher seeded in the pool, right? They're the only other team that was 2-0, but right now, Optic Gaming is making it look easy.
Yeah, 11 kills the difference, and to be honest with you, I think that with the way that Optic were playing that game, I think they'd be disappointed it was only 11. To be honest with you, I think they want to beat everybody, want to stake everybody, they want to keep those deaths minimal, they want to minimize every single mistake, they want to get into the best practice patterns they possibly can to make sure when they go deeper into that bracket and they match up against potentially the likes of Sentinels, the likes of Cloud9, that those mistakes are minimal enough to scrape them through one of those close series. We'll take a look at the damage though, Andy. Lucid leading the way.
Casual 4,700 here from Lucid, far and away the highest in the game. The rest of the team right there in the 3,000s as well. And when you're paving the way like that, makes it easy.
I mean, one thing to just point out there from APG stats, he takes more damage than he deals. And I mean, that's that amazing stat in itself, because he goes positive in that game. That means that APG's ability to get into battles, get information, and then escape with his life is so good. That is a lot of teamwork and positioning knowledge, positional knowledge, I should say, from APG, once again showing why he is such a valuable cog in this Optic machine.
And for Trippy, right, as well, also taking even more damage than he dealt and only going -1 there with great assists on the board in the end. So really the entire Optic Gaming roster, they're firing on all cylinders, and they looked good here. This game was close within the teens, but thereafter it ran away pretty quick.
Yeah, I think we always talk about, well, we actually had a discussion in the green room before the tournament started. The green room? The green room. Before this tournament started, about how difficult a role it is on a team to be a player like APG, to be a player like Trippy, to be a player like Lethal, right? And it's because of the fact that a lot of the time you're basing a lot of your decisions off of no information, because you are the first into a fight. You're basing it off of what you expect to happen and trying to gain information, survive, deal damage for your team. And they are the most valuable players. I think it's the most difficult role to play on a team and be successful consistently, and I think that APG is one of the best in the world at it.
Absolutely, and also the most underappreciated, like we said. Right?
Probably the most underappreciated player in Halo history.
I have to agree. Even just the way, every time we cut to APG screen, or if you just look at what we just saw with APG, like you said, paving the way for Formal with camo, always going through every single doorway first, checking the fridge, always flanking around the other side of the camo. It was absolutely perfect the way that they moved around each other, and APG consistently putting his life on the line, flying into the face of the opponent so that his teammates can continue to capitalize on that damage. We see it time and time again.
If you do the job that APG does on a lineup and you go +1, it's about as it's as useful as what your main Slayer going +10.
Absolutely.
Exactly, because of the opportunities you create for those players to be their best. And now, unfortunately for G1, we're going over to the Optic Gaming home ground, and it still is. Stronghold's Live Fire, arguably their best game type. Arguably, I would say, out of most of the teams that we have in the HCS, the strongest game type for a team. And this is going to be tough to see G1 coming back into this, especially with the way the first 2 games have gone.
Absolutely. I mean, if those first 2 games were any indicator, we're expecting to see Optic look pretty comfortable on this Game 3 as well. That said, I think G1 has looked very good, but they have simply been shut down all series long.
Yeah, I think G1 haven't looked bad without, they haven't looked bad whatsoever. It's just Optic have looked that good. Yeah. And sometimes it's like you look at a series and you're like, this team played quite well, but they just didn't quite make these players happen. But Optic, I think, have just been so ruthless, so efficient, and they haven't been missing.
Yeah.
Again, I like what Wes said earlier. Like, you can talk about strategy, you can talk about theory, you can talk about everything. Sometimes it just comes down to not missing bullets with a gun, and that's exactly what all of those things seem to be meshing together so nicely for Optic Gaming. It's difficult to see them not closing out this series in a 3-0 fashion. Look at these brute grenades, by the way.
Oh,
Can I grab one? I nearly had one. Damn it.
I would be terrified of the damage you'd be able to do with one of those, because we've seen even just today what those spike grenades end up doing. Expect Optic to prioritize them quite highly in this game type, as they will spike out anything and everything as we get into this game number 3, starting things off with the man on your screen. It's going to be Formal here pushing out towards pillars.
Well, let's keep in mind what has happened today. We've seen some pretty crazy stuff. We've seen 2 reverse sweeps. We've seen 2 game 5s. So even though Optic have looked completely and utterly dominant, G1, maybe they've got something in store for us to close out the day. Booby's going to have that sniper rifle, but look how quickly A and B have already been flipped here by Optic Gaming.
I mean, one thing we also haven't highlighted enough this series is not just the damage that Optic Gaming is getting. 3 dead for the moment, making 4 dead. Boo Boo will shut that down, and we're going to see A and B start to flip. This should be a momentary trip cap. But the one thing that's been so tough for G1 is the Optic's timing. They don't just get the damage, they flood and they collapse so fast that G1 cannot react.
Well, this is the perfect start, though, for G1, and it was all down to that play from Boo Boo at the start of the game. He picked up a couple of kills with that sniper rifle. I think one was a snipe beatdown, and that means they now have overshield, they have a triple cap, they have the sniper rifle, and they have all of Optic sat watching in the death screen. This is what you needed, G1.
And Swish with even a little bit of overshield left to play with here. Might even take that into a battle in cuts, but the cuts pushes do not come in. They push low and they push A, but still a lot of points on the board for G1. Maybe this is what they needed to get back in this series.
And Swish at the moment is just waiting for information. You can see that it looks like Optic want to make the push onto B, but they don't want to give away the first death. That's why you're seeing this slow down, this push, and now you are seeing great shots coming from Lucid. The perfect 4 to clear the way for his teammates, but unfortunately for him, other battles have been lost elsewhere, and this will be a solid hold now for G1.
So wise from Lucid there. Just to sit A, knowing that someone was going to eventually peek. He wins that 1v1. That's one of the last players you want to see around the corner when you're challenging into A from top mid. But A's going to flip as well in just a moment, and we will still see G1 scoring.
This is amazing pressure coming in from G1. Squall is going to not only cap here, but take attention away from that overshield, which is going to be coming up. G1 should be able to get that again, and they have all of the sandbox weapons to use them once again. Just have a good time with. It's 109-13 on live fire strongholds against Optic Gaming. This has been exactly what G1 would have wanted.
Not what we expected to see either, based on how the series had gone. And
Plays
Swish
on a breadstick.
Able to get the overshield as well. APG will fall. 2 players, as you say, still on 1 kill on the side of Optic, and my God, what a start here for G1. They're looking very, very different and very good in this game number 3.
But how long can you keep this up for? Because this has been the perfect start. You've had all the tools to play with. This is what you would expect from a pro team, right? Who have been so good online in the build-up to this tournament. If you give them an overshield, a heat wave, a sniper rifle, you should be able to put it into points. But how long can they hold on for? Optic have fought back into this now. They've managed to turn over A and B, and it looks like Optic have said, okay, enough's enough. It's time for us to trip you.
And that is the scariest time, right? When Optic has woken up in a game and they realize they're now down by 120 points, they're going to come roaring back here, and maybe even with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder as well.
Well, the S7's going to be up top middle. You can see that sniper rifle just waiting for someone to put their hands on it. Evans should be taken down here by Lucid and will be. 57. Points about to be crossed here, as it will be about 100 points difference between the two teams. Lucid with a nice little quick scope onto Booby to take the shields down, and now you are seeing that triple cap. Now you are seeing an opportunity here for Lucid to look for a few spawn kills. Squall, don't peek!
Oh boy.
I tried to warn you.
Devin now going to try to challenge onto cuts as well. Lucid hits the body there as well. Does so much damage. We'll see if Optic capitalizes off of this. Will be an A-B hold. And now the game with an 80. My God, Swiss also showing up in a big way. And here comes the push here. Boo Boo Doo puts on his best Captain America outfit and flies off the scoreboard.
I want to say this, by the way, with the greatest respect to one of the greatest FPS players of all time. Formal looked like one of those training bots when he was still on top of that box for a second there and got his head removed. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead. The game changer has been that sniper rifle. It's been Swish, it's been hitting shots. And even though Optic have found a way back into this game, it's much closer. This man just wants to challenge everything.
My God, love the confidence. Still 2 dead. Devin's going to get an overshield off of that damage. They're going to get Formal Weak on the big door as well. At G1, we were wondering on a trip cap, how do they respond? Being down 2-0 in a series, you thought the game might slip away. No, they're scoring once again.
That's what you got to do. You got to hit big plays. That's what Gaskin was talking about on the desk a little bit earlier on. Sometimes to beat the best in the world, you've got to do things that only the best in the world can do. Going on a little sniper spree like that is a perfect example of it. Swish really turning up here, but here comes the push now from Optic. G2 on the back foot.
See if Lucy can stay alive top tower. If anybody can, it's going to be him. Somehow, he's no shield and continues to fight through the first battle. Second one maybe as well. It's going to be a trade, 2 dead for both sides.
Swish again, though, with a double kill. And you're seeing B being flipped now. Former's going to have to just survive for now because B will fall through the fingers of Optic Gaming. No one there to put pressure on. So now you're going to have a standoff mid-map. Devin's trying to stay alive, but he's not going to be able to as APG is going to be moving in to clean that kill up. APG, again, with another kill just to clean things out here. And now you're going to see BB flip. That's a great push coming in from Optic. 3 players falling from G1 in quick succession.
Formal last player alive, though. Important B flip here. Just to give them a little bit of control here, and off the respawn, they're going to have to go ahead and rotate.
Yeah, that's a quick rotate coming in from G1 as well, recognizing the spawns would be coming in towards where Formal is. That's last player alive here for Optic, so they now move their attention towards C, but Optic have responded. Now they're in at A, and that'll be A and B controlled. They're about to cross the 100-point mark here, Optic Gaming. They're down by about 86 points.
2 dead. Lucid staying alive back tower would be big. We'll see if he can do it. He gets the help he needs. 3 dead for G1. Maybe 4 dead in a moment. Wow, that's a big, big turn. And how big is it? Lucid staying alive at moments like that in the back of the tower. They will now flip C. Trip cap in the hands of Optic Gaming. Overshield just popped.
Trippy just stayed alive so well there as well. You can see he was trying to keep pressure on that overshield, make sure that G1 weren't in a position to really cause problems, to get hold of it. While he was waiting for support from a teammate, Lucid is going to be able to maybe flank behind this player as well to clean up and get the reset onto C. But where's the overshield? Who has managed to pick that one up? Formal's last alive now for Optic, and it will be G1 with OV Heatwave Snipe. We know what happened last time.
We certainly do here. A will start to flip, and it's going to be a reset for G1. They will continue scoring. Boo trying to walk in, he'll body, but it's not enough. 2 dead for G1.
3 players, no shields though from Optic Gaming. Is anyone there to take advantage? No, Swish is now last alive, and everything has been turned over. G1, it must have been a miscommunication. It must have been a failed push somewhere along the line because the damage was done, but it looked like Boo Boo was just kind of either left out to dry or tried to make too much of a solo play.
Oh no!
Jesus, Lucid.
Lucid with too much time there. He connects all the way on back tower. Boo Boo gets him almost to no shields, but Lucid not afraid to challenge. Optic will continue scoring, now only down by 40.
Lucid, your job is to watch this push coming in towards B. His teammates are there just defending A. The flanker is going to be Trippy, just causing problems behind enemy doors. The spike grenade goes out just to see if he can get a little bit of damage. Lucid looking to peek around this pillar, but there's going to be 2 players here. So now he's trying to defend the big door and B because the rest of his team have flipped C. So now you can see the move is going to be, oh, top middle. I was worried there was going to be a airborne Quigley coming in there for a second. And a little 2-for-1 would have been nice, but instead it's going to be the death screen.
It's a good rotate here as BC control goes into Optic for the moment. They brought this game back. Let's go into a listen in here with the side of Optic Gaming.
Nice fucking win. 1 star. Ovi? Wait, that's 2 dead. I'm in C there and B. I'm playing B. 5 seconds. I'm looking tower.
Yo, NA?
On elbow, it's on elbow. Anywhere. Hey, window.
Watch out,
We get the Sylvie, I got him. Elbow.
Taking A, we're taking A here.
Go need top of A.
I left C, bro. Big door, yeah. I'm pushing, Brad, I'm pushing. No, stay back.
Nice job. Both one.
SC is dead.
Nice, this one going C.
Hold this.
Yeah, it's hold.
Hey, Brad.
I'm playing an A, guys. Yo, 1 spawn dummies right now?
I'm just gonna sit top mid for
I'm
a second.
watching bottom middle.
Yeah, you're on your own.
Do not worry about it.
Okay.
Yo, somebody look. Yo,
This box is on me.
Yeah, they're playing
Switch, watch out key door, guys. Watch out key door.
Doors as well, Leech. Doors. Pillars, absolute, Devin.
Hey, last guy where? Leave is down, guys.
Squalling. Watch out back B, squalling.
All that, Tommy. You can go.
Getting heat wave.
Okay, never mind. They're gonna spawn weird. They might be 8. They could be 8. Yeah, they are.
I'm fighting with you.
I'm on them.
You guys, switch absolute. Switch absolute, name.
Alright, we gotta live. We're taking C.
Back A.
Well, as we jump back into the game, you can see the Formal is trying to cause as much carnage as possible. And while all of this is going on, you can see that the flip did come in from Optic. However, they lost 3 players, but look at the score. G1 now have the narrowest lead possible, but they will be scoring again as they manage to turn B back in their favor.
Yeah, AB hold now as they will cross the 215 mark, and this is a big push here. The kills that come in, top middle could decide the game.
Almost going to challenge, but unfortunately leaves his ankles exposed, but it doesn't matter, as he manages to do enough to pick up that kill. Trippy with a sniper rifle as well. Manages to flip B back into the hands of Optic Gaming. It is a slender lead. It is a hairline lead at this point. But it is a lead here for G1, but that is going to be turned on its head in just a few seconds' time as Optic will go into a lead. BC still in their hands.
What a time to do it. The first lead change in a long time in this game. Cut players are in trouble. Trippy with a great angle. They're going to get away with the heat wave as well. They will cross the 230 mark and they will continue holding. That was 2 dead.
Every single body shot that Trippy hits right now is a second closer to winning this game for Optic, to winning the series 3-0. Swish will get the overshield as he can't quite clean things up, but is there going to be enough time now for a push? The repulsor is going to push the overshield player away. That's a gutting way to close things out if you're a G1 fan, but for Optic, they get the job done. They make the comeback, and they win this one by 250 to 219.
Wow, in the end, you talk about trailing for an entire game. Optic Gaming down at 1 point by 130 points. They bring the game back within 100. And until the 220 mark, they wait to flip the score, and then they never look back. They close it out 250 to 219, and like you say, what a way to send the Overshield player packing with a repulsor there.
Yeah, one player just struggling a little bit in that game, and that's going to be Squall. You can see 8 and 20. Not the kind of performance you want if you're going to be Optic Gaming for sure, but if you look again at the Optic stats, there's really not anyone that you could say he's had a bad game, because every single player stepping up when it mattered, every single player putting up a decent amount of assists and kills, and also we talk about those close games. There's Optic making a comeback. There's Optic showing that even when they're under pressure and they have someone going on some crazy killing spree and taking over the game, they've still got it within them to make a comeback.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the damage here, it's going to be APG and Lucid both in the 5100 club. Great damage across the board for the entire team. And also, what a great time to get into the listen in there. It's such a specific play style and communication style on Optic Gaming. It's very little talk about what they need to do. It's all small talk. You hear Trippy saying things as we take a look at the series layout here, 3-0. In favor of Optic Gaming. They will close it out, and they will also win the group as a result of this. But you heard it's a lot of tactical stuff, right? Trippy saying things like, do not watch bottom middle, I'm watching it, don't worry about it at all. Everyone knows immediately, okay, we can focus on these areas. And how calm were they? Even though they were trailing once again, and they were not scoring out of the listen either, doesn't matter. They play it cool, calm, and collected. Slow and steady wins the race, especially on live fire if you're Optic Gaming. How many times have we seen them create great comebacks on that map, and they do it again, right? They continue to write the story of how good they can look on a map, how good they can look on live fire. They're losing at the 220 mark. It didn't matter. They close it out. They get the final 30 points unanswered, and they close out the game and the series.
Yeah, I think the listening was a really good look into how Optic are prepared for this as well, and how it's almost as if it's almost instinctive the way they're playing at this point, because there's no like, what do we do here? Do we want to push C? It's like, don't push C, we'll hold the 2. And everyone's just like, there's no response to it, because everyone's exactly on the same page and knows what how they want to achieve their goals at the end of the day, and the goals are achieved for sure in that series against G1. G1 not being able to match up to Optic Gaming in this particular series. It's 3-0 for the Green Wall as we throw it back to Lai and the guys on the desk.
Thank you so much, Onset and Bravo. Yeah, I gotta say, it is a green wall right now across that series layout. My goodness me, epic stuff. I gotta ask though, Walshy, were you expecting a bit more out of this series? I felt like we were hoping for a game 5, a little bit of a closer and kind of dicey one here, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah, we were on the precipice of it.
Yeah.
I mean, when we saw that game 3, we saw G1 get off to such a strong start. They were just doing absolutely everything right. They just felt like they were going to close that one out in a dominating fashion. And also even, I would say, game number 2, it felt like G1 were, neck and neck early on, but it felt like every single time more time elapsed, you would just see better plays from Optic, just their better decisions, their teamwork just added up overall in the long run.
But I do think that G1 have achieved what they set out to achieve today, and that is getting second in their group at the bare minimum. I don't think there was ever any expectation that they would be able to take down Optic Gaming. Sure, we would have loved to see them take a couple of maps here or there, but they get an earlier night now. They can kind of watch back things, they can make sure they're well rested, they can try and assess now what they can do to get that kind of top 4 placement, which is what they are pushing for. And I think the fact they're even in that conversation for top 4 just shows how far G1 have come. Because I remember back in online tournaments previously, when G1 were going up against like Cloud9, we were like, well, I don't really think there's any chance. We gave them a chance in this series, and in that game 3, they certainly had it there. They could have won that game, they know it as well, but unfortunately Optic just too strong in those final stages. And when Optic do pull their socks up, they can turn into a different team. I think that's what's so scary about this Optic roster.
Yeah, it can be very, very scary, and scary indeed is some of the major differences we've seen from Optic this morning to Optic right now. How do you feel like they've stepped up, Walshy, to the plate, especially going up against G1, which I think they knew was going to be one of their kind of targets, obviously boasting at 2-0 heading into that series in their pools. How have they stepped up to the plate compared to this morning and they're 3-0, but just not quite getting that finesse we've seen from Optic before?
I mean, I feel like we just saw it in part of that highlight reel. Just some individual plays. I mean, it set the tone right off the bat on Streets Oddball, where Lucid gets that out BR as he's one shot out in front of A. It's like, just little moments like that is what they need if they're going to win this tournament. Yes, they can win their pools without having any miraculous individual plays, but if they want to take first place this weekend, they need to do that all weekend long.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say, I'm very excited about Optic. They look absolutely incredible. They really haven't skipped a beat at all, and I think they have kind of proceeded through with caution. I think versus Fnatic, they kind of took it a little bit slow, got the job done, and against G1, I think, again, they've kept a few things in the bag still. I don't think I've seen the best Optic that we're going to see this weekend so far, but it's business as usual. They're getting the dubs, and I think, honestly, it's going to benefit them to get better and better as we do get through the weekend. I have a quick question, though, about, obviously, G1, what we saw there, and obviously, great result result, coming second in their pool, Gaskin. I want to ask about Boo Boo's. First time we've seen him competitively with G1. Do you feel like Boo Boo's taking more of a leadership role here, or where do you see him kind of settle down with his team?
I think his experience, naturally, he's going to take a leadership role. There will be calls that he will make at times because he has been in these kind of high-value games more than the others have. That's not to say that he has to be the IGL, but certainly there will be moments where he knows, okay, I need to make this call because I've seen this happen before in all of the experience and all the wealth of experience that he has. However, I think the rest of this G1 roster are all living up to the hype at the moment. They are performing so well in scrims leading up to it. They've had an amazing day today as well. If they keep putting this into practice alongside the experience of Boo Boo Doo Boo, there is a really big possibility this team can break into that top 4. I mean, top 6 would be good enough. I think that they would be happy with that, but I think their sights are set on the best you can get, and that's pushing top 4, that's pushing top 3, and certainly a performance against Optic like that, even though it wasn't a map 1, they showed enough to demonstrate they can take on the bigger teams in a successful manner.
Yeah, they can apply that pressure, and that's really important going forward. I tell you what, I've got them in my top 4, so I hope they manage to succeed there. I'm excited to see what G1 are going to do with it. Should we take a look at the pools?
Go on.
See the results. Come on, let's have a little quick look before we get into our next series. As you can see, Pool C is where we were at. Optic Gaming 3-0, right at the top of their pool, looking pretty good, and heading into the winners bracket tomorrow with confidence on their side. Gaskin, what do you notice here?
Pool D is where we had question marks and we were saying what's going to happen. We started the day with Space Station getting 3-0'd and we were like, okay, so Space Station maybe are going to be a flop here. They've gone through top 2. G2 have topped the group. Pioneers, who were the first seed in this group, have finished 4th because they lost to Lions and they lost to Space Station. I don't think anyone would have seen that coming. That means Pioneers will be starting in the elimination bracket. That means Pioneers have the longest of roads tomorrow if they are going to get in anywhere near the 4th seed that they came into this tournament. Of course, we saw FaZe, the loss they had against Oxygen means that FaZe are also in a possibility of coming 3rd in their group. This has been a little bit of everything. Forbidden Fruit beating Fnatic, Fnatic going 0-3. This has been one of the best days of pool play we've had in a tournament in quite some time.
I thought you were about to say this has been one of the best days of my life. Do you know what? I'm so glad we'll top it tomorrow then. No, I've got to say it has been absolutely exceptional. And just FYI, you're talking about Pool D there, which I believe you actually named potentially the Pool of Death earlier on. That is actually in order right now. In terms of the tiebreakers, that is in the exact order of the tiebreakers. So really exciting things across the board on Pool D. I've got to say, Gaskin, you really are the stats man. You know exactly what you're talking about, don't you?
Sometimes I just blag it in a way that I can get away with it, and then, you know, it gets lucky and things like that happen, and you're like, yeah, you're the stats man, and it just starts to, the storyline continues.
You're just sweating. You're like, oh yeah, definitely.
I really hope these games go this way. No, but honestly, it was just a group that could have gone either way. Like, Pioneers could have won that group. There was a couple of close games, and Lions also very impressed with what they were able to achieve.
Yeah, it's been pretty epic to say the least, but I'll tell you what, folks, we have one more series coming your way tonight, and I'm excited about this one because we haven't seen them on our screens yet. We've seen them off screen, but FaZe are going to be taking on Cloud9. This is going to be a huge matchup and one hopefully sealing deal for their winners bracket run tomorrow, but we'll have to see because Cloud9 are going to be saying no. We'll see right after this.
LAN returns to the greatest region in the universe. The first official ANZ Halo Live event since 2018. ANZ's best and brightest competitors from across the region gathered in one single place. This is the HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. $50,000 prize pool is up for grabs. And 3 spots to the HCS Orlando Major for our top 3 placing teams. And it is the best pathway to qualify for the Halo World Championship. Who will be crowned the champions of ANZ?
Searching for meaning in a relentless world. Always connected, but somehow alone. Trapped by illusion. We offer another path, where the battle to belong begins. Awakened by a calling, united by the cause you fight for. No one can take away what it means to be among the few, the proud, the Marines.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming, AMD, and the Marines.
Hello and welcome back to the NA Super here at the Halo Championship Series. I am joined by Onset and Bravo on the desk, and lads, I am really excited. I've got to say, I'm really excited. We've got Cloud9 versus FaZe happening. Last series of the night, we've saved a pretty big banger for last. And I'm excited about it, to be honest, because I think that anything is possible at this moment in time. We've kind of seen that in pool play today. Crazy things have been happening. We've had 2 reverse sweeps. All sorts of things have been going down. So what's to say that something crazy can happen for the last series of the night? You know what I mean?
I agree. I think it's going to be a good one here, C9 and FaZe. I think this one had a lot of hype. You have to wonder if FaZe's performance so far on pool play has taken a tiny bit of the wind out of the sails for FaZe fans. Of course, if you're on the FaZe side of the stage, you're hoping that they can really bring it back here and maybe get a little bit of a surprise, like you were saying.
Very true. And I've got to say, the surprise is coming in the form of this Cloud9 roster, because they're going to be very surprised with how hard this C9 team are going to hit. Cloud9 obviously bringing in Bound. Looking pretty good as well. You look at scrim results, they've been pretty easy, feeling confident, but the big question is, how do they bounce back after that 4-0 beating in Kansas City on set? This is where to do it.
Yeah, this is where to do it, and obviously we're referring to that final performance against Sentinels where they didn't look on the same level whatsoever as that Sentinels roster, but now I'm looking at Cloud9, and I think that Cloud9 have been in Texas for a week. They've been practicing for a week or so. They've really put in a lot of time to this event, and FaZe also in Texas as well, we should point out. So this is going to be another game where both teams are playing on low ping, but Cloud9, I can't see them losing this series. I just can't see them losing this series. I think FaZe have got to be worried about what happened today, because to lose against, if you lose a series against Oxygen Esports, with all due respect again to Oxygen, I don't want to do them any disrespect, but Cloud9 is a different beast altogether. It's a different tier of team. It's a different caliber of player, and if you needed to get fired up for a series, I think you've got to look to Renegade. He's got to give some sort of rousing speech and be like, boys, whatever's happened today has happened. Please, let's not lose against these guys, because I want to beat my former teammates.
Yeah, and I've got to say, it's going to be difficult to do so. I think it's really hard not to compare the two, right? Bound coming in for Renegade, there is a direct comparison to be made here. Bob, do you think that Bound is a good fit in Renegade's position? We've seen a lights-out team previously from Cloud9 winning so many different events and majors, and now Bound's having to fill very big boots. Does he do it?
Yeah, I think he does. I think we saw that in Pro Series, right? I think he came out and he was absolutely firing on all cylinders right away. I think the best thing about Bound is that he's the player that when the team has just a little bit of damage, he's the guy flying out of front A and just taking huge risks. We talked about it when Bound was on FaZe. Huge risk taker, and I would say on FaZe he was at about a 50% success rate because he didn't have himself surrounded by the right players. When he's pushing out like a madman, he just hits a double kill, he's no shields, and he shouldn't be challenging the third, but he is. But on C9, it's working out great for him. So in terms of play style, has he fed on this roster? I would say absolutely, even in official play. And I'm looking to see him continue to do big things with this team.
You add Eco into that mix as well. I think Eco is one of the best commanders in game that you have as well. And he will say to Bound, just slow down a little bit here. Okay, now you can go. Like that kind of thing. Kind of has the Bound on a leash, so to speak, right? And it's used to do the same thing with Renegade, and I think that is going to make Bound a far more dominant player than he previously was, because he's going to learn when to go and when not to go, and when to play alongside his teammates a little bit more. So Bound is the ceiling, the sky is the limit for him. He really could be not only the player to fill the boots of Renegades, but maybe even push Cloud9 to be a better unit than they were before.
Yeah, and I think in terms of how heavy Cloud9 way and kind of rely on the teamwork, I think he fits into that picture really well, right? You know, Bound making really his professional debut in Halo Infinite and in this season, I feel like the fact that he still is not super experienced, coming onto the likes of this Cloud9 roster with some serious veterans on there, being able to fit into that team dynamic, I think is going to be a walk in the park for how individually skilled he is. To be able to listen and learn from these guys is going to be huge, and I think he does that pretty damn well. On the other side of things, though, FaZe Clan have been kind of called this new monster roster. Well, you might not be happy to hear this, but I think this is a bit of a monster mess. And you might be surprised because of how incredible some of these names are, but it is a bit of a monster mess.
I'm here.
Tell us.
You know, such individually skilled, you know, teammates, individuals in this incredible season that we're having. But do they work together? So far, no, they don't work together.
Can't argue with it.
I just don't see how this team is going to gel and click and work. And if anything, so far in pool play, you know, the confidence is being knocked, and that's not really great for an early start here in their competitive, you know, rest of this season. So what do you make of this monster mess, or monster roster?
I think the difficult thing for FaZe, right, is you have three players who play very, very similar, right? You have Spawn, you have Falcated, and you have Snipedown. Historically, Snipedown has always been the guy on his team, right, who's going to be capitalizing on damage done by other players. He's hitting his 4 shots and he's moving around the map. But now you've got Falcated, and, you know, he does a very similar job alongside Snipedown. And then you added in Spartan, who on E United was doing a very similar role. And my concern here for E United is who is going to be the player to support Renegade when he wants to be aggressive. And I feel like one of these players is going to have to reinvent themselves if FaZe want to have that cohesive unit, because we were talking about it just a moment ago when we were watching the Optic series, right? And we were saying how APG is probably the most underrated player, one of the most underrated players of all time in Halo, because of what he does for the squads that he's on. You add APG or someone similar onto this FaZe lineup for one of those 3 players that I mentioned, it's a completely different looking lineup to me. I'm like, okay, he gets the job done here, he gets the job done here, then you got him and him who can fill in those gaps. Someone has to reinvent themselves, and that's such a difficult thing to do as a player.
I think it's a huge, huge point that you make, and one that honestly backs up what I'm feeling. But Brov, you know, this late in the game, this late in the season, there's 2 massive events left, and that is it. Not a lot of room for error. Do you see any of these players being able to reinvent themselves this kind of late to the game?
I think it's going to be tough, but I think one thing we should also remember is that FaZe was 2 kills away in that last series against Oxygen for winning that series 3-1, right? If they just won that game number 2, it would have been a very, very different series. So I don't want to put too much pressure saying that they got blown out in a certain way. Don't get me wrong, they should have won that series.
Oxygen.
Right? That's a huge miss by them. However, only 2 kills away from closing that series out 3-1 had they won the game number 2. To get back to your question, I think it's going to be tough. What's crazy about this team when we talk about them as a monster roster, if you hide the FaZe logo and we saw this roster, we might, you know, you'd be forgiven for thinking that this was an all-star roster for a special event, right?
Yeah.
Because on paper, this team is destructive. I think both of you make great points, though. Someone, whether it's Renegade, whether it's Spartan, I look to them 2 specifically, is going to have to fit a little bit of a different role playstyle-wise for this team to click. Once they do, they can catch fire, but I think they need to find that fire.
Yeah, it's very difficult because I feel like we're being extremely negative about this team. I just want to make sure everybody at home understands this team is ridiculous. On paper, when you look at these names individually, you cover the rest of them and look at them each in a line, they're insane. You'd be happy to have somebody like that on your team, right?
And that's why we have these crazy high expectations.
I mean, keep in mind, the FaZe roster themselves and the FaZe management, right? They have the same expectations, right? They are no stranger to these expectations, and they're going to expect to perform as best. They're going to be very upset about that last series, and maybe they take that as a little bit of a kick to make sure that they show up in a big way here last match of the evening.
Look, I'm really hoping that they can prove me wrong, and honestly, that Oxygen game was one to just send me a little bit spiraling in terms of this team and what I was really worried about heading into the NA Super, looking at this roster on paper. And I hope that they do change things up and they realize, like, okay, guys, we need to change something drastically here. We do need to reinvent somebody, and somebody needs to be willing to do so. But the other point I also want to make is about speed, is about pacing. You know, not only do we have different individuals who kind of do very similar roles, but the speed-wise of this team also is a little bit kind of imbalanced, and it's pretty difficult. Do you see them getting together in time to be on the same page in terms of pacing?
They have to. And I think the one thing that you'll find with FaZe is that they'll be able to rely on individual ability to get them out of certain situations. You've got some of the best shooters in the game on this team. You put a power weapon in any of these players' hands, they're going to make it count. They're going to create space that way. My worry on this FaZe roster, and I'm going to be honest, I know I am sounding like I am kind of picking them apart and whatever. They haven't been together for a long time, but you look at these names, there's such high expectations. This roster was put together to win an event. right? And I think the difference is, for me, you look at how Optic were playing in that last game, and they're always doing something but moving forward while they're doing it. You look at Sentinels, they're always trying to achieve something, whereas I feel like FaZe at the moment, when I've watched them in scrims, when I've watched them in the build-up to this event, sometimes they get a little bit stagnant, and I need to see someone taking a risk alongside Renegade to move forward, to create space for plays to be made, to get objective work done. And it's something they're not used to doing, some of these players, because of the roles they've had on previous teams. Spartan is right. It is going to take time for this roster to hit that height, to hit that level they need to. But they're amazing players. They're incredible players. And like you say, it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden we're sat here and, Wes and Gaskin are sat there going, we're going to a game 5 in this, because they just have that ability to do something that crazy.
Listen, we can go on all day about this team, but I want to see them in action. I am hopeful. They're my wild card. FaZe, if you hear me, come on. Bring it to Cloud9. Let's get a really good series going. I tell you what, we're throwing over to our casters right now to get into the match. We've got Clutch and Gaskin on the mics for the last time for the night.
We often do say we're going to a Game 5 as well. Me and Clutch were quite lucky with that, so hopefully we can take you to a Game 5 in the final series of the day. I mean, the desk, they've laid it all out for us, right? They've said FaZe, they've been struggling today. It's this all-star roster, but not quite gelling. And you're going up against the Cloud9 roster, who still have their core 3. What are your thoughts, Wes?
I think Cloud9's going to come in here with something to prove, with a chip on their shoulder. It's been a long time since these boys have had a chip on their shoulder, but losing Renegade with how much hype was around him, MVP talks, everything under the sun was always Renegade, Renegade this, Renegade that. Well, now we're going to learn a lot about the rest of the Cloud9 roster here, as they are world champions themselves. I'm looking at them to put a statement in this weekend, looking at them to show the rest of the world that, hey, Eco, Stellar, Penguin, we're just as good as anybody on this planet. With the addition of Bound, I mean, Bound, he's got a story like Snipe Down. In his first year, somehow he's found his way onto Cloud9, similar to Snipe Down on the Straight Rippin'. On the other side, you have Snipe Down, but he's put together a great individual squad, but they got to get together, and they got to get together fast, because this series is very important for FaZe if they don't want to start in the elimination bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, FaZe have to win this series to give themselves a chance of finishing in the top 2, otherwise they will be finishing 3rd in their group, and I don't think many people would have been expecting that, but we are into game number 1, and it is going to be Street Oddball. Now, one of the big things I wanted to talk about coming into this series, Wes, is Spartan. I saw on social media, he said, I don't really know where I fit in this team, as 3 of his teammates have gone down.
And that's a frustrating feeling, right? Not being able to find your footing, your rhythm within a match. It's so difficult to find success with a team when you're not able to find your own individual rhythm. Spartan's going to have a lot of frustration built up if he can't find his footing. Good things, though, for FaZe so far. They've been able to slay out. They've been able to potentially find their footing here on Street Oddball. It is going to be an early lead for Cloud9, as Bound's able to play the ball and get a kill of his own, but kills are a good thing for FaZe clan members to see, because typically with those kills, you'll be able to transition some objective play. Unfortunately, Cloud9's going to be so efficient as well.
Of course, it's not just Renegade going up against his old team, but Bound going up against his old roster as well. He was previously on FaZe. It was almost a direct trade in the end, but then seeing this roster come together, I think that the desk hit some fantastic points. They are 4 amazing players on their given day, but what happens when you put them all in the same space? Who is going to be doing what? Who is going to be doing certain jobs? I do think as the tournament goes on, this FaZe roster will get better and better, but is it going to be good enough to beat Cloud9 right now, who have looked already very good, but Stellar still doing what Stellar has always done?
Yeah, 4 dead though for Cloud9, so even though Stellar wins the big one on the Renegade, a phenomenal push from FaZe Clan is going to award them some ball time, and Spartan and PD. Now, right back into this game. They were down 30 points, but it's going to be an opportunity at a hold. We'll see how good of a hold FaZe Clan is capable of here. And now it's going to be a cafe push on the side of Cloud9. They have the pick on the Renegade once again, and with that, the rotation for the ball is good from FaZe. You love to see that. It's almost a tied-up game as Rockets are coming up. FaZe doing a lot of things right so far.
One of the things we saw Cloud9 struggle with when this roster first formed with Bound playing in Pro Series was they struggled to set up in both Oddball and King of the Hill, whatever you need, but they were very good at breaking setups. As long as they can stop FaZe from getting into that big old setup that gives them chunky points, they should still be able to do enough to constantly threaten them with the little easy-peasy, incy-bincy bits of ball time that can really work out for you.
Couple of no-shield players in front of Stellar in a 1v3 situation. Stellar staying alive, finding an assist, finding a kill. All 4 dead for FaZe in what looked like a doom and gloom situation. Stellar comes out on top, already 7-2-3. The superstar, and Stellar is showing you exactly exactly what Cloud9 are capable of, even without the likes of Renegade.
Where do FaZe go here off spawn, though? Falcated's already gone down, so they're already on the back foot. Stella able to kill Snipe down with the commander rifle across the map as well. Great recognizing, excuse me, of what is happening across the map. As 2 are fallen, FaZe have to pause yet again, and this just means more and more ball time for Cloud9.
Yeah, and it's not often you see Stellar with that all ball in hand, but everybody on Cloud9 probably going to be a little bit more universal of a play style with Bound on the roster, right? You had Renegade, who was typically that main Slayer power weapon controller. You're going to have to ask a lot more of the boys over in the blue. But they're capable of much more. 79 and counting now to 28. Cloud9 taking a commanding lead with this setup, and right now FaZe Clan looking for an answer on how to break it.
I do think that if things had gone different for FaZe today, we would have been maybe expecting a little more from them, but because they lost to Oxygen, that expectation is almost that Cloud9 should be winning this. Well, they are going to take round number 1 as it ticks over to 100, and as soon as FaZe were down, Cloud9 were just able to absolute collapse on them. They didn't allow FaZe to escape from that spawn, and it does seem like Cloud9 have got better at their setups as they formed it as this team.
Absolutely. Cloud9 looking very dominant in the second half of that first round. Rocket control really never in the hands of Renegade, in the hands of FaZe. Something that Renegade was praised for on Cloud9 was his power weapon control. Well, that's continued in Cloud9's favor without him so far throughout this series at the very least. Cloud9, you know they want to make a statement here. They want revenge every time they see Renegade on the other side of the hypothetical stage here. They're going to want that win more than anything, right? That's going to mean something to them a little bit more than just a normal win against maybe some of the other higher caliber teams here. Eco has found himself the Rockets putting the first one to use. The second one knocks the player to no shield. The rotation to PD is perfect from Cloud9, and we've seen this perfect setup from Cloud9 in the PD area. I mean, in the tram area, it's so lethal when Cloud9 gets a hold of it.
And you've got to call a spade sometimes. I think we're well aware that this is not the team that necessarily Renegade assumed he would be on when he left his Cloud9 roster. And I think Cloud9 know that as well. But Renegade now is on this roster. You've got to make do with what you've got. You've got 4 fantastic players. You've now got to use this super as practice so that you can go into Orlando in the best position possible. Sure, it might not be, rainbows and butterflies here in the first tournament together, but there is a lot of experience on this roster. And if they can click, they do become very much terrifying. Penguin is able to rotate this ball and play it, though. A fantastic movement there from Cloud9.
Yeah, even better job by Spartan to be ready for it, right? To be able to catch it, bring it back into PD with a couple of slays. You can get a setup of your own. The big question is, how much practice does FaZe have? How much opportunity at practicing a setup do they have as far as being all on the same page? Where do they all watch them? What's the communication like? As Spartan forced to get a kill with the ball, that's usually a good sign for your setup to maintain. As 3 go down for Cloud9, FaZe with the first realistic setup here in the tram area as Rockets are coming up. This is an opportunity for them to win round 2.
And I do think with Spartan saying he doesn't really know where he fits on this roster and what kind of role he needs to play, something the desk were talking about is you need that person who is going to create the space for your team, to do the objective work, to do the dirty work. Well, Spartan's got 41 points on the ball at the moment. Maybe that's the role he has to take. And it might be a different one, but Bound gets a double kill, and that is 2 kills that should definitely not have gone his way.
Assassinates the Rocket guy, more importantly, right? So those Rockets that were in the hands of FaZe are now in the hands of Cloud9. Bound somehow getting behind enemy lines, gets a free assassination, puts those Rockets to use, and now that setup that FaZe once had in Tram is completely broken. The ball is played by the middle. Falcated, he's going to be by himself, although he's got the Stalker in hand. He's got a lot of opportunity here to stay alive. If he can create some space for FaZe to come off respawn and have a better time.
That being said, if FaZe can just win their 1v1s, right? You've got 4 players who have historically won their 1v1s so often, not just in Halo Infinite, but previous iterations of Halo as well. All you have to then do is put the pieces together and start to get the objective work at the same time. It could come together for this FaZe roster. I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet, and even in the second round, they are looking better than they did in the first. It looks like they are going to be able to get a little bit more ball time if you can get away. Falcate does get away. Oh, he did, but then Penguin still finds an angle.
But they take the lead, right? That's more important than anything. If they can hold off this push, it would be massive. Unfortunately, the push is already through. The setup is broken, and now the ball is in the back of Tram. It's in the hands of Bound, and the rest of Cloud9 appear to be in position to make this setup one of their own.
Renegade does get a double elsewhere, though, and that's going to create a great opening here for FaZe to push in and potentially get this ball back in their favor, but you're going in against a Bulldog. Bound, Stalker Rifle plus Bulldog. He's in a huge position right now to deal some damage.
Yeah, Renegade goes down. Its numbers once again in the hands of Cloud9. That's Although Falcated has that ball, he's going to be forced to play it. They're going to try and catch it. Not the best catch, maybe. Some time for spawners to get off respawn, get some damage into the ball carrier, but as soon as Bound turns that corner, the more issues start to pile up for the FaZe Clan members. Rockets are up. They are trying to compete for him, but a phenomenal heads-up play for Bound as he relocates, drops the ball, decides to slave. Perfect shots from the Stalker rifle for the double. Allow Rockets to be denied more and more. Renegade tries to go for him as well. 3 members from FaZe go down at the hands of Bound with that Stalker rifle and a little bit of help from his friends. And because of it, in the meantime, the ball in the hands of Cloud9 continue to build their lead.
Cloud9 could have had a lot more ball time, but Bound prioritized focusing on those rockets, helping his team as much as possible, and in the end, they only gained about 6 seconds out of it. FaZe still got the rockets. FaZe are now getting the ball time as well. It wasn't necessarily an amazing play that came out of Bound. Sure, he hit some good shots, but the rest of the team weren't able to capitalize on the shots that he was dealing, and perhaps the ball time could have been a little bit more for them. But of course, hindsight's 2020. 45-45, we are tied up, and this is a far better round from this FaZe roster.
Absolutely. They get 3 kills as well. Last player alive is going down front the base. It was Penguin. And look at that. This is going to be 4 dead coming off respawn. Should be a nice 15 free seconds for Spartan to add up to their total as Renegade needs to find a way to apply some pressure to the respawners, make sure this ball carrier is a little bit safer than he has been all game.
Renegade getting the opening yet again for his roster. Stays alive as well, which is very important. 17 kills for Renegade at the moment. Ball still over towards Tram, and he quickly adjusts as Renegade from taking that fight initially 1v1 to then moving around to the rest of the map so he can help out teammates if they call for it.
Yeah, that ball carrier needed help though, and Spartan, he goes down. Snipe Down goes down as well in the back of Tram. Not only that, but the ball doesn't get played, and unfortunately, Renegade kind of caught out of that play as the rotations went through the B stronghold downhill, and they ended up flanking the ball carrier, and now Cloud9 with a setup of their own, starting to chip away at this lead. It's not just down to 10 points, but more importantly, Dan, the Rockets, this set that's coming up, that just came up, whoever can achieve these can almost guarantee themselves the oddball with a nice setup, and it is going to be Bound once again with the Rockets in hand, taken down, Snipe Down, taken down, Renegade, and this is going to be Cloud9 taking the lead again.
Cloud9 take the lead, and often Eco is the brain rather than brawn, but he's got 20 kills at the moment. He's the brain and the brawn, it would seem, at the moment for Cloud9. He is really performing at a level which maybe he needed to, just to make sure they win this round and don't allow FaZe back into this game. Bound now in a position to cross map and stop anyone from pushing. Spartan will fall. It's a killing spree. It's 95 points, and FaZe, unfortunately, should fall here.
Eco picks up one more for the road. Picks up the off ball, and that's going to do it. Game 1 is going to be going to Cloud9 in fairly dominant fashion. It's a 2-0. Cloud9 making a statement here. We hadn't seen them all day. Wondered how they were playing. They've been hiding in scrims. Nobody's streaming it. You wondered how the new edition of Bound was looking. Well, it's looking good to me.
Maybe one day we'll get the streams so we can, keep up to date with how they're doing coming into a tournament. But I think they like the element of unknown, don't they? They like people not knowing what their strats are, how they're performing, so they can come into these tournaments and then suddenly blow everyone else out of the water. 21 kills for Eco. Bound also performing at a top level with 19. On the flip side, a good performance from Renegade. He was able to put a lot of kills, but unfortunately just the rest of the team not quite able to keep up with the pace in that particular game. They held on in round number 2 for quite some time, but eventually Cloud9 were just able to get that bit more of structure.
Yeah, round 2 was definitely more competitive than round 1, but what I will say is, for Oddball to beat game 1, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're FaZe. With not as much time together as a team, not as much practice, Oddball is one of those game types that I really do feel the more structure, the better off you are. And right now, just taking a look at the damage, Dan, what sticks out?
1 point of damage, the difference between Bound and Renegade, which is, always going to be that comparison because they've switched teams. Well, Renegade, he out-damaged him by 1 point, but all that matters is that W at the end of the day, and Bound gets that one with the Cloud9 roster. They go 1-0 up in this series, and when I did look at that series layout, everything to me was pointing at Cloud9 taking this one. I know we don't have much to go off because these teams aren't streaming at their scrims as much, but we can also look at, what Cloud9 were good at previously, even before they had Bound, even when they did have Renegade. Like, the core 3 is still there. They are still going to be good at most of the game types they were.
Completely different dynamic on the side of FaZe, right? They have to reconsider every way that they've played the game types with the new squad around them, and clearly still trying to figure out the kinks, still trying to figure out what's the best what's the best playstyle that's going to fit these guys? As Spartan was vocalizing on Twitter, hey, I can't really understand my flow. I can't find it as of yet. Tournament time's probably not the time you're going to find that rhythm, that flow, especially against a team like Cloud9. But for this, I think you said it best coming into the series. This is nothing but great practice, great opportunity for FaZe to learn a lot about themselves, right? Because if this FaZe roster is going into Orlando like they are, they're going to want a much better showing on LAN for a lot more prize money with a lot more on the line. This is a very important tournament, don't get me wrong, but FaZe, you got to have the bigger picture in mind. Those guys won a championship at the end of the year, not a super win, which would be great. But they have to understand where they are in their careers and where they are as a team.
Yeah, and how long they've been together
yes,
as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure. I think the bare minimum, we need to see FaZe get top 8 so they can guarantee themselves pool play going into Orlando.
It would be a good start.
And then they can build from their performances. Up next is going to be Aquarius Slayer. Now, you'd think this FaZe roster and the 4 players that are on the roster, Slayer should be their best game type, right? They should all be performing in a Slayer game. But we did see them lose a Slayer to Oxygen earlier on today. So perhaps it's not going to be their best game type after all.
Yeah, I think once these guys figure it out, these are some of your best Slayer game type players in the world. Unfortunately, yeah, just against Oxygen, you lost 2 Slayers. One of them was close, one of them necessarily wasn't, but you need to try and find a way to give you some momentum going into tomorrow. I'm not quite sure if you're going to be able to beat Cloud9, but competing against Cloud9, pushing this series further into the distance, right? Getting to a game 4, getting to a game 5, even that does wonders for FaZe's confidence as they start to build momentum as a team, as a roster looking for opportunity. And opportunities usually found in the Slayer for underdogs. This is an underdog in this series, and they need to find a way to stay in this Aquarius Slayer. It would probably help if they got that camouflage top middle, because game 1, I feel like the Rockets were continuously being used by Cloud9. Even when FaZe had the Rockets for just a moment, they got assassinated, and that was a pretty ugly moment.
And those are things that are naturally going to come more so to a team that's been together longer, or 3 of the members have been together longer,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
They know how to prioritize these things. So I think that as a viewer, you've got to understand that the desk weren't beating up too much on FaZe. I think it's more so
it's
that,
tough.
You know, you look at these 4 players and you expect there to be, you know, an instant success. But there is never going to be instant success in a tournament where you are surrounded by other teams who have been practicing longer. They are also at a level where they can compete on every single map and mode now. It's not a case where this FaZe roster can just walk in and guarantee themselves top 3 just because of the names that they have on their roster. You've got to go up against guys that have been doing this for months, if not longer. But it all has to start in pool play, and that's the good thing is, right, pool play, yeah, okay, you can have some shaky results, you can then go into championship bracket, and maybe there can be things you can learn.
Yeah, I agree with you partially, right? I think, like, whenever you form a team, like, some teams just start off and naturally just hit it off, right? Some teams just naturally, their play styles work together. You're like, hey, we're meant for each other. Other teams, they do have to work on it. They do have to figure out those pieces of the puzzle, how they're going to fit together and where that's going to go. Unfortunately, for FaZe fans out there, you're the latter. Pool play, yeah, that's a great opportunity to try and find your footing. Unfortunately, with the loss to Oxygen, FaZe is going to have built themselves such a deep hole for this weekend going into tomorrow, but it can all be reconciled with a little bit of momentum built here in the Slayer. They start off with a 2-1 lead. This is what they need now more than ever. Would be a nice Slayer win on Aquarius.
Yeah, a victory in this series, and suddenly everything you've said about FaZe and we've said just gets blown out of the window, and we're saying, okay, they've gelled, it's worked, the chemistry's there, they've taken down one of the best teams in the tournament.
Juggernaut.
But it's got to happen, right? And at the moment, it's 5-3 in favor of Cloud9, and we know how good Cloud9 are at Aquarius Slayer. Historically, they've always been able to get the camouflage, they've always been able to kind of work together, do the damage, and most importantly, finish off those one-shots.
Yeah, they're just so aggressive. They know how to push their numbers, and usually it's been Renegade with these camouflages up in your face, up in your base. This time around, it's going to be Penguin. A little bit of love shared across the board now that Renegade's maybe not picking up all the power-ups, power weapons. It's kind of spread across, so life is good for a Cloud9 member as far as maybe individual's opportunity here. Penguin with some great shots, but needs to stay alive. This came out kind of being negated, and more passive play here from Cloud9 with that camouflage.
Yeah, FaZe just kind of backing off and not allowing the camo to be put to use, but eventually Stella's able to pick up 2. Stella does this a lot, by the way, on Aquarius Slayer. He sometimes
kills everything?
Yeah, he literally just finds himself bottom middle, he responds to callouts, and it'll be 1 shots, 2 shots, and he just manages to be in the right place at the right time over and over on Aquarius Slayer.
It turns out he's pretty good at killing stuff. 6-1-1 right now to kick this one off, and Stellar, you talk about chips on his shoulder. You talk about the face of this Cloud9 roster. Now that Renegade's gone, you have to think Stellar's got a lot of responsibility for this team. A lot of power up, power slaying presence on this roster. He's got to pick it up. Unfortunately, can't get that kill, but with 7 to his name in the first 2 minutes, Stellar's starting to put on a show.
And if they can build a gap here of, you know, 10 plus kills, you have to say that it's going to be near impossible for FaZe to get back into it with how structured and how amazing Cloud9 have been historically on this map. It's an 8 kill difference at the moment. Already, FaZe starting to fall behind here. They are perhaps just being caught out a little bit too slow to push off spawns at times. Again, it's to be expected in a newer team that's been formed with some of these players who have traditionally played a little bit slower, and maybe Cloud9 are looking to take advantage of that right now.
Yeah, you can see FaZe is stuck in the back of this base. They've done some great damage onto these players trying to push from Cloud9, but as kills get traded back and forth, it's going to be a 3-for-3 trade, and Cloud9's going to take that every day of the week. They're going to be able to reset the map, take that 9-kill lead, and with that, they're just looking to trade here on out. From here on out here in game 2, a great job by Penguin to stay alive there as he once again just wisely gets a player to no shield, gets himself to no shield, but understands that, hey, with this lead, the worst thing I can do is give up a free death.
Renegade trying to do what he can with the melee onto Bound.
Oh my god.
But here comes the rest of the team, and I tell you what, that's a better hold from FaZe, but
much better.
Having to hold a base is not where you want to be. It's a triple kill for Falcated. Now you've got to use your presence. Now you have to try and get some map control so that you can start to be the aggressors here onto Cloud9.
Falcated with the triple. One of the most underrated players in the scene has found himself on this FaZe roster and knows that this could be one of the best opportunities Falcated has ever had in his career. But maybe things not working out early. Does that rattle him? Does he understand that the Mamba mentality of working hard, putting it in, and good things are coming your way as long as you guys can figure it out? From that point, Cloud9 continuing to have FaZe stuck in the back of these bases, though, and that worries me, Dan, because the map control has been in Cloud9's favor just about the entire first half of this game.
You'd like to think that FaZe can look at it that way, and they will have that mentality, especially when they look at the players that are around them and what they've been able to achieve on their previous teams. But it's very easy to get disheartened when you're beaten by teams that you're expected to be taking down. But 7 kill the difference in this Slayer. Still time for FaZe to get back into it. But what Cloud9 are doing very well here, Clutch, is they are trading the kills. And if FaZe allow these trades to consistently happen, they're never going to be catching up.
No, but Falcated's doing his part here, picking up a couple of unanswered kills on his life. Unfortunately, those dynamo grenades, they weren't recycled by the FaZe members. Although Falcated was staying in the area trying to recycle them, it was Cloud9 that got to him, put him to work, and extended the lead back to 7.
Love that from Bound as well, knowing full well the timing of the dynamo grenades, nading the dynamo grenade spawn so that he can pick up free damage, assuming that someone was going to be there, and lo and behold, they were, because we know how powerful the dynamo grenades are and how much damage they can do when you get hold of them.
Still a 7-kill game now. FaZe have done solid trades in some of these disadvantageous positions, but we haven't seen FaZe on the offense as of yet, and Stellar's going to be in their closet. I'm not quite sure they know he's here. They found out he's able to take down one before he gets removed, and with grenades coming through, it's more trades that are only going to favor Cloud9 with this 7-kill lead.
33-26, 7 kills the difference. FaZe still just about in it. Let's see what the communication is like on how they get back into this game with an Astro listening.
Blue high hall.
He's shocking us, Eric. He's above us.
There's shocks. Car 3. I'm trying to look, John.
Pink 1, he dropped pink 1.
Car 3, guys, car 3. Our connector.
P2 chasing me.
One shot, heat wave. One shot, heat wave.
Blue P pushing. Good trade. There's another guy blue P.
I got killing pink 2 as well. Pink 2 and in the closet.
John, just live, bro. Nice.
On me, a P door. On me.
Yeah, he just pushed P door.
I'm pushing pink 2 to get an angle.
They're probably gonna fly at us. Yeah. Heat waves on me, guys.
Blue window weak.
Blue pink, one shot eco. One shot eco, blue pink.
Oh, I killed the heat wave guy. Died.
One shot eco, back flag.
No one back.
Camel's up, guys.
Stellar weak window.
Yellow window as well.
Stellar one shot blue Uto. I naded high hall.
That's not you on.
I'm nading yellow car. They're just shooting over me.
Yellow Uto,
yellow car.
I'm behind him. I'm behind yellow.
I hear that. Bound.
They're just looking for me.
Yellow Uto.
Come here.
Hot middle. This guy's gonna go for Camo.
Yeah,
look at Camo.
A little bit of frustration, a little bit of just like calling out where the enemy team is. Not enough like soul communication between the boys on the FaZe roster, and that's not something you wanted to hear. As you can tell, the score is pretty much reciprocating the communication we heard Frustrating moments for FaZe. 46-31, Cloud9 in favor now. 4 kills to go. And on the side of FaZe, Dan, you got to figure out ways to have that small talk in order to have a little bit more success in these close quarter combats.
Yeah, maybe listening at the worst time for FaZe anyway as players, because I think you heard the frustration, you heard they were a little bit dejected and down because they started to let the game slip away from them. And it's hard not to be dejected and down when you kind of accept your fate. You know full well Cloud9 are most likely going to win this Slayer. You could hear Renegade saying, yeah, they're probably going to fly at us. He knows. Renegade's been on this team. He knows what this Cloud9 roster can do. And as soon as Cloud9 were given the opportunity, they got aggressive. They took the lead by 10 kills, and now they are not looking back.
Yeah, just 2 kills to go, 12 on the side of FaZe, and right now Cloud9 with map control as well. They've had it all game. Why wouldn't they end the game? A nice kill from Snipe down, and Renegade picks up 1, so it could get interesting with a couple more rounds of slays. But Falcata caught out front the base. You have to think that damage is not going to let him get away, but Smarty picks up another one. Snipe down, Renegade find 1. All of a sudden, 48-43. Never say never, but this predictive nade on the Falcata could be where it all goes wrong. Eco trying to fend off this push. The entire FaZe roster comes through the door, and they make it a 48-44 game.
49-44. Maybe the comms are getting a little bit better, but with that 49th, surely the 50th is just around the corner, which it is. And even though it was a great fight back in the final moments for FaZe, it's still not enough to get them within touching distance of that game. And it means Cloud9 go 2-0 up. Also, shout out, they've all got the Cloud9 skins. I did notice some of the other teams did not all have the skins, right? You've got to be looking the part if you're going to be on these squads. Yeah, absolutely. But an amazing performance from C9. Sure, it looked a little bit shaky at the end, but I think when you have a 10-kill advantage like that, it's just a matter of when rather than if.
Good things towards the end of the game for FaZe if you're talking about things to walk away with as well, but I mean, Dan, it was just a lack of map control throughout the entire game for FaZe. Once again, right? It's so difficult to try and trade efficiently when you do not have that map control, especially on Aquarius, where we continuously saw Cloud9 pushing into the closet, controlling that, and then trapping them at the flag, and then eventually finding an opening pick in order to push into the base and try and trade out efficiently. Cloud9, once again, I mean, you said it perfectly. Renegade knew what was going to happen the second that Cloud9 had control, got the first pick. He knew exactly where Cloud9 was coming in from, what they were going to do. You can't stop it once it gets to that point. You got to get some map control before then in order to try and combat that strategy.
Well, Renegade did match the damage of his previous team, but it's not able to get them over the finishing line. Penguin, though, taking the plaudits, the 4.9k damage. I was talking about Stella getting those kills, but it's not usually Stella doing all of the damage. He's the one who's finishing off that damage. I mean, he still did 4.3k, don't get me wrong, but Penguin, being that incredible player that he has been for quite some time, maybe another underrated player. We say this quite a lot because it's very easy for us to focus on those main slayers, the renegades of the world, right? But everyone on this Cloud9 roster deserves the history that they've been able to achieve, the championships, of course, that they've been able to win as well. And I'm very excited to see what they can do as this tournament goes on. But as we do look back at the highlights, Wes, you touched on it perfectly. The amount of times we saw FaZe backed into the flag, trying to fight out of their base. How different could it have been if they had found that momentum we saw in the final stages of the game, if they had that at the start of the game?
Yeah, they got to figure out a way to get some map control, some kind of presence, some kind of space. Or it seems like Cloud9, when they get that kind of control, they're going to smother you into the back of the base. And when they're going to collect those dynamo grenades, put them to use, and by that time, it's almost too little too late. On the side of FaZe, you got to create space a lot quicker coming off your spawn, but that's an easy conversation for those guys to have, and a mindset that can literally, in this middle of a series, shift if they are able to recognize that that's the issue. Unfortunately, we talk about their play styles flashing just a little bit as of yet. I think that some of these players are going to have to take a little bit more risk, be a little bit more aggressive, and with those, create some opportunities for the rest of the team that are coming off spawn to have a little bit more space to play around.
Well, you talk about taking risks, and maybe FaZe now have nothing to lose. You're going into a game 3, you're already 2-0 down. It's Stronghold's live fire, which typically can be a very fast-paced game type. Bad news for FaZe is Cloud9 are usually very good at this game type as well. When I looked at the series layout, I was thinking that if we get to the game 3 and it's already 2-0, maybe we're looking at a clean sweep and a 3-0. But if FaZe start taking risks, if these players are able to suddenly get these kills and the rest of the team then capitalize on it, they get some of that momentum we saw in the final stages of the game, I do still think there is life in this FaZe roster. I know it's difficult if you're a FaZe fan right now to have that belief after what we've seen today, but you've got to just look at the 4 players that are on this team. Look at some of the moments we've seen in those final stages of the game, and it is there. It's just a matter of when it's going to happen, because certainly, surely it has to happen eventually at Clutch.
Yeah, you got to take a look at individuals, and everybody's got to step up, right? The teamwork's not there. You got to start trying to use the buddy system in order to accomplish some of your goals. But, I mean, if you're talking individuals, Sparty and Snipetown have had fairly quiet series up until this point. I'm looking at those two to really step up statistically, start finding some one-on-ones and winning some one-on-ones. And as I say that, Bound, he put Snipetown down, and that's just unfortunately been the story so far throughout this series.
I do think it's Spartan and Snipetown. I almost sounded Scottish then. Snipetown! They have to make the biggest adjustments to their playstyle to kind of fit around Falcate and Renegade, who are playing in a way and succeeding in a way that maybe Spartan and Snipetown are going to take a couple of events, or maybe just one event, to find their footing in this team. Bound has got Overshield and Heatwave and a Sniper Rifle. He's literally got everything you could possibly dream of. No scope connects with one, but eventually does go down.
Too many targets for him to try and focus on, although 3 go down. Snipetown's the last guy alive. He's top tower. He's no shield. He's able to stay alive a little bit longer, find the kill before he gets taken down. But the push from Cloud9 is too strong, and this is where it gets difficult, Dan. You're going to be able to flip the map. Right now, if you're Cloud9, you're going to give up A, but the pressure is going to be on you quickly.
That's what Cloud9 were always good at on this game type, flipping that map, pressuring at the right times, pushing and taking control of a stronghold when they are required to. B is going to be focused here from FaZe. So now Cloud9 have 2 decisions to make. They can leave it and possibly go to A and then try and pinch. It looks like they spawn over towards C. So now we're going to see whether they try and focus A or the B stronghold here.
Falcate wins a massive 1v1, but as soon as they get control, Bound's going to give his team numbers advantage. For now, it's a 4-2 advantage as Sparty tries to make his way out of big door. Bound's going to try and knock him down. Gets him to no shield. This should be an easy kill for the rest of Cloud9 to try and pick up. They're going to be able to transfer B over. And with Overshield coming up in 10 seconds, the question is, will Cloud9 opt to keep B, or are they going to try and push for this Overshield and get a little greedy?
And what Cloud9 did well there is they didn't just throw themselves towards B, over towards the dirt area, but instead they pushed and controlled top middle. 4 dead for FaZe. A now can go in control. Overshield also going to be in the hands of Stellar, and all the pieces are starting to be put together. Total control, and they know the spawns now as well. If Bound could have stayed alive, it would have been perfect.
That would have been nuts. You know he was going for the slide to get out of dodge quickly, but he couldn't quite keep his shield high enough to be able to pull that one off. But Cloud9, they're going to be satisfied with the BC hold for now. They have Overshield to play around as well. You can see Renegade opting to try and push Bruce out of the map. Falcated's on his way to help him. A snipe down top middle. This is a real opportunity at a FaZe push that could be very successful. I don't think Cloud9 have the numbers to defend tower here. And as I say that, somehow Stellar gets into a position, finds a couple of kills, denies that push from ever being a reality of a success, and he puts the members of FaZe back on spawn once again.
I tell you what, Bound has been really impressive. When you consider the pressures that would be on him in this tournament, especially going up against your old team, he has not let that phase him whatsoever. No pun intended on that one. 141-18, total control, and we're starting to look at the beginning of the end already of this map. This is what Cloud9 do. They pummel their opponents into the ground when they have control.
You're starting to see the beginning of the Bound career in front of us. This kid is a superstar, and for him to find his way, somehow, someway, he has found his way onto Cloud9, a championship level roster, and he is starting to shine as bright as ever, right? We saw glimpses of it on FaZe where he would pop off. Well, now he's surrounded by players that we would all consider to be as good or better than him, and look at what he's able to do now that he's given the biggest opportunity of his life. He's starting to pop off 9-4-4.
I know full well Bound will be adding Renegade to his Christmas card list because Renegade has given Bound such an amazing opportunity to be on this roster. As you say, I don't think Bound could have ever dreamed of getting a shot like this this soon in his career. I know that he had some amazing achievements previously, and we've already seen that potential, but as you say, to get onto a championship winning team is such an amazing opportunity. Right, in this game though, 40 seconds now on the board for FaZe. They are giving themselves the chance to potentially come back into it, but an overshield in the hands of Stellar means that this is going to be very difficult for them to have any control.
Sparty wants to hit the repulsor onto him off the map, but couldn't quite get the angle. Because of it, Stellar makes his life difficult. Eventually, that overshield does get taken care of, so Sparty does a good job to just buy some time, make himself a nuisance there back tower. But in the meantime, Dan, I mean, if you take a look at the score, although it was momentarily in control of FaZe, It's 174 to 42. It's starting to get ugly. It's a 130-point lead.
ANC in control, and this is the pinch tactic that I was talking about a little bit earlier. They are going to now force FaZe to go one of two ways. FaZe are looking like they're going to prioritize C. So now it's a decision made for Cloud9. Do we take that fight? Yes, they do. They take the fight at C. They keep them at B, and eventually they will collapse, take B away from them, potentially get total control, and then the rest will be history at that point.
Yeah, look at how just pressured FaZe are off their spawn. You can't even get out of green if you're Spartan and the trip cap. You know how bad Cloud9 like to push in. Sparty's able to do a lot of damage. He's able to find a kill, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. Cloud9 overwhelm B. They're going to take B into their own hands, and with a CB hold, they're going to be very satisfied with the situation. Snipetown doing a good job to get behind enemy lines there to find a kill, but he's got more work to do if he wants to transfer a stronghold over.
Gets behind enemy lines, but elsewhere strongholds are being taken, and then he eventually goes down. And that was all he could do, unfortunately, because Snipetown was the last remaining player. A and C has been flipped in favor of FaZe, but because they have sent numbers to both strongholds, they are going to be weak depending on where Cloud9 push here. Cloud9 take A, and Cloud9 are still scoring. They are 50 points away from taking this series.
Yeah, at what point are we going to start talking about the conversation about what does Bound bring to this Cloud9 roster that maybe Renegade didn't? Because right now, Cloud9 looking extremely strong. It's going to be a long weekend for them. But as they go up against the Optic Gamings of the world, as they go up against the Sentinels of the world, if they have this same level of success, we could be talking about a new dynasty.
Here's a better question. What doesn't Bound bring to this roster, right? Everything we've seen since Pro Series, when Bound was first introduced, first trialed, he has been everything but, he's been incredible. He has really stood out, and you've got to have a roster sometimes to allow you to play in that way, and he really has fit in such an amazing position that does mean this roster suddenly becomes championship winning potential once more. Still time for FaZe to get back into it, but at this point, it's looking very unlikely.
223 to 55, and although FaZe have momentary control of A and B, they're going to need some slays along with it if they want to even amount a minor comeback here. And you can see Bound, he's deciding to go all the way around. He's going to hop into A, and this is not a predicted push. Snipetown gets shot in the back, and with that, look at how quickly Bound is able to get into a stronghold, apply pressure to multiple other members of FaZe. 3 down for FaZe, and if Falcated can't stay alive and make a superstar play, you're going to be looking at a 3-0 for Cloud9.
No superstar play happening, but Bound will get aggressive, make sure he secures that kill, and gets another one onto Snipetown. Secures B, continues to score to Cloud9, and as we said, I think this was inevitable at this point. A victory parade starts to begin for Cloud9 because they are only 10 points out.
The pull play parade, it's a famous play from Dan Gaskin himself.
You know it.
It's a 3-0 with 8 more points on the board. Cloud9, you know they want to end this one. They probably have reservations at Chili's. It's just a Friday night, but you know Penguin loves his Chili's.
I've never been, but maybe one day I'll get to join someone, and maybe they'll take me. But 249 ticks over to 250, and it is a 3-0 for Cloud9 in pool play. I've said that before, and I'm saying it again, even though it was against this FaZe roster, this potential God Squad that was formed but hasn't quite found their footing just yet. A monster mash, as it was potentially described as the desk at one point, and maybe they are not quite far off. But I will say this is the beginning, and maybe there is still a lot to be said about what FaZe can do as a roster, but I just don't think today was their day.
Now, I think we step back from the FaZe conversation and we wait for them to show us what they're capable of. Over time, they'll be able to tell us. But for now, let's talk about the greatness that is Cloud9. They're on a roll, they look good, and we've seen Optic play today, we've seen Sentinels play today, and we've seen Cloud9 play today. And Cloud9, they may look like the best team here today so far, and it's a long weekend. The level of consistency has to be brought across the weekend for them to have a championship at the end of the day. But I mean, Bound looks like he's a phenomenal addition. They knew exactly what they were doing when they picked this kid up. 18, 8, and 9 in game 3.
And I'm gonna bet my bottom dog that he had a lot of damage as well, because Bound, 5.4k. He was the standout player, and Cloud9 really were incredible. And I will say that I think sometimes in pool play days we don't learn very much, because often we get 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. We don't necessarily get teams that are kind of 3rd and 4th performing well, but this day of pool play has had a little bit of everything. It has been so difficult to predict, but one thing we have learned is I think we have inevitably 3 teams at the very top. We've got Cloud9, we've got Sentinels, we've got Optic, and then there's everyone else who will be competing for 4th to 8th. But where do those 3 teams land in 1st to 3rd, I still think is yet to be decided, and I think you're right. Cloud9 have looked incredible from what we've seen.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why we play the game, right? Best of 5 still yet to be played, and I think any of those 3 teams could take the weekend from how they have all looked. For the rest of the pack, it's a matter of where do they fall in line. Can they somehow create an upset against one of these 3 juggernauts? If they're able to do it, I'll be shocked, to be honest, from how strong those 3 have looked, but I'm excited to see how the cards are going to play out.
Very excited, and it was a Cloud9 dominant performance as we've seen so many times in pool play history. Unfortunately for FaZe, it is not going to be that kind of Cinderella story. It's not going to be the instant click, the instant chemistry that perhaps they were thinking and hoping they would have, and maybe the FaZe fans were hoping for as well. But someone, or some people on the desk who were predicting this one to happen was, of course, Lottie, Onset, and Bravo. We'll jump over to them and see what they thought about that series.
Thank you so much, fellas. Yeah, we certainly were. It was a bit of a monster mess, but I've got to say, what a monster series from Cloud9. The true monsters that have come out to play really here. What one-sided series that we just saw from the Cloud9 lads. And I've got to say, you know, really big things for them. And with Bound, I felt like a lot of the time when I was looking at that screen and I was looking at his POV, it really reminded me of Renegade, what he was trying to do and achieve and accomplish for the team. You know, really prioritizing power weapons and power-ups and being the first guy there, but utilizing them and using them so effectively, getting incredible slays across the board. It was very Renegade type play from him. And I think Bound, looking that good now, when we know that he has growing to do, that is terrifying.
I think there's only a few players in Halo Infinite who play with almost this element of disrespect to who they're playing against. It doesn't matter who they are, they just see it as like a matchmaking player in front of them, and they play the same way, whether it's a scrim, matchmaking, tournament. And I think you look at Renegade historically, you look at Frosty, and you look at Bound. They just have this carelessness about almost the way they play. They do not care who they are playing against. They are going to go forward. I mean, there was a point where we were watching and Bound picked up Overshield and Snipe, and there were 4 dead. He saw 1 spawner and just ran at them. There's 4 players back tower, and he was just like, I don't care. He backed himself. In his head, he's thinking, I've got a sniper and Overshield. I'm going to just no-scope everyone and kill them all. Like, that's how he plays, and it's so kind of invigorating as a team to know you've got a player who's going to do that, because it just creates so much opportunity for you to capitalize on. He played great.
He certainly did indeed, and I'll tell you what, it's thrown a little bit of a spanner in the works for FaZe, but I'm going to throw a spanner in the works right now, because we're going to have a look at Game 5 happening. E-United versus Native.
What?
Yes.
This is happening?
This is happening, folks. E-United versus Native, Game 5, we're going to go straight into it. Do you fancy a little bit of a tri-cast / me kind of not really cast and just watch and listen to how amazing you guys are?
We're tri-casting with you.
I was sold on tri-cast.
Yeah, we're doing a lot.
Okay, all right, we're doing
There's
well, I'll tell you
no
what,
way.
off here, Game 5, and actually we are not just in Game 5, we are heavily in Game 5 with Native leading 31-27.
Yeah, I mean, the NA Super has been fun. That's all I would say so far. We've had reverse sweeps, we've had Game 5s. Andy could not look more confused right now if he tried. Someone is going to have to actually prove to him that this series has occurred. But, I mean, this is nuts.
And I'll tell you why there is a lead here. King J is popping off. This guy is destroying 16, 5, and 6. Hello?
I mean,
he almost has double the kills
17.
of anyone on E-United. I mean, this is absolutely crazy, especially after he double kill, by the way, on screen for King J. He's going to pick up another one, killing spree for him. They're up by 4. Let's keep in mind, I mean, when we were questioning E-United, yes, in games 1 and 2 against Complexity, and it's been a long time since that series, but we did not expect to see Native here in Game 5 leading E-United at this stage. I thought E-United had bounced back, but what a great series here from the likes of Kratos, Mines, King J, and Piggy.
I mean, folks at home, welcome to the King J show. It is 18 kills for him. I'm a little bit surprised.
Now he does have double.
He didn't. I was going to say, it was a little bit surprising not to see him actually pick up those final kills there with the sword and the camo combo. But look at just what happened in the game. Let's take ourselves out of the moment for just a few seconds. It's 37-35, 36, and that was a fresh 4 dead there for E-United, managing to pick up all of the kills that they needed to. Native losing all of those players in quick succession. Now it's just a 1-kill game. Make it 2 as Kratos picks up a double, but I mean, what a swing around it's been.
You see right there, Manny managing to actually just take King J out of the mix there, especially after grabbing the shock rifle, going into bat ledge, manages to catch him out. But something that I'm noticing pretty early on is that it seems that Native are controlling a lot of the toys on the map, and that's going to be a huge problem for E-United if they want to get back into the mix.
See how Manny plays this. Repulsor versus Repulsor battle there. It's a big win for Manny, and just like that, game stays within 2, but this is a wild finish down to the wire here between these two, 39-40.
1 kill the difference, and now we are seeing the game come to a standstill, although Rain decides that he wants to maybe just speed things up a little bit. A little double kill coming in from Rain towards the end of the game is going to tie this one up on 41-all. Look at the game clock, by the way. I've only just noticed this. There's only like 20 seconds left in the game. Who's got shock rifle? Whoever has shock rifle, we need to go to their point of view right now if it is on the map, because that could be the difference maker. Thank you, Observer. It's the best in the game. It's Kratos, and what a story this would be if this man could hit a shot right now.
Who else? Keep in mind, we will go to OT if the score is tied here in regulation. 4 seconds left.
4 seconds remaining. Is Kratos going to be brave? Is he going to try and make a play? We go into 3 minutes of overtime now. He's having a little peek around the corners. Seeing if there's a Harry Potter under the stairs. There's no one to be found, though.
Cover's a dangerous place to hide in a situation like this. You don't want a shock rifle coming in through that door.
You proud of me, by the way?
I am very proud of you for that reference. 2:40 left on the clock, and not surprised to see both teams slow it down.
J!
Picks up another one, 42-41. But not surprised to see both teams not peak right there with 4 seconds left, right? Let's let 3 minutes go. Let's let that be added to the clock. They don't want to come down to a last-second play here, so this will now go the distance, all tied up 42-42.
I mean, one of the biggest villains historically in the Halo Championship Series has got a chance to make himself a hero now for his team. And this would really put a spanner in the works, not only as far as the series and maybe some predictions are concerned, but of course for the pool as well. This could really change the dynamics, but now we have 2 minutes left on that game clock. Kratos still has the shock rifle in his hand, but E-United not showing it.
It would also be so E-United to let this go down to the wire, still win it, and then still, of course, perform very well over the course of the weekend and act like it never happened, because that's exactly what this team does, right? They might have some tough series here and there, but then they just go on with amazing performances. But 1:43 left, 42-42.
I'm looking to see a special E-United push here. A Ryan Noob special coming up with something, obviously coming down to the clock.
He's working on it right now. He's working on it.
It needs to happen, and I've got to say, if it's going to be anyone, E-United are going to do it.
Right now, the numbers, the zeros and ones, is all that Ryan Noob sees right now.
Yeah, it's the hangover meme. It really is the full gift from the hangover. That's all being calculated by Ryan Noob. He's getting something spicy.
Oh my god, they tried it as well. That was such a good play. So Rain was peeking, trying to bait out the shot, trying to bait out Kratos. Then the nades came in. But again, somehow, looks like Native do survive this. Now there's a little bit of a push maybe being formulated. Maybe they're showing one way. Manny's going to be left on his own for a second. 60 seconds left. The camo's up though.
This is big here, this moment. As you say, 50 seconds left on the clock. Does Ryan Noob try to go for it? I didn't think so from Mangler Pit. We'll see if they try to make a play.
Look at Mines. He's trying to make that play.
Hey, what is he?
What is he doing? What is he doing? He gets taken down. He tried to make a play. They knew the camo was coming up, so they tried to apply some sort of pressure. But now United just retreat back into tower and say, "We got the lead."
I think he wanted to grapple the 2 stacks and then grapple the camo. I think that was the play that he had in mind. And now 44-42, like we said, how E-United would it be to close it out in a way like this?
Managed to pick up the shot. They're taking down Kratos. They have the sword. This is now an E-United game. I do not see Native being able to close this one out, especially with only 15 seconds left. They can't even get across the map. It's Kratos, the man who is closest. With 10 seconds left and a shock rifle in the hands of E-United and the sword. Manny picks up another one. There's too much to do here for Native. A heck of a series, a heck of a showing from them, but E-United, like you say, will hold on for now.
44-47, I believe, will be the final score. In the end, we'll see it pop up. Yes. 47-44 to 3-kill margin there. E-United will close it out. And like I said, that they just put together the final plays, and they're going to forget about this series. They're going to go on and probably perform very well this weekend, put this on the back burner. But, I mean, you got to look at the play from Mines there. You got to look at, and not just Mines, of course, the entire play call that came in from Native didn't work out, did not pay off, and they tried to. I think they were trying to get to double stack to grapple the overshield, to grapple the camo, maybe make a play off of that. And they went all in on the play, and it didn't work.
No, it didn't work at all. And I think, honestly, E-United were prepared for that, right? They were prepared for them to have to make the play. They had the shock rifle. They had everything that was in their arsenal to be able to use. It was their call, really, right? If you're going to make a play, you want the shock rifle in your hand to do so, especially at a kind of tie game like that. And I think Ryan Noob and co were ready for that. They were ready for something to be happening, and they knew how to combat it. And lucky for them, they had a really epic break there, obviously gaining the kind of leading kills and the momentum. And very E-United-esque, isn't it?
It is.
It was about as E-United as you can get.
I'm not gonna lie.
To win a game in that way.
I'd be screaming right now if I was King J. 20 and 9?
Yeah, it's big numbers. Big numbers.
I'd be screaming.
Especially against a team like United.
Yeah.
It's big numbers.
Not easy.
Not big enough, though, was it?
All right.
Well,
King J, you're amazing. Sorry.
Perhaps not, but
You know,
29
didn't get the
is
job
a pretty exceptional scoreline against United. But at the end of the day, it does prove another point we've been harping on about on the desk is teamwork. I can't even say it. Teamwork makes the dream work, and that's really all you need when it comes to Halo Infinite is fantastic teamwork and also very individually skilled players as well. But gents, that was a bit of fun. A little bit of a spanner in there.
Yeah.
Try cast. Made it happen on the desk.
I was going to say, there's.
Thanks for bringing us in.
Yeah, I've just lost my job.
Thanks a lot. We lose jobs all the
You
time.
two do great together. I'll tell you, you'll be fine. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I'll stay on the desk.
double color casting would be fantastic. Just storytelling, right?
We would just hang out. Like, it'd be fine.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't actually get anything done, to be fair.
That's true. And while I actually have you on, we are hanging out. Should we have a look at the Cloud9 replays from
Why not?
Some highlights.
And the series? Yeah, because let's go
Why
back to
not?
actually what we were talking about previously, apart from that little bit of a stoppage time on that Game 5 there that we just saw. But I mean, an exceptional series out of Cloud9 here. And we talked about Bound and how he's fitting in just so perfectly as this puzzle piece to Cloud9. And really, you know, I think there's a lot of questions around this roster, right? Renegade leaving left a pretty big hole in the heart of this team, but it's been filled very, very well.
One thing that impressed me with the way that Cloud9 actually approached this is maybe not enough credit is actually given to that core three with everything that happened around Renegade. They were so quick to make a decision. It's like, okay, you don't want to play this? Well, that's it. That's the door closed now. Where there's no way you're coming back. We're going to go out and we're going to find ourselves a player to join this roster to complete us, and we're going to get back to work. And I think if you're looking at the way that they've gone about their business, I think the Cloud9 should actually be commended on the actual, you know, decisions they made. And obviously Bound has stepped up to the plate and he's working extremely well with this lineup. But you've got to put yourself in Cloud9's position, right? You've won 2 events this year, and arguably one of your best players turns around and goes, you know, I want to go and look for pastures new. Like that's a tough thing. A lot of teams would have been going, oh no, we want you back. Come on, like it's not that bad, and whatever it might be. We don't know the exact reasons behind everything. You know, we're not speaking to these guys every single day. We can only kind of theorize, and I actually commend, you know, the trust that Cloud9 had in each other to make that decision, and it is an extremely brave one that's working for them.
It really is a brave decision, and I tell you what, if the core three of any team are going to do it, it's definitely going to be Cloud9, and how incredible they certainly are at the game, and I think also teaching the game and putting it into the hands of I think honestly a player that they trust, and that is with Bound. We can see right now though, the pools have been updated, and with that final Game 5, I believe the scores are on the board. We do have that Pool D, that pool of death, which is absolutely wild, and the tiebreakers are in that order, so G2 Esports will round off that pool.
I could not have predicted Pool D to end up like that.
Yeah.
Nope. Even if I was trying to be crazy and wrong, I still wouldn't have guessed that one.
Gaskin, I wouldn't say he necessarily predicted it, but Gaskin did mention how nuts that Pool D potentially was going to get.
Right, he probably told you he predicted like that too, but he absolutely didn't.
This is true.
I mean, yeah, probably. You know, just
don't believe
Pioneers, though, what a rough day for them. I mean, there's a couple of teams who have had rough days, right? And I look at Pioneers, and I think I look at some of the big changes that happened between teams, right? And you see 2 players coming in, 2 players going out. Pioneers exchanged 1 player, and I thought Nick going to that team was going to be a really, really solid move for them. Well, today's been tough for them, because I'm looking at Pool D and you're looking at that group, and Pioneers made that change based on they want to break out of that 4th to 6th placement they found themselves in all year. They want to push themselves to that next level. It might take a little bit of time, but with the core 3 staying together, adding a player like Nick, that's a tough day. I think arguably out of most of the teams we see on that page right now, I think it's probably one of the toughest days overall.
Certainly, them and FaZe were the 2 to stick out as really the toughest results so far, that were the, you know, perhaps the least suspected given the rosters on paper.
Indeed, I did actually say all scores were on the board. They're not. Actually, Sentinels are currently still in a series against Complexity. They're up 2-1, so they still have a little ways to go if they want to round out their Pool A with a 3-0 win there. Complexity, they need to fight back. It's now or never. But looking pretty good here. Complexity obviously not going to be finishing top 2 if they don't take this one against Sentinels. If they do, it will go to a tie. We'll figure that one out if it happens. There's so many different potentials here as well. But I'm excited about G1. You know, I'm excited to see where this team end up heading into tomorrow. You know, looking on the side of the winners bracket, and about how far they're going to go, especially when they go up against other teams here. They had Optic Gaming, you know, the favourites coming into this online NA Super. What are they going to look like against Sentinels? What are they going to look like against Cloud9? You know, there's so many questions to ask with this G1 roster.
Okay, I'm gonna get real with everyone.
Okay.
Here. I was very excited about this G1 roster coming to this event. What they've done online have been really impressive. It seemed like all of the things they were trying to do were coming together, right? And they look like all of a sudden we have a new challenger approaching. Maybe in a month's time we might see them really challenging some of these top teams. I was very disappointed with their performance against Optic. I thought that they were not on the same level whatsoever. It seemed like they were a completely different class, Optic, and I was expecting more from G1. I think it might have been a bit of an awakening for them when it gets to tournament play. We're now learning that tournaments, as I always say, are like completely different situation, completely different environment to what we see in scrims and everything else that goes on online. And I gotta be honest, I expected more from G1. I was a little bit disappointed today.
On the flip side of that, I don't think we were able to take too much from that because of how quick Optic was, right? They were not just hitting the damage, but it felt like they were every single second on top of that damage and then executing on those kills, and it was too dead for G1 the entire series. So I think I need to see a little more G1 tomorrow to understand exactly where they are.
Yeah, without a doubt, and you kind of saw that coming through the assist stats as well, you know, on the side of Optic, just unbelievable team kills coming forward, so much damage, like you said, and so many cleanups as well, so really incredible team push and team effort coming in from Optic, and that's going to be very hard to stop this weekend, so I'm really excited to see both of these teams perform as well. But tomorrow, we're going to head into the winners bracket, and let's pull this one up. I'm excited to see where our teams are settled down, and can you believe your eyes, folks? Quarterfinals, Oxygen Esports, right at the top of that winners bracket here.
What a day for them.
Taking down FaZe. I mean, we haven't even really talked about them because we haven't seen them on our screens, but off camera and off screen for us, they took down FaZe in a game 5, and FaZe obviously also being taken down by Cloud9. What are you expecting out of Oxygen Esports?
I mean, the sky's the limit for them, right? I mean, they're going to be on Cloud9 with puns everywhere at the moment. You know, these teams, they seem to know what they're doing with their branding. But, I mean, what a performance from them. They're going to feel like they can take on anyone in the world right now. And you also look at, you know, we've got the G3 derby, you've got G2 taking on G1, which is always a lot of fun.
In the winners bracket, they will always play each other. G1 and G2 just attracted to each other like magnets. And playing again.
G2 looked great today. Barcode, I mean, we need to give some, not enough love, even though we've been going on about it the whole time, has been given to Barcode, because I cannot explain how difficult it is to move across the world, join a professional roster,
At 19.
At 19, a lot of expectation on you.
Yes.
And also, let's just remember that Barcode, with all due respect to the ANZ region, which is a great region, you know, a lot of talent there, it is a completely different level here in North America.
Yeah.
And the confidence this man plays with, he's just, the shots he was hitting today, the way he's moving around the map, it is top level professional play. And I think Barcode, a lot of love to you, my friend. You've been proving the decision to get you on this roster from G2 completely correct.
Yeah, and also great news for G2, right? Because the way that the Sab, Gilk, and Straight Stick have been playing all season, right? I think they've been looking for that final mix of how can we capitalize on the great gameplay we have, on the damage that we have, and I think they're clicking and they're gelling really good, so excited to see what they do on Saturday for sure.
They are indeed. Barcode looks like an NA staple right now. I'm excited to see what he brings to day 2, because he's not looking very nervous, to say the least. He's looking very confident. But I'm also confident in some of our teams, even though they're in the elimination bracket. Let's pull it up and find out who they are, because unfortunately it didn't go their way in pool play. But they do have a second chance, another tournament live to get through here as well. Pioneers, I've got to say, being in round 1 versus Arsenal as well.
Arsenal are winning the whole event, everybody. That's all I have to say. Won 2-0 today. The players got together, just picked up 4 players. I think it's Zinchenko, Xhaka, Gabriel Jesus, and William Saliba will be the
Well, I'll tell you what,
nobody here gets this in
English
North
football aside, I've got to say, I'm actually very shocked about Pioneers being where they are. I'm very shocked about the results that they've seen today as well, Bravo. Where do they go from here?
That's an enormous question, and I think they need to really regroup here because they've had such an incredible season that has been on a slow uptick, right? We saw them early pro series, it was top 6s. Then we eventually saw them, top 8s. Then we eventually saw them breaking top 6s. So this will be undoubtedly their biggest mental test, right? To instead find themselves in the elimination bracket in a place they did not expect to find themselves going into Saturday. They're going to need to dig deep and they're going to need to see what they're all about here. What does the rest of their season look like?
And just look at FaZe as well. I mean, with all due respect to the teams on that side of the bracket, that could be a chance for FaZe to get reps under the belt and all of a sudden find a bit of
start to make a run.
Find something that clicks, because it was missing today, but more games means more practice, more time to work things out.
It's certainly going to take some time to figure that out. I'm hoping that is, tomorrow. I'm hoping the time is then, and we do see that FaZe roster kind of figure things out. I think I have been told that we do have the final pools results. So check this out. Well, there you go. Sentinels, they will actually round things off in their pool 3-0. They will be going forward in the winners bracket with absolute ease. What are you giggling
I'm just,
about?
it just makes me laugh. I'm like, Sentinels 3-0, Cloud9 3-0, Optic Gaming 3-0, Pool D.
Pool D.
God knows what happens. Anything could have happened, and it really did.
A hot mess.
Yeah, it just looks, it's crazy.
It is. Pool D is a hot mess, to be fair, but we love a bit of a hot mess. We like keeping it interesting. I do like the 3-0s, trust me, it's great. Fantastic results for some of our top teams there, but I do like a little bit of a mix-up, a shake-up or two.
The Space Station had to be in there as well, didn't they?
Of course,
Space Station is the most unpredictable
you gotta put
team
Space Station in
possible.
that
Like, they went on that, what's the Pro Series, they were just destroying everybody, and then the next week we're like, we're a Space Station, they're like, oh, they lost.
Did they beat
like top 12 or
Pioneers
something. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what happens with Space Station, but they're fun to watch.
They did. I have confirmation. They did beat Pioneers.
We gotta go watch that series.
I need to go watch that series without a doubt. I think it's going to shape tomorrow. And talking about tomorrow, let's shape it up for you. Let's have a look at the schedule, see what is coming our way as we do get into that championship bracket. Kicking things off, we have our winners quarterfinals. We have that one actually straight after as well, and then we get into the semi-finals of the winners bracket, and then our elimination rounds. We have both 3 and 4 to get through. And it means one thing, folks. Somebody is going home in each of those rounds, and somebody is going to be continuing their Cinderella story forward. And I'm here for it. I love a Cinderella story. I love an incredible elimination bracket run, especially if you can go right from the beginning of the rounds too. Get all the way through. It is a pioneer thing to do.
It would be very, very Pioneers to make a run like that, and especially if, just like Mark was saying earlier, if they can find the reps, right? Maybe find a little bit of heart and dig deep to run through that bracket, they can do it. But I think first they're going to have to just settle the nerves a bit and realize, okay, Saturday's a new day. Let's make sure we focus up.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of focus from all of our teams here. But I tell you what, it's time we get out of here. We've got to let Esports Engine wrap up and turn the lights off. We're wasting some electricity in this
The wonderful
building.
camera people here in production probably want to go home.
We do. I'll tell you what, though.
I'm going to join Cloud9 at Chili's. By the way, Cloud9 does not go to Chili's. They're at Morton's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what that is, but yeah, they are.
I love to hear it. Well, I'll tell you what, we're off to go get some food ourselves as well. But thank you so much for joining us. It's been an absolutely incredible day of pool play here at the NA Super. I'm very excited about the championship bracket tomorrow to see exactly what is going to be going down, how things play out, who's going home, who's going forward. We're going to find out on day 2 of the NA Super. Good night, folks. I'll see you tomorrow.